Why me? Why is this happening to me? I don't want to die. I want to live. No one knows when it started, but one day, the world changed. Gates began appearing everywhere, unleashing all sorts of strange creatures. The human world stood on the brink of collapse. In that moment of desperation, they appeared, fighting life and death battles against those ferocious beasts. Their arrival saved this planet from near extinction, and the survivors began their own eager exploration into these strange new worlds. They were given a new, strange name, Hunters. His name was Sung Jinwoo, and he was completely ordinary. After graduating high school with no special talents, he chose the path of a hunter just to make ends meet. Unlike everyone else, he wasn't in it for the thrill. He did it for the Hunter Association's stipend to pay for his mother's hospital bills. E-rank dungeons are the weakest in this world. Even a normal person could clear one easily without any support, but Sung Jinwoo got seriously injured every single time, even in an E-rank dungeon. That's how he earned his nickname, humanity's weakest hunter. At a construction site, a gate to another world hummed deep within the earth. Hunters under orders to clear it arrived immediately. Sung Jinwoo was no exception. He still had to work his side job today, and with his pathetic strength, he was an easy target for ridicule. For him, joining a party was the only way to make up for his weakness, and it was also the fastest way to earn cash. The party for this mission even included a B-rank female healer who often helped him. In the crowd, Mr. Song volunteered to lead. Since he was the highest-ranked hunter there, everyone agreed instantly. And just like that, a raid party of 17 hunters was formed. With the team assembled, right before they went in, an older man told Sung Jinwoo, "You stay in the back, kid. Try not to get hurt again." Then, one by one, everyone entered the dungeon. Before heading in, Sung Jinwoo sighed. He had to give it his all today. But, unsurprisingly, Sung Jinwoo was injured yet again. As his good friend, Ju-hee was both heartbroken and helpless. She couldn't understand why someone as weak as Sung Jinwoo insisted on being a hunter. Sung Jinwoo watched bitterly as the others easily took down the monsters. Compared to his own battered body, he knew he wasn't cut out for this job, but he had no other choice. All he could do was try to give his hospitalized mother a sliver of hope. After a monster is defeated, it drops an item. The old man picked up a mana stone. Even though it was only C rank, it was still worth over 100,000. For Sung Jinwoo, a C rank monster was a distant dream. All he got was the lowest grade mana stone. Just then, a hunter shouted, "Hey guys, look, there's another entrance over here." Appearing before them was a cave within a cave, a double dungeon. I can't believe the legends about double dungeons are real. The old man fired a blast of energy into the cave, revealing only a bottomless darkness. The experienced Mr. Song sensed that a final boss was waiting inside. This situation had to be reported to the association, but if they did that, another team of hunters might snatch the final boss. Considering the life-threatening danger, Mr. Song, as the party leader, proposed that the 17 hunters take a vote to decide. The result was 8 in favor and 8 against. The deciding vote belonged to Sung Jinwoo. The low-grade monostone trembled in his hand. For his sister still in school, for his mother lying in a hospital bed, he decided to vote yes. The group slowly walked into the deep corridor. At the end of the corridor stood 2 massive doors. The magnificent architecture struck fear into everyone's hearts. Mr. Song slowly pushed the doors open, telling everyone that it could be dangerous ahead, and anyone who was scared should turn back now. With a strong hunter leading the way, everyone confidently followed Mr. Song. As the doors opened, a gigantic chamber was revealed, filled with burning torches, enormous statues holding weapons, and a statue of a goddess holding a musical instrument. The most striking of all was the king's statue, seated on a throne in the center of the hall. Next to the statues was a tablet inscribed with the rules of the dungeon. First, revere the Lord. Second, praise the Lord. Third, prove thy faith. Violate the rules, and you will not leave this place alive. Sung Jinwoo immediately felt that something was very wrong with this temple. It was unnaturally silent. Suddenly, the doors behind them slammed shut, startling everyone. A hot-headed young man started cursing loudly. He couldn't stand this creepy place. As he tried to push the door open, one of the statues raised its arm, and with a single downward slash, executed the one who insulted the gods on the spot. Everyone panicked. The stone statues could move. This was supposed to be a D-rank dungeon. The young man who was just killed was at least D-rank, yet he was one-shotted by a mere guard, and that kind of power was everywhere in this chamber. Just then, Sung Jinwoo remembered what Ju-hee had said. He turned his head, and the eyes of the king's statue, which should have been unmoving stone, suddenly lit up. Its 2 eyes stared straight at Sung Jinwoo, filling him with terror. Having constantly lived on the edge of life and death, He instantly recognized that those strange eyes were about to bring disaster. He screamed for everyone to get down, but before he could finish, the statue's eyes shot out a strange beam, accompanied by a bizarre screech. A plasma beam swept across the Great Hall, instantly vaporizing anyone who couldn't get out of the way in time. It was only thanks to Sung Jinwoo's shout that most of them survived. Even so, Mr. Song lost an arm to the beam. This was the first time he had ever felt such terror. He had been on a few B-rank dungeon raids, but he'd never encountered a monster that could kill with a single blow. This place was far more terrifying than any B-rank dungeon. He estimated this Stone King statue was A rank, or possibly even S rank. At that moment, they remembered the first rule of the temple: revere the Lord. Perhaps that Lord was the stone statue itself. Was it too late for regrets? They thought this was just an ordinary D-rank temple, but they never expected an S-rank god to appear. The god's gaze alone could destroy any living creature. As the highest-ranking hunter, Mr. Song lost his arm, scorched by a single sweep of its beam. What they couldn't understand was that they'd brought a 3-healer team for a D-rank dungeon, only to watch one of them get completely vaporized by a laser. Not even a body was left. Another was scared out of his mind, and even the B-rank healer, Juhee, was trembling uncontrollably. Just then, the Stone King statue began observing every single person in the room. All they could do was stand perfectly still, not daring to move. But there are always daredevils, and an assassin confident in his speed decided to make a run for it. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensed, and he bolted for the door at breakneck speed. He was almost there when the statue let out a low hum, and the man was vaporized. Right before everyone's horrified eyes, despair filled their hearts. These monsters were terrifyingly strong. If they wanted to, they could have easily wiped out the entire group without breaking a sweat. But what puzzled Sung Jinwoo was that they weren't. They could kill, but they didn't. The moment someone got near the door, the stone sentinels would attack. If you moved, you got shot by an X-ray beam. The attacks seemed to be following a set of rules. The first commandment of the Kartanan Temple was to revere the god. With that thought, Sung Jinwoo slowly stood up. The big guy thought he was crazy, but Sung Jinwoo's determined gaze wasn't that of a man walking to his death. Sung Jinwoo's action quickly drew the attention of the stone statue. Its eyes fired a beam of light, but Sung Jinwoo was faster. He ducked, and the beam dissipated into smoke behind him. Jinwoo understood the meaning of the first commandment, and frantically screamed for everyone to kneel before the statue. They thought he was insane, telling them to kneel before a god that killed without blinking. But seeing his unwavering gaze, it seemed he had figured something out. And with no better way to stay alive, everyone reluctantly knelt down, offering themselves to the god. They waited for judgment, like faithful followers. And slowly, the glowing eyes of the king statue dimmed. The tension in the room eased, falling into dead silence. A moment later, the king statue's mouth opened into a grotesque smile. This temple was full of mysteries. The moment they had burst in, they were marked as sacrifices. Those who insult the god will be punished, and the only path to salvation was likely the inscribed tablet. They had solved the first riddle. Bow to the god. Everyone knelt before the merciless deity. Seeing everyone prostrated before it, the evil god seemed very pleased, its smile widening. The monstrous grin sent shivers down their spines, but it seemed to have worked. The attacks stopped. Thinking it was over, one of the older hunters stood up first. When he didn't die, the others slowly began to rise as well. But immediately, a thunderous rumble echoed as the previously motionless king statue slowly rose to its feet. It stomped 1 foot down, and the entire ground caved in. As the stone statue stood up, it towered before them like a mountain. Asterisk, he times was still the main event. Just as they were about to make a decision, Sung Jinwoo remembered the temple's second commandment, praise the Lord. A devout Christian man stepped forward. He was well versed in the scriptures and praising God. He pulled out the cross from his chest and began to mumble a prayer, but he didn't realize he was praising the wrong God. Crunch! He was instantly stomped into a bloody pulp. Panic erupted as everyone scattered, like ants being mercilessly crushed by the giant god. A big guy in a blue shirt ran into a corner, thinking it would be safer, but from behind, a statue holding a sword sliced him in two. The scene descended into utter chaos. In front of them was the stomping stone god. Behind them were sword-wielding statues. Getting close to any of them meant an instant attack. Amidst the panic, Sung Jinwoo noticed that the statues holding musical instruments weren't attacking. He quickly told everyone to run toward those statues, and sure enough, when Mr. Song got close to a statue holding a trumpet, it activated and began to play. More and more people found the musician statues and reached safety. Their eyes were filled with terror, which then gave way to collapse and sobbing. Sung Jinwoo and Joo-hee were still looking for a musician statue. They reached a statue holding a drum, but it didn't react. It turned out the statue would only play its music for one person. Sung Jinwoo decided to leave Joo-hee there while he ran to find another statue. At that moment, the Stone King spotted him. He quickly found a statue, but immediately, the king stomped down on his location. Luckily, Jinwoo managed to dodge in time, but when he looked up, he realized he'd mistaken a shield for a musical instrument. The warrior statue didn't hesitate to raise its shield. Crash! The shield slammed directly down on Sung Jinwoo. But with his fierce will to survive, he refused to give up and kept trying to crawl forward. Having constantly brushed with death, he'd always been able to grasp that thin thread between life and death. And this time, he caught it again. A gentle hymn began to echo throughout the temple, and the statues stopped moving. A panicked Joo-hee ran over to him. The sight before her made her cover her mouth and burst into tears. Sung Jinwoo was lucky to be alive, but he had lost both of his legs. Just how heavy was the sin of desecrating this sanctuary? Of the original 17-person team, only 6 were left, 2 of them critically injured, but it seemed the god wasn't finished with them yet. A stone platform slowly rose from the ground. It appeared to be a sacrificial altar. He understood the third commandment, prove thy faith. This was probably the final test. Mr. Kim Sang-shik drew his sword and pointed it at Mr. Song, the man who had led them into this sanctuary. If a sacrifice was needed, it could only be the captain who bore the responsibility. Mr. Song didn't refuse. He slowly walked onto the altar, carrying the weight of the entire group's fate. As he stepped onto the altar, flames suddenly erupted from behind it, but Mr. Song was not sacrificed. Not understanding what was happening, Sung Jinwoo told the others to carry him to the altar to check it out. When the 3 of them stepped onto the altar, it happened again. As 3 more flames appeared, they realized the people standing on the altar were the key to activating them. The small flames erupted into a massive fire, and humming streams of energy flowed along grooves in the floor into the edge of the blue flame. As all the energy poured in, the giant gate behind the blue flame opened, and the white flame gradually disappeared. The giant warrior statues activated, slowly advancing toward the altar. They realized that as long as they looked at the statues, they would stop. But the moment they looked away, the statues would advance again, just like a childhood game. It was a suffocating standoff. This kind of pressure could easily break those with weak minds. A woman screamed and ran from the altar, and one of the red flames on the altar instantly went out. Strangely, she escaped safely. Sung Jinwoo wondered what was really going on. The blue flame would eventually extinguish. After a while, a flame on the altar would go out whenever a person left. And each time a flame was extinguished, the gate would close a little more. The third rule of the temple was called prove your faith, which meant holding fast to your belief under the pressure of threats and sweet temptation. So the open gate was just an illusion, a trap. But even so, faced with terrifying fear and sweet temptation, people still preferred that blatant trap. The burly man apologized to Sung Jinwoo, then made a run for it. Sung Jinwoo screamed, "Don't move, don't fall for the illusion. If there were any fewer people, there would be a blind spot, and everyone would die." All they had to do was keep staring at the statues until the blue flame went out completely. Thanks to Sung Jinwoo's several displays of insight, Old Man Kim had come to admire him, as if he had deciphered the puzzle. He agreed with Sung Jinwoo's theory, but also feared that the door would close over time. He was just an ordinary man. He had a family. He didn't want to die. He muttered an apology to Sung Jinwoo and left the altar, ignoring Jinwoo's pained screams. The altar lost another flame of life. The unwatched warrior statues slowly advanced toward the altar. Old Man Kim's departure would be the death of those who remained. When faced with a choice between life and death, what would you choose? To hold on to your faith or rush towards the wide open door? Perhaps many would be just like them, their souls filled with fear. They ignored the rules and ran towards the open gate. The ones who stayed behind were the most pitiful. Now, only 3 people remained on the altar. Mr. Song now understood the meaning of the rule. As long as one person remained, the door would not close. Mr. Song decided to give the chance to live to the 2 younger people. But Sung Jinwoo had lost a leg and couldn't walk. Mr. Song had to entrust Jinwoo to Joo-hee, but Joo-hee collapsed, completely out of mana. After healing Sung Jinwoo, she had nothing left. Jinwoo didn't say much, just told Mr. Song to take Joo-hee and go, that he would stay behind. It was cruel, but at that moment, only Mr. Song could still move, and he could only carry one person. Sung Jinwoo took out the E-rank mana stone that he had earned, and told Joo-hee, "I promised I'd treat you to a meal. Take this stone and go eat first. When I get out of here, I'll find you for the rest of the money." Just as Joo-hee opened her mouth to speak, Mr. Song smacked her on the head, knocking her out, slung her over his shoulder, and ran. Time was too short. There was no room for hesitation. He gave Sung Jinwoo one last look before leaving the altar, his steps resolute. Sung Jinwoo watched them leave the temple. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Now, he was the only one left on the altar. The warrior statues slowly approached, weapons raised. But he was Sung Jinwoo. Even in death, he would go down fighting. He gripped his weapon, pointed it at the enemy, and took a deep breath, ready to sacrifice himself. A warrior statue stabbed straight through Sung Jinwoo. The intense pain made him spit up blood. Before he could even recover, another warrior statue raised its spear and impaled him. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. He fell heavily onto the altar, his severe wounds leaving him unable to move. Tears of despair streamed down his face. He couldn't accept this. He didn't want to die like this. How could this be happening? Why? He wasn't some kind of saint. Other people had families, and so did he. He carried so much on his shoulders. He didn't want to leave with so many regrets. If only I had one more chance. Just as the blade was about to fall on Sung Jinwoo, a window popped up. He had met the conditions to complete the secret quest. The courage of the weak. In the haze, Sung Jinwoo felt as if time had stopped around him. The warrior statue's blade seemed to freeze in midair. What is this? A voice came from nowhere. You have received the qualification to become a player. Will you accept? What does that mean? Accept it. You don't have much time. If you refuse, your heart will stop in 0.02 seconds. Will you accept? Looking at the choice before him, Sung Jinwoo knew he had no other option. With his last breath, he said, I accept. Welcome, player. Suddenly, Sung Jinwoo's body was engulfed in a blinding light. He vanished right before the eyes of the evil god and the statues. Why me? Why did this happen to me? I don't want to die. I want to live. He woke up, gasping for air. It all felt like a dream, but the feeling of suffocation and pain was all too real. He looked out the window. What room is this? Two men in black suits rushed in and handed Sung Jinwoo a business card. It read, Hunters Association Surveillance Team. From them, Sung Jinwoo learned that he had been unconscious for 3 days. Mr. Song had survived but lost an arm. He probably couldn't be a hunter anymore. Joo-hee had suffered severe mental trauma. They were about to continue talking about the others, but Sung Jinwoo cut them off. For those who abandoned their comrades to save themselves, he felt nothing but cold indifference. The appearance of the dungeon, this time had caused devastating losses. Out of 17 people, only 6 survived. After receiving reports from the lucky survivors, the team, the monitoring division and the White Tiger Guild quickly arrived at the scene, but they found that everyone had vanished, leaving only Sung Jinwoo lying unconscious on the altar. If it weren't for the survivors' conflicting stories and the lack of bodies, they would have never believed the truth. Sung Jinwoo's miraculous survival made them suspect he had undergone a second awakening. A hunter's power is determined at their first awakening, but in rare cases, a second awakening can shatter their limits, turning a C rank into an A rank or a B rank into an S rank. They handed Sung Jinwoo a manometer. He placed his hand on it. Beep, beep, beep. The result made everyone burst out laughing. He couldn't even reach 100, the absolute lowest combat level. 70 points. Sung Jinwoo was still just a normal person. The two men in black left immediately, leaving a bewildered Sung Jinwoo behind. He thought he had truly awakened a superpower, but he was so confused. Why couldn't anyone else see it? Could they not see that pop-up window? He discovered his severed legs were fully healed, and the stab wound in his heart from before he died had vanished without a trace. He even wondered if he was in reality or a dream. He tapped the window, and 3 notifications and 1 unread message appeared. When Sung Jinwoo said confirm, the message opened. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Failure to complete the daily quest will result in a corresponding penalty. Seeing the long list of training exercises, Sung Jinwoo shook his head in exhaustion. He said, What kind of joke is this? I'm injured. How am I supposed to do all this training? I'm just going to sleep, but time waits for no one. As Sung Jinwoo slept, time flew by. When the timer ran out, the system notified him that he had failed to complete the daily quest. He would be sent to the penalty zone. In a sleepy daze, a loud noise erupted, and the ground beneath Sung Jinwoo turned to sand in an instant. He was teleported to a desert. Just then, he heard a sound behind him. Sung Jinwoo turned around in fear. A giant poison-fanged giant sand centipede was staring at him with a hungry look in its eyes. A window appeared. Penalty quest. Survive for the required time. The required time? 4 hours. This godlike system was insane, and there were so many daily quests, all with time limits. Fail to complete them in time, and you get punished. 1 second, our hero was sleeping soundly in his bed. The next, he was teleported to this scorching desert, with a giant centipede chasing him, and the deeper he ran into the desert, the more centipedes appeared, forcing him to endure this hellish punishment for 4 straight hours. Luckily, just before he was devoured, the system announced that the penalty quest was complete. He was instantly transported from hell back to paradise, gasping for breath. He thought to himself that this penalty quest was terrifying. Before he could even claim his quest completion rewards, he passed out from exhaustion. When he woke up, the first thing he did was the quest, pouring all his effort into it. After that punishment, he understood this wasn't an illusion. The only way to live peacefully was to follow its commands. And every time he completed a quest, he received a corresponding reward. These rewards would directly enhance his power. There were also skills, ability points, and random gift boxes that could boost his stats, skills, items, and inventory, just like a real-life video game. This time, from a gift box, he received a key to an instant dungeon. Following the instructions, he went to a subway station entrance. The key glowed when activated, and an entrance to an underground dungeon appeared. Stepping through that curtain of light was like entering another world. He could see the outside world, but people on the outside couldn't see him. At that moment, he panicked. The last time he accidentally entered a dungeon, it left him with a lifetime of horrific memories. He wanted to run, but he couldn't escape. The system told him he had to defeat the boss to get out. Sung Jinwoo was in agony. He couldn't even handle low-level monsters, let alone defeat a boss without any help. Staring down the dark corridor, he broke out in a cold sweat, but there was no other choice. He had to charge in. Soon, he ran into danger. A monster with a giant maw lunged at him. Sung Jinwoo quickly dodged. He didn't know if he could fight it, but having miraculously survived his encounter with the statues, he had to at least try. The wolf beast rushed toward him, and Sung Jinwoo rolled to the side to evade. He was a little surprised. His body felt unusually light. It seemed his strength had increased a bit. He gathered his power and threw a powerful punch. Bam! The wolf flew backward into an iron gate, denting it. Sung Jinwoo couldn't believe his own strength, but a normal attack wasn't enough to seriously injure the monster. In a pinch, he remembered he had a weapon. He opened his empty inventory, where only one weapon lay. Sung Jinwoo drew the weapon and slashed down hard on the wolf's head, successfully killing it and receiving an item drop. With such destructive power, his confidence soared instantly. Even if 2 of them came at him, he wouldn't be afraid. He raised his weapon and sent one flying with a single slash. Compared to the monsters in that temple, these things were pathetic. Just a few days ago, he was terrified of a single low-level monster. The old Sung Jinwoo was just a useless weakling who couldn't even handle 1 E-rank monster. But now, even with 2 E-rank monsters appearing at once, he could still handle them. By defeating monsters, he leveled up. All his stats increased by 1 point. Although he didn't know how much combat power those numbers translated to, his strength increasing to 20 was a massive improvement. He was starting to understand how players worked. By constantly completing daily quests and killing monsters to level up, he could actually become strong. He remembered that monsters drop gems when they die. He approached the large wolf's corpse and saw that this was different from previous dungeons. This time, they dropped items. He also discovered the system shop, but when he tried to enter, the system informed him his level was too low. He could only sell things. Selling the wolf fang earned him 20 gold coins, though he had no idea what this money was for. While he was investigating the shop, a giant wolf strangely emerged from the shadows. Then, countless pairs of eyes appeared. A whole pack of giant wolves emerged, but Sung Jinwoo's eyes no longer held any fear. He had already died once. Gripping his knife, he stepped forward. The wolf pack showed no fear, and he took them down one by one. Suddenly, one bit him from behind, and he swung his sword back fiercely. But the wolves quickly surrounded him. His eyes changed, and a fiery streak tore through the air, wiping out each ferocious wolf. He didn't know if he would survive, but he knew that if he gave up here, his death would have been meaningless. Only by becoming strong could he protect the people he loved. As he killed more wolves, his level rose rapidly. The wolf pack, which had relied on its numbers, now seemed to pull back in fear. Ignoring the wounds on his body and his dwindling health, Sung Jinwoo gripped his sword. He slowly advanced into the horde of ferocious wolves, tightened his grip on the handle, and charged. After another intense battle, he was victorious. The giant wolf pack was defeated. Panting with exhaustion, his hands too weak to even hold his sword, he let it drag on the ground as he walked to the next area. He looked up, only to see another pack of giant wolves. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth. It looked like another brutal fight was coming. After another skirmish, he successfully eliminated another pack of wolves, but his sword broke from overuse. Of course, he had expected this. Even expensive weapons would break after a few uses. He had previously saved up to buy a blade worth over 3,000 gold. At first, it was great for killing small monsters, but the moment he faced a boss, it was instantly destroyed. In the end, he only got 3 E-rank magic stones from it, a massive loss. So, no matter how difficult it was, Sung Jinwoo decided to fight with his bare hands. By killing monster after monster, by slaughtering countless giant wolves, he earned the title Wolf Slayer. When facing beast-type monsters, all his stats would increase, 40%. To Sung Jinwoo, this was a gift from the heavens. Besides that, there were also the wolf fangs, 2 daggers, a nomad's outfit, and a return stone. He thought since he had a way back, he'd harvested enough for one day and should head back. But that thought was fleeting. He gripped the return stone. No, he couldn't go back just like this. He'd been lucky enough to find a place to grind levels. He didn't know when he'd get a chance like this again. He couldn't go back yet. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to put the return stone in his inventory and slowly advanced into the unknown territory. The deeper he went, the stronger the monsters became. By continuously defeating monsters, Sung Jinwoo steadily leveled up. With each new level, fighting the monsters became easier. He could clearly feel his body growing stronger. Sung Jinwoo also realized this place was different from ordinary dungeons. Here, monsters could respawn endlessly. This made him feel like he wasn't fighting living creatures. It was more like fighting monsters in a video game, as long as he understood their fixed patterns. He could predict where they would appear. Monkeys would drop from above, while cats would charge from both sides. By predicting the enemy's attack patterns, he could easily eliminate them. Facing these repetitive enemies, Sung Jinwoo's eyes were calm, his hands easily dispatching monsters with a swing of his sword. He also noticed that each monster had a name and a color above its head. A white name meant the monster was weaker than him, orange meant it was on par or stronger, and red meant it was extremely powerful. The dragon he'd met at the beginning had changed from orange to white, which meant Sung Jinwoo was getting significantly stronger. Although he was stronger, a cold draft rising from below still sent a shiver down his spine. He could clearly sense something terrifying was down there. He considered his options. Killing Small Fry wouldn't raise his level anymore, and continuing to fight pointlessly would only break his 100,001 sword. That left only one choice: face his fear. Sung Jinwoo slowly walked down the stairs. The familiar steps now felt longer than usual. The floor below was a swampy area with ruined buildings and overgrown weeds. A cold wind rustled through the darkness. Before Sung Jinwoo could even react, something moved across the ground with lightning speed. Before he could even see what it was, it appeared right in front of him. He hastily blocked with his sword. A powerful force sent him flying into a wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, barely breathing. Worse, a large chunk of his 100,001 sword was gone. After that impact, fragments of the blade continued to flake off. Exhausted, he sat down and gave a bitter laugh. He thought his level had gotten pretty high, but he never expected an orange-named monster to crush him so thoroughly. The giant python opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and flicked its tongue, sneering at the prey before it. Sung Jinwoo panted, on high alert, and reversed his grip on the handle. The broken sword became a dagger. He couldn't believe his first solo boss fight would end in defeat right from the start. His prize sword was suddenly just a short dagger. Looking at this thing's scales, he wasn't even sure a weapon could pierce them, let alone his fists. He didn't stand a chance. With that thought, the python opened its mouth wide and lunged. Sung Jinwoo scraped his dagger against its body, but it was like he was just scratching an itch. Not only did it fail to cause any damage, it just made the beast angrier. The python whipped its massive body, spinning around continuously. Suddenly, a section of its tail whipped towards Sung Jinwoo. He hurriedly tried to block it with his dagger, but was sent flying by the force of the blow. Then, the python's body coiled tightly around Sung Jinwoo, squeezing so hard he couldn't breathe. He struggled to break free, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. He thought that after leveling up so much, he'd at least be a little more durable, but he never expected to be this weak. He had to get stronger. The stronger he became, the more he could escape this feeling of helplessness. He used his smithing hammer to block the venomous snake's attack, which let out a piercing shriek. Asterisk, clang, asterisk. He pushed the snake's head away with a swing and dropped to one knee. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his hammer and charged straight at the giant snake. He tightened his grip on the dagger. Only overwhelming power, only absolute strength, could make them bow their heads, to make them submit, to make them yield. Hypocrisy can't protect you, no matter how much your opponent insults you. In the face of power, all of that vanishes. In the face of fear, everything else disappears. Because he was so weak, he was always looked down on. No matter how wise or knowledgeable you were, no matter how much thanks you received for it, in the face of absolute power, you could still be easily betrayed. Only when you're strong enough can you earn true respect. Otherwise, Sung Jinwoo was knocked away by the snake, which whipped its tail with a loud times smack asterisk, slamming him straight into the wall. He struggled to crawl back up, his hands trembling, but he felt an unusual excitement, because the monster before him still wasn't strong enough. Compared to times that guy asterisk, this was nothing. Compared to the fear he felt back then, there was nothing to be afraid of now. Sung Jinwoo leaped up, swiping his dagger. As he passed the snake, its eyes suddenly shot open, and its head lunged forward to bite. Sung Jinwoo leaned back to dodge, then shot forward. He grabbed the snake's neck tightly and squeezed. As his fingers dug in, the snake's iron-hard scales began to buckle, and the beast let out a pained roar. It thrashed in agony, dragging Sung Jinwoo all over the place. Sung Jinwoo gathered his strength and yelled, "Die! Asterisk! Crack! Crack! Asterisk!" The snake's hard scales continued to shatter. Along with its painful hisses, he finally succeeded in killing the boss and received the item drops. The boss dropped Kasaka's venom and Kasaka's venom gland. Just a few days ago, he couldn't even defeat a low-level monster. Now, he had just strangled a dungeon boss to death with his bare hands. But the victory came at a cost. His body was covered in minor injuries. His old sword had turned into a dagger. Luckily, he now had a better weapon, a short sword made from the snake's fang. Its attack power was double the usual, and it had paralysis and bleed effects. He also received a beast. He wasn't sure if it was strong, but as an item dropped from a boss, a window popped up. The final boss has been defeated. The inside of the cave will be restored to its original state. The ceiling began to crumble like puzzle pieces, and the entire dungeon space quickly vanished. He returned to the real-world subway station and climbed the stairs. When he reached ground level, it was strangely empty, not a single person in sight. Suddenly, a soldier carrying an AK walked up and asked Sung Jinwoo, "What are you doing? Didn't you hear the announcement?" Sung Jinwoo was completely bewildered. He asked the soldier, "What's going on?" The soldier's expression turned grim, about to scold this reckless kid. But seeing the broken dagger and his tattered clothes, he realized the boy was a hunter. The soldier's attitude immediately became respectful. Sung Jinwoo was even given directions. Along the way, he saw wrecked cars and monster corpses strewn everywhere. The soldier explained that a gate had suddenly appeared nearby, and monsters had poured into this world. Most of them had been eliminated. Only one giant monster remained. Perhaps due to his level increase, Sung Jinwoo could clearly sense that the giant was the final boss. At that moment on a peaceful street, a foot stomped down, caving in the ground. A massive, glowing monster roared. At its feet, hunters were attacking from all sides, while a crowd of curious onlookers watched. Murmurs spread through the crowd. What are those hunters doing? How long is this going to take? The longer it takes, the more damage there'll be. What if property values drop? They even took out their phones to record. Everyone was holding up their phones, filming, and taking pictures. In reality, the hunters were trying their best, attacking relentlessly. But the monster's defense was too high. The monster's physical defense was too high. And there weren't many magic-type hunters in the group, so they were even at risk of being wiped out. Just then, Sung Jinwoo arrived. Seeing the hunters' chaotic battle, he found it absurd. It looked like this was a hastily assembled group, with a poor formation and lacking skill. There were 8 E-rank hunters, 1 D-rank tank, 2 D-rank healers, and 1 B-rank healer. He recognized the B-ranker well. It was his closest friend, Ju-hee. Even though she was B-rank, she was powerless in this fight. It seemed she still hadn't gotten over that horrifying shock. It had been a week, but she still hadn't overcome the trauma. But Sung Jinwoo wasn't surprised. Even he hadn't fully moved on. However, he knew he had to. He stood firm, gripping his new blade. This boss was stronger than the last one. As long as he could break its defense, it could be defeated. He needed a powerful attack to pierce through that stupidly thick defense. Veins bulged on Sung Jinwoo's neck as he threw his weapon towards the boss with all his might. By now, the hunters were in disarray. Without help from a high-rank hunter, they were about to be wiped out. Suddenly, with a loud times thud asterisk, the boss's defense shattered, and it began to fall slowly. Seeing this, the hunters charged forward, launching a barrage of attacks on the boss, and finally managed to kill it. The hunters were baffled. Just moments ago, their attacks had done nothing to it. What was that? How did it suddenly get knocked down? No, It's completely unfazed by our attacks. What the hell just flew past us? Did that thing knock the monster over? What exactly pierced its head? Was it him? A giant beast that dozens of hunters couldn't even scratch was taken down by a single, rusty old sword? Who the hell is this guy? He asked a soldier standing nearby. Did you see who threw this sword? Looking down at the broken blade, the soldier was stunned. Isn't this that one hunter's weapon? Where did he go? He was just here a second ago, with that kind of power. Could he be a high-rank hunter? Sung Jinwoo slipped away from the scene. Even he was a bit surprised that a single strike had taken down the boss. It seemed his strength had truly increased by a huge margin. Watching the noisy crowd, Juhee was a little dazed. She thought she caught a glimpse of Sung Jinwoo. The frail boy she once knew had now become a muscular man. To avoid the penalty for missing his deadline, he was forced to complete the daily quests assigned by the system. Thanks to his relentless training, his body grew stronger and taller. He opened his status window, only to see that so far, all his stat points had been pumped into strength. He had a bad feeling about this. If this kept up, he'd turn into a muscle-bound meathead. Gaining strength is great, but it's useless if you can't even touch the enemy. Strength and agility could complement each other. More stamina is always good, but right now, he needed other things more. Intelligence was definitely related to magic, but he wasn't a mage. After some thought, he allocated most of his available points into agility to synergize with his strength. Just then, he got a call. Sung Jinwoo expected to get chewed out, but it was his landlord demanding the rent. He replied that he'd bring the money over soon. Hanging up, Sung Jinwoo figured that with all the levels he'd gained, earning enough for rent should be a piece of cake. Besides, if he kept growing like this, he'd become a high-rank hunter in no time. Hunters earn money by killing monsters. As they gain experience and level up, the number of magic cores they get from monsters increases, and their value goes up too. To hunt high-level monsters, you have to enter higher-level gates. But for now, he'd only been in E and D rank gates. At these low levels, the place was crawling with hunters, and competition was fierce. That's why E ranks weren't just shunned by the guilds, they also had a hard time finding any work at all. Currently, Sung Jinwoo was an E rank in the association system. Getting into a higher level raid was still difficult. He thought about getting re-evaluated by the association for a higher rank. But then he read the news. The phenomenon of second awakenings was the hottest topic right now. If he drew attention for leveling up too fast, it could backfire. Getting on the radar of some powerful, shady organizations would be a massive headache. Therefore, it was best if as few people as possible knew about him getting stronger. So, with his current situation, his only option was to find a private raid team through an online recruitment site. He quickly found one. Sung Jinwoo arrived at a construction site where many hunters were already gathered. A giant of a man waved him over, and they introduced themselves. The guy said, "Bad news travels fast." Hearing that Sung Jinwoo was known as a failure, he burst out laughing. "So, you're the so-called world's weakest weapon?" The team leader handed Sung Jinwoo a contract. The reason they'd invited him was because you need a minimum of 10 people to enter a C-rank dungeon, so they needed an E-rank like him to fill the quota. They would pay him $12,000 in cash. Sung Jinwoo glanced around. 5 C-rank hunters, 4 below D-rank. Yep, he was definitely just here to fill a spot. The other spot filler was a D-rank hunter decked out in flashy armor, obviously a pay-to-win player. Sung Jinwoo's job was to follow them and carry their luggage. He suddenly realized the team was missing a healer. The giant told him that for a private strike team like theirs, recruiting healers was extremely difficult. "We do this all the time. It'll be fine," he said. Sung Jinwoo sighed. A raid team with only tanks and damage dealers? What a mess. The contract clearly stated that in case of any accidents inside the dungeon, everyone was responsible for themselves. That's why Sung Jinwoo felt uneasy. The rich guy clapped Jinwoo on the shoulder with his gauntleted titan hand, telling him not to worry, because with him around, everything would be fine. Sung Jinwoo's face was completely blank. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After preparing, everyone headed towards the C-rank dungeon. So this is what a pay-to-win whale looks like on his debut? You really don't know how bad you have it until you see something like this. Sung Jinwoo walked in without a weapon, while that guy was decked out in titan gear from head to toe. Sung Jinwoo was entering a dungeon to survive. That guy was playing a game for fun. Looking at the team, everyone was fully armed. It seemed this team could actually handle a C-rank dungeon. They were in a completely different league from the D and E-rank parties. Everyone stepped through the gate. Inside, it was pitch black. A mage cast a light spell, revealing a complex cave maze. Strangely, there was no light at all, and not a single monster in sight. The rich guy suddenly asked Sung Jinwoo, "Weird. Are there dungeons with no monsters?" Sung Jinwoo signaled for him to be quiet as he closed his eyes to listen. A rustling sound echoed from the cave, sounding like some kind of insectoid monster. Hearing this, everyone panicked. Did you say insects? This isn't an ant nest, is it? Why can't we see any? Sung Jinwoo shouted. Up there! At his warning, everyone quickly looked up. Hordes of monsters started pouring down from countless holes in the ceiling. The mage cast an attack spell, drawing the attention of the other hunters and provoking the ants to charge straight at him. As the ants were drawn in, the big guy took the opportunity to quickly wipe them out. Watching their systematic formation, Sung Jinwoo was impressed. As expected of a C-rank team, their coordination was flawless. This kind of synergy could only be achieved through long hours of training together. With coordination like this, they could fight even without a healer. However, the very lack of a healer made them seem reckless, including the rich kid, but his titanium armor masked his inexperience and lack of real skill. Although everyone was skilled, Sung Jinwoo still felt that something was off. Soon enough, they had cleared out all the ants at the entrance. The leader ordered them to collect the loot and recover their strength. He walked over to Sung Jinwoo. Thanks for the warning. But he was curious. How did an E-rank hunter like you know about that type of monster and its attack patterns? Of course, Sung Jinwoo couldn't tell him it was because his sense stat had increased. He just told the man it was a feeling. The big guy gave a creepy smile and said, "Luckily, everything worked out perfectly. We'll be counting on you from now on. But I hope you don't stick that feeling of yours where it doesn't belong." Sung Jinwoo was about to say something, but was cut off by the mage's shout. There were strange wounds on the ant carcasses, not caused by the players, but more like bite marks. This meant that before fighting the players, the ant colony had already been heavily damaged. Monsters also engaged in territorial disputes. This proved there was an even fiercer monster deeper inside. It could be the final boss. Seeing the greedy looks in the other hunter's eyes, Sung Jinwoo felt a sense of dread. He asked the rich kid, "That dagger and shield of yours must be expensive, right?" The kid confirmed, "Yeah, since this is my first time leading a team, my dad geared me up with some good stuff," then looked confused as to why Sung Jinwoo would ask. And Sung Jinwoo didn't know why he'd asked either, but it was better to be cautious. This bad premonition made him certain that something was about to happen. Ever since joining the team, Sung Jinwoo had felt that something was off, and the greedy looks on the hunters' faces only made him more anxious. The size of a gate didn't correlate with its rank. Depending on the situation, some dungeons took days to map out, while others had a path to the boss room that only took a few hours. This particular dungeon was like a complex maze. Although there weren't many monsters to fight, the journey took a long time, and Sung Jinwoo's job was simply to be the porter. As long as nothing went wrong, he wouldn't have to fight, and he'd still get paid without having to kill any monsters. It was a good gig, but for some reason, a warning suddenly flashed in his mind. Be careful, or you'll lose your life. He didn't know why that thought popped into his head, but he knew his bad feelings were never wrong. They walked for a long time without seeing a single intact monster. They were all either corpses or on their last breath. Suddenly, the leader stopped and told the mage to light up the area. The light revealed a complex labyrinth filled with spiderwebs and numerous monsters wrapped up like mummies. This deep, dark corridor was, without a doubt, the boss room. The moment they stepped inside, everyone was captivated by the massive number of monocrystals. Although not as expensive as magic gems, a haul this size would sell for a fortune. A rough estimate put it at over 10 million. A foolish-looking guy laughed and said to the leader, "Boss, with this much money, your little brother is gonna die of jealousy." The mage quickly cut him off. Now is not the time to be mentioning his brother. Gazing at the sparkling monocrystals, the leader smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, "Little brother, do you see this? I'm not always in the wrong. Just because you're a slightly higher-ranked hunter, you look down on people, blinded by a little bit of money, and enjoying your VIP privileges. Are you still looking down on me now? But I'm not just someone who knows how to leech off of you. This time, I'm going to make my own raid team the strongest." His subordinates couldn't hide their joy either, already calculating how they would split the massive sum, divided 9 ways. Each person would still get a huge cut. Hearing their conversation, the rich kid told Sung Jinwoo to pull out his contract. After reading it, he held it up and said to the other hunters, "This is Sung Jinwoo's contract. It only specifies a share of the magic gems from hunting monsters. It doesn't mention sharing other items, but you guys are splitting the monocrystals 9 ways. That's not fair to Jinwoo, is it?" The leader's expression immediately darkened, but he quickly put on a gentle face. "Of course, we have to split it evenly to be fair. I know that. But first, we have to deal with that troublesome boss over there." Everyone knew that once the boss was killed, the gate would close. So, before killing the spider, they had to move all the monocrystals out. Luckily, the spider had eaten its fill and was now fast asleep. It was the perfect time to move them. The leader turned and asked his men if they had brought the mining equipment. His man expertly replied that he hadn't, saying, "Who would have thought a C-rank gate would have monocrystals? All the mining equipment was left in the car, not brought along." Sung Jinwoo silently sneered to himself. "Right. Let's see you put on your little show." And just as he expected, after their little act, they told Sung Jinwoo and the rich kid to stay behind and stand guard while the rest of them went back to the car to get the equipment. The rich kid immediately panicked. "You're making a D-rank hunter and an E-rank hunter stand guard against a C-rank boss? Are you kidding me?" The big guy put on a harmless act. "This is your first time in a C-rank gate, isn't it? Trust me, it'll be fine. It didn't even stir with all this noise. I can't sleep anyway. Besides, I have something to discuss with the team. Let's all step outside for a quick smoke. We'll be right back." With that, he and his cronies expertly left the spider's den. Watching the hunters' silhouettes, Sung Jinwoo recalled what the party leader had once told him. They did this often, which meant they frequently cleared C-rank gates without ever needing to recruit people to fill the empty spots. Once outside the den, the leader revealed a devilish grin and ordered the mage to block the entrance to the boss room. The mage also smirked at the rich guy's horrified expression. A thunderous explosion echoed as tons of rock fell, sealing the entrance to the spider's den. Sung Jinwoo's bad feeling was right once again. They really were a bunch of vicious hunters. To keep the massive haul of monocrystals for themselves, they trapped Sung Jinwoo and the rich guy in the boss room. Jinwoo now understood the true meaning behind the leader's words, that he hoped Jinwoo wouldn't use his senses in the wrong way. Being a dungeon hunter was a lucrative job, but it was also incredibly dangerous. Sometimes, the most dangerous enemy wasn't the monster, but other people. Inside a dungeon, there's no law to watch over you. No matter what happens, the outside world will never know, which is why dungeons are breeding grounds for crime. There's a type of hunter known as lizards. When they find a useless team member or someone who gets in the way of their profits, they'll abandon their own comrades, like a scorpion cutting off its own tail to survive. And Sung Jinwoo, with his sharp intuition, had just joined a real pack of scorpions. To keep the massive haul of monocrystals for themselves, they trapped him and the rich guy in the boss room. So that was it. He touched the large boulder blocking the cave entrance. It looked like the mage had sealed it up tight. However, this level of obstruction wasn't nearly enough to stop Sung Jinwoo if he was determined to get out. The problem was, that loud noise had just woken up the spider boss. Outside the gate, one of the henchmen asked the leader, "Why make it so complicated? Couldn't we have just killed them in there?" The leader angrily shot back, "You idiot. If we killed them right there, the noise would have woken up the spider. Would we have had time to mine the crystals then? An E-rank hunter, the weakest class there is, and an inexperienced D-rank, even if they gave it their all, there's no way they could kill the boss. We'll wait for the spider to eat its fill and go to sleep. That'll be our chance to get the crystals. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to kill the boss ourselves." But did you guys see the rich guy's gear? His dagger and shield alone are worth tens of millions. Even if we don't get all the crystals, just taking his stuff will be more than enough profit. Inside the boss room, the monstrous spider opened its maw, eyeing its two morsels greedily. The rich guy was scared out of his mind, but he still stood in front of Sung Jinwoo, trying to shield him. Jinwoo drew his dagger and calmly told the man, "I'll handle this." The rich guy stared in astonishment as Sung Jinwoo slowly approached the giant spider. He thought Jinwoo had gone insane. Even a B-rank hunter wouldn't be sure they could kill a C-rank boss, let alone an E-rank. It would be better to think of a way to escape rather than being so reckless. The rich guy's assessment wasn't wrong. Even after his second awakening, Sung Jinwoo was still relatively weak at this point. This spider was significantly stronger than the last two bosses he'd faced. But so what? The spider monster before him didn't instill a single shred of fear in him. He smirked, tensing his body. Before the rich guy's astonished eyes, he swung the dagger made from a poisonous snake's fang, slashing hard into the spider's body. The monster shrieked in pain. Sung Jinwoo's attack was effective. As expected of a weapon crafted from a boss's fang, its destructive power was obvious. He landed on the ground, stood up firmly, and gripped his short sword. His gaze sharpened. The hunt had begun. He charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on the boss. The rich guy was completely stunned. Is this really an E-rank hunter? To deal damage with a short sword, he had to get as close as possible, but it had 8 legs and no blind spots. Its razor-sharp legs could shatter rock with ease. Normally, it would be difficult for anyone to get near it, but Sung Jinwoo was no normal person. The rich guy watched him with utter disbelief. Who was this guy? Really? Skills like that couldn't possibly belong to an E rank, but his official profile said he was. Or could he be a sandbagger? There are a few hunters who can control their magic power, allowing them to intentionally hide it and trick the system. The Hunters Association's measurement system would register them at a lower rank. These types of hunters are often called sandbaggers, and the problem is, most of them are murderers. A bunch of psychopaths. Maybe Sung Jinwoo was one of them. Looking at Jinwoo's skills and his expression, the rich guy's legs went weak. He collapsed to his knees. What rotten luck. It was all over before it even began. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo was giving his all fighting the spider, completely unaware that he was being mistaken for a murderer. After a while, he still hadn't dealt any significant damage to the monster. At the same time, his own stamina was starting to run out. As fatigue set in, his speed began to slow. He couldn't drag this out any longer. The only way to win was to utilize the dagger's special ability and pierce through the monster's body. The weak point of any living creature is its head, and the most fragile part is the eye. This multi-eyed monster was now drooling green venom from its mouth. Before he could even react, the stream of venom gushed out, instantly corroding the stone floor. So, it had a killer move of its own. To get close, he'd have to move faster than he was now. Sung Jinwoo drew on his power, activated his sprint skill, and rushed the spider with lightning speed. He charged straight into the spider's blind spot, inflicting multiple wounds and triggering the paralysis effect. But its resistance was too strong, and it was instantly nullified. By now, his fatigue level had risen sharply. Sung Jinwoo was now E rank, but he had to be faster. His rapid movements were draining his stamina. He had to end this fight now. If he ran out of energy, it was all over. He leaped up to deliver the final blow to the spider, but it shrieked in his face. He froze instantly, and the spider's pincers slammed into him, sending him flying several meters before he crashed to the ground. The spider seized the opportunity to strike again, thrusting its pincers down at Sung Jinwoo. But suddenly, Sung Jinwoo's eyes snapped open. This was his chance. Taking advantage of the enemy's moment of relaxation, he activated the system, using his daily quest reward to instantly recover his stamina at lightning speed. He charged at the spider, and as it watched in terror, he plunged his short sword straight through its eye. Yellow blood gushed out, triggering a paralysis and bleed effect. The enemy's health dropped by 1% every second. After a relentless barrage of attacks, the spider's health was depleted, and its head exploded. The master of the dungeon has been defeated. A notification window popped up, and Sung Jinwoo leveled up multiple times in a row. He let out a sigh of relief. Lucky he hadn't used up all of today's rewards, or the consequences would have been dire. The rich guy's jaw dropped in disbelief. It was completely unreal. He had actually defeated the final boss all by himself. This guy had to be a cheater. The rich guy quickly grabbed the team's flag and started calling Sung Jinwoo sir, even offering him water and volunteering to dig for mana crystals with a shovel. Sung Jinwoo watched in surprise. Why the sudden change of heart? But he quickly figured it out. The rich guy probably saw him as the one who saved his life. Just then, a loud bang echoed from the cave entrance. The lizards had appeared. These greedy hunters had locked the two temporary party members in the boss room to monopolize the vast amount of mana crystals. But when they returned, they were shocked to find both of them still alive. The boss is dead? What the hell happened? Was that spider just big and not all that scary? But looking at the rich guy's gear, he could probably handle a C-rank boss. That E-rank punk, on the other hand, would have been useless. The boss was definitely killed by him alone. Maybe his Titan gear has some kind of special effect. Fighting him could be a real pain. They'd looked him up on their phones earlier and found out this kid was the son of a local rich tycoon. After weighing his options, the team leader offered the rich guy a chance to live on the condition that he kill Sung Jinwoo. By killing Sung Jinwoo, the rich guy would become their accomplice. That way, even if he made it out alive, they'd still have something to hold over his head. If he didn't comply, they would both die right here. Faced with the predators who had tried to set him up, the rich guy grimaced and decided to take up his weapon and side with Sung Jinwoo. Seeing that the rich kid wouldn't be swayed by threats, the hunters' faces darkened. They drew their weapons and slowly closed in on Sung Jinwoo and the rich guy. Just then, an emergency quest window appeared. Enemies who wish to kill you are nearby. You must eliminate all of them to ensure your safety. Failure to follow this instruction will result in a corresponding penalty. Number of enemies to be eliminated, 8. While Sung Jinwoo was still processing this, a mage lunged forward and launched a skill at him. With a loud crash, Sung Jinwoo was sent flying several meters into a wall. The rich guy glared at the hunters in fury. "You murderers!" Lying in the rubble, Sung Jinwoo mocked himself. How could I forget? This is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the most brutal competition there is. I was always paralyzed with fear, even after surviving countless dungeons. After recovering, I'd still come back, but I started to think this place was safe. But I was wrong. As long as there are enemies, there is no safety. To survive, I have to kill them. This isn't random or out of goodwill. It's just a requirement from the system. It's not trying to make me stronger. It needs me to be strong. How wonderful. The system uses me, and I use the system. Meanwhile, the hunters were mocking their mage companion. Since when did you get so weak? How embarrassing. You can't even kill one E-ranker. But what they didn't know was that the mage had put everything he had into that last attack, yet Sung Jinwoo was still getting up. Or did he miss? A dark aura emanated from Sung Jinwoo as he spoke to the reckless hunters. You people play around with the lives of others. I trust you're prepared to be hunted yourselves? But they still didn't sense the approaching danger, still jeering at Sung Jinwoo. Who do you think you are? Sung Jinwoo's gaze hardened. I'm asking you, as hunters, are you prepared to be the ones who are hunted? One of the idiots walked up and put a hand on Sung Jinwoo's shoulder. Kid, you really don't seem to get the situation. Sung Jinwoo didn't waste another word on them. He drew his dagger and, in one swift motion, slit the man's throat. The system displayed, one enemy has been eliminated. The hunters were horrified. When did that kid get a dagger? And even if they were being careless, the guy who just died was a D ranker. How could he be killed by someone of a lower rank? Their greed had driven them to murder, which in turn activated Sung Jinwoo's killer instinct quest. He had to eliminate everyone who intended to harm him, or he would be punished by the system. With a single strike, he had taken care of the useless D ranker. Now that he had killed, there was no other choice, because if he didn't kill, he would be the one to die. A primal power exploded within him, turning him into a cold, unfeeling hunting machine. The mage who had triggered his killer quest, still oblivious to his impending doom, launched another attack at Sung Jinwoo. But Sung Jinwoo was already on him, brandishing his dagger with the speed of a ninja and slicing the mage in two right in front of his teammates. The hunters panicked. If a one-on-one fight was impossible, then they would all rush him at once. A warrior with a longsword charged forward, swinging his blade down, but he only struck empty air. Before the man could even react, Sung Jinwoo was right in front of him. Two quick slashes, and the three hunters were in a state of panic. Too fast, impossible to touch. Their bodies wouldn't even move. This kid knows magic too? The rich guy watched in utter disbelief. He was even more terrifying when fighting the boss. In an instant, all the minions had been completely wiped out. The team leader panicked. In a flash, all his subordinates were dead. It turns out he'd been hiding his true strength from the very beginning. The boss must have been killed by him too. After all, the leader was a C-rank expert, and he never felt outmatched even against hunters of the same rank. He activated his enhancement skill, combined it with his defensive gear and shield, and turned himself into a tank with absolute defense. Against that, any amount of speed would be useless. But he didn't know that Sung Jinwoo wasn't just fast, he was also incredibly strong. Such terrifying power. And on top of that, he was constantly leveling up. Lying on the ground, the team leader couldn't believe the defensive system he was so proud of had been shattered. With each slash of the blade, only in his dying moments did he finally realize Sung Jinwoo's horrifying power. He might even be the reawakened individual everyone was talking about. Seeing he couldn't win, he begged Sung Jinwoo to spare his life, offering to pay him. He offered Sung Jinwoo all the mana cores and magic stones in the dungeon, but Sung Jinwoo just stared at him coldly. This is the third time you've tried to kill me, and now you're begging me to spare you? The team leader's face went pale with fear. You think you can get away with this? Didn't you say no one knows what happens inside a dungeon? Does this punk have any idea who my little brother is? Before the team leader could finish his sentence, Sung Jinwoo delivered a single swift slash, ending the scumbag's miserable life, followed by a notification that the final enemy had been eliminated. The system announced the mission was complete, restoring his status and energy, and awarding him stat points. The hunter's greed had led to their own demise, activating Sung Jinwoo's assassin quest. To survive, he had to eliminate them. The news quickly spread to the Hunters Association. A subordinate brought a report to Chief Woo Jin-chul, stating there were 8 fatalities. In a C-rank dungeon, only a D-rank and an E-rank hunter survived. Chief Woo Jin-chul seemed indifferent. Hunters fleeing from dungeons was a common occurrence, but the subordinate said they didn't run. On the contrary, they even defeated the final boss. The D-rank, a guy named Yu Jinho, had expensive equipment, so it was possible for him to take down a C-rank boss. But this boss was a giant spider. It shouldn't have been a threat to an experienced team, yet 8 members died. It was strange. Hearing this, Chief Woo Jin-chul cut straight to the point. Stop beating around the bush. The subordinate revealed that the E-rank survivor was Sung Jinwoo from the double dungeon incident. Hearing that name, Chief Woo Jinchul was slightly surprised, but when they measured Sung Jinwoo's power before, the conclusion was that he was a nobody. He didn't think it was worth wasting any more time on Sung Jinwoo, but when he heard that one of the dead was Hwang Dong-soo's brother, he scowled. Hwang Dong-soo was one of the few elite hunters. Meanwhile, after leaving the dungeon, Sung Jinwoo went home. Although he didn't usually spend much, today he even bought fried chicken and beer to treat himself. He tilted his head back to chug the beer, but a passive skill from the system activated, preventing him from even getting drunk. This was the first passive skill he got after becoming a player. It was the secret reward for the Courage of the Weak quest. Thanks to it, all diseases and poisons had their effects reduced by 20%. Because of that skill, Sung Jinwoo's severed leg had been able to recover. He suddenly remembered the Kasaka's venom fang he had obtained. It offered an additional 20% damage reduction, but at the cost of 35 strength points. Luckily, Sung Jinwoo's poison resistance kicked in again. With that thought, he squeezed the poison gland directly into his mouth. Soon after, the system detected the toxic components and successfully nullified the venom side effects. Just then, the rich kid called, asking Sung Jinwoo to meet him at a coffee shop. Because they had fought side by side, Sung Jinwoo still had a soft spot for the guy. After they escaped the dungeon, the rich kid had given all the mana stones to Sung Jinwoo. He had even protected his life. Thanks to him, Jinwoo was able to live peacefully now. However, the rich kid still thought Sung Jinwoo was a reawakened being, a murderer who killed for sport. He shouldn't have contacted him at all, but he wanted to form his own private raid team. Before he could even finish, Sung Jinwoo turned him down. He wasn't interested in going on raids with some rich heir playing at being a hunter. The rich kid hurriedly said that he just needed to accompany him 19 more times, and he would pay Sung Jinwoo handsomely. Sung Jinwoo warned him, "Dungeons aren't a game. Hunters don't just kill monsters, they kill people too." After witnessing that horrifying scene, you still want to form a team? Or do you want to become a guild master? The rich kid's eyes were filled with determination. To become a guild master, you need to lead 20 raids. If I participate in the remaining 19 and pass the written exam, I can qualify. The reason I want to become a guild master is related to my father's company. He really wants to establish a guild. Although dungeons are dangerous, they hold many treasures. Mana stones and cores are just one part. Monster corpses can also be used as materials. Therefore, everything inside a dungeon is valuable. Major corporations naturally want a piece of the action. If I become a guild master, I can establish a commercial hunters guild. My father wants to hire an S rank to be the guild master. My older brother would be the vice master. It would still be a mixed type guild. Although his brother is very capable, he isn't an awakened being, reawakened, so he can't be the raid leader. Naturally, there's going to be conflict between the leader and vice leader. The rich kid wants to convince his dad by racking up combat experience. To him, Sung Jinwoo is the perfect candidate to form a team with. The mere fact that he could single-handedly defeat a C-rank boss and C-rank hunters without a scratch means he has to be at least a B rank, maybe even higher. Despite his cold and detached exterior, he saved the rich kid and the low-rank hunters from the spider boss and Hwang Dong-soo's hunter-killer squad. And he even flawlessly cleared the party quest with another E-rank hunter, which was a huge benefit for the other guy. Jinwoo's plan to hide his true strength while fighting also desperately needs a support team. The rich kid promises to keep Jinwoo's true power a secret for life. On top of that, he hands Jinwoo a stack of documents. Jinwoo takes a look and is stunned. This young master is so impulsive, offering 2 billion to recruit a teammate. It's unbelievable. The condition is that Jinwoo has to join him for 19 C-rank dungeon raids. Not long ago, Jinwoo couldn't even afford a single weapon to take into a dungeon. To him, this much money is an absolute windfall. Although he's a special case, a double awakened hunter, and he'll reach S rank sooner or later, maybe even higher. At that point, 2 billion will be pocket change, but right now, it's incredibly tempting. Plus, he'd be able to grind monsters and level up freely without a single worry. No matter how you slice it, it's a no-lose deal. He gives the rich kid one condition. Only the two of them will enter the dungeons. The rich kid starts trembling with fear. A full team of C-rankers has a tough time in those dungeons, let alone just 2 people. But guild regulations require at least 10 members to enter a C-rank gate. The 2 of them can't enter alone. Jinwoo suggests using Hwang Dong-soo's method. Just gather enough people to fill the quota and collect the reward. The rich kid is still terrified, saying it's way too dangerous for just 2 people to clear a C-rank dungeon. Jinwoo sighs. Looks like you still don't get it. In other words, As long as we're okay, nobody gets hurt. If we safely clear all 19 raids right from the start, it'll be even better proof of your abilities for your father." Hearing this, the rich kid jolts in realization. The two of them reach an agreement. The rich kid goes to recruit the remaining members, while Jinwoo goes for a run, lost in thought, not even realizing he's completed his daily quest, and run an extra kilometer. The system even logs the extra distance. This piques Jinwoo's curiosity. He stretches and keeps running, discovering that once he doubles the required amount, the system points stop increasing. In that case, I'll just double the running portion, too. News of his older brother's death in the dungeon reaches Hwang Dong-soo, and he furiously crushes the phone in his hand. He knew his useless brother's personality perfectly. There's no way that guy would risk his own life to save someone weaker, especially since those two weren't even on their team. They were definitely lured into a trap and murdered by those two. He orders his assistant to clear his schedule. He needs to make an urgent trip back home to meet these two killers. The assistant says he still has too much work, and the earliest he'll be free is in 2 months. He furiously rips up the documents in his hands, a savage look on his face. I hope those two are still alive in 2 months. D-rank Hunter Yu Jin-ho and E-rank Hunter Sung Jinwoo. After completing double his daily quest, Jinwoo unlocks a hidden quest and receives 3 rewards. For the third reward, he has to choose one of 2 options. After much hesitation, he picks the cursed random box and receives an S-rank item, the key to the demon's castle. He goes to the designated location, inserts the key, and the gate to an S-rank dungeon slowly creaks open. He steps inside a place that looks like hell, with flames raging everywhere. He can feel that his odds of survival in here are practically 0, but he still wants to enter to find out just how strong he's become. If his life is truly in danger, he'll just use his Hearthstone to get out. Before he gets far, he encounters the first creature of the S-rank dungeon. It's another red hellhound. Jinwoo's expression turns grim. This is the first time he's ever seen a red-named monster. One slip-up could cost him his life. Just how terrifying are S-rank dungeons. There was an island that was once completely leveled, turning the entire place into a monster habitat, uninhabitable by humans. Even a full raid party of S-rank hunters isn't guaranteed to conquer an S-rank gate. With the current power level of the hunter world, not even the government can control S-rank gates. They can't possibly predict the dangers posed by S-rank monsters. Yet here, Sung Jinwoo is, walking into an S-rank dungeon all by himself, because he's desperate to know if his iron-hard body and his one-hit kill strength can even put a dent in these things. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. Jinwoo charges forward, his dagger a blur, as he lands multiple hits on the monster. He even activates his passive skill, Wolf Hunter, along with Sprint and Killer's Aura. But after a relentless barrage of attacks, not only has he failed to injure it, he's only managed to piss off the Hellhound. The 3-headed beast drags its massive body and lunges at Jinwoo. He nimbly leaps onto its head and stabs at its eye, but the system reports that the monster feels no pain. The monster opens its enormous maw, whips its head around, and launches an attack at Jinwoo. The horrifying power sends him flying, slamming him into a wall before he collapses into a heap of rubble. Struggling, his health bar plummets. The system would constantly send out warnings to help the player avoid dying in dangerous situations. And since Sung Jinwoo was the only player, the system would be heartbroken if he died. So Sung Jinwoo quickly decided to take advantage of the system. If the system was going to use him, he would devour the system. He used his reward to instantly restore his status. A brilliant flash of light temporarily blinded the hound. When it recovered, Sung Jinwoo had already grabbed it, twisting it a full 360 degrees and snapping one of its necks. He then leaped up and used his short sword to pierce the remaining 2 heads. He let out a furious roar of destruction, and with that, he defeated the gatekeeper beast. He leveled up consecutively, receiving a dungeon key, a piece of equipment which he immediately put on, and one of the hound's fangs. Through this battle, Sung Jinwoo also came to understand the power of an S-rank dungeon. Even the gatekeeper hound gave him this much trouble. With his current strength, going inside would be nothing short of suicide. He would have to wait until he was stronger before he had any right to open this door. A grizzled old man in the monitoring division building, after hearing that no one knew what had transpired inside the dungeon, sought out this young man. He threw $1 billion in cash on the table, trying to buy him off to help kill someone to get rid of some annoying bugs. For the young man, it wasn't a big deal, but when they went into the dungeon together, there could be other hunters besides the bugs. So the young man demanded another 500 million. In this world, reaching B rank already made you a high-level hunter who would be courted by many major guilds. But as a B rank, he chose a minor job in the monitoring division. That's because, for him, killing people was more interesting than killing monsters. Whether by chance or by fate, the team that had once gone through life and death together was now reunited by a summons from the association. Sung Jinwoo was a completely changed man. Old Man Song had lost an arm, the naive and timid Miss Juhee was there, and that cowardly bastard Mr. Kim, who had abandoned the team, had also returned. Seeing Sung Jinwoo, Juhee's eyes filled with tears, unable to believe he had survived after fighting the statue of God. His appearance had changed so much. Even his lost leg had grown back. What in the world had happened? Before Sung Jinwoo could explain, he was cut off by a sound. A car approached from a distance, and several shackled criminals stepped out. They rudely taunted Sung Jinwoo, telling him to get out of the way. Just then, a man exuding a powerful aura appeared from behind, cutting off the criminals' actions. The man's appearance immediately made them behave. The assistant in charge of this mission had arrived late, informing Sung Jinwoo that this time he would be teaming up with a group of convicts. These criminals had also been hunters in the past. They could reduce their sentences by participating in the work crew. The reason they needed criminals to help clear dungeons was because the job of a hunter was too dangerous, leading to fewer and fewer people entering the profession. This was an unavoidable reality. To monitor the criminals' activities, the association's monitoring division would send a high-ranking officer along. Since all the criminals were C rank, the supervisor this time was a B rank hunter. To defeat a B rank hunter, it would take at least 10 C rank hunters. Sung Jinwoo's expression turned serious. The appearance of Kang Taishik gave him a bad feeling. He told Juhee to back out of this raid, but having just been reunited with Sung Jinwoo, Juhee didn't want to lose him again and decided to go with him. Mr. Song stood to the side, basking in the light from Kang Taishik's headlights. He unlocked the criminals' shackles, walked up to Mr. Song, and told them not to worry. He said he would keep a close eye on the prisoners, and then asked who would be the party leader this time. Despite his past failure, Mr. Song bravely took on the role of leader, but he still turned to ask for Sung Jinwoo's opinion. Sung Jinwoo agreed without a moment's hesitation. Mr. Song bowed 90 degrees, thanking him for giving him another chance. His wrong decision in the past had led to the deaths of 11 teammates. It was only thanks to Sung Jinwoo's quick thinking that the remaining 6 were saved. He turned to Mr. Kim, his voice dripping with contempt. "I'm the leader. You got a problem with that?" Mr. Kim turned his head away, feigning disdain. And so, the party was split into 3 groups. 2 men ready to abandon their comrades in a crisis, 3 criminals and their supervisor Kang Taishik, and Mr. Song, Sung Jinwoo, and Juhee. They slowly stepped into the mysterious dungeon. The wheels of fate had started turning once again. What was this? Why would the association put criminals and hunters on the same team? The way they fought monsters was brutal. For a moment, Mr. Song couldn't tell who were the men and who were the monsters. A blue goblin rushed forward to sneak attack Mr. Song, but he countered with a burst of flame. Even with one arm, his power hadn't diminished. He even had time to spare to criticize Mr. Kim's swordsmanship, saying it was the same as ever. Mr. Kim shot back, "And you still love being the leader, just like old times." What surprised Mr. Song the most was Sung Jinwoo's complete transformation since their last meeting. He used to be a mess, but now he was confident and at ease. In contrast, Juhee seemed to be deteriorating, frightened by even a goblin. It seemed the girl hadn't escaped the trauma of that day. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to keep being a hunter. What a waste. After clearing the small fry at the entrance, they discovered 3 paths. The supervisor suggested splitting into 3 groups to reduce the time spent fighting monsters. He would lead the criminals down the right path, and if the others found the final boss, they should come and inform him. Sung Jinwoo noticed Kang Taishik suddenly exuding a strange, threatening aura, which heightened his sense of unease. Sung Jinwoo could feel that the final boss was at the end of the path he was on. Killing goblins no longer gave him any experience. Only by killing the boss would he gain more EXP. But what worried Sung Jinwoo more was the unpredictable man, Kang Taishik. He and 3 criminals were in a hallway, clearing out monsters with just a few slashes. Looking at the ugly, rotting corpses of the blue monsters, he felt sick. To him, people and monsters were no different, just a bunch of disgusting bugs. He asked the criminals, "You can even kill children, can't you?" The criminals looked at him blankly, finding the question completely pointless. Kang Taishik continued, From now on, you're going to meet 100 children. They're starving, and they'll eat you alive. Could you kill them? This time, the criminals answered in unison. Of course we could. Gang Tae-shik's expression changed, a bizarre smile spreading across his face. He told the criminals, "Inside this dungeon, I can just tell the Hunters Association that you all ran into a pack of vicious blue monsters." In another corridor, Mr. Kim's group also encountered the blue monsters. They hoped nothing would go wrong this time. After it was all over, they planned to sincerely apologize to Sung Jinwoo. They felt racked with guilt for running away last time, leaving him and Joo-hee behind. They would use this chance to give a heartfelt apology, and it wouldn't matter if he accepted it or not. With that said, Mr. Kim pressed forward. They discovered another dungeon entrance, and what they saw when they stepped inside left them horrified. Gang Tae-shik was assassinating the criminals inside the cave. The life of a hunter was both dangerous and alluring, because here, any illegal act could go undetected. He drew the dagger from his belt and finished off the last man with his right hand. In the next corridor, Sung Jinwoo heard the agonizing screams. He sensed a powerful killing intent. They rushed toward the source of the sound. Just as he exited the cave entrance, Sung Jinwoo caught Gang Tae-shik in the middle of a sneak attack. Gang Tae-shik was shocked that Jinwoo saw right through his move. His hand trembled, and he pulled away from Sung Jinwoo. He looked at Jinwoo in disbelief, stunned that he could block the surprise attack he was so proud of. What a sharp one. Gang Tae-shik had originally planned to eliminate Joo-hee first, but Sung Jinwoo had ruined his plan. But to him, it didn't matter. They would all die by his hand in the end, just like Mr. Kim, now lying on the ground. Seeing Mr. Kim on the verge of death, Sung Jinwoo frantically told Joo-hee to heal him, but it was useless. Mr. Kim's wounds were too severe. Not even God could save him now. Sung Jinwoo screamed in desperation. "You have to survive. You said you would live for your family. You have to fight until the very last second. Only then will I have a reason to hate you." Mr. Kim had wanted to bow his head and give a sincere apology, but if he bowed his head now, he would collapse instantly. He used the last of his strength to whisper the 3 words he had kept locked in his heart. "I'm sorry." Then, his head slumped, and he left this world. Sung Jinwoo was stunned. This was what he had longed to hear, but he never expected it would be under these circumstances. He furiously wanted to find Gang Tae-shik for revenge, but Mr. Song held him back. Even though Sung Jinwoo was stronger than before, he didn't want to let him risk his life. Their opponent was a B-rank hunter. Even a C-rank skill-based hunter wouldn't stand a chance. On top of that, he was an assassin type, with speed that far surpassed Mr. Song's. However, Mr. Song was no pushover. Although he was a C-rank mage, what he truly excelled at was swordsmanship. Even S-rank hunters had called him a brutal master of the sword. But after more than 10 years of dedicated sword training, he awakened as a mage. That was why he used his identity as a mage to conquer dungeons. He picked up Mr. Kim's sword. He advanced toward Gang Tae-shik and had Joo-hee cast a buff on him. Empowered by the B-rank buff, he was overflowing with strength. Gang Tae-shik mocked Mr. Song. "Just a low-level mage dares to fight me in close combat? Physical enhancement spells are useless for a mage." But right now, Mr. Song was effectively a close-range mage. This was a growth system. Whenever someone showed killing intent towards Sung Jinwoo, it would automatically trigger a quest to eliminate all those with such intent. Failure meant his heart would stop. For once, Sung Jinwoo was grateful for that stupid setting. It gave him one more reason to kill Gang Tae-shik. With a whoosh, he vanished on the spot and reappeared right in front of Gang Tae-shik. Gang Tae-shik was ecstatic. It was the first time he'd met a worthy opponent, someone even faster than him. He was so fast that Tae-shik couldn't keep up, and Sung Jinwoo landed a clean slash, blood loss and paralysis. But due to his high resistance, the passive effects only lasted for a moment before disappearing. A single strike was enough to get him excited. Suddenly, before Sung Jinwoo's eyes, Gang Tae-shik's body began to fade. He eventually turned into a wisp of smoke, completely vanishing from Sung Jinwoo's sight, yet he could still attack. Luckily, Sung Jinwoo had incredible senses. Even if he couldn't see him, he could still feel him. This was Gang Tae-shik's stealth skill. It could erase his form, sound, and scent. Among the few assassin-type hunters, only a rare handful possessed this skill. No one knew Gang Tae-shik had this skill, because everyone who had ever witnessed it was already dead. Asterisk. Swoosh. Asterisk. Gang Tae-shik landed a slash on Sung Jinwoo, severing the tendons in his leg. Joo-hee was too far away to heal him in time. She wanted to run over, but Gang Tae-shik threatened her with his dagger, scaring her into freezing on the spot. Gang Tae-shik let out a satisfied smile. He thought he had already won, but in the next moment, Sung Jinwoo healed his own wound, leaving Gang Tae-shik completely stunned. He thought Sung Jinwoo was an assassin type like himself. He never imagined he could use healing magic, or was he just putting on an act to test him? So, he continued to lurk around Sung Jinwoo, waiting for an opportunity. When he thought the time was right, Sung Jinwoo seemed to predict his every move and swung his sword. If he had taken one more step, his head would have been sliced clean off. It turned out Sung Jinwoo could really sense his presence. He wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was even more excited. Killing bugs is satisfying, but killing someone strong is thrilling. He decided to go all out, using his fastest speed and greatest strength. But Sung Jinwoo was like a prophet, anticipating his every attack. Gang Tae-shik finally understood that while he could hide his body, he couldn't hide his killing intent. Once he revealed it, Sung Jinwoo would instantly sense it. He had to be faster than Sung Jinwoo to break this stalemate. Just as Gang Tae-shik lunged in front of Sung Jinwoo, Jinwoo's eyes shot open, and he activated his intimidation skill. Instantly, Gang Tae-shik's entire body froze, as if something was clinging to his feet. He looked up in terror to see a pair of colossal, dark eyes staring down at him. Suddenly, his body convulsed, pulling him back to reality. Sung Jinwoo's short sword had already pierced through his chest. He had lost, which meant he had to die. Those were the rules. But before he died, he still wanted to know just what kind of person Sung Jinwoo was. He wasn't even surprised that Sung Jinwoo, a fighter, could use healing spells, or even simple magic. Sung Jinwoo told him emotionlessly, "If I told you I get stronger every single time I fight, how strong do you think I can become?" Gang Tae-shik saw Sung Jinwoo's shadow stretch out, stretching until it merged with the darkness behind him, and he would become as powerful as that darkness itself. Just a few days ago, he couldn't even defeat an E-rank monster, and now, he had single-handedly taken down a B-rank assassin. Every battle made him stronger, and with each increase in strength, something inside of him was slowly breaking down. Joo-hee and Mr. Song had once again been saved by Sung Jinwoo. Mr. Song suggested they go outside and report the incident to the association, but Sung Jinwoo told them to seal the gate first. He wanted to deal with the final boss himself. Having witnessed Sung Jinwoo's power, Mr. Song knew the final boss would be nothing to him. He didn't say anything else and led Joo-hee outside to contact the association. Sung Jinwoo pulled the short sword from Gang Tae-shik's chest. A green stone was glowing on his chest. The system prompted him to shatter the stone, to absorb the stealth skill. For Sung Jinwoo, this was a heaven-sent treasure. He walked over to the bodies of the other criminals and said to one, "I know you're still alive. Stop playing dead. Get up." The criminal struggled to his feet. Gang Tae-shik hadn't killed him instantly, but had only slit his throat, leaving him to suffer, unable to scream, and slowly bleed out. Sung Jinwoo pulled the man to his feet. He thought Sung Jinwoo was saving him, but instead of heading for the exit, he turned back towards the boss room. When the doors opened, the criminal's eyes filled with horror. A giant goblin, a blue goblin, and a horde of goblin younglings were staring right at him. Sung Jinwoo leaned against the door and said coldly, "Do you remember the people you harmed? You're even worse than Gang Tae-shik. Why would I let a piece of trash like you walk out of here?" The criminal trembled in fear. The monsters stared at him, drool dripping from their mouths. They swarmed forward, tearing him to pieces. His blood-curdling screams echoed through the great hall. After that, Sung Jinwoo easily defeated the dungeon boss, the giant goblin, and its minions. Mr. Song and Joo-hee, who had left the dungeon first, reported the situation inside to an agent from the surveillance department. Realizing it was a major incident, the agent immediately reported it to his superiors. The person who received the report quickly arrived at the scene. Coincidentally, the man in charge of this case was none other than the chief of the surveillance department. One detail made him suspicious. Gang Tae-shik was hired to kill someone, but he ended up being killed instead. There should have been bodies at the scene, but they had sealed the gate, which meant they were trying to hide something. When he arrived, he saw Sung Jinwoo, whose appearance had changed so much he almost didn't recognize him. Sung Jinwoo remembered this man too. He was that agent from the surveillance department. Back then, he hadn't realized how powerful the man was, radiating an incredible aura. He was an A rank, someone Sung Jinwoo was no match for at his current level. The chief apologized for the trouble his men had caused. Then, Chief Woo Jin-chul asked bluntly, "Who was it that killed the B-rank hunter, Gang Tae-shik?" Sung Jinwoo felt he couldn't hide his reawakening anymore, and would unfortunately have to give up on his deal with the rich guy. The deal required him to be a strong but low-ranked hunter. But just then, Mr. Song stepped forward and said, It was me. I killed Kang Tae-shik. Chief Woo Jin-chul didn't believe him. How could a C-rank hunter kill a B-rank hunter? Mr. Song pointed to Juhee. I had the support of the healer, Miss Juhee. Chief Woo Jin-chul said doubtfully. With proper support, it's plausible that you could defeat Kang Tae-shik. But that guy didn't even understand his own limits, let alone a one-armed C-rank hunter. But the truth of this matter will come out sooner or later. He told Mr. Song to go with them to help complete the investigation report. Before he left, Sung Jinwoo called out to Mr. Song, curious as to why he had covered for him. Mr. Song smiled. Consider it a small way of repaying my debt to you. Chief Woo Jin-chul said to Sung Jinwoo, I don't believe an E-rank hunter like you could kill the B-rank hunter Kang Tae-shik, because I see no reason to suspect you might be a reawakened hunter. However, I'll still give you a piece of advice. Be careful in everything you do. That's how you'll live a long life. Sung Jinwoo couldn't grasp the meaning behind his words. Chief Woo Jin-chul was warning him about the prior attack on Hwang Dong-su's team. Only you and one D-rank hunter survived. Hwang Dong-su. He's probably got his eyes on you now. The truth of what happened doesn't matter. What matters is that times survived, and when it comes to an S-rank hunter, even the law can't touch them. Their very existence is both a miracle and a catastrophe. You need to be careful. For all you know, a monster that even other monsters fear could be watching you right now. After clearing the C-rank gate, Juhee asked to meet with Jinwoo alone. She sighed, remarking on how much he'd changed, while she had stayed exactly the same. Ever since escaping that double dungeon, she'd tried to overcome her trauma, but she just couldn't shake it. As a B rank, she should have been in A rank parties, or C rank at the very least. But instead, she chose to raid with D and E rankers. It was because of that choice that she was able to see Jinwoo so often, to be there to heal him. She remembered when they first met. He was always times getting hurt. She even found him annoying at first, thought he was an idiot. But every single time, Jinwoo survived. The fire in his eyes seemed to scream that he would live, no matter what. But now, she couldn't bring herself to look into those eyes anymore. She took out a magic core, the one from the deal they'd made in their moment of greatest desperation. Now that the deal was complete, she could return his share. Juhee told him she was planning to quit being a hunter and move back to her hometown. She even told Jinwoo he could visit any time and that she'd treat him to some fresh sashimi. As he took the magic core, Jinwoo made another promise with her. Juhee smiled and said her goodbyes. Jinwoo just watched as her figure slowly faded into the distance. Jinwoo clenched the magic core in his hand. He now had one more reason to grow stronger. He had to surpass that S-rank hunter before the bastard found him. As per their deal, he and the rich kid arrived at a C-rank gate. A motley crew of hunters recruited by the kid was already waiting there. Some were sick, others were alcoholics, there was even a kid. They all had hunter licenses, but for one reason or another, they couldn't work as hunters anymore. But it didn't matter, as long as they stayed outside. The rich kid explained that by law, a C-rank gate requires a minimum of 10 hunters in the party to enter. So, he'd hired them all, just to meet the head count. All they had to do was stand there, and after he and Jinwoo cleared the dungeon, everyone would get a $30,000 bonus. The only condition was to keep quiet about what they saw. Anyone who blabbed would be fined 10 times the bonus amount. What Jinwoo couldn't figure out, though, was the rich kid's choice of gear. He was decked out in a ridiculously bulky set of custom-made armor from an overseas craftsman, but all it took was a light poke from Jinwoo's finger to send him toppling over like a turtle on its back. Forget fighting monsters. The guy could barely even move. At Jinwoo's insistence, he took off the armor, leaving on just the helmet. The other hunters started murmuring amongst themselves. Those two didn't look very strong. What if they get themselves killed in a C-rank gate? Are we supposed to rescue them? Whatever, not our problem. As long as we get paid, who cares? But among the crowd, one person recognized Jinwoo as the infamous world's weakest hunter. The alcoholic hunter sighed. So young, so reckless. That kind of youthful arrogance can get an entire party wiped out. A short while later, the rich kid came running out in a panic. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky for him, he made it out alive. But then, someone noticed the gate. It was starting to close. They hadn't run away. They'd actually killed the boss. And now, they were heading to the next gate. They were planning to clear a total of 3 dungeons today. No one could believe their eyes. They just cleared a C-rank gate, and they're already forming another raid party? The stamina on those two is insane. Just who the hell are they? Meanwhile, at the White Tiger Guild headquarters, a junior staff member reported to his chief that someone had just spent $15 million on the raiding permit for a C-rank gate. And lately, Every C-rank gate that's popped up has been bought out instantly, leaving none of our guild's raid teams with a dungeon to clear. Permits that used to go for 400,000 were now being snatched up for 1.5 million. The raid leader was listed as Yu Jinho, the second son of the Eugene construction chairman. Even for a hobby, this was getting excessive. But then, a different name on the roster caught his eye, Sung Jinwoo. Being a sharp guy, he immediately recalled the double dungeon incident from a few months back. One of the only two survivors was Sung Jinwoo. Now, this times was getting interesting. He shot up from his desk and yelled to the entire office, "Everyone, drop what you're doing and pull up everything you can find on these two." Accidents happen in dungeons from time to time. Surviving one is considered lucky, but Sung Jinwoo had survived 3 accidents in a row. First, there was the double dungeon incident. Second, the attack by Hwang Dong-soo. And third, the assassination attempt by hunters from the association's surveillance team. It turns out Jinwoo and the rich kid met during that second incident. What's interesting about the rich kid is that his father, Chairman Yu Myung-han, is rumored to be starting his own guild and scouting for talented hunters. That would certainly explain his son's recent activities. And the talented hunter he's scouting just so happens to be a hunter named Sung Jinwoo, the same hunter who's been clearing C-rank gates with incredible speed. When you connect all the dots, it points to one thing. Sung Jinwoo is very likely a reawakened hunter. That's the only way to explain how he survived those 3 accidents. The official report on the third incident says a C-rank mage and a B-rank mage teamed up to take down the B-rank assassin. But anyone with half a brain knows that story is full of holes. When it comes to team fights, an assassin class hunter might not be as strong as other classes. But when it comes to one-on-one fights, assassins have the upper hand. And a basic rule for any hunter is to always take out the female mage first. Even an idiot knows that. In short, in this battle, a C-rank hunter like Song had absolutely no chance of winning. And the survivors at the time, besides the C-rank hunter and the B-rank female mage, also included the E-rank hunter, Sung Jinwoo. All suspicion fell on him. A reawakening is incredibly rare. Whoever gets that information first is bound to cause a massive stir. That's why the chief was desperate for this scoop. Inside a C-rank dungeon, a few monsters trembled in fear of the enemy before them. An enemy who could vanish in the blink of an eye. And the moment Sung Jinwoo reappeared was the moment of the monster's death. The rich kid helping out nearby watched him in disbelief, feeling like Sung Jinwoo was hiding so many secrets he knew nothing about. And it seemed like he was getting stronger every time he saw him. By killing monsters, Sung Jinwoo had leveled up quite a bit. He also got many interesting skills, especially the stealth skill he took from Kang Tae-shik. Even though he kind of hated the guy, the skill was amazing. Its effect was much better than his other skills. It's just a shame the duration was too short and it burned through mana too quickly. He hadn't planned on raising his intelligence stat at first, but now he had to increase his mana. He also gained a vital points skill. Activating it allowed him to quickly find a monster's weak spots. He could take down monsters in just a few moves. Just then, the system announced he'd reached the required level for a class change. Sung Jinwoo was a little surprised. He didn't expect this. When the chief arrived, the scene before him was confusing. Yellow caution tape was hung around the gate, but the hunters were just casually having a barbecue outside. Just as he was about to step inside, a young hunter stopped him. He told the kid to get away, that it was dangerous here. But from the young man, he learned that they were all members of the raid party. The only 2 people who actually went into the C-rank dungeon were Sung Jinwoo and the rich kid. The chief smiled, satisfied. Just as he'd suspected, Sung Jinwoo really was a rare genius. At that moment, Jinwoo, having just finished clearing the dungeon, walked out of the gate. He asked the rich kid what the team's schedule was for tomorrow. He had something he needed to do and wanted to free up some time. The rich kid said everything was already booked, but if it was urgent, they could just cancel. Once a gate is reserved, it'll disappear if no one enters within 2 days. Jinwoo thought canceling would be a waste of money, so he told the rich kid to just keep the reservation for now. That's when the chief walked up and greeted Sung Jinwoo. The White Tiger Guild is one of the top guilds in the country. Sung Jinwoo had come to the White Tiger Guild headquarters by invitation. The chief got straight to the point, offering to recruit him at double the standard salary. He even said they could raise it if that wasn't enough. With an offer like this, the chief was confident he had this in the bag. The Sung Jinwoo from 2 months ago, the E-ranker, would have been overjoyed, but the number Sung Jinwoo gave him made the chief break out in a cold sweat. 4 billion. The chief thought he was luring Jinwoo in with double the White Tiger Guild's standard rate. but he had no idea that even selling the entire White Tiger building wouldn't be enough to hire Sung Jinwoo, because the rich kid had already made a staggering offer of 2 billion. Hearing that number, the chief completely lost his composure. Just how strong was this guy that Yu Myung-han would offer such insane terms? Seeing the chief's doubt, Sung Jinwoo spoke. "If you think I'm bluffing, you can verify it right now." He pulled out his phone. The chief hurriedly stopped him, drenched in a cold sweat. So, it wasn't a bluff. A sum that large was far beyond his authority. He would need to discuss it with the guild's leadership. Seeing that the chief couldn't make the call, Sung Jinwoo got up to leave. But in the moment he turned away, a thought struck him. How did the chief know his secret? Someone must have been investigating him behind his back. In an instant, he vanished from where he stood and reappeared right beside the chief. Blood trickled from a cut, and the chief broke out in a cold sweat. He understood then. The reawakening, combined with that stealth ability, that was what was worth Yu Myung-han's insane offer. He trembled as he said to Sung Jinwoo, I know you don't like people looking into you. I had no intention of investigating you behind your back. It's just that the clear speed for C-rank dungeons in our guild's territory was too slow. I was forced to investigate for the sake of the guild's operations. And you survived 3 major incidents. Even without proof, I was certain you had reached the level of a high-rank hunter. You only escaped safely because you reawakened. Yu Jinho just happened to discover your true strength when you joined one of his parties. So he's hiring you, just like I am now, to help his father recruit people for his own guild. Thinking it through like that, it all makes sense. That's why I came to you, Sung Jinwoo asked the chief. Besides you, who else knows about me? The chief said that right now, only he and one of his subordinates knew. Jinwoo then realized that he and the rich kid had been clearing so many gates that they'd inevitably attracted attention. He told the chief, I don't want anyone else finding out about me. If I hear any rumors about myself, I'll know it's your responsibility. According to regulations, the chief was supposed to report to the guild master, but he didn't want to die, so he agreed to keep Sung Jinwoo's secret. Sung Jinwoo suddenly teleported and appeared. It seems our non-stop conquering of C-rank dungeons has started to impact the White Tiger Guild's bottom line, but honestly, that's their problem. We have no intention of stopping anytime soon. This is getting complicated. We don't have any gates left to train our new hunters, and we can't just send them into high-rank gates. Sung Jinwoo calmly proposed, you could make a deal with me. What kind of deal? I can transfer the raid permits for 3 C-rank gates to you, but the offer's only good for today. The chief knew Sung Jinwoo was jacking up the price, but it wasn't like he was the only one with C-rank gates. The guild could still send their new hunters to train elsewhere. It would just risk conflicts with other major guilds. After thinking it over, he accepted the deal and asked Sung Jinwoo for the price. Jinwoo shot back instantly, 200 million each. The chief was stunned. Even with all the magic cores and artifacts, a C-rank gate was only worth about 120 million. 200 million was way too expensive. He demanded Sung Jinwoo drop the price to 120 million, but Jinwoo's expression quickly turned cheerful. 3 C-rank gates for a total of 360 million. We have a deal. The easy concession left the chief completely baffled. Sung Jinwoo handed him a potion. After drinking it, the chief's wounds healed instantly, and then Jinwoo left. A subordinate ran over in a panic, asking what just happened. The chief, still in shock, said, it seems we've run into someone far stronger than we ever imagined. That guy called to report that Sung Jinwoo had received a transfer of 360 million. He was shocked, wondering what tycoon Jinwoo had just sold to. Back at the association office, the chief was in a total daze. His subordinate told him that the association had plenty of other C-rank gates. The price was less than 60,000, and that guy hadn't reserved a single one. The chief suddenly realized he'd been completely played. Not only had he failed to recruit Sung Jinwoo, but he'd been scammed by him. He was furious, wondering if Jinwoo wasn't afraid of the consequences. Just then, he received a text from an unknown number. This is Sung Jinwoo. Consider us even for you digging into my background. The chief had to admit he'd just been schooled by a kid, and even though he failed to recruit him this time, and even got scammed out of a chunk of money, he at least managed to get his phone number. After all, the ultimate goal was still to recruit Sung Jinwoo. The money he spent today was nothing to the White Tiger Guild. He'd probably get an earful from the guild master, but it was fine. Sung Jinwoo found a secluded spot to open the system dungeon. He cracked his knuckles. This whole deal was specifically to open the gate for his class change. He couldn't wait to see what kind of monsters were waiting inside. This game was finally getting real. Everyone's changed their class in a video game, but have you ever seen a real-life version of a class change quest? I'm sure anyone who's ever run a dungeon knows that once you hit a certain level, The system prompts you to complete a class change quest, and our hero is about to experience just that. The moment he stepped through the gate, he saw a knight with a longsword charging at him. It swung its sword relentlessly at Jinwoo. He dodged and unleashed a flurry of attacks, but they didn't do any significant damage. Luckily, this thing wasn't very strong. Its armor was just too thick for his dagger to pierce. On top of that, it was slow. Its attack power was weak, and its only real strength was its defense. It swung its sword in a wide arc, which seemed to leave a lot of openings. Jinwoo had dealt with enemies his daggers couldn't penetrate before. He grabbed the knight's head and snapped its neck with a single twist. He then realized the suit of armor was completely empty inside. Just like in a normal dungeon, he'd have to defeat the final boss to get out. The only difference was that here, he couldn't use any recovery items. This was a huge disadvantage for Jinwoo, since his two most useful skills, stealth and vital stab, both consumed a ton of mana. No way to recover his status and no way out. It looked like this class change quest wasn't going to be simple at all. Suddenly, Sung Jinwoo remembered he hadn't done his daily quest yet. He originally thought the class change quest would be over quickly. He planned to do it later that night, but now the situation was unpredictable. If it was like last time, he'd be punished by the system once the clock struck midnight. He had to finish this class change quest as fast as possible to escape this godforsaken place. Just then, more knights appeared behind him. Sung Jinwoo threw his torch, then slammed his fist down, taking out several of them at once. He then leaped up, and with a whoosh, sliced off another knight's head. He put the last one in a chokehold, a flawless move to cleanly dispatch the surrounding enemies. Good items dropped from the knights' corpses. Sung Jinwoo picked up a high-grade knight's chestplate and equipped it. The armor molded to his body, highlighting his defined physique. He also found a money pouch with 30,000 gold coins. Just as he was about to open it, he flinched. He whipped his dagger around and stabbed behind him, revealing a knight that had been trying to sneak up on him. Before he could even be surprised, a fireball came flying at him. He turned to see a mage holding a staff, its hands glowing. Sung Jinwoo was all too familiar with these two skill sets. They belonged to the hunters from the two previous incidents. It felt like he was reliving his past battles. Sung Jinwoo suddenly felt that this dungeon was going to be even harder than he thought. The monsters were diverse, and each type corresponded to a different attribute. The knights were strength, the assassins were agility, the archers were dexterity, and the mages were intelligence. Any weakness a person has makes fighting monsters that much harder, and Sung Jinwoo's weakest stat was intelligence. Now, he could only conserve as much mana as possible for the final boss. And there was another problem. As time went on, his fatigue value was steadily increasing. Sung Jinwoo had to end this fight quickly. The longer it dragged on, the worse his chances became. He sat on the ground, trying to recover from his exhaustion, when suddenly, an arrow shot toward him. Luckily, Sung Jinwoo saw it in time and snatched it out of the air. Looking up, he saw several more monsters appear, giving him absolutely no time to rest. After another battle, he wiped out all the minions in the area. This time, he was lucky enough to get a water potion. One gulp was enough to offer some relief to his exhausted body. By clearing out countless minions, he had gained quite a few levels and some useful gear. However, even after leveling up so much, he still couldn't sense the true power of the being behind the door. He gently pushed open the door to the final boss room. A blast of cold air flooded out from within, sending a shiver down Sung Jinwoo's spine. Torches spontaneously lit up, illuminating the entire grand hall. At the far end of the hall was a solemn throne, and then he appeared. His eyes, ears, hands, feet, every one of his senses remembered this feeling. It was just like back in the double dungeon. That suffocating aura radiating from the knight's red armor was a testament to its power. It was so strong that just facing it was enough to make you tremble. And its name was as red as its body, a red name, indicating a monster whose power far surpassed Sung Jinwoo's. But he had to defeat this knight guarding the throne to earn the right to sit on it. The creature charged at him, brandishing a golden sword. A single swing seemed powerful enough to shatter the heavens and the earth. It was on a completely different level from those lackeys. One of its strikes dealt 999 damage. Sung Jinwoo lunged, stabbing at its body with his dagger, but he couldn't even pierce its armor. The knight continued to swing its golden sword, smashing it down on Sung Jinwoo. A cloud of dust flew everywhere, and from within it, a golden glint shot out. The sword flew out from the smoke, but luckily, Jinwoo reacted fast enough to dodge the blade. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. This thing was truly a perfect knight. Its speed, power, and defense were all at the absolute peak. Its strength was far beyond his imagination. Knowing his dagger was useless, Sung Jinwoo put it away. This type of monster could only be defeated with raw, brutal strength. Jinwoo unequipped his weapons. The knight stabbed its sword into the ground, unfastened its cloak and tossed it aside, then pulled out a dagger from its back and threw that down too, before cracking its knuckles. It stood opposite Jinwoo, now bare-handed, leaving Jinwoo stunned. He never expected this thing to have such a strong sense of knightly honor. Turns out, he was just being looked down on. The Red Knight lunged at Sung Jinwoo with incredible speed. Before Jinwoo could even react, the knight had him by the collar. It grabbed his helmet and slammed him violently into the wall. The impact was so forceful, it left a dent. Before he could recover, the Red Knight landed a heavy punch on Jinwoo. Apparently enjoying it, the knight threw another punch. As the booming impacts echoed, Sung Jinwoo barely managed to escape the brutal onslaught. He felt an aching pain all over his body. Even though he was wearing a full set of armor, he had still lost 500 health. Without that armor, the consequences would have been unthinkable. This thing was this terrifying even without a weapon. How was he supposed to defeat it? Since he couldn't surpass it in strength, he'd have to try speed. If he was fast enough, the Red Knight wouldn't be able to catch him. After a series of attacks, Sung Jinwoo appeared right in front of the knight, but to his shock, it had anticipated his every move. It drove its elbow straight into Jinwoo's forehead. Panicked, Jinwoo raised his hands to block, only to be thrown backward. The knight unleashed a continuous barrage of punches on Sung Jinwoo, moving at an incredible speed like a thousand-handed god. But while humans make mistakes, machines do not. A miscalculation of a mere 0.01 meters was all it took for the knight to catch him. With a thud, Sung Jinwoo was sent tumbling across the floor. Luckily, when his health dropped below 30%, his passive skill activated, reducing all incoming damage by 50% and allowing Jinwoo to recover quickly. Using his momentum, he managed to land a kick on the knight's face, but it had no effect whatsoever. The knight glanced down, grabbed Sung Jinwoo's leg, and threw a punch with its other hand. With a crash, the fist descended on Jinwoo, slamming him into the wall behind the throne before he fell, landing perfectly seated upon it. So, this is the true power of a class change boss. It's terrifying. Even without a weapon, its speed and strength far surpassed his own. The Red Knight stepped in front of him. It raised its hand, and the sword stuck in the ground flew into its grasp. It swung the blade down towards Sung Jinwoo's neck. Sung Jinwoo fought back with his bare hands. His right hand glowed as he summoned his dagger and stabbed it directly into the knight's eye. This was the first attack to actually damage the Red Knight, and it roared in agony. Sung Jinwoo seized the opportunity, lunging forward to grapple it and slam it hard against the back wall. He ripped the dagger from its eye, and a beam of white light shot out from the socket. Sung Jinwoo then summoned the sword right out of the knight's hand. He then summoned his dagger again to stab it up through the creature's chin, but it still wasn't enough. He activated his vital spot skill, roaring as he pushed with all his might, stabbing deeper and deeper. Finally, its lights went out. The knight's eyes dimmed, and it collapsed to the ground. Sung Jinwoo gasped for air, having finally defeated it. The power of this thing was on par with an A-rank hunter in terms of technical skill and experience. Sung Jinwoo had nothing that could compare. His victory was purely thanks to luck and his own main character plot armor. The most exciting part for any player after defeating a monster is looting the drops, and items from a boss are always interesting. The Red Knight dropped 4 items, all of them high grade. Even the basic money pouch contained 15 million, doubling his entire savings. The most valuable drop was the S-rank Red Knight's helm, Sung Jinwoo's very first piece of S-rank gear. The power it granted was on a whole other level compared to his old equipment. He also got a mysterious item with an unknown skill called the Ruler's Hand. He had clearly defeated the boss, so why did he get a Hearthstone? Could it be that the quest wasn't over yet? Just then, a purple portal, crackling with lightning, appeared before him, and not just one, more and more of the strange gates began to materialize. A notification window popped up. The class change quest was beginning. You thought killing the boss was the end? Turns out, it was just the beginning. The system announced that the longer the player could hold out, the more points they would accumulate for their class change. Good luck. A countdown timer appeared, and from the gates, Iron Knights began to emerge, soon flooding the entire temple with monsters. Just how hard was this class change quest? He thought all he had to do was defeat the final boss, but that was unexpectedly just the start. Sung Jinwoo had to survive in this sea of monsters. The longer he held out, the more necessary points he would accumulate. Sung Jinwoo only had 390 mana points left. Using his stealth skill would consume 200 points, plus another 1.1 mana every second he maintained it. That meant he could only survive for another 3 minutes. The Iron Knights stared blankly as Sung Jinwoo suddenly vanished. They looked around, but it wasn't going to be that easy. Among them was a mage, who raised his hand and cast an observer skill. A giant eye appeared overhead, staring wide open. Sung Jinwoo's hiding spot was exposed, and seeing him reappear, the Iron Knights quickly reacted. They swung their weapons at him, but Sung Jinwoo instantly teleported behind two of them. He grabbed one in each hand and threw them straight into the air. The nearby knights, the tattooed ones, charged forward. Sung Jinwoo turned and glared, activating his intimidation skill. The Iron Knights suddenly froze solid, but he only had enough mana to use the skill once. He had to use this opportunity to eliminate as many as possible, but the knights still swarmed him like a broken hornet's nest. The speed at which he killed them couldn't keep up with the speed they were spawning from the gates. He couldn't possibly fight off this horde. A single sword connected, and his health dropped below 1/10. At this rate, he was going to die here. It seemed the only way out was to use the Hearthstone, but using it meant abandoning the quest. He looked up and saw that only 5 minutes had passed. He was furious, but staying meant he had no hope of winning. Just as he was about to leave, an Iron Knight smashed him with a hammer, sending him tumbling. The Hearthstone flew out of his hand as the knights closed in. Suddenly, Sung Jinwoo's power erupted, and he struggled back to his feet. His eyes burned with determination. It couldn't end like this. He was lucky to have lasted this long, and he had to use every last bit of strength he had left. Boom, boom. He poured all his remaining energy into taking down the Iron Knights, but he was no match for the horde. A knight saw an opening and landed a solid blow. Sung Jinwoo collapsed, and the knight grabbed him, slamming him into the ground once more. He could feel death slowly approaching. In his daze, he saw an image of his past self telling him, "It's too soon to give up. You haven't gotten stronger yet. You can't protect your family." Just as the knight was about to bring its weapon down, time suddenly stopped, just like that time before. If luck is a form of power, then Sung Jinwoo was the luckiest man alive. Right at the critical moment, the system's daily quest notification appeared. It warned him that he had failed to complete the quest on time and was about to receive a penalty. Time remaining, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Then it slowly ticked down to 0. A notification announced his teleportation to the penalty zone, leaving the Iron Knights completely baffled. That was a true brush with death, and once again, he had miraculously escaped. Now, he was in the middle of a scorching hot desert, a type of luck you could call main character powers, where something always saves you when you're about to die. And Sung Jinwoo was a true main character. An identical scenario, but a different kind of luck. By failing to complete his daily quest on time, he was forcefully teleported away from a killing blow and into the penalty zone. His health was below 1/1000th, and he was more exhausted than he had ever been. He opened the item shop and bought the most expensive potion to erase all fatigue, but his health couldn't be restored. Potions were useless on such severe injuries. He could only wait for it to recover naturally. Luckily, in the penalty zone, leveling up could restore his health. Sung Jinwoo only had a sliver of health left, but now that his fatigue was gone, he felt better than ever. The only question was whether there were enough monsters here for him to level up. Suddenly, several giant centipedes burst out from the ground. They opened their mouths and lunged at Sung Jinwoo. He didn't have to just run like last time. He leaped onto a centipede's head and drove his short dagger deep into its brain. The penalty quest countdown began. 4 hours remaining. The monsters that were once his worst nightmare were now a trivial problem for Sung Jinwoo. After one battle, he had wiped out all the centipedes, leveled up several times in a row, and fully restored his health and mana. At this point, he had 3 minutes and 19 seconds left on the penalty timer, just enough time to prepare. He knew his Poison Fang of Kasaka couldn't pierce the Iron Knight's armor. He needed a more powerful weapon. Opening the weapon shop, he selected a short sword called Night Killer, spending 2 million to buy it. It was expensive, but its effect was well worth it. It dealt an extra 20% damage to heavily armored opponents. He also bought bandages to wrap the weapon tightly to his hand. That way, it wouldn't be knocked from his grasp like when he returned from the battlefield. With his shopping done, he took out the runestone he'd picked up from the knight's corpse. Killing the Red Knight got him the stealth skill from a magic stone. This time, he obtained the skill, Ruler's Hand. It's an active skill that consumes no mana and can exert force on surrounding objects without any direct contact. Sung Jinwoo was immediately reminded of the Red Knight's telekinetic ability. Feeling like he'd just found a treasure, he reached out his hand to pull the giant worm's corpse. But since he wasn't proficient yet, the corpse didn't even budge. Just then, the system announced that the penalty time was about to end. He would be returned to the starting point. Sung Jinwoo had prepared as much as he could. The rest was up to luck. Back in the class change temple, though he'd only been gone a few hours, the hall was already packed with Iron Knights. Seeing their enemy, they charged. Thanks to his preparation and higher level, Sung Jinwoo tore through the horde of knights. The Night Killer sword was incredibly effective, far better than his bare hands. Unsurprisingly, even after destroying so many Iron Knights, Sung Jinwoo didn't feel his experience increase one bit. Meanwhile, the mages in the back were continuously chanting but not attacking. This meant they had to be summoners. As time went on, knights kept pouring out of the gates. Killing them was like destroying soulless puppets, which explained why he wasn't gaining any experience. It was all because of those summoner mages. He leaped over the crowd of knights and threw his weapon directly at one of them. When the mage died, its summoned knights all collapsed at once. But it wasn't over. He still had to find the others. He activated his stealth skill, which immediately drew 5 pairs of eyes to him. Although it gave away his position, it also revealed the mage's locations. Summoner-type monsters were a real pain. In just a moment, they had summoned an entire hall's worth of Iron Knights. They just had to hide behind their knights and launch sneak attacks. No amount of tricky magic could escape their keen eyes. Even though his position was exposed, he now knew where the mages were. He used Ruler's Hand to recall his sword and leaped straight toward one of them. A few slashes were enough to take him down. 4 to go. He charged forward, cutting down any Iron Knights in his path. With the Night Killer's sword in hand, he carved through iron like it was mud. He was also becoming more adept at using his new skill, Ruler's Hand. With a sickening crunch, he crushed the head of a distant Iron Knight. Soon, corpses were piling up at his feet. But suddenly, a knight stabbed him in the back. Whirling around, Sung Jinwoo immediately split its head in two. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pulled the blade out of his body and roared at the mages. How much longer are you going to hide? In a flash, he appeared in front of another mage, eliminating him with a single strike. The 3 remaining mages, sensing the danger, changed their tactics. They gathered together, slamming their hands on the ground to summon a giant magic circle. The pile of corpses at Sung Jinwoo's feet suddenly trembled, melting into a black sludge before reforming into a gigantic Iron Knight. This knight possessed terrifying strength, and a single punch could shake the very ground, but it was incredibly slow. Sung Jinwoo easily leaped onto its head. He activated his Vital Strike skill to finish it off instantly. Thanks to the mages basically cornering themselves, Sung Jinwoo easily located the last 3. He rushed forward and wiped them out with a few strikes. As they died, the Iron Knights throughout the hall collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. The system announced that all monsters in the test had been eliminated. The class change quest was complete. Based on your performance, you can now change to an advanced class. The system will analyze the player's activities and assign the most suitable class for maximum efficiency. He was a bit surprised, since he assumed he'd get to choose for himself. Sung Jinwoo looked at his stats, which were focused on strength and agility. So he expected either a powerful warrior or a swift assassin. Or maybe the system would see his high vitality and assign him a tank class. But what Sung Jinwoo hoped for most was to be an assassin. Either way, he'd be stronger than he was now. A moment later, the system's analysis appeared. The player has always been surrounded by the aura of death. The path the player has walked is littered with corpses and drenched in the stench of blood. Furthermore, the player craves extraordinary power, but carves their own path without relying on allies. Your thirst for power is strong enough to command the wandering souls from the Valley of Death. This army of the dead will be absolutely loyal to you, relying on no one else and serving you alone. Sung Jinwoo was stunned. He never expected this class, Necromancer. It was completely out of left field. Even though he hadn't invested a single point into intelligence, the system's analysis had resulted in the Necromancer class. According to the system, a Necromancer could summon a powerful army of magic. It was a terrifying thought. But what did that have to do with Sung Jinwoo? He used assassin-type weapons, and his skills were all assassin-like. A mage class wouldn't strengthen his physical body, which would make all his combat skills and stats useless. Luckily, it wasn't mandatory. The system still gave Sung Jinwoo the choice to accept or decline. Without a second thought, Sung Jinwoo chose to decline, but the system warned him, Necromancer is a hidden class. Are you sure you wish to decline? This made Sung Jinwoo hesitate. The chance to get a hidden class was incredibly rare. Legend had it that the S-rank master of the White Tiger Guild, Baek-Yoon-ho, possessed a skill that let him transform into a monster. Hunters with special abilities like that all joined major guilds, wielding enviable power. Sung Jinwoo looked down at the corpses of the necromancers on the floor. They themselves had been weak, but the knights they summoned had nearly killed him. Unlike them, Sung Jinwoo already possessed immense fighting power and real strength. A mage with outstanding combat abilities, commanding his own private army. capable of single-handedly conquering B-rank dungeons and higher. This power is influenced by skill level and stats, meaning that not only Sung Jinwoo, but his entire army levels up with him. In other words, it wasn't just one person leveling up, but an entire legion. The more Sung Jinwoo thought about it, the more excited he got, and he decided to accept the class. The system received the command, confirmed the next step, and began calculating his survival time to convert it into upgrade points. Because his survival time exceeded expectations, the system added bonus points. For not using a return stone, more bonus points. For having over 50% of his health remaining, more bonus points. For eliminating all enemies, even more bonus points. The total upgrade points surpassed the limit. Fulfilling the achievements of a necromancer, Sung Jinwoo was promoted to Shadow Monarch. A dark aura swirled around him from all directions. He obtained the class-exclusive skills, received additional bonus points, and earned the title, the one who overcame adversity. Reaching a certain level within the dungeon grants the chance to evolve into a final form. For a warrior, the final form is a berserker. For a knight, it's a swordmaster. For a mage, an archmage. And for Sung Jinwoo's necromancer class, it's the Shadow Monarch. Some people spend a lifetime trying to reach that level, but Sung Jinwoo achieved it in a single day. He could feel the agonizing groans of the fallen echoing around him. The system notified him that he could extract the shadows from the corpses of the Iron Knights. Sung Jinwoo instantly understood this was the power of a Shadow Monarch, extracting shadows from the dead to turn them into his own subordinates. The system prompted him, please designate a command word to activate the shadow extraction skill. Sung Jinwoo hesitated for a moment, then shouted at the Iron Knights, arise. The Iron Knight obeyed. A pitch-black hand emerged from the corpse and slowly pulled itself up. Before him stood a complete shadow soldier. The Shadow Monarch was incredible. With a single word, arise, he could resurrect fallen warriors. They were reborn as shadows, bound to obey him without question. One soldier was ready. At his current level, Sung Jinwoo could extract 30 shadows at once. However, he could only maintain 20, which meant he had to release 11 to make room for the Blood Red Knight waiting behind them. A released shadow would return to the void, never to be summoned again. This made Sung Jinwoo feel a pang of guilt. He approached the Blood Red Knight and gave the command, but an overwhelming aura pushed back against him. The system reported, extraction failed. Whether a shadow could be extracted depended on the target's power and how long it had been dead. The Blood Red Knight was a boss-level monster that had been dead for over 4 hours. It was incredibly difficult to force such a powerful being into submission. Moreover, he only had 3 chances. If he failed all 3 times, the link to this soul would be lost forever. Sung Jinwoo tried a second time, but it failed again. Only one final chance remained. He looked at the empty throne and gestured invitingly to the Blood Red Knight. Everyone else is gone. Why are you still guarding that empty throne? Or would you rather protect me, the one standing before you now? Arise, my warrior. Arise. Endless darkness poured from its corpse. The crimson figure gradually reformed into a new body. The blood-red commander, Igris, the Black Knight. It knelt before Sung Jinwoo with the formal etiquette of a knight. The other shadows also knelt, like soldiers before their monarch. Sung Jinwoo stepped out of the gate and realized it was the next morning. He was about to go back to sleep when a phone call woke him up. It was his sister, reminding him to stop by her school at 5 o'clock. He had forgotten he'd promised to attend a parent-teacher conference. He rushed to get ready. Realizing this was his first time attending as a guardian, he figured he should dress formally. He went to the bank to withdraw some cash, and the teller was stunned when she saw his balance of 1.4 billion won. Hunters make this much money? This young man must be a high ranker. She then grabbed some investment brochures and flashed him a bright smile. After getting ready, Sung Jinwoo arrived at his sister's school. When she saw him, she barely recognized him with his styled hair and tailored suit. He looked completely different from before. The other students stared, wondering who he was. They were sure they wouldn't forget a student that handsome. Is he a new transfer student? The homeroom teacher walked into the parent conference room and was surprised to see Sung Jinwoo. She always imagined hunters to be muscular, grizzled men, not someone so young and handsome. She invited him to sit down and told him not to worry. Your sister is a smart and well-behaved student. Her goal is to get into a prestigious university. Her recent mock exam results were excellent. Her daily grades are also outstanding, so getting into college won't be a problem. You don't need to pressure her. Then, her tone suddenly shifted as she turned the question to Sung Jinwoo. I heard you're a hunter. If your sister, Jin Ah, was determined to have the ability, would you let her become a hunter? Sung Jinwoo was taken aback, then answered firmly that he would never let his sister become a hunter. Hearing this, the teacher let out a sigh of relief. She told him that a student had recently been identified as an awakened being and now wanted to drop out of school. Now, he's not even coming to class anymore. If he keeps missing school, the administration will have to take action. The teacher admitted she didn't understand the world of hunters, but she felt it was a shame for someone to abandon their education to become one. He should at least graduate before pursuing another career. Sung Jinwoo asked what rank the awakened student was. The teacher said she heard he was the lowest rank. Sung Jinwoo had a bad feeling. E-rank hunters didn't last long in dungeons. Suddenly, the teacher added that the student was a friend of his sister. Her name is Han Song-yi. Sung Jinwoo was startled by the name. He didn't know her personally, but the name was very familiar. The moment Sung Jinwoo stepped out of the school, he ran into Han Song-yi. "What are you doing here?" she asked, surprised. Sung Jinwoo immediately pulled out a photo of him with his little sister to show her. Han Song-yi instantly understood. Sung Jinwoo was here to tell her to forget about trying to change his mind. He had no interest in studying anymore, and besides, he had no intention of quitting his life as a hunter. But unexpectedly, Sung Jinwoo didn't tell her to quit. Instead, he said he would help her become an elite hunter. Jinwoo knew exactly how to handle kids like her. If you don't experience the cruel, cold reality of it all firsthand, you'll never understand. After so many years, he once again set foot in the country that had cast him out. South Korea. S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo was a terrifying man, unbound by any nation or law. Driven by his brother's death, Hwang Dong-soo had returned to Korea after all this time, willing to violate international law just to get revenge on the one who killed him. South Korea couldn't afford to be careless with this kind of monster. All his activities had to be monitored by the Surveillance Division 24/7. The ones sent to meet him were the chief of the Surveillance Division and the head of the Hunter Division. It was clear Hwang Dong-soo knew the Hunter Division chief. He taunted the man. The Hunter chief didn't want to waste time with this monster, so he got straight to the point. "You came all the way back from the U.S. to this country you abandoned. All for the S-rank hunter Sung Jinwoo and the D-rank hunter Yoo Jin-ho, didn't you? This is South Korea, not some lawless playground. We don't allow outsiders to run wild." Hwang Dong-soo's eyes glowed a fiery red. "As expected of the Surveillance Division, you get your news fast. But don't you dare underestimate me, Korea. You really think you alone can stop me?" The chief remained calm, a faint smile on his face. "How will we know unless we try?" Seeing the surveillance chief's courage, Hwang Dong-soo was actually impressed. He offered him a spot in the scavenger guild in the U.S., promising much better treatment than he was getting now. But the chief was unfazed. In fact, he despised Hwang Dong-soo's very character. His older brother, Hwang Dong-suk, had numerous complaints filed against him by citizens, but because of Hwang Dong-soo's power, a proper investigation was impossible. This Hwang Dong-soo was just like his brother scum of the earth who could kill without a shred of remorse. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo led Han Song-yi to an abandoned village. He contacted the second branch captain of the White Tiger Guild, wanting to get a tour of their rookie training grounds. The captain was pleased that Sung Jinwoo had reached out personally. He immediately agreed and sent his assistant to meet them on site. They wanted to show off their elite training system, hoping to make a good impression on Sung Jinwoo. Acting like a tour guide, the captain meticulously explained everything. This is an abandoned building, with no civilians around, making it a perfect spot for a C-rank gate internship. Just then, a muscular man approached them. Dressed in full-body armor, the man cut the captain off, clearly annoyed by Sung Jinwoo's sudden appearance. He thought Jinwoo was just some guy from another group coming to spectate the raid. The captain explained to Jinwoo that the man's name was Kim Chul, a tank-class hunter who specializes in drawing aggro, which fit his physique perfectly. The assault team for this raid consisted of 1 tank, 7 B ranks, and 4 C ranks. Sung Jinwoo was a little surprised. For just a C-rank gate, wasn't a team this powerful a bit of overkill? The chief didn't think so. To their guild, regardless of rank, everyone was a rookie on their first raid. They had to start with the easy stuff to get used to the guild's rules and gain dungeon experience. Jinwoo thought this team composition was too safe, and it would probably hurt their efficiency. But that was fine. This way, Han Song-yi would realize the gap between herself and other hunters and learn just how powerless an E-rank truly is. Inside the dungeon, the assistant whispered to Sung Jinwoo, "This is way too easy for you. You can just stand back and watch today." Han Song-yi was already eager to go, but Sung Jinwoo followed her inside anyway. The moment he stepped through, he froze. A wave of unease washed over him. The chief and his assistant saw something happening to the portal. Its initial clear blue color was shifting into an ominous red. Jinwoo felt the space around him vibrating, unlike any other time he'd entered a gate. Every cell in his body was screaming in protest. His instincts warned him of danger, telling him to get out immediately, but it was too late. A powerful energy pulled him in. Before he vanished, he screamed at the top of his lungs toward the captain, "Call the main strike team right now." Then, he was swallowed by the crimson abyss. The captain had never been this panicked in his life. This couldn't be solved just by calling the main strike team. He contacted the White Tiger Guild Master directly to report a red gate. Hearing the news, the Guildmaster's face contorted in horror as he slammed the table and shot to his feet. How could a red gate appear in a C-rank dungeon? If that's true, I need to see what's happening with my own eyes. In a luxury car, an A-rank hunter was driving, while Huang Dongsu sat relaxed in the back. The chief asked if he wanted to visit the funeral home to see his brother. He replied coldly, "I don't care about the dead, the pieces of trash who killed my brother." Now their times far more interesting. Through his intel network, he knew that Sung Jinwoo had just entered a dungeon. His eyes filled with a chilling light. He told the chief to take him to the dungeon where Sung Jinwoo was, and then said, "The laws inside a dungeon are different from the outside world. If I kill someone in there, there's nothing you can do to interfere." Chief Wu Jinchul said, "Red gates usually only appear in high-level dungeons. I never thought one would show up in an ordinary C-rank gate like this. Once inside, hunters are on their own, with no way to contact the outside world for backup. Arriving in a land of ice and snow, they have no idea what dangers await, only to find the gate behind them has vanished. It doesn't look like a dungeon." Sung Jinwoo scans his surroundings but sees nothing out of the ordinary. Could this gate lead to another world? As he's thinking, 2 arrows come flying straight for them. Just as one is about to hit Han Song-yi, Sung Jinwoo yanks her aside. The other hunter isn't so lucky. The arrow punches straight through his brain. Panic erupts as everyone screams, "It's an ambush! They're in the trees, ice elves!" Sung Jinwoo suddenly understands. So these are the monsters he's up against. No wonder he couldn't sense their presence, even with arrows being fired from a distance. Those who encountered them before called them ice elves, but the hunters who've actually fought them have a completely different name for them. Despite their beautiful, elven appearance, they are known as the White Phantoms, a name that represents their merciless hunts. These monsters are quite intelligent, specifically targeting the weakest prey. The guildmaster of the White Tiger Guild had to personally come to the rescue site, but even he is powerless. The entrance is completely sealed. He turns to his captain with a grim face and asks, "Have you contacted the association?" The captain says he has, but they dismissed it as just a C-rank gate and told them to ignore it. The guildmaster is furious. He grinds his teeth, cursing those bastards under his breath. But even as an S-rank hunter, there's nothing he can do. Normally, a red gate only appears in high-level dungeons, leading to another world. It can't be interfered with from the outside. The gate has to open on its own. Judging by the energy density, this gate is at least B rank, or, if they're unlucky, A rank or higher, but it definitely can't be S rank. The appearance of an S rank gate would throw the entire nation into crisis, but even against an A rank, they don't have much hope of survival. At best, maybe 2 or 3 high-rank hunters could make it out. The captain informs him that besides their group, there are 2 other people inside. Among them is a very special hunter who has caught the chief's attention, and there aren't many people who can do that. The guildmaster is intrigued. He asks for the hunter's rank, A or B. The chief shakes his head. "Don't tell me it's an S rank?" But the chief replies seriously, "E rank. The hunters have just stepped into the dungeon." If this had been 2 months ago, Sung Jinwoo would have been one of their very first targets. Seeing his arrow blocked, a white phantom smirks at Sung Jinwoo, giving him a mocking thumbs up. Sung Jinwoo feels the provocation. He crushes the sword in his hand, vowing to catch them himself. The A-rank team leader speaks gravely to the others. "In case you haven't noticed, we're inside a red gate. Either we kill the final boss, die here, or wait for the dungeon to break. Until then, the gate won't open, and even if reinforcements came, they couldn't get in. In other words, they're on their own." The team leader steps forward, formally introduces himself, and says that he will take responsibility for everyone's lives, but he can't guarantee everyone will survive. Waiting for a dungeon break could take months. With no guarantee, it's impossible to say if everyone would make it out alive. The difficulty of a red gate is at least B rank, and it's filled with danger. Leading so many people would be too difficult. So he plans to form a separate team to act. With him, "Stay here, and you'll either freeze to death or be killed by those things." He asks if anyone wants to join him. With a strong leader taking the initiative, it's no surprise that people follow. Besides, in a dangerous dungeon like this, staying close to a high ranker is the safest bet. People quickly join his team, all except for the low rankers. He doesn't want to take any of them. In a worst-case scenario, they might be stuck here for months. Under those circumstances, he refuses to carry any dead weight. He tells the weaker hunters not to be too discouraged. If they can just survive until his team kills the final boss, they can all leave safely. Just then, a beautiful girl cuts in, declaring in front of the team leader that she wants to join Sung Jinwoo's group. The team leader wonders what this girl is thinking, but he keeps a calm expression and tells her to do as she pleases. Then he turns to the other group. There's still one spot open over here. One more of you can come. The hunter, who was just rejected, immediately steps up to take the spot. Even though all the strong hunters are following the A-rank leader, Sung Jinwoo is still worried about them. When that arrow came flying, even the team leader didn't see it. Only that sharp-eyed girl noticed. Her gut told her that staying with Sung Jinwoo was safer, so she joined the weak group. Outside the gate, the captain tells the guildmaster to earn Sung Jinwoo's trust. I've always kept his secrets for him. He might be a reawakened hunter, but that's just a guess. I can't be sure. Rather than placing hope in someone with a mysterious background, the guildmaster trusts the A-ranker, Kim Chun, more. The section chief thinks to himself, if the guildmaster met Sung Jinwoo in person, he would definitely understand. The chief of Section 1 cuts into the conversation. He assures the guildmaster, Kim Chun will be fine. His training results were outstanding. His combat power is on par with our guild's elite assault team. On the other hand, what are you guys even talking about? An E-rank hunter, Sung Jinwoo, paired with another hunter of unknown identity. Clearly, our Kim Chun is far more reliable. The chief of Section 2 shoots him a disdainful glare. This guy is always competing and showing off at the association, constantly putting others down to make himself look better. But we'll see who's right and who's wrong when the results are in. Suddenly, a luxury car pulls up, and Hoang Dong-shu and the head of the supervision department step out. Seeing Hoang Dong-shu, the guild master's expression turns grim, while the two department heads are stunned in disbelief. This man is an S-rank hunter from the Purification Guild. What is he doing here? Hoang Dong-soo looks at the guild master with a malicious smile. Long time no see, Baek Yoonho. His face hardens, and his blonde hair suddenly flashes white. He asks what business he has in White Tiger territory, considering he's supposed to be in the United States. Hoang Dong-soo shoots back. I was about to ask you the same thing. What were you thinking, trying to recruit times that guy times into the White Tiger Guild? Baek Yoonho is baffled, not understanding who he's talking about. Hoang Dong-soo says, I'm talking about that E-rank piece of trash, Sung Jinwoo. Baek Yoonho is floored. What is going on? How does Hoang Dong-soo even know about Sung Jinwoo? Just who is this kid, that an S-rank hunter who abandoned his country would come all this way for him? Meanwhile, on the other side, Sung Jinwoo is a little surprised by the female rookie traveling with him, but she remains calm, handling the unexpected situation with composure. She explains to him that the first lesson the White Tiger Guild teaches its rookies is that inside a dungeon, anything can happen. You have to stay calm and find a way to overcome it. That's the rule for rookies. As for high-rank hunters like Kim Chul, they receive even more specialized training, as he's about to join the guild's elite strike force. They split into two groups and move into the forest. The girl curiously asks what Sung Jinwoo's rank is, but he doesn't answer because even he doesn't know what level he's truly at. The girl guesses he has to be at least a C rank, maybe even a B. In the other group, Kim Chul is still furious that the girl left his team. He can't understand why any fool would give up the protection of the strong to join a group led by an E-rank hunter. That group is mostly C ranks, with the highest being just a B rank. Suddenly, a strange thought occurs to him. Why did he automatically assume Sung Jinwoo was the leader of their group? Whatever, they're all dead men walking anyway. He raises his battle axe and gives the order to begin the fight. Because the C rank gate had transformed, the hunters are trapped inside and forced to fight for themselves. As the team leader, Kim Chul gathers the high-ranking members into his own group, leaving the lower-ranked party to survive on their own. The moment they step into the Ice Bear's territory, one lunges out with razor-sharp teeth and extended claws, attacking the team leader. But it only strikes his shield, shattering its claws and making it roar in agony. The leader shoves the shield aside and splits the bear in two with a single swing of his axe. The members are in awe. So strong. As expected of an A-rank hunter, he's so reliable. With him here, even a red gate is nothing. The leader is pleased with their flattery, but keeps a serious face. He roars, "What are you talking about? Until we escape this place, we can't let our guard down." He orders them to butcher the bear for food, stating they have a long fight ahead of them. Inwardly, he's swelling with pride, thinking that only he could have defeated these bears. Those other guys have probably become bear food by now. On the other side, Sung Jinwoo and his members set foot in another forest. The girl tells everyone to stop, warning them that they're in ice bear territory and need to turn back before they're surrounded. But Sung Jinwoo has the opposite idea and decides to head straight into the forest. The girl doesn't understand, thinking he's looking for a death wish. But Jinwoo explains, if this is bear territory, then the only things we have to worry about in this forest are the bears. Compared to the intelligent ice goblins, bears are much easier to deal with. The girl finally understands. The large number of bears means there are no other monsters in the forest capable of hunting them. This means they don't have to worry about monsters more dangerous than the bears. Noticing the girl is dressed lightly, Sung Jinwoo opens his inventory and pulls out a sweater for her. The girl is shocked. This is spatial magic. A bag with so many items. Even regular spatial magic can only summon 2 or 3 low-level items, but he can store so much more. Who is he to possess a spatial inventory? Even Han Song-yi knows that's not a common skill any hunter can just obtain. She asks Sung Jinwoo, "Just who are you?" Jinwoo ruffles her hair. "I brought you in here, kid, so it's my responsibility to protect you. The only condition is that you don't ask any questions. That goes for all of you," he says, turning to the others. "Don't ask me anything, and don't expect anything from me." Just then, an ice bear approaches, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it roars at the intruders in its territory. Everyone is terrified by its powerful presence. Even if they only have to worry about bears, this thing is still a high-level monster in this dungeon. At their level, facing it head-on is no different from suicide. The girl steps forward to try and block it, but Sung Jinwoo pulls her back. He says, "I told you I would handle it." He can't let a good chunk of experience points go to waste. He walks straight toward the bear and changes his title to Wolf Slayer. The bear swings its claws down, but only hits empty air. His opponent was already on top of its head. Sung Jinwoo throws a punch straight down, a single blow that completely deforms the bear's head. With a loud thud, it collapses to the ground. Everyone is stunned. One punch, and a high-level monster was down. That night, everyone sits around a campfire, relaxing and enjoying roasted bear meat. After Jinwoo cleared out the bears, none of the others dared to come near them again. Sung Jinwoo stands up and says he has to go do his exercise, or else he'll get a penalty. Everyone is surprised. Exercising inside a gate? What a weirdo. Although he's no longer afraid of the penalty zone, if he's sent there, no one will be here to protect the group. So, he can only use the time inside the gate to train. After finishing his workout, he leaps far away to an area filled with the corpses of ice bears and begins. "Practice," he said. "Arise." Whoosh. An endless darkness poured out from his body, and from within the shadows, shadow warriors emerged. Sung Jinwoo wanted to see just how strong they were. He commanded them like an emperor, "Go, my shadows. Fight, my shadows." This was the first time Sung Jinwoo had summoned them. Who would win in a battle against high-level ice bears? He was filled with anticipation. The two sides clashed, with the infantry charging forward first to attack the bear. Even when struck, they simply regenerated. The mages in the back chanted their spells, relentlessly burning the bear with powerful flames of destruction. The infantry regenerated so quickly that the bear was completely overwhelmed in a one-sided beatdown, which pleased Sung Jinwoo. But his mana was draining way too fast. Just then, a massive, scar-covered bear appeared. It looked like it could wipe out his entire shadow army with a single swipe. Although they could regenerate, Sung Jinwoo's mana was depleting rapidly. Once his mana ran out, the shadows would no longer be able to revive. But Sung Jinwoo still had an ace up his sleeve. He told the Black Knight by his side, "It's your turn." At his command, Igris charged forward majestically. He drew his sword and dashed straight for the giant bear. The bear swung its claws down but missed. The Black Knight nimbly dodged the blow. In a flash, he carved a long gash across its shoulder. The giant bear roared in pain. The Black Knight then appeared behind it when it wasn't looking, piercing through its other arm. He slashed its other hand and then reappeared under the bear's belly, severing both of its legs, much to Sung Jinwoo's astonishment. The bear, covered in wounds, had lost its ability to fight and could only roar helplessly. The Black Knight charged in for the kill. The Black Knight swung his sword in a single motion, severing the bear's head. Carrying the head, he walked straight towards Sung Jinwoo and tossed it down in front of him. Then, he bowed and knelt before Sung Jinwoo in a knightly pledge. The fluid motion of it all left Sung Jinwoo stunned. He recalled his fight with Igris before. If Igris had used his sword back then, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Even now, Sung Jinwoo wasn't confident he could defeat him. He patted the knight's shoulder. "You've worked hard," he said, then shouted at the giant bear's corpse. Arise! From its corpse, a black bear shadow crawled out, along with many smaller bear cubs around it. Seeing his second boss-level shadow appear, Sung Jinwoo smiled with satisfaction. Choosing the Shadow Monarch class was definitely the right decision. Inside the Red Gate, time flowed differently than in the outside world. 3 days had passed inside, but only 3 hours had gone by outside. They figured all the hunters below B rank were already dead. Not only did they have to face a harsh environment, but they also had to find food. Eating the corpses of high-level monsters was impossible for them. Hwang Dong-soo was growing impatient. He finally made a trip back to the country, only to stand around and wait like this. He was about to leave when he thought of Sung Jinwoo. Wasn't he a member of the White Tiger Guild? Why did he enter this gate? The department chief and his assistant broke out in a cold sweat. The chief said he had known Sung Jinwoo for a long time. He'd wanted to join a C-rank group raid for some decent income, so he asked for help. But Hwang Dong-soo wasn't easily fooled. He suddenly appeared in front of the chief and grabbed him by the throat. "What are you hiding?" he asked. His grip tightened. The guildmaster seized Hwang Dong-soo's hand, his eyes filled with killing intent, and ordered, "Let him go." Hwang Dong-soo laughed maliciously. "Are you giving me an order? You don't have the right to order me around." Seeing his defiance, the guildmaster erupted with a powerful aura. He glared and asked, "You want to fight?" Hwang Dong-soo replied, "I'm ready when you are." The department chief sensed that things were about to get ugly. If this continued, it would lead to a battle between two S-rank hunters. Meanwhile, Kim Chul's situation was the complete opposite. It was utterly pathetic. His giant shield was now nothing more than shattered fragments. The source of his greatest pride was destroyed. In front of him stood a giant yeti, holding the body of a hunter it had just torn apart right before his eyes. He had failed. His teammates cried out for his help, but he ignored them. His sky-high pride shattered, sending him into a panic. He couldn't accept this reality. He was someone trained to be one of the elites of the White Tiger Guild. He had even undergone special training to become an elite, yet he still failed. He couldn't accept it. Why did it turn out like this? It must be the lack of food. If he just had enough to eat, how could these pathetic monsters possibly defeat him? As his mind raced, an ice arrow shot towards his teammate. He looked up. Ice elves? Why were they here? This was Yeti territory, wasn't it? His teammate cried for help again. An ice elf wielding a sword charged straight at him, its fangs bared. Behind him, a giant elf riding a white horse was staring him down. As someone who always considered himself superior, he never imagined that he, a hunter on the verge of becoming a White Tiger elite, would fail here. His weapon was broken, his shield shattered. He was this exhausted just from a few minor monsters, let alone the mysterious ice elf lord behind them. Terrified, he turned and fled for his life. Outside, Baek Yoonho's right hand hissed with power, and Hwang Dong-soo's left hand did the same. Their hands collided, sending sparks flying and creating a terrifying explosion. When titans clash, it's the mortals who suffer. Even the department chief, standing far away, was shaken by the shockwave. As the smoke cleared, the monitoring division chief stood between the two men. Hwang Dong-soo was slightly surprised. Blocking an attack from two S-rank hunters was no simple feat. The chief's hands were trembling violently. He rubbed his knuckles, mocking himself. "Good thing you two stopped right away, otherwise my arm would have been broken." He then said to Hwang Dong-soo, "I was the first to suspect Sung Jinwoo had a second awakening, but 2 months ago, I used a high-grade essence stone to measure his magic power again. It was still E rank. While Hunter Hwang's death is truly regrettable, but Sung Jinwoo isn't strong enough to wipe out an entire raid team." Tossing his sunglasses aside, Hwang Dong-soo told the department chief that he knew the mastermind behind the trap was Yujin Construction. Sung Jinwoo was just an excuse for him to kill people. Hearing this, the chief was disgusted. He was just like his brother. Seeing there was nothing more to say, Hwang Dong-soo yelled once and left. Before leaving, he even threatened them. Has the White Tiger Guild never seen an S-rank hunter fight before? The White Tiger Guild master disagreed with the surveillance chief's explanation. He was the only one who truly understood Sung Jinwoo's power. He was certain Jinwoo would return alive. Inside the gate, a defeated Kim Chul wandered through the cold, hungry forest, his heart filled with resentment. Days of cold and hunger made his stomach churn. There were definitely no more white bears, but that's because they'd all been slaughtered. Impossible. Those guys weren't strong enough to kill the bears. It could only be the ice elves. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and he ran for his life. Then, he saw the group he'd looked down on, sitting around a campfire, enjoying grilled meat, casually wearing thick sweaters, and wrapped in blankets. They had set up tents and had plenty of other supplies. He flew into a rage. So, they had secretly brought all this stuff with them. He marched over, cursing them for hiding so many resources, while his own team, lacking supplies and food, was completely wiped out. Seeing everyone's silence, he decided to interrogate them like criminals. Who was the one hiding the supplies? I doubt you were all in on it. If someone reveals the culprit, I'll let the rest of you go. So, who was it? Who selfishly hoarded the equipment, leaving their comrades to die in this dangerous place? He counted to 3, warning that if no one confessed, he'd consider them all accomplices. Although he was asking, Kim Chul already had a suspect. It was the woman who had volunteered to leave the group from the start. It was all a conspiracy. She wasn't confident she could survive alone, so she joined a smaller group to ensure she had enough food. The real criminal was her, Baek Heejin. Just then, Jinwoo walked up and smacked Kim Chul on the head, sending him face first into the ground. Sung Jinwoo looked at him with contempt. You led your own comrades to their deaths, and now you're blaming someone else and causing even more trouble. His teammate looked at him in terror. What trouble? Sung Jinwoo stared ahead. Although the enemies were concealed, their murderous aura was leaking out, revealing their sword techniques. Luckily, the ice elf riding a white horse wasn't hidden and slowly emerged. Behind it were countless other ice elves. The lead elf was slightly surprised that its concealment had been detected. It seems even among trash, there's a useful one. Sung Jinwoo didn't appreciate that comment. He asked the ice elf, "Is the trash you're talking about me?" The ice elf was stunned. The ice elf asked Sung Jinwoo, "How can you understand our language?" Sung Jinwoo was just as confused. Why could he communicate with them? Maybe it was just a delayed system update. The ice elf pointed to the horde behind it. It's a surprise to be able to converse. All the better. I want to introduce you to a friend you've already met. He's the one who told me there was a formidable human who wanted to fight you. But Sung Jinwoo had already beheaded all the other ice elves. He held up one of their heads and asked the leader, "Is there anything else you wanted to say?" The ice elf fell silent for a moment, then broke into a crazed smile. What an interesting one. Sung Jinwoo lunged at the ice elf with a short sword, but his attack was easily parried. It seemed a fierce battle was unavoidable. The ice elf gripped the dagger in its hand, jumped off its horse, and said, "I have a proposal for you, a good one. But first, I have a question. You are not human. Why are you with them?" The question left Sung Jinwoo bewildered. The ice elf laughed loudly. "It seems you don't know either. A voice in my head is always screaming, 'Kill the humans,' but I don't hear that voice when it comes to you." Sung Jinwoo wondered, was it an order similar to what his system gave him, but with an exception for himself? Was it because he had become a player in the system? The ice elf continued, "We don't need to fight. We don't want to get injured for no reason either. Just leave the group behind you, and I will spare your life. What do you say?" Instead of answering, Sung Jinwoo fired off a series of questions. "Who are you? Where did you come from? And why are you killing people?" The ice elf was about to answer, but then suddenly backed away, repeating its previous offer, word for word, confusing Jinwoo. What was going on? Did it not want to answer, or was the system forbidding it from speaking? After the ice elf repeated its offer, this time, Sung Jinwoo chose to refuse. The elf's face turned grim. "So you wish to fight me and my soldiers? Do you really think you can overcome our numbers?" Sung Jinwoo smirked. "Who's outnumbered?" Suddenly, an inky blackness spread out behind him. The shadow soldiers began to crawl out, making his teammates' faces turn pale shadow bears and shadow infantry. What is happening today? Why are we surrounded by enemies? But they didn't seem to be paying any attention to the hunters. Still, it felt like someone was watching them. He turned his head, and the hair on his comrades' necks stood on end from fear. The ice elf was unimpressed, mocking Sung Jinwoo. "Just a few cheap tricks." Sung Jinwoo laughed coldly. "Are they really just cheap tricks?" The argument between the two quickly escalated into a full-blown conflict. The shadow bears led the charge, with the infantry right behind and the mages at the rear. Fire and lightning flew everywhere, causing the other hunters to flee in a panic. This was a battle between gods. Mortals needed to get away fast. Sung Jinwoo realized the ice elf was right. These were just cheap tricks. Although his shadow soldiers had the advantage in numbers, his mana was only enough to sustain them for a short time. Even though they could be regenerated, if they were continuously destroyed, their numbers would dwindle. But the biggest problem was that the ice elf was clearly at a higher level than he was. Even the Black Knight would have trouble defeating it. Regular shadow soldiers couldn't even scratch it, unless he could summon more high-level shadows. He stumbled over a sword, and with a loud thud, his body collapsed. The blade rolled a few times, before stopping next to Kim Chun. Sung Jinwoo leaped straight toward the ice demon, slashing down. The ice demon dodged nimbly, attempting to stomp on Sung Jinwoo's short sword, but it hissed and vanished, reappearing in his other hand and stabbing straight for the ice demon's head. The ice demon calmly raised its weapon to parry the blow. Jinwoo switched the weapon to his left hand and attacked again, but the ice demon still blocked it with ease. The ice demon swept its knee, sending Sung Jinwoo flying. He soared for several meters before tumbling across the ground. The ice demon smiled, satisfied. It had been a long time since it felt this excited. Suddenly, a strange light appeared above the demon's head and shot straight down, erupting in a world-shaking explosion. It was the signature move of a shadow mage, specializing in ambushing enemies from behind. The goal was to buy time and wake up the unconscious Kim Chun. As he came to, Kim Chun vividly remembered the slap from Sung Jinwoo just before he passed out. He snatched the sword beside him, gripping it tightly. Jinwoo had no hope that this attack would actually defeat the ice demon. He yelled, "Get out of that mushroom cloud. Hurry up, stop playing dead. You think a little injury like that could kill you?" From the sea of flames, the ice demon's figure emerged. Not only was it unharmed, but it was grinning as it charged straight for Sung Jinwoo. At the same time, Kim Chun was back on his feet, his eyes filled with killing intent as he rushed toward Sung Jinwoo with his sword. The ice demon was pleased to see a human with the same goal, but it had no idea this was a trap Sung Jinwoo had set for Kim Chun all along. He summoned Egris, who had been lying in ambush for some time. The Black Knight drew his sword and ran Kim Chun straight through, sending a spray of fresh blood into the air. Only in his final moments did Kim Chun understand that Sung Jinwoo had predicted everything from the start. Emotionlessly, Sung Jinwoo shouted the familiar incantation, "Arise!" This hunter had to die to finally comprehend that his every move had been within Sung Jinwoo's calculations. So glorious in life, now he was being used even in death. "Arise." The incantation caused Kim Chun's corpse to let out a painful scream as a shadow tore itself from his body, transforming into a giant warrior kneeling before Sung Jinwoo. It looked much larger than before. The system prompted him to name the warrior. The man's name in life was Kim Chun. Since that sounded pretty imposing, Sung Jinwoo decided to name him Iron. The moment he appeared, Iron used a tank's specialized taunt skill. It was a true A-rank taunt, and it immediately drew the ice demon's attention. It switched its attack toward Iron. Iron blocked the blow with his shield, then tossed the shield aside and swung his axe at the ice demon, but the demon dodged easily, mocking the tank's slow speed. Suddenly, Sung Jinwoo and the Black Knight appeared at Iron's side. A cold laugh rang out. "Then let's all come at you at once." At first, Han Song-yi didn't understand, thinking this was just a normal battle between hunters. But any hunter who had spent a lot of time in dungeons would know this scene was as terrifying as a battle between gods, something they would never witness, no matter how much time they spent inside gates. After Iron joined the fight, the tide of battle completely reversed. The ice demon went from being the aggressor to the one on the defensive. The Black Knight lunged at the ice demon, and as it dodged the frontal assault, Sung Jinwoo stabbed it in the heart from behind. The paralysis and bleed effects were triggered. However, a single blow like that couldn't seriously injure a high-level ice demon. It quickly purged itself of the negative effects. The ice demon was furious. It was the first time it had been wounded like this, despite having killed countless foes. The ice demon spoke to Sung Jinwoo. "No matter how much trash you pile up, it's still just trash. In the end, you will all die here." Sung Jinwoo gave a cold laugh. "Take a good look around you. The things you call trash have already wiped out that army you were so proud of." The ice demon gritted its teeth in fury and charged straight at Sung Jinwoo. "Get the king first. Kill the king, and it's all over." Sung Jinwoo swung his right hand, throwing his short sword at the ice demon. The ice demon scoffed. "Giving up your weapon? How foolish." But it wasn't long before he had to eat his own words. Sung Jinwoo channeled his mana into the ruler's hand. In midair, the sword's speed skyrocketed as if a turbine was pushing it, shattering the ice demon's weapon. Suddenly, Iron appeared from behind, wrapping his arms tightly around the frail ice demon. The three shadow mages chanted in unison as a massive mushroom cloud descended upon the demon. When the smoke cleared, only Iron was left standing in place. The demon lord itself had escaped, leaving only its scorched clothes behind. Behind him, Iron's shadow, having taken a fatal blow, crumbled into pieces. The ice demon roared, "I will kill all of you." With a ***, blood sprayed from its body. Sung Jinwoo had activated his stealth skill and stabbed the ice demon straight through the heart. He laughed coldly. "Is it over?" The ice demon grabbed Sung Jinwoo's arm, growling, "Who do you think you are to tell me when it's over?" But it didn't realize that Iron had already regenerated and was now standing behind it, staring at its back with a giant axe in his hands. With a loud ***, the axe came straight down on the ice demon. Slow speed, but incredibly high damage. The ice demon was flattened against the snow, unable to move. The system announced, "The dungeon boss has been defeated. Level up, level up." Sung Jinwoo sighed. It's finally over. But the noise didn't stop. Iron was still raising his axe high and bringing it down on the ice demon's corpse. Shocked, Sung Jinwoo ordered Iron to stop. He pointed at Iron. That's enough. Know when to stop, he thought to himself. Even after becoming a shadow, he's still. How foolish. He began to worry about the future. Iron was utterly confused. What was wrong with its master? It glanced back at Igris, hoping for an explanation. Igris just sighed and turned away. Iron then looked at the two shadow warriors, but they were so startled by Iron's high rank that they just stood there like useless extras. Sung Jinwoo told everyone, "Let's go back." The guild members, still dazed from the battle, asked, "Go back where?" A sphere of light appeared on the white snow. After a whirring sound, a gate leading back to the real world opened up. Sung Jinwoo pointed to the gate. "Go home." It finally dawned on everyone that the final boss had been defeated. The gate was open. They could finally go home. They jumped for joy. But before leaving, Sung Jinwoo had one important thing to do. He looked at the ice elf's corpse and chanted the command, "Arise." Although the ice elf was powerful, it was utterly defeated by the combined assault of Sung Jinwoo and his two shadow warriors. After the ice elf was destroyed, the exit gate opened. By now, it was 3 a.m. outside. It had been 7 hours since the gate turned red, but inside, an entire week had passed. This wasn't looking good. The section chief told the guild master to head home first while he kept watch, but the guild master refused. With his subordinates trapped inside, the guild master couldn't just abandon them. Just then, the gate whirred to life, its red doors slowly swinging open to reveal several figures within. The guild master shouted with joy, "It's Kim Chul, he made it." The trio of delinquents walked out first, followed by Sung Jinwoo and Han Song-yi. The section chief gave a thumbs up, yelling, "That's how you do it." After the 5 of them stepped out, the gate vanished. The guild master looked baffled and asked, "Where's Kim Chul? There are only 5 of you?" Baek-hee sadly informed the guildmaster that the others had died in there. The guildmaster was stunned. All the high-rank hunters were dead, and only the low-rank ones survived. What in the world happened in there? In any case, since he wasn't a member of the White Tiger Guild, Sung Jinwoo prepared to leave as if nothing happened. The guildmaster grabbed his shoulder, telling him to stay and talk for a moment. But Sung Jinwoo brushed his hand away. He said he was exhausted, and that if the guildmaster had questions, he should ask his own guild members. The guildmaster was flabbergasted by this kid's arrogance. How dare he show him such disrespect? He grabbed Sung Jinwoo's shoulder again, squeezing even tighter. He said to Sung Jinwoo, "I am the guildmaster of the White Tiger Guild. This wasn't a request, it was an order, or perhaps a threat. We lost 9 of our members this time. As their guildmaster, I have the right to ask you a few questions, don't I?" But even an S-rank guildmaster couldn't make Sung Jinwoo flinch. He looked at the man with pure annoyance. "Oh, really? I saved the 3 who are still alive. As their guildmaster, shouldn't you be thanking me first?" After a tense stare down, the guildmaster let go of Sung Jinwoo's shoulder. "My apologies." He had been too on edge. What the young man said was true. After seeing Sung Jinwoo off, the guildmaster asked Baek-hee, "Why does that man give off such a sinister aura?" Baek-hee was just as clueless, telling the guildmaster that after they beat the final boss, Sung Jinwoo had muttered a few words, and he'd been like that ever since. The section chief quickly came to Sung Jinwoo's defense, telling the guildmaster that he was normally a very kind person and was probably just exhausted this time. But the guildmaster said, "That wasn't the issue. The problem is, why haven't I recruited him into our guild yet? He showed absolutely no fear in front of me. A man like that, we have to bring him into the guild, no matter the cost. I'm not just talking, I will give you all the support you need to make him join." The guildmaster never imagined that, when faced with his threat, Sung Jinwoo wouldn't just be fearless, but would have the gall to fight back. In reality, Sung Jinwoo was furious because all 3 of his attempts to extract the Ice Elf's shadow had failed, leaving him incredibly frustrated. It was a shame. Iron was a major asset, but there was nothing it could do. Fortunately, there was a consolation prize, the Ice Elf's daggers. After taking Han Song-yi home, she expressed her gratitude and said she would see him again. Sung Jinwoo glanced at his watch, confused. He had just realized that while they'd been fighting for a week inside, only a single night had passed outside. And today, he had a team raid scheduled with the young master. He drove to the meeting point, only to find the young master wearing a wig and a few strands of a fake beard. The disguise made Sung Jinwoo burst out laughing. Before they left, Sung Jinwoo told the young master to go pick up Han Song-yi first. The young master was pretty confused. Had Sung Jinwoo and Han Song-yi gotten that close in just a few days? His clever little sister asked him, so from now on, should I call Han my sister-in-law? The question made Sung Jinwoo flustered, and he quickly explained that Han Song-yi was just a friend of his sister's. Han Song-yi came out, dressed in a comfortable outfit. She greeted the young master and sat next to Sung Jinwoo, chatting happily. The conversation that followed made the young master want to turn the car around and go home to sleep immediately. Did you sleep well? Couldn't sleep a wink. I was too tired. That tired? Up in the front seat, the young master broke out in a cold sweat. Have things already gone that far? He felt the need to remind Sung Jinwoo. Han Song-yi is still a minor. Sung Jinwoo just gave him a blank stare. Panicked, the young master quickly swallowed whatever else he was about to say and continued driving in silence. His boss's world was simply impossible to comprehend. Back in the C-rank dungeon, a single slash was enough to tear a monster to pieces. Once again, the young master's entire worldview was shattered. To Sung Jinwoo, C-rank monsters were so pathetic that he couldn't be bothered to move, simply ordering his shadow soldiers to do the cleanup. The young master was left completely stunned. Not only did they help him fight monsters, but they also stole his job, leaving the poor guy with absolutely nothing to do. Sung Jinwoo couldn't help but chuckle seeing the kid get all pouty, as if his job was being stolen. He ordered his soldiers to leave a little something for the young master to do. With tears welling up in his eyes, the young master accepted the platinum jewelry his shadow soldiers had already mined from an A-rank dungeon in the Americas. The A-rank hunter and the guildmaster watched in horror as their comrades were taken down. This guy, with a head like a super saiyan, had felt strange to him from the very beginning. They hadn't seen a single monster in the entire dungeon, so they never expected a humanoid monster to appear in the final boss room. The magical energy radiating from him was far beyond the dungeon's rank. How was this possible? Just how strong was this monster? The stranger turned and slowly approached Rame, who screamed in terror and continuously scrambled backward. The Saiyan-looking man scratched his head and said to James, "Don't worry, they're not dead, just unconscious. I'm not a monster, I'm human. You attacked me first, so I fought back." But due to the language barrier, James still thought it was a threat before he was killed. He trembled in absolute fear. The Saiyan man sighed and spoke in English. "I'm not from around here. I'm Korean. I want to go home." They found a barbecue joint to celebrate. They decided to have a few drinks. Although for Sung Jinwoo, alcohol was no different than water, the young master continued to talk. He planned on getting his leadership certification from the association, and then he'd go negotiate with his father. Sung Jinwoo pulled out the key to the demon castle, the one he hadn't dared to open before. He clenched it in his hand. Whatever he had to face, he'd face it. As the alcohol kicked in, the young master confessed something to Sung Jinwoo. He said that compared to his own half-brother, Sung Jinwoo felt more like a real older brother to him. He didn't just save his life, he was always helping him. Sung Jinwoo blinked, then smiled warmly. "If you see me as a brother, then I'll see you as my little brother." His words moved the young master to tears. Just then, a news report about the Red Gate incident came on TV, causing a massive public uproar. Reporters swarmed the White Tiger Guild for a statement. All the high-rank hunters died, with only the low-rank ones surviving and returning. Can you confirm if this is true? There are rumors that someone helped the survivors inside the dungeon. What are your thoughts on this matter? To the endless questions, the White Tiger Guild master gave only a simple reply. The incident is under investigation. The accident did happen, but there was no one who helped them. Sung Jinwoo knew he was the one who helped, but he couldn't understand why the guild master was covering for him. After the interview, the guild master returned to his office to escape the horde of reporters. Just then, his friend, Min Byung-gyu, called with some huge news. A week ago, Japan had secretly contacted the association. After investigating, he realized the problem was far more serious than they'd imagined. This piqued the guildmaster's curiosity. What could be so big that Japan had to contact Korean hunters? The association president's next words made the once distracted guildmaster tense up. The Jeju Island raid. He pressed the phone to his ear, telling Min Byung-gyu to explain clearly. Min Byung-gyu recounted how 4 years ago, at the S-rank gate on Jeju Island, they had launched 3 attacks and failed every time, leading the government to finally abandon the island. 4 years later, they've started to move again. Because of them, they nearly died there. The guildmaster had also been a member of that subjugation team back then. That nightmare still haunted him to this day. Min Byung-gyu's next words left the guildmaster stunned. Those terrifying monsters are evolving. They're flying across the sea and leaving the island. Recently, the carcasses of winged ants were discovered on a nearby beach. Their evolution was terrifying. Just how horrifying are S-rank monsters in dungeons? The 3-headed hound that guarded the gates of hell had nearly killed Sung Jinwoo. Thanks to constantly grinding monsters and leveling up, Sung Jinwoo was now back to open that very gate. The once warm and cozy scene had suddenly transformed into a living hell. The last time he fought the 3 hellhounds, he was only level 20. Now, his level was 3 times higher. He was confident this time would be much easier. He approached the massive doors he hadn't dared to enter before. He used the key to open them, and a bone-chilling gust of air rushed out. Inside was a narrow hallway, lined on both sides with terrifying statues of monsters. Just then, the quest window appeared. Collect the souls of demons. Catching 10,000 would complete the quest. The rewards were just as incredible. Not only stat points, but also a weapon worth over 100 billion. But he also knew that the greater the reward, the more dangerous the quest. The bigger the prize, the harder the mission. Strangely, he didn't encounter a single monster in the hallway. When he opened the door, he was stunned to realize it was a field-type dungeon. The entire city of S had become a dungeon. Soon, a sea of monsters appeared. The system announced, "Low-grade demons have appeared. You will receive 1 soul for each one you defeat." Worried his sister would be anxious, he'd lied and said he was going on a trip for a week. Looking at this situation, a week might not be enough. He dropped his backpack, vanished on the spot, and reappeared right in front of the horde of monsters. His short swords danced among the demonic crowd. They were dead before they could even scream under Sung Jinwoo's blades. The system announced, defeating low-grade demons yields triple experience and triple demon souls. It even displayed the experience needed to level up. This was now a race against time. At a Korean restaurant, the young master sat formally with his father, the chairman of the UNDEAD Construction Guild. The young master presented his newly acquired hunter leadership certificate, requesting that the position of guild leader be handed over to him. His reasoning was that leaving the guild in the hands of an outsider was too risky, but the chairman cut him off, saying, "Before I agree, there's someone I need you to meet." The door opened. The ordinary-looking man who just walked in was one of the survivors of the White Tiger Guild's Red Gate incident. The young master was bewildered. How could the one witness the media was desperately searching for suddenly appear here? The chairman asked Kim Yuan to recount what happened. Kim Yuan then told them their reckless story. The person rumored to have helped them was a female high school student hunter. When he heard the name Sung Jinwoo, the young master was stunned, never expecting it was his boss. Jinwoo was the main figure in this massive incident, and that female student hunter was surely Han Song-yi. No wonder when they last met, the two had suddenly become so close. The young master didn't need to hear the rest. He knew his boss's true power. So what? The problem now was that his boss's secret was no longer a secret. This would definitely affect the negotiations. Just as expected, after Kim Yuhan said Sung Jinwoo's name, the chairman cut him off. He took out a stack of documents from behind him, saying that, to establish his guild, he needed to recruit capable hunters. Rumors about the person who helped during the Red Gate incident would be beneficial. He'd had his people investigate and dug up information about Sung Jinwoo partying up with the young master. The young master's arrival for negotiations was like walking right into his trap. His guildmaster license was all thanks to Sung Jinwoo. The young master felt a sense of dread. His father knew everything. That meant he had lost his leverage. But even so, he spoke to his father with determination. "Please, entrust the guild to me." Thinking his father would refuse, he was shocked when the man unexpectedly agreed. The young master was stunned. What in the world was happening? The chairman stood up. Smiling warmly, he said, "Entrusting it to an outsider is a huge risk. With you here, I don't need to take such a gamble. Can you invite Sung Jinwoo to join the UNDEAD Guild?" The young master replied resolutely, "I will do my best." The chairman was secretly pleased. Truly, a tiger father raises a tiger son. To establish the UNDEAD Guild, he had previously contacted 2 S-rank hunters. One was Cha Hae-in of the Hunters Guild. Though she was called their ultimate weapon, she was overshadowed by Choi Jong-in and was only the vice master. The position of guild master of the wealthy, UNDEAD Guild, would surely attract her. As for Min Byung-gu, he had decided to retire after failing to clear the Jeju Island Gate 3 times. But this time, ant corpses were discovered on the coast of Japan. If they wanted to attempt a 4th raid on the Jeju Island Gate, Min Byung-gu was indispensable. The chairman was very curious about who would find Min Byung-gu first, or if his son could recruit Sung Jinwoo. Before that, this was a race between time and experience. Back in the dungeon, Sung Jinwoo stood atop a mountain of monster corpses. He could feel that the deeper he went, the higher the monster's levels became. Something even more terrifying was waiting for him below. Not long ago, a single gatekeeper hound had nearly killed him. Now, the low-level monsters before him were nothing more than newbies. He could grab the small ones by the handful. Although the highest level on this floor was only in the dozens, the amount of experience gained was much higher than in a normal dungeon. In regular dungeons, it took 9 C-rank dungeons to level up, but here, it only took 4 hours. But the higher he leveled, the more experience he needed, and it increased exponentially. To get stronger, he had to speed up his leveling. When he met the White Tiger Guild's chairman, he felt that his own power was still less than an S ranks, so he had to get even faster. He took out an item dropped by a monster, the second floor entry permit, the Ager's Stone of Vision. A pillar of light pierced through the clouds. It seemed that was where the teleportation magic used to be. To level up quickly, he couldn't stop. He summoned his shadow soldiers. The majestic black bear was like a heavy tank. Sung Jinwoo leaped onto the bear's shoulder. A few small monsters blocked their path. Before Sung Jinwoo could even give the command, the black bear charged forward, mowing down the monsters and instantly sending them flying. It carried Sung Jinwoo as it charged, straight ahead, unstoppable. At the U.S. Hunter Bureau, several managers stood outside a bulletproof window, looking at the man, who looked like a Super Saiyan. After questioning him, they learned this man was a hunter from Korea. A year ago, he was trapped in a gate, and when he woke up, he was in a secret area. The Bureau was furious. It was a total loss. Not only did he escape from an A-rank gate, but he also wiped out an entire attack squad of A-rank hunters. If this was a monster with human memories, and without the intervention of an S-rank hunter, the entire city of Washington would be in danger. They contacted the Scavenger Guild. However, there was only one S-rank hunter who spoke Korean, and that was the Scavenger Guild's ace, Hwang Dong-soo. At that moment, he was on his way back to Korea. He was furious that he'd come all this way just to kill one person. But that piece of trash died inside a gate. What rotten luck. They decided to wait for Hwang Dong-soo to return so he could interrogate this mysterious Korean hunter. Inside the demon's castle, you could only enter the second floor with a permit obtained from the interfloor teleporter. On the first floor, only monsters with permits could use the teleporter. Each floor of the demon's castle comprised a different. If there were 100 floors, there would be 100 different worlds. As time passed, Sung Jinwoo was ascending at an astonishing speed. He had already encountered the C-rank boss monster. He could feel they were on a different level from the D-rank monsters on the first floor. The higher he climbed, the faster the monster levels increased, just like with hunter ranks, reflecting the insurmountable gap between A rank and S rank. When he first entered, Sung Jinwoo was worried all the monsters might be S rank. He never expected their strength wouldn't even match the pack of gatekeeper hounds. His anxiety gradually faded over time. He even got too lazy to fight himself, directly ordering his shadow soldiers into battle. And so, Sung Jinwoo advanced, climbing past floors 47, 48, 49, and finally 50, he met the ruler of the lower floors, the greedy god of fire. It was surrounded by a legion of guards. Finally, a worthy opponent. If this dragged on any longer, Sung Jinwoo might have actually fallen asleep. He signaled for his mages to attack first. Waving their hands, 3 fireballs soared over Sung Jinwoo's head and slammed directly into the fire guards, provoking them to draw their weapons and charge forward. Sung Jinwoo left the guards to Iron and his Shadow Knights, while he activated stealth and advanced toward the god of fire. Although the guards were strong, Jinwoo's shadow soldiers were far more powerful, having leveled up right alongside him. The Shadow Knights relentlessly cut them down, cleaving the guards in two. Jinwoo's target was the fire god boss, sitting on its throne. The thing looked fat, so he figured it wouldn't be a tough kill. All he had to do was sneak in for a quick assassination, but he never expected that bulky figure to suddenly vanish before his eyes, reappearing right in front of his shadow soldiers as it swung a colossal axe. Seeing this, Iron immediately raised his shield to block. The fire god slammed it down with a massive times crash asterisk. When the smoke cleared, Iron was flattened on the ground, his shadow slowly dissipating. Turns out, not even his strongest tank could withstand a single blow from that thing. The fire god swung its axe again with a thunderous roar, tearing a Shadow Knight to shreds. Jinwoo dashed forward and leaped onto the god's head. He wound up his fist, his eyes filled with fury. "You dare lay a hand on my men?" Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. The blow sent the creature flying through several buildings. Even Jinwoo was surprised. That was just a punch thrown in anger, yet it sent the beast flying that far. Maybe dumping his points into strength was the right call. But that one punch didn't do any serious damage to the fire god. In fact, all it did was piss it off. The system flashed a warning. The fire god has activated its rage skill. All of its stats increased by 50%, just like the skill used by those gatekeeper hounds from before. Not only that, but the fire god's sense of pain was also dulled. Its speed exploded, like an enraged bull. Jinwoo knew the next hit was going to hurt like hell, but there was no way to dodge it. He quickly turned and shouted, "Iron!" Having just regenerated, Iron blinked, understood the command, roared, and hurled the shield in his hands. The shield flew through the air straight to Jinwoo. He caught it. The fire god roared in fury, bringing its axe down hard on the shield, shaking the very earth. When a single strike didn't break through, the fire god began hammering down again and again. Luckily, Jinwoo's high-strength stat, combined with Iron's shield, allowed him to hold on. But he knew he couldn't last long like this. He had to find an opening in its relentless barrage of attacks and counter. As the fire god raised its axe again, his chance arrived. Jinwoo threw the shield, leaped into the air, and lunged at the boss with his dagger. But unexpectedly, the fire god stopped its attack, dodging Jinwoo's blow. This massive beast had actually predicted his move. It swung its axe to attack again. Jinwoo's heart sank. Mid-air was the worst possible position to be on the defensive. This attack was unblockable. He could only evade. An idea suddenly struck him. He could use his ruler's hand skill. While it couldn't stop the fire god's motion, he could use the repulsive force to push himself away. Just as the axe was about to connect, he poured all of his mana into his blade. He dodged the attack, narrowly escaping with his life. If he'd taken that hit head-on, a blow that not even iron could withstand, he would have been dead for sure. Jinwoo never imagined this thing would be so difficult to deal with. Not only was it fast, but its strength was overwhelming. He had to find a way to control it first. He noticed a crumbling building in the distance, and a plan began to form. He turned and ran right in front of the fire god. Seeing this, the monster began to chase him furiously. A grin spread across Jinwoo's face. "That's it. Come on, hurry up and chase me." The two of them continued their chase toward a massive building. Sung Jinwoo activated his dash skill, and his speed skyrocketed. He swiftly scaled the building. The fire god sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Just as the deity was about to slam into the skyscraper, Sung Jinwoo was already standing on the roof. He leaped down with immense force, summoning his dagger, and in front of the fire god's astonished eyes, he slashed diagonally across his shoulder. Black blood sprayed from the wound. Meanwhile, the chief and B-rank hunter Park Hee-jin were searching for Sung Jinwoo in his residential area. But even his neighbors hadn't seen him in a long time. It was only after contacting Han Song-yi that Park Hee-jin learned Sung Jinwoo had gone on a trip with a friend for a week. The chief found this strange. If he was on a trip, why were there no immigration records, no cash withdrawals, or credit card transactions? Furthermore, according to the association's location records, his last known position was in the city center. Park Hee-jin's expression changed. Could he have been kidnapped? The chief laughed and said, "To kidnap Sung Jinwoo, you'd need an entire special forces team made up of high-rank hunters from China. And even then, you'd just be getting lucky." He, of all people, had witnessed Sung Jinwoo's true power up close. Still, the chief remained curious. He had no idea where Sung Jinwoo could have gone, vanishing right before his eyes, and he had no way of knowing where he would go. This was a place only an awakened player could enter, the quartz dungeon, the demon's realm. Sung Jinwoo was here, grinding monsters and leveling up, but for every measure of the demon, there's a greater measure of the Tao. Facing a fire god who surpassed him in speed and strength, Sung Jinwoo was at a disadvantage, but he still managed to slay the god-level boss. 4 glittering items dropped from the boss's corpse. A fragment of the world tree, a crafting material for high-level magic items. Sounds fancy, but he had no idea what to do with it. He decided to store it for now. Compared to crafting materials, gear was far more useful. The Demon Monarch's earring, when worn with other items from the demon set, would activate a set effect. Wasn't that the same as the Abyss set? Sung Jinwoo eagerly equipped it, along with the Orb of Avarice. It doubled all magic damage. It's a shame Sung Jinwoo wasn't a magic-type character, or this orb would have been incredibly useful. Crash, boom, bang. Suddenly, the heads of several fire guardians rained down from above. Igris and Iron had successfully slaughtered all of them. They gathered the heads to present to their lord. Sung Jinwoo was both touched and exasperated because he knew Iron would just copy whatever Igris did. And sure enough, the giant brute dragged the corpse of a guardian past him, leaving Sung Jinwoo stunned. He clearly killed them, so why was he stealing someone else's head? But, he's my tank. Tank? He suddenly recalled how Iron had lent him his shield to block the fire god's attack. Isn't that just like lending a magic spell? He called over a mage Shadow, who was busy sucking up to Iron, and handed him the Orb of Avarice. He told him to launch a spell at a distant building. The mage pressed his hands together, and a fireball slowly formed, quickly swelling into a colossal inferno. In an instant, the entire building was completely obliterated, far exceeding Sung Jinwoo's expectations. Is this the destructive power of doubled magic? That's terrifying. And there wasn't even any blood inside. Meanwhile, at the American Hunter Bureau, Hwang Dong-soo had just returned to the country and was immediately summoned to interrogate the man who appeared at the A-rank gate. He smirked at the man. "You'd best cooperate. Whether you're a human or a monster depends entirely on what I say." In the face of Hwang Dong-soo's threat, the man just smiled calmly. Hwang Dong-soo fired off 3 questions in a row, like he was interrogating a criminal. "You died once in that labyrinth, didn't you? How did you survive in there for the past 10 years? Are you someone who came back from the dead?" The man simply gave a short reply. "No." Hwang Dong-soo pressed on. "Can the others who died in that dungeon come back to life like you?" He thought that if resurrection was possible, he could see his brother again, but the man flatly denied it. That line of thinking is impossible. The dead cannot return. The man then turned the question back on Hwang Dong-soo. "How much do you know about gates and monsters?" The question flustered Hwang Dong-soo. The man told him, "The gates and monsters are merely the prelude to the real war. A great catastrophe is coming, brought on by a newly awakened power. I returned to stop that disaster, but I cannot tell you what it is." Hwang Dong-soo scoffed. "If it's such a great disaster, wouldn't it be better for many people to fight it together, rather than you struggling alone?" But the man replied, "Numbers are meaningless against that power. An unorganized mob is just fodder to be attacked and exploited. You're a fairly strong person yourself. Surely you understand that." That statement left Hwang Dong-soo stunned. In this man's eyes, his own strength was merely decent. Hwang Dong-soo was furious, but had to continue the interrogation. He picked up the man's file. Name, Sung Il-hwan. Aside from his messy hair, he looked quite similar to his photo. The strange thing was, after 10 years in a dungeon, he hadn't aged a day. His career as a hunter was illustrious. Nowadays, if you reached Hwang Dong-soo's level of power ranking, you could make a fortune. Enough money for 3 generations to live lavishly. His wife's name was Park Kyung-hae, and they had 1 son and 1 daughter. When he saw the children's names, Hwang Dong-soo froze. He asked Sung Il-hwan, "Do you still remember your children's names?" Sung Il-hwan answered immediately, "My daughter's name is Sung Jin. My son's name is Sung Jinwoo." Hearing the son's name, Hwang Dong-soo smiled. Sung Il-hwan began to feel that something was very wrong. He could feel the killing intent radiating from Hwang Dong-soo. Unafraid, Sung Il-hwan's body emitted a golden aura as he faced him. Hwang Dong-soo pressed a red button on the desk. Asterisk. Beep. Asterisk. He spoke to the deputy director. "This man is a monster, and he's about to attack." After a quick escape, he turned to Sung Il-hwan. "I just got back from another country, so I'm not really caught up on things. But your son is dead." Hearing his son was dead, Sung Il-hwan was stunned. Hwang Dong-soo smiled viciously. "You can give your son your last words directly. In heaven." Inside the demon castle, Sung Jinwoo reached the 75th floor, the resting place of the undead. The floor's master was the Grey High Priest. At the High Priest's command, zombies and skeleton monsters swarmed towards Sung Jinwoo. He summoned 2 of his subordinates, the Black Knight and Iron, and ordered them to clear a path. Following the order, the Black Knight swung his sword, creating a whirlwind that wiped out everything in its path. Iron charged forward, shield in hand. The shadow soldiers threw themselves into the massive army of the undead, followed by the other warriors. A fierce battle erupted. Sparks flew as Iron swung his giant axe, and the Black Knight brandished his long sword, leaving the High Priest looking on in disbelief. His massive army of the undead was being completely wiped out. Even more terrifying was the figure standing beneath the moon, the master of the shadow soldiers, staring directly at him. He felt as if Sung Jinwoo was the real monster. The battle was over before it even began. Sung Jinwoo teleported and slashed the High Priest to pieces. After the High Priest died, the horde of undead collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Sung Jinwoo wanted to extract the High Priest's shadow, but the system informed him that its magic was contaminated, making shadow extraction impossible. He picked up the dropped item, an S-rank Demon God's necklace. Equipping it activated the first-level set effect. All stats increased by 5 points. Awesome. That's equivalent to gaining 5 levels. He wondered what kind of amazing effect he'd get with the final piece of the Demon God set, although he really wanted to go get it right away. The quest to collect demon souls was complete, and his stamina was depleted, so he had to take a break. Right now, he was more excited about the quest reward, a purchase ticket for the item shop. He could choose one of the following items, some of which were worth over 100 billion. At first, Sung Jinwoo planned to pick the most expensive weapon, but on second thought, He got new gear every time he raided a dungeon, and the higher the level, the better the equipment. After careful consideration, he once again chose the random cursed shell. Ultimately, it was this choice that allowed him to enter the demon castle. Not only did he level up quickly, but he also received many valuable items. Sung Jinwoo was eagerly anticipating something even more surprising this time. When he opened it, he was stunned. It was a glossy black key. Strangely, all of its attributes were question marks. This was the first time he'd encountered a situation like this, with no information at all. But he knew a real treasure when he saw one, so Sung Jinwoo put the key in his inventory. He accepted the next reward. After becoming the Shadow Monarch, Sung Jinwoo's mana drained incredibly fast. This time, he put all his points into intelligence. Finally, there was the unannounced secret reward, which he had now received twice. He wasn't expecting much this time, and received a formula scroll for the holy water of life. At that moment, in Washington, D.C., the entire city was in ruins. Firefighters were trying to extinguish the flames, and the entire city was paralyzed. This was the aftermath of a battle between two S-rank hunters. They had turned everything around them into a pile of rubble. Even though it had been anticipated, the reality was far worse than imagined. What surprised the bureau chief was that the hunter, Hwang Dong-soo, had been defeated. Sung Jinwoo emerged from the demon castle and went to the hospital to visit his comatose mother. He took out the secret reward, the formula scroll for the holy water of life, which could cure any illness. With this, his mother might finally wake up. To craft it, he needed 3 things: a fragment of the world tree, which he got after defeating the fire god on the 50th floor, the water from the spring of life, obtained after defeating the gray high priest on the 75th floor, and the blood of the demon king. His intuition told him the last item was in the hands of the final boss on the highest floor of the demon castle. This meant that once he cleared the dungeon, he would have all the ingredients. He would craft the holy water of life and save his mother. This was the consequence of a battle between S-rank hunters. When gods fight, it's the mortals who suffer. Smoldering fires were everywhere, and the bustling city had been turned into a pile of rubble in an instant. The entire United States was affected. The news spread quickly to every country. Fearing the massive repercussions, the deputy director of the American Hunter Bureau covered it up as a terrorist bomb attack, broadcasting this news to the world. But any hunter knew that only a battle between high-ranking hunters could cause such a devastating explosion. Just then, a visitor knocked on the door. The section chief looked out and saw a strange, unknown hunter. He whispered to his assistant that sometimes, hunters who were dissatisfied with their current status would get delusions of climbing to a higher rank. He said not to argue with them for long, just tell them to pay for a preliminary screening themselves. But when he saw the name, he was shocked and immediately called the White Tiger Guild Master. The person he'd asked him to keep an eye on had appeared. Baek Yoon-ho stopped what he was doing and asked in a panic, "That man, he's there right now? At the facility?" Hearing that Sung Jinwoo was sitting in the waiting room, his mind was in turmoil. Everything here was still the same, but in just a few short months, Sung Jinwoo had gone from a kid to a full-grown man. He was extremely curious to see what Sung Jinwoo's level would be this time. He knew that the last time, it was the lowest possible rank. At that moment, another man waiting to be tested spoke to Sung Jinwoo. "Don't be too nervous. Although some people's lives change after their rank evaluation, they're in the minority. If you get a C rank or higher, that staff member over there might take notice of you. However, it's best not to join a small guild. Their team battles are dangerous, and the death rate for their hunters is high." Sung Jinwoo knew this feeling all too well. The position of a small guild was truly a difficult one. You often see low-rank hunters who, dissatisfied with low-level dungeons, try to tackle something higher class despite lacking the skill for it. Naturally, they end up taking heavy losses. Back then, however, not even a small-time guild would take Sung Jinwoo. Just then, the testing room door opened, and a young man walked out with a miserable look on his face. The woman at the desk called out, "Next contestant." When it was the older man's turn, he told Sung Jinwoo, "If you don't set your expectations too high, you won't be so stressed. As long as you're not a stuck rank, you can still make a living." Sung Jinwoo noticed the man next to him had been trembling from the start. It was clear this evaluation meant everything to him, as he was drowning in debt. He needed to be at least a C rank to join a major guild, get the signing bonus, and finally give his family a normal life. A rank could change countless lives, as a hunter's strength was entirely dependent on it. No matter how much you trained, your physical power was determined by your rank, and the gap between ranks was nearly impossible to overcome. Consequently, the income disparity between ranks was massive. Take C-rank hunter Song Chi-yul, for example. Despite years of swordsmanship training, he could never close the gap with a B-rank hunter. And even though Sung Jinwoo had years of combat experience, he couldn't escape E rank. But that was all in the past. The man who had just entered the testing room came out looking completely lost. He never imagined he'd get the lowest rank. He thought he'd be a C rank at the very least. This made the chubby guy next to Jinwoo tremble even more. I'm too nervous, he stammered to Sung Jinwoo. You go first. Sung Jinwoo entered the room and stood before a large orb. As the woman checked his file, she looked up in surprise. Your file says you've already been confirmed as an E rank? You want a reevaluation? After getting Jinwoo's confirmation, she activated the device. She thought to herself that most people who requested a reevaluation stayed the same rank. What a waste of testing fees. But she would soon have to eat her words. When Sung Jinwoo placed his hand on the orb, the computer began flashing error messages non-stop. She panicked. In all her years working here, she'd never seen anything like this. Just then, the section chief walked over. He was curious to see what was so special about the person who had caught the attention of the White Tiger Guild's master. Looking at the results, he was stunned. A machine error had only ever happened once before, 2 years ago, during Cha Hae-in's evaluation. In the end, it was concluded that she was an S-rank hunter. And since Cha Hae-in, not a single S-rank hunter had emerged. It wasn't a machine error. The machine was physically incapable of measuring the mana of an S-rank. The section chief's face darkened. He now understood why Baek Yoonho was so interested. He regretted being so blind, completely missing such an important figure right in front of him. At this rate, he'd never get a promotion. He ordered his assistant to report to their superiors. The 10th S-rank hunter of South Korea has been born. S-ranks are hunters so terrifying that a battle between two of them could paralyze an entire nation, and the birth of a new one was exceedingly rare. It was a level normal hunters could never reach, no matter how hard they tried. Outside, Chief Woo Jin-chul was speaking with a man in a pink suit. He was curious if Hwang Dong-su's sudden return to the country had anything to do with the Red Gate incident. The chief said, the person rumored to have helped during the incident wasn't Hwang Dong-su, because he was there at the time, personally monitoring Hwang Dong-su to prevent him from causing any trouble. Although he didn't stay until the very end, he knew in his heart that the person was Sung Jinwoo. He just hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. Because of that, he couldn't say it outright. Seeing the chief's caution, the man in the pink suit didn't press further and changed the subject. He asked about the recent discovery of a long-winged ant monster's corpse on the coast. The chief replied gravely, this time, we only found a corpse. If those monsters ever actually manage to fly off Jeju Island, the Hunters Association will have to issue a general mobilization order for all guilds. The man in pink extended a hand covered in rings and said, when that time comes, my private hunter squad will offer its full support. Noticing that the evaluation building was unusually noisy today, the chief figured a hunter was causing trouble and decided to go handle it. The man in pink stubbed out his cigarette, sensing that this was no simple matter. He wanted to go with the chief and see what was happening. The chief glanced back, a sudden realization hitting him. He had almost forgotten what kind of man he was dealing with. Inside the testing room, the section chief said they needed a more precise measuring device to retest him. Can you come back in 3 days, Mr. Sung Jinwoo? Hearing this, the staff members were stunned. They never thought they'd witness the legendary unmeasurable rank. Could a new S rank really be about to appear? Everyone's minds were racing. The 10th S rank hunter wasn't someone that small-time guilds like them could easily approach. Is this an opportunity? Or a shot in the dark? I have some pull. You know, our guild doesn't have enough money to sign an S rank. Just then, an employee noticed a major figure walking through the door. It was Choi Jong-in of the Hunters Guild, the ultimate fire magic hunter, whose spells could level an entire continent. He was known as the ultimate weapon. And Sung Jinwoo, who was once the world's weakest hunter, was now the reason all this commotion was happening. Has this near S-rank hunter already been snatched up by the Hunters Guild? The section chief was shocked. He couldn't believe that Jinwoo was rated E-rank just a few months ago. And now, he was an S-rank. Choi Jong-in pushed up his glasses, observing Sung Jinwoo from a distance. He'd already heard that the machine had malfunctioned. Just by looking at the aura radiating from him, he knew this was a high-rank hunter. No retest was necessary. Choi Jong-in put on a harmless expression and approached Sung Jinwoo. If you haven't decided on a guild yet, perhaps we could talk. But Sung Jinwoo just casually walked right past him. He said coldly, sorry, I don't have time. Everyone was in shock. What just happened? Chairman Choi was rejected. It's not that Sung Jinwoo didn't recognize these heavy hitters, but right now, he was more concerned with crafting the water of life to save his mother. Choi Jong-in smirked. Looks like I oversimplified things. To walk away without a word, This guy must be an exceptional assassin-type hunter. If they could just recruit him, the Hunters Guild would have 3 S-rank hunters, putting them on par with the world's top guilds. Just then, Baek Yoon-ho of the White Tiger Guild rushed over. Choi Jong-in got a bad feeling. Was this two-faced bastard also after Sung Jinwoo? Choi Jong-in watched Baek Yoon-ho. He'd run a long way from the White Tiger building, and he was still panting heavily. Just as he suspected, Baek Yoon-ho knew exactly what was happening here. The mysterious helper from the White Tiger's trainee incident. It was him. It wasn't that Baek Yoon-ho didn't care, he just couldn't stop it from happening. Seeing Sung Jinwoo's attitude, he knew this guy wouldn't be easy to control. Baek Yoon-ho sighed. It looked like he was too late. And worse, that cunning old fox had already spotted him. Now, this was a problem. S-rank hunters are highly sought after, so much so that Chairman Choi Jong-in of the Hunters Guild personally extended an invitation, and Chairman Baek Yoon-ho of the top-tier White Tiger Guild sprinted all the way here to fight for him, because successfully recruiting just one S-rank hunter would cause a guild's fame and power to skyrocket, even potentially making it the #1 guild in the world. But they never expected Sung Jinwoo to be such a difficult beast to tame. Getting him to join wouldn't be simple at all. Compared to fame and fortune, he was far more concerned about his mother's condition. She suffered from eternal slumber, a comatose state she couldn't wake from. It was an illness that appeared after the gates opened. He told his mother, "Mom, just wait a little longer. I'm going to save you." He told himself he had to get stronger. If a mid-level boss was already at this level, there was no way he could defeat the final boss with his current strength. Stepping out of the hospital, he saw the chief waiting for him at the entrance. He asked Sung Jinwoo, "Back in the double dungeon, were you the one who killed those monsters? Thank you for showing me just how blind I've been." Sung Jinwoo didn't answer, just smiled. "Long time no see, Chief Woo Jin-chul." Then, he walked right past him. Woo Jin-chul called out, "Someone wants to see you. It's the chairman of the Hunter Association, Go Gun-hee." He then gestured for Sung Jinwoo to follow. After walking down a long hallway, Sung Jinwoo met Chairman Go Gun-hee for the first time. The man was over 80 years old, but radiated a powerful aura, with a physique more robust than a retired wrestler. On top of that, he was an S-rank awakened being. This man was no joke. Chairman Go Gun-hee said to Sung Jinwoo, "Hello. I'm Go Gun-hee. Congratulations on becoming an S-rank hunter." Sung Jinwoo replied, "The results of the re-evaluation aren't out yet." The chairman said, "To be honest, the re-evaluation is meaningless. The machine is only meant to fine-tune the initial measurement, not to test for results that exceed the limit. If it could measure higher thresholds, we'd have X ranks, SSS ranks, or even more S's." Sung Jinwoo was curious. Then why schedule a re-evaluation at all? Chairman Go Gun-hee held up a finger. "It's a delay tactic, to give us time to meet hunters like you. You know the association is different from the guilds. We have very few exceptional hunters like Chief Woo Jin-chul. Everyone goes to the major guilds, where the income and fame are guaranteed. Who would want to come to the association? People remember the names of the elite strike team members from the big guilds, but few know our Chief Woo Jin-chul. We have outstanding people among us, too. So, to give elite hunters a reason to come to the association, we cunningly use the re-evaluation to buy some time. We're not a corporation, so we can't promise you a huge paycheck, but we can help you grow in other ways. Right now, it's not the government that supports this country. It's the hunters who protect people from monsters, and the ones who manage them. That's the Hunter Association. I can give you power on par with our own." Hearing the word power, Sung Jinwoo was intrigued. Indeed, compared to money and fame, power is what people truly chase after, especially power that stands above the 5 major guilds. But he was very curious. Why would Chairman Go Gun-hee want to give that power to him? He answered, "You know about the 5 major guilds, don't you? Right now, those 5 powers are in a very fragile balance. Whichever guild you join, that balance will be shattered, causing turmoil. The laws and interests of normal guilds can't constrain a hunter. That's why the Hunter Association is necessary. The scariest thing in this world is a monster. And what's even scarier is a monster who's a high-ranking hunter. What do you think?" Sung Jinwoo hesitated. It was indeed a very tempting offer. With Chairman Go Gun-hee's support, even an ordinary person could become influential, because the association, the government, and even the media were all under Chairman Go Gun-hee's influence. He was the ultimate authority, and incredibly strong. I have to level up to reach his level. The Hunter Association is the 6th power, distinct from the 5 guilds, and every country needs one. This old man looks like he's running out of time. He needs a successor. This is a rare opportunity. After careful consideration, Sung Jinwoo made his decision. I'm truly sorry, sir, but I refuse. Chairman Go Gun-hee was stunned, but quickly rationalized it. I see. He just wants to chase money and fame, but Sung Jinwoo's next answer left him speechless. I want to fight. Forget worldly fame and power. I want to level up by fighting monsters myself. If I join the association, I won't be able to keep leveling up. The only way to get stronger is by leveling up constantly. He told Chairman Go, the dungeons. That's where I belong. Chairman Go was completely stunned. How could this be? Those eyes showed such sincerity. His heart began to pound. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way. Turns out, his old heart could still beat this powerfully. If only I were 2 years younger. No, 10 years. I'd want to fight alongside young men like him, too. He's the kind of guy who really gets your blood pumping. Sung Jinwoo bowed to Chairman Go and left. As he passed by Chief Woo Jin-chul, he said, Chief Woo Jin-chul, you're a very good judge of character, but I'm not the one who killed all the monsters in the double dungeon. And with that, Sung Jinwoo was gone. Chairman Go stood with his hands on his hips, staring out the window. Sung Jinwoo's words had shattered his old way of thinking. Until now, he'd always believed that, as long as the association existed, the world wouldn't fall into chaos. And for the association to survive, it needed him, or someone who would carry on his will. It turns out that was all just his own delusion. A hunter's place is in a dungeon, after all. He instructed Chief Woo Jin-chul, cancel all my appointments for today. He was going to let loose, no longer wasting his time on stubborn old fools. He watched Sung Jinwoo's retreating figure and said, let's go, have a couple of drinks. Although the meeting didn't achieve its purpose, it gave him a great gift. Now he just wondered how many drinks that young man could handle. Meanwhile, another S-rank hunter was reckless enough to piss off Sung Jinwoo's father. Sung Il-hwan was enraged and easily crushed Hwang Dong-soo. Hwang Dong-soo awoke from a nightmare. The battle with S-rank hunter Sung Il-hwan had left his body covered in countless wounds, wrapped in white bandages with multiple broken bones. He shot an irritated glare and said, what do you want with a failure? Spit it out. The deputy director, who had been waiting by his side, asked, Hwang Dong-soo, was that man named Sung Il-hwan a monster? He showed Hwang Dong-soo security camera footage from near the scene of the fight. In it, Sung Il-hwan was helping the affected civilians, but after watching, Hwang Dong-soo remained calm and insisted, he's a monster. Seeing that Hwang Dong-soo was still being stubborn, the deputy director didn't press the matter. He just told him to stop by the management bureau after his treatment. Hwang Dong-soo asked, what happened to him? The deputy director replied, after he defeated you, the man vanished. Even though the bureau is still looking, he was able to defeat you. Do you really think we can catch him? Hwang Dong-soo cursed under his breath. Damn it. This is humiliating. He recalled the moment before he lost consciousness, when Sung Il-hwan told him, don't come to Korea again. I'm not doing this for my son. I'm doing it for you. Because if you do, you'll die a miserable death. An S-rank hunter like me, being threatened. What a disgrace. Hwang Dong-soo planned to heal his wounds, get his weapon from the guild, and then avenge this defeat. Just you wait, Sung Il-hwan. I'm going to tear you to shreds. The Hunter Exchange is a place where hunters auction off the items and equipment they get from clearing dungeons. With tens of thousands of hunters in the country, the exchange is a convenient way to quickly buy and sell equipment. For a hunter, good gear is a life-saving charm. High-rank hunters often use equipment worth billions or even hundreds of billions. Sung Jinwoo thought the money he'd saved up was a pretty big deal, but in reality, it wasn't even enough to buy one decent piece of gear. As he leveled up, the demon castle didn't just get stronger. Fire attacks the whole place was like a sea of flames, so Sung Jinwoo needed better defensive equipment. But the system shop didn't have any. He considered selling the Orb of Avarice. Compared to high-tier weapons that only increase power by 30%, the Orb of Avarice doubled his magic damage. Selling it would definitely fetch a good price, but the problem was coming up with a plausible explanation for how he got it. A normal hunter possessing such an item would undoubtedly attract attention. He'd need proof of a raid and a record at a gate to avoid suspicion. But Sung Jinwoo's S-rank reevaluation was still some time away. With his E-rank status, he couldn't join a high-level raid party. He went online to look for information on recruiting members for a high-level dungeon. Unexpectedly, Sung Jinwoo actually found a recruitment posting. At the Hunter Management Bureau, the chief showed Sung Jinwoo's personal file to the chairman. He was quite surprised by his status as the weakest E-rank awakened. Sung Jinwoo had been in dungeons for 4 years, which was basically a suicide mission. Either the kid was a cheater, Or he wasn't a recent awakening like the chief's report said. According to rumors, Sung Jinwoo did it to pay for his mother's hospital bills. Only then did the chairman believe it. Despite being injured countless times, he kept going. He had no talent but still had to take the place of his missing father, caring for his sick mother and his sister, who was still in school. It's truly rare to see a young man like that. Just then, the chief received news that Sung Jinwoo had joined a raid team from the Hunters Guild. The chairman thought to himself, could it be that this kid is all talk? In reality, he was just after the hefty signing bonus for Hunters. But the next words left him in utter shock. Sung Jinwoo didn't join the attack team. He joined the mining team, an S-rank hunter, working as a miner. Truly unpredictable. The mining team leader carefully studied Sung Jinwoo's file as he stood there in his miner's gear. Even though he was a low rank, the fact that he was a combat-type hunter made the foreman ecstatic. The mining team was just for support, not fighting, but having a combat hunter around made everyone feel a whole lot safer. The real reason Sung Jinwoo joined the expedition was to observe how a high-level dungeon raid was conducted without raising any suspicion. High-rank dungeons are massive, requiring specialized teams, an assault team to clear the path, a mining team to excavate ore, and a collection team to gather monster corpses. The mining and collection teams have to wait for the assault team to clear a safe path first. The assault team must wipe out all the minions near the gate before the support teams are even allowed inside. Both divisions require a massive number of personnel. This is because modern machinery doesn't work inside dungeons. So, the mining methods are archaic, using nothing but simple iron pickaxes. This was the first time Sung Jinwoo had ever seen an A-rank gate this enormous in person. He had always wanted to see what a high-rank dungeon looked like with his own eyes. It looked like he had come to the right place. So this was how the top guilds rated high-rank dungeons. Not only were the roles clearly divided, but they were also incredibly organized, a completely different world from how small guilds rated low-rank dungeons. First, the assault team enters the dungeon to clear out the small fry, then the support teams are allowed in. The guild master of the Hunters Guild, Choi Jong-in, was personally commanding the operation on site. His expression was grim. The dungeon was far larger than anticipated, and they were already behind schedule. They had other raids lined up after this. If they got delayed, it would affect the other teams. Staring at the towering rock wall in front of him, his resolve didn't waver. Looks like we'll have to do this the hard way. He flicked his cigarette away, the smoke rising into a swirling vortex. And from within it, a flash of light appeared. Choi Jong-in raised his hand, and a colossal stream of fire erupted, leaving the monsters gaping in shock. The flames pierced through them and then ran wild throughout the cavern, incinerating everything in their path. With a flick of his wrist, he gave the order, "Shields, get ready. The storm is coming." At his command, the shield bearers formed a defensive wall. The flames that had spread throughout the cave now roared back, crashing into the prepared shield wall. Even without knowing the full extent of the cave, this method could instantly incinerate any nearby monsters. Witnessing Choi Jong-in unleash such terrifying power with a mere wave of his hand, his subordinates were filled with absolute awe. Outside, the mining team's leader was getting impatient. The raid was taking far longer than expected. He had no idea how much overtime they'd have to work. Just then, a loud shout echoed out, "The assault team is out. Everyone, grab your gear and get ready to move in." Sung Jinwoo watched the nation's #1 assault team from the Hunters Guild intently. This time, it wasn't just Guildmaster Choi Jong-in. The Vice Guildmaster, S-rank hunter Cha Hae-in, was there too. An incredibly powerful aura radiated from her, at least on par with Choi Jong-in's. Or maybe even stronger, possibly rivaling the Hunter Association's chairman, Go Gun-hee. Suddenly, she felt someone staring intently at her. Cha Hae-in glanced over the crowd, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. And yet, she had clearly felt an immense aura just a moment ago. Sung Jinwoo let out a sigh of relief, glad he'd managed to conceal his presence in time. Cha Hae-in's senses were incredibly sharp. The mining foreman waved his hand, signaling it was their turn to work. As Sung Jinwoo looked closer, he saw that an A-rank dungeon was truly massive. Even the wind that blew from within was thick with mana. The collection team, who went in before the miners, had already started their work. After the assault team eliminates all the monsters except for the final boss, the collection team hauls the corpses outside. Finally, the mining team enters to excavate the magic crystals. To maximize profit, not a single step can be skipped. The gems and ores could be exchanged for cash. The corpses of high-rank monsters were also worth a fortune. Their bones, skin, and flesh, every single part, had value. That was the difference between high-rank and low-rank monsters. You could say that high-rank dungeons were literally overflowing with money. After all these steps were completed, the assault team would go back in to kill the final boss and close the gate. That was the entire process for raiding a high-rank dungeon. Sung Jinwoo asked the foreman, "Aren't you worried the final boss might get out?" The foreman replied, "That's basically impossible." He'd been with the Hunters Association for 3 years and had never seen that happen. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss, Jinwoo thought. Even if he did nothing, the fluctuations of mana in this place were enough to send a shiver down any hunter's spine. He picked up his pickaxe and started to work, and he left the foreman completely stunned. His mining ability was nothing like a first-timer's. He was even better than the most seasoned miner on the team, a true mining prodigy. "Hey, isn't it time for lunch yet?" Sung Jinwoo said he'd already eaten. Once everyone had left, he put down his pickaxe. A full hour of free time for lunch? He couldn't miss an opportunity this good. He ran straight for the boss room. Just one look at the giant beast told him it was stronger than both demon kings from the demon castle. Sung Jinwoo desperately wanted to test his strength, but he held back. He couldn't kill it. If the boss died, the gate would close. The private guild would suffer massive losses, and if they ever found out it was him, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Just then, a sharp voice called out from behind him. "What are you doing here?" Luckily, his reason won out over his battle lust just in the nick of time, before he was discovered by the Hunters Guild's vice master, Cha Hae-in. Panicked, Sung Jinwoo could only make up an excuse that he got lost. Cha Hae-in was suspicious. She was sure she saw a weapon in his hand. But now it was gone. Without any proof, she could only tell Sung Jinwoo to get out. If he woke up the boss, it would be disastrous. Everyone inside the dungeon would die. But as she walked past him, Cha Hae-in suddenly froze. She called Sung Jinwoo to a halt and started sniffing the air around him. Model. Turns out, her sense of smell was incredibly sharp, so why couldn't she smell anything on him? Holding Sung Jinwoo's hunter license, she asked, "Are you really a hunter?" Confused, Sung Jinwoo replied, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Cha Hae-in looked at the license, which clearly stated he was E rank. Sung Jinwoo could only offer an embarrassed smile. Cha Hae-in warned him not to wander off, as the dungeon was very dangerous. Watching him walk away, she couldn't stop thinking, why didn't he have that scent? Was it because his rank was too low? Not only that, but he actually had a very pleasant smell. When Sung Jinwoo returned to the mining team, the leader was full of admiration, saying how rare it was for anyone to even get a chance to meet Cha Hae-in. He himself had been working there for 3 years and had never exchanged a single word with her. Speaking of Cha Hae-in, the team leader was filled with emotion. He'd never seen anyone work so diligently. She was always worried the dungeon boss might suddenly break out, so she constantly checked on the area while the support teams were collecting resources. In the team leader's eyes, Cha Hae-in was the most dedicated hunter there was. That's because the mining team had never seen a dungeon boss, nor could they sense its mana, but the attack squad knew just how terrifying they were. A single accident could have devastating consequences. Another miner told Sung Jinwoo that Cha Hae-in had a unique constitution and a hypersensitive sense of smell, allowing her to detect the distinct scent that all hunters gave off. But it was probably quite unpleasant for her, which is why she often covered her nose. It suddenly dawned on Jinwoo. That's why she asked if he was a hunter. He was suddenly reminded of the red demon from the gate, how Cha Hae-in's situation was similar to its. That ice demon could always hear the sounds of killing, but when it was near Sung Jinwoo, the sounds vanished. And the reason Cha Hae-in couldn't smell anything from Sung Jinwoo was because he was the only one under the care of the system. After the job was done, the team leader gave Sung Jinwoo his pay for the mining work. Thanks to Sung Jinwoo's insane speed, they had finished 2 hours ahead of schedule, even faster than the collection team. The leader looked at Sung Jinwoo with a fond expression. It was the first time he'd ever met such an efficient miner. He invited Sung Jinwoo to join his mining team permanently, but Jinwoo just smiled and declined. He had already grasped the basic raid process and had no need to continue working as a miner. However, he overheard the team leader mention another raid campaign for the next day, not with the A team, but with the B team. It was a testament to the guild's power that it was the only private hunter organization in the country strong enough to clear and open gates with 2 separate small teams. Intrigued, Sung Jinwoo asked for the location of tomorrow's meeting point. At a barbecue restaurant, the young master was completely wasted, his cheeks flushed red. Across from him sat his cousin. He hadn't been able to get in touch with Sung Jinwoo since they parted ways last week. His calls wouldn't even go through. He was hugging his phone and crying to his cousin, making her think he was wailing over a breakup. This was absolutely ridiculous. His cousin snatched the phone, intending to call this boss guy the young master kept rambling on about. Luckily, Sung Jinwoo called at that very moment. The young master lit up as if he'd just heard from a long-lost lover, demanding to see Jinwoo immediately. But since it was already late, They agreed to meet the next day, and since Jinwoo had to enter a dungeon tomorrow as well, they settled on meeting tomorrow evening. The young master happily agreed. In a high-end apartment building, Cha Hae-in stood by a sunlit window, speaking to the person on the other end of the line. I need you to look into someone named Sung Jinwoo from the mining team. He seems incredibly familiar. I've been getting a lot of requests about Sung Jinwoo recently. Just yesterday, Guildmaster Choi Jong-in also contacted me to investigate him. Despite my best efforts, his information from the association is completely sealed. This is the first time I've ever encountered a case like this. A run-of-the-mill hunter whose information is sealed, yet all these powerful figures want to know about him. What in the world was going on? After hanging up, Cha Hae-in lay on her bed, her heart pounding with anxiety. Who on earth was this person? An E-ranker who had so many people interested in him that even the association had locked down his files. And why, out of all the hunters, was he the only one who was different? He was the first hunter she'd ever met who actually smelled nice. The next day, Sung Jinwoo arrived at the raid location right on time. He found the team leader and the others already waiting for him. They greeted him warmly, reminding him of his old party members. It had been a long time since he'd experienced this familiar sense of camaraderie. The atmosphere here brought back a flood of old memories. Just then, the A-rank attack team leader, Sun Ki-hoon, approached them. His team was short a porter for the day, and he wanted to borrow a miner. The mining team leader refused, saying they weren't short on miners. If he needed a porter, he should ask the collection team. But the collection team leader wasn't having it either. Because the mining team finished early yesterday, his team had to work 3 extra hours and didn't even have time for dinner. He definitely didn't want to see Sun Ki-hoon's face today. Nobody was willing. Team leader Sun finally offered an extra bonus after the raid, but still, no one would go. The mining team leader voiced everyone's concerns. Even a B-rank dungeon is dangerous, let alone an A-rank one. Most of the mining team were D-rank hunters. Some were even E-rank. If they got injured in there, it would be a death sentence. Who would risk their life for a little extra cash? The atmosphere became tense and awkward as team leader Sun stood there, helpless. Suddenly, Sung Jinwoo broke the silence, shocking everyone. The mining team leader panicked and yelled at him, "Are you crazy? You're just an E-ranker. What makes you think you can enter an A-rank gate? A single low-level monster in there would be enough to kill you. You have a bright future ahead of you. Why would you risk it for a bit of money?" But Sung Jinwoo saw things differently. Even if he was just a porter, it was a chance to participate directly in the raid. This expedition was a golden opportunity to learn, one he couldn't pass up. Seeing someone volunteer, Captain Sun naturally agreed without a second thought. After all, he was confident he could guarantee Sung Jinwoo's safety. A porter didn't need to fight. And just like that, Sung Jinwoo successfully joined the raid party as their porter, hoisting a massive bag of luggage that felt as light as foam. Jinwoo noticed that this gate was even larger than the one from yesterday. Captain Sun told him not to worry. Although it was bigger, the magic level wasn't as high as yesterday's. If it were dangerous, they wouldn't have allowed a B team like theirs to explore it. Aside from lacking an S-rank hunter, the strength of the Hunters Guild's second team was not far behind the first. The members were the elite of the guild, consisting of 11 C-rank hunters and 6 B ranks. In any other guild, this would be the main strike force. Under the leadership of the A-rank Captain Sun, the formidable team entered the cave. Although the magic level at this gate was lower than yesterday's, for some reason, Sung Jinwoo felt a familiar sense of unease. Just like when he stood before the red gate, he hoped he was just overthinking it. Even if there was a problem, with so many high-level hunters, they would surely be fine. The moment they stepped inside, the system announced they had entered the dungeon. It was a colossal cave, and an A-rank healer walking beside Jinwoo said, "Don't you worry. The captain and everyone else are very strong. We'll keep you safe. When a mage is attacked, it's the tank's responsibility. When a healer is attacked, it's the attack team's responsibility. When a porter is attacked, it's the guild's responsibility. So as long as the raid party is here, you'll be fine." Hearing that sent a chill down Sung Jinwoo's spine. In the world of dungeons, it was the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Usually, a raid party wouldn't care about the life of a weakling, but this team actually supported and protected each other. Sun Ki-hoon took a deep breath. This was his first time leading a team since joining the Hunters Guild. If this raid was successful, he would be officially appointed as the captain of the second team. Although he couldn't compare to Guildmaster Choi Jong-in or Vice Guildmaster Cha Hae-in among the A ranks, he was considered the best of the best. He told himself he could not fail this time. Just then, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed from deep within the cave. The sound was faint, but the raid party quickly detected it and immediately entered combat stance. Prepare for contact. Sung Jinwoo's eyes widened. This was the rapid response of a professional raid party. They instantly assumed combat positions without needing a command. The rustling footsteps grew closer, and then a group of magic beasts emerged from the cave. Captain Sun was stunned. What is going on? What is this? Why were there desert wolves in an A-rank dungeon? They usually hunt in packs and would fearlessly charge and attack, even against stronger opponents. But against absolute power, the wolf pack stood no chance and was quickly annihilated by the experienced raid party. Everyone was completely baffled. Desert wolves are C-rank dungeon monsters. They shouldn't be able to appear here. In an A-rank dungeon, they were at the bottom of the food chain, far too weak to find any prey. And with no food, they couldn't survive. Sung Jinwoo noticed they were wearing red collars. These weren't normal wolves. They were domesticated, like hunting dogs. Only intelligent creatures could accomplish something like this. And regardless of type, intelligent monsters are always extremely difficult to deal with. Jinwoo knew his bad feeling was about to come true. The real monsters had appeared. The moment it stepped out, Captain Sun's face went pale. Those were ice elves. Why were they here? And there were so many of them. A monster roared, grabbing a spear and hurling it at the hunters. The spear flew like lightning, and the captain hurriedly raised his shield to block. The spearhead slammed into the shield before flying off into the cave, creating a loud bang. The shield blocked the attack, but a long crack appeared on its surface. Such horrifying power. Before he could recover, a monster wielding an axe charged forward, swinging it down at the captain. They attacked instantly without a word. A tank activated his taunt skill. The monster's eyes widened as it broke the enemy's skill, stepping on the shield and lunging straight for the mages in the back. But the mages were no pushovers. One mage held a magic lamp, which unleashed a continuous stream of fire arrows. They flew straight into the monster's chest, but its magic resistance was too high. They caused no damage, and it continued to charge at the mage. But it was quickly ensnared by purple vines. Another mage was trying to cast a spell. However, the enemy was too strong. He could only restrain it for 5 seconds. But for the male mage, that was enough. He raised his magic lamp, and a magic circle appeared before him. He roared, "I summon you. Appear and sever the head of my enemy." From within, the circle emerged a warrior engulfed in flames. Its power was equivalent to that of a giant. He could only summon a maximum of 2 such warriors. This was his final trump card. Once he summoned 2 warriors, he wouldn't be able to use any other magic. And right now, that warrior was taking continuous damage, and his mana was dropping fast. If it fell too low, he wouldn't have enough strength to summon the second one. The situation for the other members wasn't much better. A fighter was slashed in the shoulder by a monster. The healer immediately activated her healing skill and shouted in a panic, "Where are they? Tanks, get to the backline and hold it." But the tanks themselves were in critical danger. Their taunt skills had no effect. The captain yelled urgently, "We're short on members. We'll be at a huge disadvantage if we get surrounded. Split up into groups of 3. Now." He found it incredibly strange. Even for an A-rank gate, 22 giant demonic beasts was just overkill, far exceeding the power an A-rank dungeon should have. Moreover, these weren't just ordinary demonic beasts. They were the intelligent type. Among humanoid monsters, they were considered low tier, but that was still average or higher overall. Each one was equivalent to an A-rank hunter, so 22 of them meant they were facing 22 A-rank threats. In terms of numbers, they were completely overwhelmed. Besides Sung Jinwoo, there were only 17 hunters left, and the 6 B-rankers were no match for A-rank monsters. They were only stronger in a one-on-one situation. If the B-ranks were all wiped out, the situation would become dire. They had prepared for the worst. Sacrifices were inevitable. All they could do was try to survive and avoid being completely annihilated. Another warrior had his entire arm sliced clean off. A mage rushed forward to shield the injured warrior. The mage's staff trembled as he summoned a giant serpent to coil around the monster. Seizing the moment the beast was restrained, the healer quickly tended to the armless warrior. From the stump of his arm, a stream of green energy slowly moved, forming a new hand. A moment later, the warrior's arm was successfully restored. Just then, a shadow fell over her small frame. Looking up, she saw a monster staring right at her. The mage turned in a panic. "Damn it, it's still alive." The beast raised its massive axe to strike the healer down. In that life-or-death moment, Sung Jinwoo dropped his backpack and activated his stealth skill. The healer felt a strange sensation. Why hadn't the axe fallen? Her heart pounded in her chest. She opened her eyes to see the monster suspended in midair. Its hands were clamped around its own neck, and pained, groans escaped its mouth. Right before her eyes, The monster was torn apart before crashing to the ground. She was stunned. What just happened? They were a top-tier assault team, yet this enemy had pushed them into a corner. 22 high-level demonic beasts were beating them down step by step. If nothing changed, they would soon be annihilated here. But just as the axe was about to cleave the healer's head, the monster was choked by an invisible force, torn to pieces right in front of her. A monster that had been fiercely battling the team leader suddenly exposed multiple openings and was struck down by the leader, who took its head. Not only that, but the monsters that once held the upper hand suddenly seemed to lose all their fighting spirit, becoming as weak as chickens. The team leader couldn't believe his eyes. Why are they going down so easily? But what they didn't know was that a mysterious force was sweeping past each monster, striking their critical joints and limbs. Sung Jinwoo, still in stealth, moved closer to the monsters, doing his best not to be detected, weakening them without arousing the other hunters' suspicion. But the sensitive demonic beasts still discovered him. They all turned in unison towards Sung Jinwoo's hiding spot. His plan exposed, he had no choice but to draw his dagger and strike directly at a monster's weak point. Behind it, a hunter saw the monster's back was turned towards them, so he charged forward and landed a heavy blow on its back, securing a kill. Sung Jinwoo looked at his blood-soaked hands. This is so annoying. Initially, he had only planned to observe how high-rank hunters fight without interfering in their battle. These hunters were all elites from a top guild, and Sung Jinwoo had trusted in their abilities. It's just that the power of these demonic beasts was not to be underestimated. If he hadn't stepped in, the team would have been wiped out. Although he could have easily annihilated the horde himself, it would have raised unnecessary suspicion. Therefore, providing covert assistance was the best option. With Sung Jinwoo's support, the battle quickly concluded. All 22 demonic beasts were eliminated, and not a single one of the 17 hunters died. The injured were treated by the A-rank healer and would soon recover. Everyone was chattering about how they had survived a great disaster. Within the team, a female mage glanced at Sung Jinwoo. The mages on their team weren't completely oblivious, a stealth skill of that level. They could easily see through it. But it was thanks to Sung Jinwoo's help that they had won. Perhaps he has his reasons for hiding his identity. Since his intentions weren't malicious, there's no need to expose him. Now they had to make a difficult decision: continue exploring or retreat, and report the situation inside. Everyone discussed heatedly. The recent battle had shaken them all. They had just stepped inside and already encountered a powerful army of demonic beasts. There was no telling what other terrifying forces lay deeper within. The marksman suggested to the team leader that, with their current strength, it was too dangerous. It would be best to retreat and return with reinforcements. The team leader felt a deep sense of regret. This was his chance to become the official raid leader. If he missed this opportunity, he might never get another one. But they had only survived by sheer luck. He couldn't risk the lives of his entire team. After weighing his options, he told everyone, "We're pulling back." His teammates let out a sigh of relief, thankful their leader was still level-headed. After getting organized, the team started to head back. When they reached the teleportation gate, everyone froze. At some point, the gate had been sealed by a high-level curse. Fortunately, the mages could break it. It would just take some time. The female mage sighed. "It's a good thing we decided to turn back. What kind of monster was capable of using such advanced magic?" This was completely beyond their ability to explore. Suddenly, an intense wave of mana slammed into everyone. The power was so immense, it could generate a shockwave from such a great distance. This monster was no simple foe. The mages quickly focused all their concentration on breaking the seal, but this high-level curse wasn't easy to deal with. Even with 3 mages using all their strength, it would still take a while to break. Suddenly, their eyes became bloodshot, and blood began to stream from them. Then, they started coughing up blood, their bodies racked with so much pain they were forced to stop their spellcasting. They'd been hit by a curse. While the other hunters were fine, only the mages were affected. Their teammates tried to heal them with holy magic and buff them. But just then, a dark, crimson aura radiated from behind them. Turning around, they saw that in the darkness, countless glowing red eyes were staring intently at them. 22 dungeon demons. They had defeated them easily just moments ago. But now, their numbers had grown to at least 50. One of the demons approached the team captain, its massive, hulking frame creating a stark contrast with the captain's own. Its face drew closer and closer, its eyes locked onto him. The captain didn't dare move, and a cold sweat broke out on his face. His teammates wanted to step in and help, but he stopped them. He knew that fighting now would be suicide. Their only choice was to wait for an opening to counterattack. His hands trembling, he thought, asterisk, if only the guildmaster or vice master were here. Asterisk, asterisk. That would be great. Asterisk. This was a truly terrible starting position. The monster opened its huge mouth and began to yell at him like a boss, berating an employee, roaring nonstop. The demons behind it roared along with it. Suddenly, its eyes changed, its expression twisted, and its mouth formed human words. "Hey, humans, I am Kagan. I wish to see you." The hunters were stunned. A dungeon demon could speak human language? This was also magic. The female mage realized it was just a puppet. It wasn't the one in control. The captain asked the puppet, "You're the one who closed the gate, aren't you?" "That's right. I am the noble archmage of the dungeon demons," it replied. The puppet continued, "Mankind cannot resist the magic of mine." The captain asked, "Is there anyone in this cave stronger than you?" "Here, no one is my equal. Now choose. Will you be killed by my soul, Dyers, or will you follow them?" His teammates warned him it was a trap and that he shouldn't listen, urging him to fight it out here. But the captain thought for a moment, then decided to meet the leader. Behind them, the puppet turned and said to everyone, "Follow me." Sung Jinwoo was very confused. The boss room wouldn't just have the boss. There would definitely be more of those giant demons. The chances of winning were getting lower, yet the captain was still going. Was he really planning to negotiate with the boss, just to get out alive? The captain didn't have any other choice. He had already prepared for the worst. He said that if they encountered the final boss, they would attack. No matter what, they had to destroy the gate. When they drew its attention, he was to use the opportunity to escape and contact the main assault team. Sung Jinwoo didn't understand. He asked, "Even if I find reinforcements, you'll all be dead before the next attack team gets here." The captain said, "Our goal isn't to survive, it's to seal this gate. That's why people pay us the big bucks." The female healer handed Sung Jinwoo a small notebook, telling him to give it to her family if he made it out. "We'll use the time we have left to do what we have to do. As for you, you have to get out of here alive." Sung Jinwoo took the will, but had no intention of delivering it. The mana wave from the final boss was strong, but not enough to scare him. It wasn't decided yet who would survive in the end. Outside the gate, Cha Hae-in appeared in her casual clothes. She looked around, but didn't see any sign of Sung Jinwoo. She'd learned from the mining team captain that Sung Jinwoo was working as a porter for the raid team. This confused her greatly. An E-rank hunter, working a job in an A-rank dungeon. Wasn't he afraid of dying? Cha Hae-in's suspicions about Sung Jinwoo grew even stronger. She was certain that yesterday, Sung Jinwoo had shown up at the briefing room with a clear purpose, and he was even carrying a weapon. She decided to go inside and find out just what this man was planning. As she stepped in, she hesitated. Today was her day off, so she hadn't brought any equipment or pawns with her. Cha Hae-in asked to borrow some gear from the captain, who immediately handed her a pickaxe. She asked, "Are there any other weapons, like a sword or a spear?" The captain scratched his head sheepishly. "This is the only weapon with any real damage on our mining team. It's probably not very useful." Cha Hae-in had no choice but to hand back the pickaxe and head toward the gate. The captain asked, "Are you sure you want to go in?" The question made Cha Hae-in freeze. After hesitating for a moment, she turned back, grabbed the pickaxe firmly, thanked the captain, and hurried into the gate. Inside the architecturally vast boss room, there were countless dungeon demons, and sitting on a throne in the center was the Archmage. This time, he didn't need a puppet, and spoke on his own. "Human trash, I welcome you." A cold sweat dripped down the captain's back. There were so many giant demons. If they got out, it would be an apocalyptic disaster. That's why, even if it meant sacrificing everyone, he had to kill the Archmage. But the situation was even worse than expected. Beside him were 4 guards, radiating a powerful aura. They had to kill him before they were discovered. His teammates were ready, waiting for the order to attack, all focused on the target. The Archmage removed his mask, revealing a pale blue face with sharp fangs. He stared at everyone. "Are you afraid of me, humans?" An overwhelming aura radiated from him, causing everyone's hearts to stop for a moment. When they regained their composure, their faces were pale, their eyes filled with nothing but fear and despair. Asterisk. We have to fight against such a terrifying wave of mana. Asterisk. The mages were even more heavily affected by the monster's presence. He was just an ordinary mage. The captain's entire body was trembling. He asked why the Archmage had summoned them here. If he wanted to kill them, he could have done it outside. The Archmage said it was for his own amusement. For the time he had left, he would kill them one by one. Hearing this, the dungeon demons roared with delight, but a stranger was mixed in among them. The captain's face went pale. Amusement? To them, the hunters weren't even opponents. They were just toys. Unable to take it anymore, he roared and charged forward, but his teammates were paralyzed, consumed by fear. They were terrified they would die the instant they moved. Seeing that none of his comrades would fight, the captain despaired, gritted his teeth, and charged in alone. Watching him rush forward, the archmage calmly chanted his guardian god's hymn. A large magic circle appeared before him, followed by a massive ice shield. The shield blocked the captain's path. His sword slammed into it, and the impact sent him flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Before he could even regain his footing, a gravitational spell yanked him into the sky. The archmage raised a hand, making the captain float weightlessly, and then slammed it down. The intense gravity sent the captain plummeting like an iron ball, smashing him into the ground. Then, the mage increased the pull, yanking him high into the air once more. The captain's body was tossed around like a rubber ball, launched into the sky one moment, and slammed into the earth the next. His teammates could only watch, tears streaming down their faces. They were helpless as the archmage tortured their captain. Suddenly, a black shadow zipped past, and the captain was whisked far away from the monster's grasp. The captain lay crumpled on the ground, gasping for breath. Sung Jinwoo spoke to him. "This is the Hunters Guild's cave. Normally, I shouldn't interfere, but your raid team is facing annihilation. I only have one question for you. May I eliminate the monsters here?" Just then, a demon wielding a massive axe lunged at Sung Jinwoo. Without even turning his head, Sung Jinwoo shot his hand back, catching the monster in midair. Then, he gave it a taste of being tossed up and down. Sung Jinwoo asked the captain again, "May I eliminate all the monsters in here?" The captain looked at him with eyes full of trust. "Please, save us." The archmage roared with laughter. "You're pretty strong for a human. Let's see how long you last." A powerful aura erupted from his body. Sung Jinwoo could feel an immense power, far greater than any opponent he had ever faced before. But that meant nothing to Sung Jinwoo. As the Shadow Monarch, he felt no fear. "Come forth, all of you, Egress and Iron, and all my shadow soldiers." Sung Jinwoo could not just stand by and do nothing. He stepped in to save the captain, and summoned his shadow army right in front of everyone. Outside the gate, a sports car pulled up nearby. Chief Woo Jin-chul and several hunters from the association stepped out of the car. The results of the second evaluation confirmed that Sung Jinwoo was officially an S rank. Every move he made would now be monitored by the association. Jinwoo's recent work as a miner had already raised their suspicions. Chief Woo Jin-chul bluntly stated he was there to see the raid captain. He was quite surprised. Why are so many people looking for him today? A nearby miner thought they were police coming to arrest a criminal and immediately started shouting insults. "I knew that kid was trouble. The way he looked at me last time, it was like he wanted to kill me. Turns out, he was just faking being a miner so he could murder people." The captain explained that Sung Jinwoo had already entered the gate and that Cha Hae-in had also come looking for him before going inside as well. Chief Woo Jin-chul had a bad feeling. Trouble always seemed to follow this man. They headed towards the gate, but as they got closer, the chief froze, his eyes practically bulging out as he sensed a terrifyingly dangerous aura. He retreated instantly, his body feeling incredibly heavy for a moment. It felt as if they were about to be torn to shreds. He pulled out his mana detector, and the needle shot straight to infinity. The chief knew something was terribly wrong. This gate had skyrocketed to an S-rank level in the blink of an eye. The initial mana reading must have been a mistake. Chief Woo Jin-chul had a horrible premonition. If the guild organized this raid based on the previous measurements, they were in grave danger. Even with 2 S-ranks inside, they had to be careful. The association's hunters needed to go in and assess the situation. Cha Ha-in entered. Seeing the demon corpses scattered everywhere, she was completely baffled. How on earth did Song Ki-hoon's team manage to defeat such high-level monsters? Suddenly, an immense aura washed over her, making her freeze in place. Cha Hae-in threw off her helmet, tied back her hair, grabbed her sword, and her body began to glow with a golden light. She was preparing for battle. If the final boss had this much mana and she was arriving this late, she feared she would only be in time to clean up the corpses of Song Ki-hoon's team. Inside the chamber, Sung Jinwoo's army of shadows stood on one side, facing the Archmage's army of demons on the other. He laughed loudly. "You dare challenge me with that pathetic little army?" Sung Jinwoo smirked back. "You shouldn't underestimate my soldiers. They're very dangerous." A black aura erupted from under his feet, rapidly spreading to envelop the entire space, creating a domain of darkness. Within this domain, the power of his shadow soldiers increased by 50%. This was Sung Jinwoo's level 70 class exclusive skill. This skill raised the combat power of his shadow army to a whole new level. Standing to the side, the hunters and mages were absolutely stunned. What is this? How does he have so much mana? It's unbelievable. If I gave it my all, I could maybe handle 2 of those creatures. And he's casually summoning dozens of them. The Archmage gave the order, and the demons roared as they charged forward. The knight, Iron, activated his taunt skill, but because the monsters were of such a high level, the taunt had no effect. The knight Iron was furious. This was the first time in his existence he had been so utterly humiliated. He swung his axe and dove into the monster horde, slaughtering them at random. Compared to Iron, Igris displayed a more noble and refined style. He stood tall, radiating a powerful purple aura. As the demons approached, a single, gentle swing of his hand was enough to slice them into pieces. But the other shadow soldiers weren't so lucky, despite their power boost. Shadows were only B-rank equivalents, needing to be destroyed and revived 3 or 4 times just to take down a single giant demon. On top of that, his forces were outnumbered 3 to 1, so they had to eliminate as many monsters as possible. Sung Jinwoo's eyes flashed as he charged straight into the horde. He launched a relentless assault, and demons fell in every direction around him. The hunters beside him were horrified. His combat skills were as agile as Cha Hae-in's. Suddenly, behind Sung Jinwoo, a giant mushroom cloud erupted. The shadow soldiers had wiped out all the minions. Sung Jinwoo turned around just in time to see a dragon's head emerge from a magic circle in front of the Archmage. Its mouth spewed blazing fire as he mocked Sung Jinwoo. Just a bunch of insignificant straw dummies. You dare to show off with times this asterisk? But Sung Jinwoo wasn't scared at all. As long as he had mana, his shadow soldiers could be revived infinitely. The Archmage laughed out loud. They may be revivable, but your mana isn't. Once you're drained, they'll all disappear, and my soldiers can drain you dry. Sung Jinwoo leaped up, shouting at the Archmage. Before that happens, you'll be dead. But his strike slammed into the man's ice shield. Unable to break through, he unleashed a fierce chant of fire. The space flashed red with sparks that annihilated the newly resurrected shadow soldiers. This guy not only had incredibly high defense, but his attack power was immense. And on top of that, he had countless minions. The demons were an unavoidable, fierce battle. But unlike the job change quest, Sung Jinwoo could use potions horde of here. That meant he had infinite mana. He chugged a potion and tossed the bottle aside. Now times this times is a truly immortal army. The mage's face hardened. From the corpse of a demon, a crimson hand reached out. A moment later, a red and black shadow soldier emerged. The demon soldiers were stunned. The comrades who had just fought beside them were now their enemies, and Sung Jinwoo's army was growing. As the Archmage's army dwindled, Sung Jinwoo pointed at him. Finally, it's just you. The Archmage stared at him in horror. Could he be a monarch? He sensed that numbers were meaningless here. Quality would decide this battle. The Archmage stood and waved his hand. Go, kill them and bring back their corpses. At his side, 4 elite guards shot out like bullets. Sung Jinwoo gave a sinister smile, bringing out the main force. Are we? Iron's eyes darted toward them. The powerful enemies made his blood boil. He swung his axe and charged, their weapons clashing with a massive bang. Iron glared at the guard, using his strength to pin the guard's sword to the ground before smashing his head directly into his opponent's. Crack! With that single sound, the helmet shattered. The demon was stunned from the blow. Then Iron brought his axe down, ending its life. Over by Igris, there was one wielding a longsword, and another, cloaked in wolfskin, rushed at him. He calmly stood his ground, raised his sword to block the attack, then gripped the hilt and stabbed it into the ground. He leaped up, his hand reaching to his hip to pull out a dagger, which he plunged straight into the head of the wolf-skinned demon before kicking its corpse away. He pulled his longsword from the ground to parry the other one's attack. He pushed hard, knocking his opponent off balance, then swung his sword for the kill. The demon cleverly leaped back to dodge, but it didn't realize Iron was already behind it, his massive axe, ready and waiting. Although the guard managed to block Iron's fatal blow, the sheer force sent his weapon flying. Behind him, a bear paw larger than his entire body was waiting. Tank roared and swatted down, smashing the guard into the ground. Sung Jinwoo was very pleased. It seemed his shadow commanders were on a whole different level. The Archmage's eyes widened. Impossible. How can this be? Seeing Sung Jinwoo gain the upper hand, the other hunters regained a bit of their courage. A warrior shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid, let's charge." But before he could finish, they were all coughing up blood. They were hit by multiple curses, chant of torment, chant of insanity, and chant of blindness. The Archmage sneered, "You filthy ants dare to charge at me? Just stand there and watch as I extinguish your hope. I will not allow you to be insolent in my presence again." Boom, boom, boom. Curses rained down on Sung Jinwoo one after another, chant of sleep, chant of coma, and chant of blindness. The Archmage smiled. Hit with that many curses, not even a god could withstand it. But a second later, the Archmage was stunned. The curses had absolutely no effect on Sung Jinwoo. The moment they touched him, they instantly vanished. This was Sung Jinwoo's passive skill, the blessing of the great spellcaster Kandiaru. It granted him immunity to all diseases, poisons, and negative status effects. Sung Jinwoo brushed off the curses like they were dust, then summoned his shadow mages, who were equipped with the Orbs of Avarice. With these orbs, the mages easily launched a massive fireball at the Archmage. Its terrifying power completely shattered the ice shield and struck the Archmage directly. He collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could a low-level mage possess such immense power? Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance holding a pickaxe. It was Cha Hae-in, and she was stunned by the unprecedented sight. Even though she had participated in many high-level dungeon raids, she was utterly astonished. All of them were Sung Jinwoo's summons. Even mages who specialized in summoning could only call forth 1 or 2 creatures. How could he summon so many? She approached a teammate and asked, "What's the situation? What's going on here?" But no one knew. They could only say it was a battle between gods. They were only worthy of being spectators. The Archmage roared in fury. "These little tricks are useless against me." A powerful purple aura erupted from his body. A purple magic circle appeared before him as he continuously chanted enhancement spells. Chant of rage, chant of reinforcement, chant of giants, chant of incineration. A moment later, he transformed. Model. The giant made Sung Jinwoo look tiny. It crushed the shadow soldiers like ants, rapidly draining Sung Jinwoo's mana. But Sung Jinwoo wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was getting angry. The giant's form brought back some bad memories. From behind the Archmage, a giant dragon appeared, with its mouth wide open. It blew a massive bubble, then unleashed a ferocious torrent of fire from its mouth. But the beast had no idea that Sung Jinwoo had already flown above its head. A dagger materialized in his hand. He plunged it straight into the Archmage's giant eye. Sung Jinwoo sneered, "Don't you know? The bigger you are, the easier you are to hit. A mage without guards is like an egg without a shell, too easy to break." With that, he moved like a flash, inflicting countless fatal wounds on the Archmage. The beast screamed in agony, unable to believe the ice shield it was so proud of had been shattered so easily, leaving it with internal injuries. This was the scene that Chief Woo Jin-chul and the other association hunters stumbled upon as they entered the room. Their eyes widened in shock. "What is this? Why are the monsters fighting each other?" Cha Hae-in quickly explained to them. "That's an army summoned by Sung Jinwoo, and he's the one fighting the Archmage." At that moment, Sung Jinwoo was in the heat of battle, completely oblivious to his surroundings. He thought to himself, "A dagger can't deal a fatal blow to a giant like this." He unsummoned his weapon, clenched his fist, and poured all his strength into a punch that slammed straight into the Archmage. Sure enough, in a critical situation, you could always rely on your fists. Despite the numerous wounds, the Archmage had only suffered superficial damage, but Sung Jinwoo's punch sent it staggering to its knees. Chief Woo Jin-chul exclaimed, "I finally get to see Sung Jinwoo fight. Cha Hae-in is so sharp. How come not only the association chairman, but Chief Woo Jin-chul knows about him too?" Initially, Chief Woo Jin-chul had planned to help when he felt the terrifying mana from outside, but now he could see it was completely unnecessary. It was incredible to witness Sung Jinwoo taking on an A-rank dungeon all by himself. But what puzzled him the most was that even though Sung Jinwoo looked like a top-tier fighter, he could also use summoning magic. And he could summon so many creatures at once. Cha Hae-in asked the chief, "What do you know about him? Who is he?" The chief took off his glasses and sighed. "I know very little. Extremely little." The Archmage lay prone on the ground, glaring at Sung Jinwoo with pure hatred. Sung Jinwoo said to it, "For a mage, the moment you lose your guards, you've already lost." Behind Sung Jinwoo, the Archmage's 3 most elite guards stood silently. It looked at its throne and, filled with indignation, roared, "I will not fall." What followed was a scream of agony as the guards plunged their weapons into its body. Purple blood streamed down its form. A system message announced, "The dungeon boss has been defeated." After the Archmage died, the remaining giant monsters were quickly cleared out. Countless glowing items lay around the Archmage's corpse. Sung Jinwoo was about to grab them, but stopped, remembering this was the Hunters Association's dungeon. Taking loot from an A-rank boss didn't seem very ethical. But this, he could do. He placed his hand on the corpse, and a black aura began to rise. The Archmage opened its mouth and let out a roar. Right in front of everyone, in front of Cha Hae-in and Chief Woo Jin-chul. A massive shadow of the Archmage appeared, kneeling before Sung Jinwoo. He gave a triumphant smile. Finally, a high-level mage for my shadow army. It's worth noting that before, the shadow soldiers were mostly elite soldier grade. Igris, on the other hand, is knight grade. This archmage is on the same level as Igris, an elite mage worthy of being an A-rank dungeon boss. The system prompted Sung Jinwoo to name his new soldier. He thought, what did that boss call me earlier? I can't remember. Oh well, I'll just pick something random. Look at those long fangs. I'll name you Tusk. Sung Jinwoo reaped huge rewards from this battle, gaining many high-level monster soldiers and leveling up multiple times. He could now summon a maximum of 127 soldiers. He sent the weaker ones back to the void, keeping only the strongest. Seeing that Sung Jinwoo had finished, Chief Woo Jin-chul finally approached and greeted him. Sung Jinwoo turned around, stunned to see so many people there, including Chief Woo Jin-chul and Cha Hae-in. The air grew tense as all eyes fixed on him, waiting for an explanation about the solo battle they had just witnessed. Sung Jinwoo was trying to think of a way out of this. The association's team blocked his path. Chief Woo Jin-chul addressed everyone. Information regarding Hunter Sung Jinwoo's identity is managed by the association and is strictly confidential. Once we are out of the gate, we will provide further details. I ask that you do not disclose what you've seen here today. Two of his subordinates whispered to Sung Jinwoo to just let the association handle it, that it was the best way to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chief Woo Jin-chul continued speaking to the group. A moment ago, Sung Jinwoo displayed power far exceeding that of an S rank, right in front of the Hunters Guild, the organization with the most funding and the largest number of hunters in the country. If you have any further questions, you can contact the association. Before that, I will help everyone exit this place safely. The team leader shouted that thanks to the healing he received, his injuries were much better, though he still needed his teammates' support to stand. He said to Sung Jinwoo, with power like yours, I can't imagine why you'd be working as a porter, no matter the reason. I won't ask why, but this time, it's thanks to you that we all made it out alive. On behalf of the entire strike team, thank you. They all bowed their heads in gratitude. Sung Jinwoo handed the will back to the nurse and said, since they survived, let them deliver it themselves. The nurse froze, then awkwardly took the notebook with a sheepish smile. Cha Hae-in was about to say something, but Sung Jinwoo and the other association hunters had already turned to leave. The female mage walked over and asked curiously, why are you holding a pickaxe? Startled, Cha Hae-in asked, does it look strange to you? The mage just gave her a puzzled look. Cha Hae-in laughed awkwardly. It's nothing. That evening, a wealthy young heir sat waiting at their appointed restaurant. He looked anxious. Today was the day his fate would be decided. His boss's choice would determine his entire future. Sung Jinwoo had just emerged from the dungeon, his clothes still bearing the scars of battle. Asterisk. Just as expected. Of the boss. Asterisk. After swinging by the dungeon, the young heir told Sung Jinwoo about the negotiations with his father and the sudden appearance of Hunter Min Ung-hoon. Sung Jinwoo understood what he was getting at. If the heir wanted to become a guild master, he needed his help. After a moment of hesitation, Sung Jinwoo gave his answer. Meanwhile, inside the Hunters Guild building, Guildmaster Choi Jong-in was stunned as he listened to Sun Ki-hoon's report. He was recounting what the team had experienced inside the dungeon. Initially, Sung Jinwoo had no intention of interfering in their fight, but the monsters were so powerful, he was forced to step in. First, the White Tiger Guild, and now the Hunters Guild. Both of them owed Sung Jinwoo a massive favor. Hearing about Jinwoo's fighting style, Guildmaster Choi thought to himself, a man who can summon an army as agile as assassin-class hunters, and even turn dead monsters into his personal soldiers, even if those were his only abilities on the surface. If he has other powers hidden away, he must be unbelievably strong. Still, he was intensely curious about who would win in a one-on-one fight between them. The unexpected question left Sun Ki-hoon speechless. He asked in return, Sir, could you clear a high-risk dungeon all by yourself? The question hit Guildmaster Choi like a ton of bricks, and his hand trembled on the desk. He had to admit, he couldn't. No matter how strong he was, he'd be hard-pressed to fight off a horde of monsters attacking from all sides. Guildmaster Choi realized he wasn't worthy of the title, the ultimate weapon. Sun Ki-hoon said, Sir, I know I shouldn't interfere with guild management, but you absolutely must get Sung Jinwoo to join us. Over at the Hunters Association, cameras were ready and reporters were waiting. Everyone was getting ready for today's big story. And it was all for the man sitting in that sports car. Next to him was a famous reporter. He asked the man, So, what do you think today's headline will be? The man glanced at a newspaper. a happy smirk playing on his lips. The man who had it all, Lee Min-sung. He even possessed power that surpassed ordinary humans. A little childish, but I like it. Just then, two supercars pulled up through the crowd. Baek Yoon-ho and Guildmaster Choi stepped out, and camera flashes immediately swarmed them. The reporters assumed the two tycoons were there to fight over Lee Min-sung. One of them asked Baek Yoon-ho, "Sir, how would you describe Lee Min-sung in one sentence?" Baek Yoon-ho shot back impatiently, "I couldn't care less about him. I have nothing to say." Guildmaster Choi put on an innocent face. Lee Min-sung already signed with the White Tiger Guild. Most people in the industry know that. I came to the association today for a different reason. The disappointed reporters started to disperse. They thought they had a huge scoop, but Baek Yoon-ho was just waiting. Baek Yoon-ho sneered at Choi Jong-in. "I heard you guys almost had a real problem yesterday." Facing the taunt, Choi Jong-in's voice was cold and flat. "We did, but it's still better than the White Tiger Guild losing an A-rank hunter." The words made Baek Yoon-ho's blood boil. Both their guilds had only minimized their losses thanks to Sung Jinwoo, so their real purpose here was to recruit that very talent. The tension between the two guild masters was cut short by the arrival of Lim Tae-gyu, the leader of the Fiend Guild. He looked pleased, assuming they were fighting over Lee Min-sung, but both guild masters yelled at him in unison, "What the hell are you talking about? Stay out of things that don't concern you." Lim Tae-gyu was completely floored, baffled by their intense reaction. From a distance, Lee Min-sung saw everything but couldn't hear a word. He was absolutely ecstatic. "The two top guild masters in the country are fighting this hard just for me." His driver turned back and told him, "Sir, everything is ready outside. You can start the interview." Lee Min-sung stepped out of the car and was instantly bombarded by camera lights and flashes. Behind the crowd of reporters, Sung Jinwoo stood there, looking completely lost. "What's going on today? Why are there so many reporters?" he thought. That kid really loves to show off, calling a whole mob of reporters just to hype himself up. Coincidentally, today was the day of Sung Jinwoo's rank re-evaluation. He tried to squeeze through the crowd, but was stopped by a massive security guard. The brute yelled, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Are you with the association? Can't you see this is a press event? You can't come through the front." Sung Jinwoo said he needed to get inside, but the guard blocked his path. Lee Min-sung watched, annoyed at the rude nobody causing a scene. Why haven't they gotten rid of him yet? The arrival of Chairman Go Gun-hee silenced the area. He glanced at Lee Min-sung before telling the guard, "He's my guest." "And who, exactly, gave you permission to hold a press conference here?" Unable to talk back to the chairman, the guard had no choice but to let Sung Jinwoo pass. The reporters started murmuring excitedly, wondering who that man was to be treated with such importance by the chairman himself. Lee Min-sung gritted his teeth in fury. Sung Jinwoo's appearance had completely humiliated him. He ordered his security to find out who that guy was, while trying to figure out how to salvage the situation. Finally, he decided to just skip the rest of his planned speech and go straight to the rank evaluation. It was the only way to save face. He turned to the reporters, putting on an innocent act. "Everyone, just wait one moment. I'm going to discuss today's schedule with the association staff." He hadn't even made it through the door when Woo Jin-chul blocked his path. Chief Woo Jin-chul told Lee Min-sung that another hunter was currently undergoing a re-evaluation. No one was allowed inside before 11 o'clock. Lee Min-sung was stunned when he looked at his watch and saw it was already 10:30. He screamed at Chief Woo Jin-chul, "I have to wait 30 minutes just for that guy? My appointment is at 11 o'clock too. The reporters are already here. Don't embarrass me." But Chief Woo Jin-chul remained calm. "We'll see you at 11. Seeing the man wouldn't budge, Lee Min-sung moved closer and whispered, "Do you have any idea who I am? My father is the vice chairman of the Hunters Association. My father has sponsored this association quite a bit. You know how you're supposed to treat me, right? You see those reporters over there? Can you take responsibility for me being embarrassed in front of the cameras?" Chief Woo Jin-chul replied indifferently, "I can." Lee Min-sung furiously cursed him out, but Chief Woo Jin-chul just gave a cold smirk, taking off his glasses to glare at him with a fierce gaze. "If I told you who it was, do you think you could handle it?" Lee Min-sung's face went pale, and he didn't dare act so recklessly anymore. Just then, Chairman Go led Sung Jinwoo inside. Baek Yoon-ho and Chairman Choi were already waiting, and they bowed to their chairman. Chairman Go told Sung Jinwoo, "When they heard you were coming, these two waited for you for an entire hour. You're the S-rank hunter who appeared after 2 years, displaying superhuman strength in 2 separate dungeon incidents. Who wouldn't want to recruit someone as talented as you?" They arrived at a spacious testing room. An assistant told Sung Jinwoo, "Before the re-evaluation, we need to determine your abilities for a detailed classification. What kind of abilities can you use? I can do this." On the empty floor, a black shadow emerged. It transformed into a shadow soldier before the astonished eyes of Chairman Go and the assistant. The assistant was stunned by this power. It's a summon. Are you a summoner-type mage? But with his deep insight, Chairman Go realized this was just the tip of the iceberg. He asked Sung Jinwoo to show his true power. Sung Jinwoo had no choice but to say, "There are too many witnesses now. I can't hide it even if I wanted to anymore. Everyone, come out." Countless shadows appeared on the floor. Chairman Go's eyes widened in complete shock. Even Baek, Yoonho, and Chairman Choi outside could feel this immense magical power. The room was now filled with numerous soldiers of varying sizes and shapes. Sung Jinwoo told the chairman he could summon over 100 creatures like these. The assistant trembled. "Oh, over 100? Outside, Baek Yoonho broke out in a cold sweat. This terrifying power, all of it created by Sung Jinwoo. He's completely different from before. He's already surpassed me." Sung Jinwoo walked out of the room, looking at the card in his hand. He was officially an S-rank hunter. Baek Yoonho called out to him, wanting to talk, but Sung Jinwoo tried to refuse. Baek Yoonho said, "If I were you, I wouldn't just leave like that." Sung Jinwoo thought Baek Yoonho had prepared some kind of amazing sword for him. "You'll regret it if you miss this." But when he opened the door, he was stunned by the countless camera flashes aimed right at him. It turned out that 10 minutes ago, Lee Min-sung, unable to enter the association, held a press conference to save face. He told the reporters that no matter the results of his evaluation, he would still dedicate himself to the world of hunters. Hearing this, the reporters' cameras flashed non-stop. They whispered amongst themselves, wondering if it was true. Lee Min-sung said he was willing to give up his title as Asia's top star to become even a low-rank hunter. Lee Min-sung happily threw up a peace sign for the cameras, basking in everyone's attention. Inside, he was ecstatic. "Of course I'm lying to you all. I was evaluated as an A rank a long time ago and have been a hunter for 2 years. I get a high salary and help promote my management company. This is the best way to squash all the public's suspicions about me. Stepping down from the peak of my career, risking my life to protect the people, my image in everyone's eyes will be heroic and grand." An S-rank hunter? What? Why are they just now telling us? Suddenly, everyone received a notification from the association about the appearance of the 10th S-rank hunter. The unexpected news sent a jolt through the crowd. The reporters hurriedly pulled out their phones to check the association's website. It was true, the 10th S-rank hunter had been born. They had a sudden realization. The exclusive time slot this morning wasn't for Lee Min-sung. It was for that S-rank hunter. Their attitude became frenzied. Hearing about a new S-rank, they couldn't possibly miss this opportunity. They hurriedly pushed past Lee Min-sung, rushing straight for the main entrance. The association's hunters formed a solid wall, blocking the door. The reporters in the back were furious. "Didn't you say there's an S-rank hunter? Open up!" Lee Min-sung panicked. "What is going on? Why did an S-rank have to show up today of all days? Where are my reporters? What about my story?" But the reporters he called his were too busy to even breathe. They told him they'd contact him later and then yelled into their phones. Change tomorrow's headline to, "A star's sorrow becomes an S-rank hunter's joy." Lee Min-sung was completely ignored, the atmosphere around him turning cold. Meanwhile, camera flashes were going off all over Sung Jinwoo. In the blink of an eye, Sung Jinwoo became the center of the media's attention. The news reached his sister's school, and even his old mining team. That rude man spoke up again. "I knew it. The way he glared at me, I just knew he was up to no good. He's been exposed." But as he read the actual article, he froze, trembling. The news spread like wildfire across the entire country. The whole country was reading the news, even the wealthy young master's father. He asked his son if he'd found Sung Jinwoo yet. The young master replied that he couldn't change his boss's mind, because Sung Jinwoo plans to start his own guild and has offered him the vice guild master position if he agrees. Hearing this, the chairman was stunned. Then he smiled. He asked his son, "Do you know why I founded the Yu-Jin Guild?" Without a second thought, the young master answered, "To make money." The chairman shook his head. He already had enough money. It no longer held any meaning for him. The reason was to protect myself. The power of hunters is growing every day. Now, a single hunter can rival the military force of an entire nation. The strongest hunters, known as the nation-level hunters, have appeared, far surpassing even the S-ranks. In some weaker countries, hunters rule like kings. Do you really think laws and state power can protect us forever? I created the guild to gather trustworthy hunters. And now, you've finally found someone like that. You're ready. I'm leaving the guild to you. Run it well. Make all the strong, reliable hunters our own. In the future, they'll be more valuable than any asset. But his son's response left the chairman utterly speechless. "Thank you, Dad. But I've decided to join my boss's guild." Meanwhile, facing a sea of reporters, the experienced Baek Yoon-ho stepped in. He offered to escort Sung Jinwoo, promising to get him home safely. But before he could even finish his sentence, Sung Jinwoo vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind the crowd. Everyone spun around in shock. What just happened? How can a person just disappear like that? Guildmaster Choi Jong-in was shaken to his core. All that incredible agility. And he's a mage? He asked Baek Yoon-ho, but Baek was still stunned by what he'd just witnessed. It was too fast. He couldn't even see it clearly. He knew the guy was strong, but he never imagined he was times strong. That terrifying speed and the mana he felt during the evaluation. It proved that Sung Jinwoo was now far beyond both of them. This was completely beyond the scope of a mere second awakening. He was a hunter who could continue to grow. Elsewhere, in a hospital, Hwang Dong-soo lay in bed watching the news, his eyes wide with disbelief. That little bastard. He's not just alive, he's thriving. This orb was no ordinary item. Even experts who had studied artifacts for years had never seen an orb that increased magical power by a full 100% actually exist. Even the world's top craftsmen could only create items that boosted it by 50%, max. If Chairman Choi saw this, he'd be ecstatic. The appraiser asked Sung Jinwoo where he found it. Jinwoo simply replied, "I picked it up in a dungeon." The expert was dumbfounded. "You can just pick something like this up in a dungeon?" He told Jinwoo that if he put it up for auction, they would help him get the highest possible price. Sung Jinwoo said he'd think about it, then asked the expert if he had any defensive gear with fire resistance. Judging by the man's expression, Jinwoo thought it would be hard to find. After all, he'd searched online for a while and found nothing. But surprisingly, the expert said that kind of gear was easy to find. It's just that items with special attributes are so expensive, they aren't sold online. He led Sung Jinwoo into a showroom filled with all sorts of sparkling equipment. Every piece, clearly a high-priced item. They were protected by glass, but he wondered if such a thin pane could really protect the items inside. The expert was confident. This glass is magically reinforced. Even an A-rank hunter couldn't break it with their full strength. If you don't believe me, give it a try. If you break it, the item inside is yours. Those words piqued Sung Jinwoo's interest. He took a deep breath, gathered his mana, and prepared to test it with a punch. The expert panicked and quickly stopped him. "I was just kidding. We have a protection contract with the Hunters Guild. If you actually break it, their elite team will be here instantly." Hearing that, Sung Jinwoo finally lowered the fist he was about to slam into the glass. The expert was still shaken. "You said you were a mage. Why are you so aggressive?" Sung Jinwoo then asked if there were any weapons he could test out. The expert told him they had a separate area for weapons. After Jinwoo left, the expert looked at the glass, his small eyes now filled with tears. There was a crack in the glass, even though he hadn't even touched it. Did he crack it just with his magical aura? Sung Jinwoo picked out a short sword, priced at 180,000. He was amazed. This dagger was far inferior to his Night Killer, only about on par with Kasaka's Venom Fang. Why was it so expensive? He took out the Night Killer and asked the expert how much it was worth. The expert held the dagger, his eyes filled with admiration. "This blade, it shows the meticulous skill of a master craftsman. It's worth at least 600,000. Hearing the price, Sung Jinwoo was stunned. Holy crap. The system shop only sold it for 28,000, but it's worth this much out here, and it's even a shop-labeled item. Looks like I won't need to sell the bead of avarice after all." Back at the White Tiger Guild building, Baek Yoon-ho was still thinking about Sung Jinwoo. Could a hunter who can grow continuously really exist? Back at the Red Gate, he was weaker than me. But in just a few days, his magical power has already surpassed mine. Baek Yoon-ho leaned back in his chair, his mind finally at ease after so much thought. Because he had come to a realization, recruiting Sung Jinwoo was impossible. With that monstrous strength, he could just start his own guild. Why would he ever join someone else's? So what if it's the top guild in the country? If he keeps growing, wherever he goes, he will be king. Chairman Choi and I were nothing in comparison. The second he was certified as an S rank, Sung Jinwoo became world famous. Media outlets scrambled to cover his story, swarming his apartment building. His little sister peeked outside, saw the mob, and immediately recoiled in shock. Hearing the non-stop clicking of camera shutters, Sung Jinwoo started to lose his patience, wanting to go down there and send them packing. His sister stopped him, saying he couldn't go down there now. The day before, he'd completely ignored the reporters and then vanished into thin air. That made everyone furious, and they were tearing him to shreds online. If he went down now, it would only get worse. Just then, there was a knock at the door. His sister instinctively hid. Jinwoo couldn't hold back any longer. Now, they were harassing him at his own home? He had to give them a piece of his mind. He swung the door open, ready to yell, but instead found the rich young master sobbing his eyes out, saying his father had kicked him out of the house. Now he was a homeless wanderer and wanted to crash at Jinwoo's place. Before the kid could even finish his sentence, Jinwoo slammed the door shut. His sister came out, curiously asking who that was. Jinwoo pretended not to know him, saying it was just some nuisance, and left the young master wailing outside the door. The young master's mother felt sorry for her son, asking her husband if he hadn't been too harsh, but the chairman was fuming. His son had just thrown away a golden opportunity, the chance to be a guild master, all to become someone else's subordinate. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. His wife's face blurred before his eyes, and he collapsed to the floor. Sung Jinwoo quietly opened his sister's bedroom door. She was fast asleep. He summoned 3 of his demon soldiers to stand guard. They appeared, but were so large, they had to sit on the floor. Jinwoo suddenly remembered that the high orc shaman had 4 great mages with him. So why were there only 3? One of them pointed upwards, explaining that Jinwoo had left the last mage behind in the demon castle. Jinwoo was startled. He'd completely forgotten about him. How embarrassing. He sent 2 of the soldiers back, leaving just one to watch over his sister. The soldier bowed its head respectfully, then transformed into a shadow and hid under her blanket. After that, Jinwoo went to the rooftop and summoned more of his shadow soldiers. He gave them their orders. From now on, they were the security force for this residential area. They were not to be seen and had to act with caution. Begin your patrols now. As you command, the shadow soldiers turned into black streaks, scattering in all directions before vanishing. Jinwoo sighed. Even if a mass murderer showed up, as long as they weren't a high-rank hunter, they'd be no match for his shadow soldiers. Perhaps this was his own small way of contributing to the world. The next day, the young master picked Sung Jinwoo up in his car. Since they hadn't found a guild office yet, the kid had rented a nearby motel as a temporary base. Jinwoo couldn't believe he'd actually given up his position as guildmaster. Yu Jinho was just way too enthusiastic. Jinwoo didn't even know how to begin scolding him. The young master asked curiously, "Boss, what kind of business are you in that you could afford a building so quickly?" Jinwoo just opened the car door and said he'd be right back. Before the kid could even process it, Jinwoo had vanished. He had returned to the demon castle, a world consumed by raging flames. But this time, he was prepared. He had acquired a heat-resistant cloak from the association and a B-rank ring that held water magic. This time, he was truly ready. Just then, the system issued a new quest: defeat the Demon King and claim his demon soul. The rewards this time were even more generous. The high-level runestone alone was incredibly tempting. Currently, Sung Jinwoo had 3 skills: Shadow Extraction, Shadow Storage, and Monarch's Domain. Each one was insanely powerful. He couldn't wait to see what the next skill would be. The system announced that floors 1 through 76 were now fully unlocked. Which floor did he want to teleport to? Floor 76. Whoosh! Jinwoo was transported to his desired floor. In front of him were all sorts of beasts and monsters. He summoned Tusk. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell which one of them was the monster. Tusk gripped the Orb of Avarice, which began to hum as a magic seal appeared. A black dragon materialized behind Sung Jinwoo. He took a deep breath and unleashed a colossal stream of fire from his mouth. In an instant, all the surrounding monsters were incinerated, and the towering buildings collapsed into flat ground. Jinwoo could feel a power that went far beyond his expectations. After becoming a shadow, a soldier's power would normally decrease, even with the Orb of Avarice, but the orb's power differed depending on the user. In Tusk's hands, he was even more ferocious with the orb than he had been when he was alive. It was as if this orb was made for Tusk. Meanwhile, in an emergency room, Chairman Yu of Yujin Construction had been in a coma for 2 days. He finally woke up. He asked the doctor about his condition, who explained that he had eternal slumber disease. It's a disease that prevents people from waking up. Not only are they unable to awaken, but their life force is also drained at a terrifying rate. Because of this, they need life support equipment powered by magic. This illness only started appearing after the gates showed up. Many people have died simply because they couldn't afford the equipment. The disease is deeply connected to magic power. The doctor asked if anyone around him was regularly exposed to magic. A hunter, for example? Chairman Yu thought about it. A relative, exposed to magic for a long time. Could it be his own son? The doctor explained that some people are born with a low resistance to magic, If they're exposed for too long, they start showing abnormal symptoms. Chairman Yu clenched the bedsheets tightly. The uses for magic power were ever increasing, and more people possessed it. In a world like this, he, who had immeasurable wealth, was allergic to magic. He felt a surge of resentment. I'm being cast aside. Yu Myung-han is being discarded. No, I will not let that happen. Model. No. We haven't lost yet. On an island in Japan, a giant flying creature from Jeju Island has just made landfall. Just how terrifying is an S-rank gate? There was once a small island called Jeju, where a gate opened and unleashed a tide of monsters. The entire world mobilized its top-tier hunters for 3 separate assaults, but every single one failed. In the end, the government had no choice but to abandon the island. What shocked everyone was that the island became a cradle of evolution. The monsters there evolved at an incredible rate, with some even growing wings. They crossed the vast ocean, making landfall in human territory. 2 hunters, a mere D rank and an E rank, are the island's only hope. Their daily mission is to patrol. If they spot a gate appearing, they must immediately call for backup from outside hunters. If no reinforcements arrive after 3 days, they have to take up arms and defend the island themselves. Suddenly, the E-rank hunter notices a strange silhouette. He moves closer for a better look and, holy crap, it's a monster. Meanwhile, back in the demon world, monster corpses are flying everywhere. As his intelligence stat rises, the number of shadows Sung Jinwoo can extract and store also gradually increases. Unfortunately, their demonic energy is too corrupted to be extracted. Otherwise, he could have built a massive army by now. Feeling that having the entire army move as one was inefficient, Jinwoo divides his shadow soldiers into 6 groups. The Tusk Group, the Igris Group, the Iron Group, the Great Bear Group, and Giant Demon Groups A and B. He also issues 2 commands. First, spread out and kill everything you see. Second, the moment you find the floor entry permit, report it to me immediately. Instantly, the shadows shot off with lightning speed. Although it was a shame to have to leave everything behind except the entry permit, right now, the top priority was to reach the highest floor as fast as possible. The squads had barely been dismissed when experience points started pouring in. Jinwoo was once again reminded of how perfectly the Shadow Monarch class suited him. All he had to do was stand still and replenish his mana. A few days later, the Great Bears had reached level 24. The infantry soldiers were level 16, and the Shadow Mages were level 19. Not only Jinwoo, but his entire legion was leveling up rapidly. His conquest speed was faster than expected. He'd already reached the 80th floor, but he'd been stuck here for 2 days now, with no entry permit in sight. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted from behind him. Jinwoo's mana started draining rapidly, and then his shadows began to be destroyed one after another. He couldn't regenerate them as fast as they were being annihilated. He was completely overwhelmed. Looking in that direction, he realized it was Iron's group. Among the high-level monsters, there was something strong enough to defeat Iron. Because of the great distance, Jinwoo had no choice but to recall his shadows first. The next day, his other shadows were attacked relentlessly. After Iron, Igris's group and Giant Demon Group B were also defeated. What puzzled Jinwoo was that Tusk's group was positioned along the path to Igris's group. It had bypassed Tusk's group entirely. This monster knew it couldn't defeat Tusk. It was intentionally targeting the weaker groups. That meant it was an intelligent creature, capable of identifying its opponent's weaknesses. In that case, its next target would most likely be the Great Bears. Jinwoo hid behind a building, waiting for the right moment. Just as he predicted, the enemy appeared. It carried itself like a noble among demons. The Great Bear roared at the enemy. A demon knight holding a spear charged forward and sliced the Great Bear in 2. Jinwoo was startled. No wonder his mana was being consumed so quickly. His durable soldiers stood no chance. They were killed the instant they regenerated. Suddenly, one of the demons spotted Jinwoo and charged, thrusting its spear straight at him. Jinwoo dodged and sent it flying with a high kick. 3,000 experience points gained. Seeing this, the other demons gave chase, but Jinwoo simply stood his ground, and then suddenly vanished. Before they could even react, he reappeared right in front of them and cut down 2 of the subordinates. The leader trembled. Jinwoo smirked and said, "I've always wondered if monsters could feel fear. Now I know." To think the demon world had its own nobility, it wielded its weapon, stabbing repeatedly at his vital points. But Jinwoo dodged every strike with ease. It was truly an intelligent and powerful demon. In terms of monster rankings, its strength was equivalent to an S-rank beast's. But its opponent was Sung Jinwoo, someone stronger than even an S-rank hunter. To him, the demon noble's attacks were far too slow. He shattered its long sword with his dagger, grabbed it by the throat, and prepared to strike the final blow. But at the crucial moment, it surrendered. I surrender. Jinwoo paused, finding it strange how so many monsters lately could speak the human language. And this voice was a woman's. He forcefully yanked the helmet off its head, revealing the shocked face of a young girl. The girl raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, pleading with Jinwoo. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Please don't kill us. Behind them, the great bear grumbled, dissatisfied. We killed you lot over and over, and now you're begging for your life? The demon girl quickly explained. It is the duty of my clan's descendants to protect this place. We couldn't just stand by while outsiders hunted our demons indiscriminately. Please, try to understand. Jinwoo said, I've already killed all of your people. It wouldn't feel right to leave just you alive. Unexpectedly, the demon girl replied, the knight's duty was to protect me. They would surely be happy to know I am safe. Jinwoo fell silent, surprised by how casually she said that. Truly a selfish demon. But faced with her human-like appearance and a female one at that, he couldn't bring himself to strike. Seeing Jinwoo lower his guard, the demon girl's eyes flashed red. She pulled a hidden dagger from her clothes and lunged forward, but the spot she stabbed, landing in a pool of shadows. She had no idea Sung Jinwoo had Tusk by his side, using his ultimate defense skill, the Hymn of Protection. Well, that was a bust. Not only did her sneak attack fail, but she had also managed to piss off Sung Jinwoo. You can't deny, this demon girl had some serious nerve. The second her ambush failed, she dropped to her knees, begging Sung Jinwoo to spare her life and offering to compensate him with anything. Sung Jinwoo didn't say another word, simply demanding she hand over the entry permit. Behind him, Tusk activated his gravity inversion skill. The demon girl, who was kneeling on the ground, was sent sprawling. Terrified, she trembled and said the entry permit was held by her clan. If only he wouldn't kill her, she would bring the permit to him. Not only that, she knew where the permits for the upper floors were located. As long as Sung Jinwoo guaranteed the safety of her and her clan, she would tell him everything. This made something click for Sung Jinwoo. No wonder he hadn't found any permits after days of killing monsters. It turns out the demon nobility had been hoarding them all. This was an offer that actually made Sung Jinwoo think. But this was a demon who had already tried to kill him twice. He had no idea if he could trust a single word, she said. He approached the demon girl, slowly letting his dark aura pour out. The surroundings went pitch black, leaving only his eyes, gleaming with murderous intent. The demon girl broke out in a cold sweat, so terrified she stammered that she wasn't trying to trick him. Seeing that his intimidation was working, Sung Jinwoo ordered Tusk to release her. He said that as long as she cooperated and gave him the permit, he would leave quietly. But who exactly were you people? On an island somewhere in Japan, a man trembled before a monster, while behind him, a giant beast was grotesquely chewing on human flesh. It turned its head, and the man screamed in terror before sprouting wings and flying into the sky. That man died, along with many others on different islands, who also lost their lives at its hands. The demon girl was so shameless that the moment she lost, she got on her knees and begged for her life. Sung Jinwoo spared her because she looked human. From the demon girl, he learned her name was Essel, the eldest daughter of the Rodiru clan, which used to rule the demon floor. Sung Jinwoo asked if she heard a voice in her head telling her to kill humans. Essel looked surprised, thought for a moment, and said she didn't hear that, but she did hear another voice telling her to protect the place where you are. Sung Jinwoo contemplated this. It seemed the purpose of demons was different from that of monsters. Monsters existed to kill humans, but demons were meant to protect this place. To the demons, an intruder like Sung Jinwoo was the real monster. He asked, when did you all start hearing that voice? Essel said it was from the moment they woke up here. Sung Jinwoo thought that Tusk had said the same thing when he was still alive. Perhaps they used to live somewhere else. This could be a clue that led to the system. Sung Jinwoo asked, where did you live before this? Essel replied, the demon world. Doing what in the demon world? Preparing for war. We will fight an incredibly powerful enemy, one who is stronger than all the demons combined. Suddenly, her story was cut short, as if she had exceeded an allowed limit, just like the ice elf before. When they tried to reveal forbidden information, the system would forcibly cut off the conversation. This seemed to be an upgrade system designed specifically for Sung Jinwoo. The leveling process, side quests, rewards, and punishments, it was all like one continuous game, and the demons had been brought in as part of that game. Just like in a game, Sung Jinwoo pressed on, asking who this powerful enemy was. But the moment the demon girl opened her mouth, she felt a piercing headache. Then her body went completely numb, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. It seemed the demons were installed with a system command that would paralyze them if they violated it. Who is the demon's final enemy? And why won't the system let me know? On some island, hunters screamed in panic. It's a monster! Attack! This isn't a normal beast. Before the surrounding fighters could even get a clear look, they saw a hunter get his head bitten off. The monster was incredibly intelligent. It knew a prolonged fight was a disadvantage, so it eliminated the weaker hunters and healers first to cripple the enemy's fighting strength. This was an intelligent species, but why did it appear here? Behind it, a smoking Toyota, its dashboard camera recording the entire process of its attack. The black box footage was sent to South Korea. The director explained this catastrophe to everyone. This time, the appearance of ant monsters had devastated 2 small islands. Civilians were attacked, and 108 hunters participated. In the battle, 4 E-rank hunters were sacrificed, along with 1 B-rank hunter and 1 C-rank team leader. The deciding factor in defeating the ant was a hunter, an A-ranker who joined later. That means it takes at least 1 A-rank hunter or higher to control a single mutated ant. A murmur went through the room. Japan is one of the few countries in the world with an advanced hunter system, but a single ant caused that much damage. If those ants flew to Korea, the consequences would be catastrophic. Association President Go Gun-hee spoke. All islands within a 150 nautical mile radius of Jeju Island have been attacked. It's only a matter of time before they reach Korea. We must prepare our defenses before that happens. But the problem is, Korea currently doesn't have the ability to station hunters on islands like Japan does. We can't just send a few low-rank hunters out there to be completely slaughtered. The association president worried. With this kind of manpower shortage, who would come to help? The head of a department pulled him aside and whispered in his ear that Hwang Dong-soo of the Scavenger Guild had volunteered to help exterminate the monster at the Jeju Island gate this time. The president was startled for a moment, then immediately figured it out. A traitor to his country like him would never be so kind. His one and only objective had to be Sung Jinwoo. The director, being clever, used the conflict between him and Byun-ho as an excuse to refuse. Meanwhile, a national-level hunter was contacting the association. He was a national-level hunter. Back in the demon world, a voice echoed in the girl's head, "Protect the place where you reside." When she woke up, it was like her brain had rebooted, completely forgetting what had just happened. While the girl was unconscious, a swarm of demons attacked. Sung Jinwoo at that moment was like a knight protecting the girl. He pointed at a monster's corpse and said, "It seems you demons don't have a very good relationship with each other, do you?" The demon girl explained, "That's because the unintelligent demons don't consider intelligent demons as their own kind." She led Sung Jinwoo to a castle where all the intelligent demons, who could communicate normally, resided. Then, they arrived at the Demon King's chamber. Sung Jinwoo thought that, if he had to fight his way here, this would definitely be the final boss room. Upon seeing Sung Jinwoo, the king's face went pale with fright. His daughter couldn't see them, but as the king, he could clearly see the shadow army lying in ambush all around Sung Jinwoo. The royal guards hastily drew their weapons to confront him, but Sung Jinwoo calmly said that he and Essel had an agreement. As long as they handed over the passkey, he would leave quietly. Cold sweat beaded on the Demon King's forehead. He had heard about a very powerful man who had invaded the demon world, annihilating demons at a terrifying speed. Even Vulcan and Metus were no match for him. Although the Radiru clan had become nobles, they were still at the very bottom of the totem pole. Among the nobility, considering Sung Jinwoo's power, he could only concede. He asked Sung Jinwoo, "Is the passkey your only request?" Sung Jinwoo patted Esiel on the shoulder and said, "I have one more request. I need to borrow your daughter." That simple pat made Esiel's face flush red, but it made the Demon King tremble with rage. Although yielding to a human wounded his pride, it was better than risking his life. Besides, his daughter was his everything. Sung Jinwoo promised he would return his daughter completely unharmed. Hearing this, the Demon King finally relaxed. He ordered his subordinate to give Sung Jinwoo the passkey. After a careful check, it was indeed the real thing. This meant from now on, the keys for the upper floors had to be obtained from the demon clans there. After receiving the key, Sung Jinwoo called Essel to get ready to leave. The system announced that when farming items from a demon clan, experience points would be shared, based on contribution. Hearing that the experience points had to be shared, Sung Jinwoo told Essel, "If a fight breaks out, don't interfere, I'll handle everything." Essel thought he was worried about her getting hurt, so her face turned bright red. They arrived at the teleportation circle and stepped in together. Sung Jinwoo curiously asked where her horse was. Essel explained that only companions could enter the next floor. Mounts couldn't be brought along. She took a bottle of red wine from her backpack and said, "The clan on this floor loves wine." Her father had told her to bring it along to make things easier. Sung Jinwoo thought the two clans had a good relationship, but Essel said that even in the demon world, clans fought over rankings. However, sometimes things could be resolved through negotiation. Hearing they didn't get along, Sung Jinwoo smiled and said, "You wait here. This will be over in a flash." Along the path he walked, a black carpet appeared, filled with countless gleaming eyes. In just a few minutes, the castle of the Gashi clan erupted in a massive explosion, followed by blazing flames. Back at the Hunters Association, the national-level hunter was so powerful that even the association president, Go Gun-hee, the most powerful man in Korea, had to be deferential. Strangely enough, he was also asking about Sung Jinwoo's whereabouts. Although Sung Jinwoo often disappeared, President Go didn't know anything either. The powerful hunter bluntly asked the president why he should believe his words. President Go replied, "The Korean Hunters Bureau isn't crazy enough to lie to a national-level hunter's face." Hearing that, the powerful hunter finally smiled with satisfaction. He said the main purpose of his trip was regarding Hwang Dong-soo, the one who caused trouble in Korea last time. Due to Hwang Dong-soo's S-rank hunter status, the powerful hunter couldn't speak directly. He wanted the Korean Hunters Association to ban Hwang Dong-soo from entering the country to prevent him from causing more trouble. But he heard the association had already rejected Hwang Dong-soo's entry application, so he had no choice but to drop it. After saying goodbye to the president, he suddenly remembered something before leaving. Korea must be having a headache over the Jeju Island incident. He said if they had the budget to hire him, he would be more than willing to help. The president felt helpless. These national-level hunters were truly a pain to deal with. Just then, the science director offered the president some words of comfort. He said not to worry, as Japan had decided to assist them. They would be sending hunters from a major guild as support, and they were already on their way. In the demon city, fires smoldered, and the corpses of demons were strewn about. And Sung Jinwoo was the one who had annihilated them. As he climbed to higher floors, the power of the demon nobles also increased, and the experience he gained grew larger and larger. Moreover, Igris, who closely followed Sung Jinwoo, had reached his maximum level, qualifying him for a promotion. Once approved, they could advance to the next grade. The Great Bear had also reached his max level. They requested Sung Jinwoo's permission to upgrade. Without a second thought, Sung Jinwoo agreed immediately. From all four directions, countless black shadows poured into their bodies. They were undergoing a baptism of darkness. A moment later, two massive columns of dark energy shot straight into the sky. They had successfully been promoted. Igris was promoted from Night Grade to Elite Night Grade, equivalent in power to an S rank, and the Great Bear went from Elite Grade to Night Grade, with power comparable to an A rank. The two of them had undergone a complete transformation. Essel said to Sung Jinwoo, "Sir Jinwoo." Sung Jinwoo cut her off, telling her to just drop the sir. "All right. Do you know how many clans you've destroyed already?" Sung Jinwoo counted. "Besides your clan, I've wiped out 9 of them." Essel explained that from the 90th floor onward was the territory of high-ranking noble demon clans, who weren't nearly as easygoing as the low-ranking ones. But if he could negotiate with them properly, they might give him an entry permit, just as her clan had. But Jinwoo countered, "If I were stronger than all of you, would you still have been willing to negotiate?" The question left Essel stunned. It was an obvious question, but she had never once thought of it that way. To her, Jinwoo was like a kind, understanding older brother. Surprised, she asked, "Then why did you spare my clan?" Jinwoo smiled and replied, "Because I like you." Essel froze. The unexpected confession made her heart pound and her face flush bright red. But even Jinwoo himself didn't understand why Essel reminded him of some rich, goofy, and harmless young master. For some reason, he just seemed to get along well with people like that. Just like humans, demons had their own hierarchy. From the 90th floor up, the combat power of the demons changed completely. Jinwoo's shadow soldiers were constantly being destroyed and regenerated, and his mana was draining rapidly. But none of that mattered to Jinwoo. Because he was constantly leveling up, his power had already far surpassed that of the demons. At his side, Essel watched him intently, not even blinking. Even high-ranking demon nobles, ranked 4th and 5th, were being slaughtered by him. This human was on a completely different level. Jinwoo reflected that so far, he had only met 2 people stronger than himself, the association's chairman Go Gun-hee and hunter Cha Ha-in. Their auras were far more powerful than any other S-rank hunters. But Jinwoo was certain that if he kept leveling up like this, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them both. Jinwoo told Essel to head back, saying he would find the entry permit on his own. Worried, she asked, "Why? Am I useless to you now?" Jinwoo patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't be silly. The enemies up ahead could be incredibly strong. It's too dangerous for you to come with me. This is as far as you go. You've worked hard. Thanks for everything." Essel hesitated for a moment, then made her decision. "No," she said. "I want to follow you. I want to see this through to the end." Seeing the determination in her eyes, Jinwoo didn't say another word and simply led her to the 98th floor. Meanwhile, at an airport in Korea, a man and woman stepped off a plane. The man was Japan's S-rank hunter, Goto Ryuji. The moment he arrived, he sensed a marketplace-like commotion and a powerful aura. The welcomer who was running late explained that a hunter from the Reapers Guild was causing a scene. They took Goto Ryuji to the Hunters Association. Chairman Go carefully observed the man before him, the only hunter in Asia who could truly rival Liu Jigong. The next generation was truly fearsome. Japan currently had 21 S-rank hunters, and 11 of them belonged to Goto Ryuji's Draw Sword Guild. Unlike the fierce competition among Korea's 5 major guilds, Japan was dominated by just one. Goto Ryuji's Draw Sword Guild was the second largest guild in Asia, right behind China's Century Guild. They claimed they were here to support Korea with all their might. Goto Ryuji asked the chairman if he wanted to form a joint attack force composed of their top hunters to reconquer Jeju Island and exterminate the ant nest. The chairman, of course, believed in Japan's capabilities, but he thought a direct assault on Jeju Island was still far too reckless. But Goto Ryuji had come prepared. He had his assistant present the data they'd gathered. According to their intelligence, the lifespan of the ants was only about 1 year. Goto Ryuji's plan was to assassinate the queen directly, and then simply wait for the rest of the colony to die off on its own. The chairman thought the plan was insane, but also undeniably the most effective. The problem was that the ants would surely fight to the death to protect their nest. Goto Ryuji then laid out his strategy: lure all the ants out of the nest and use that opportunity to strike. He explained that based on mana detection, every time Korean hunters had landed on the island in the past 3 attempts, the ants had swarmed out to attack. This time, Goto Ryuji proposed that he, along with 9 other S-rank hunters from his guild, would act as bait to draw the ants out. Once the ants swarmed, the Korean hunters would move in to exterminate them. Hearing this, all the committee members in the room were stunned. 10 S-rank hunters was equivalent to the entire top-tier fighting force of South Korea. The plan was certainly feasible, but the chairman couldn't understand why a foreign guild would mobilize such a powerful force. Goto Ryuji's goal was to help Korea conquer Jeju Island in exchange for being recognized as a national-level hunter. After all, every country that had a national-level hunter had one who had successfully cleared an S-rank gate. Becoming one would be a huge contribution to his own country's interests. He explained that because it was an S-rank gate, they needed to mobilize the majority of their guild's strength to minimize the risks. And though it wasn't the most honorable method, it was the only way he could achieve his goal of becoming a national-level hunter. The chairman fell into deep thought. South Korea had only 10 S-rank hunters, but in reality, only 6 could be mobilized. Whether a mere 6 hunters could take down an S-rank dungeon boss was a massive question mark. That is, unless they had Sung Jinwoo, a man who had soloed an S-rank boss. With him, it just might be possible, but they couldn't hesitate any longer. The ants were evolving at an alarming rate and had already begun to fly, spreading their terror. After weighing his options, he signed the cooperation agreement with Goto Ryuji to conquer Jeju Island. Back in the demon world, Sung Jinwoo and Essel passed through a teleportation gate and arrived on the 100th floor. From the sky above, a mysterious, colossal creature descended, carrying an immense and powerful aura. A white dragon landed before them, and on its back was a knight wielding a massive sword. The Demon King, Baran. Jinwoo had never worn such a grave expression. The aura was absolutely terrifying. He wondered to himself, can I actually win against him? So, this is the Lord of the Demonic Dungeon? Just the dragon he's riding is enough to send shivers down your spine, let alone Baran himself. The aura he gave off was suffocating. Beside Jinwoo, Essel was so terrified, her face went pale. This was the first time she'd ever seen a demon monarch. The immense power and intense killing intent made her tremble. Sung Jinwoo looked at the dragon and felt a headache coming on. Flying creatures were always a pain, since he couldn't fly himself. But looking at its name, the sky dragon Kaizul, this was the first non-demon type creature he'd encountered in the demon world, which means he could extract its shadow. The demon monarch swung his sword, activating the skill, Legion of Hell. Countless purple arrows shot up from the ground. The system announced, demon soldiers have been summoned. Demon knights have been summoned. Demon generals have been summoned. In an instant, the land was swarming with a massive army of demons. There were at least over 1,000 of them, and the knights and generals were all A rank or higher. The beasts roared and charged towards Sung Jinwoo. A panicked Essel screamed for Sung Jinwoo to do something, but he just calmly told her not to worry. It was still too early. As the demons entered his attack range, Jinwoo's eyes flashed, activating the skill, Domain of the Monarch. Boom! From his feet, a shadow rapidly spread outwards, quickly enveloping the demon army in front of him. Sung Jinwoo roared, "Everyone, come out!" Countless shadow figures rose from the ground, spearing the demons. Easel's eyes widened in shock. It turned out Sung Jinwoo had already laid an ambush. Most of the demon vanguard was wiped out by the shadow soldiers. But the demon army was so massive that many of them broke through the shadow line, rushing straight for Sung Jinwoo. They didn't know that Iron, Igris, and Tusk always stood guard around the Shadow Monarch. Their appearance quickly eliminated any threats to their master. After his promotion, Igris had become much faster and stronger. His attack range was wider too. With a single swing, he cut down a demon several meters away before landing lightly on Tusk's shoulder. The massive Tusk summoned a magic circle and unleashed his hymn of fire. A moment later, sparks flew, dealing massive damage to the enemy. Essel stared, dumbfounded. Although she had traveled with Sung Jinwoo and witnessed his power, this was the first time she'd seen a battle on such a divine scale. It was absolutely terrifying. But his opponent was the Demon Monarch, the ruler of the demon world. In the end, who was truly the strongest? Just then, the Demon Monarch opened his mouth and spewed a massive stream of lightning energy into the sky. In a flash, the sky filled with dark clouds and lightning. The entire sky looked like his face. Countless lightning bolts rained down on the earth. Sung Jinwoo could tell this wasn't ordinary lightning. It was a wide area spell with a special effect. If they couldn't withstand it, his shadow soldiers would be torn to shreds, and his mana would be drained rapidly. He dashed forward and leaped straight onto the Demon Monarch's dragon. He had to clip its wings first, but the Monarch saw him coming, blocking Sung Jinwoo's attack with his sword and forcefully knocking him back. The powerful blow sent Sung Jinwoo crashing to the ground. The impact caused internal injuries. Before he could even recover, the Demon Monarch roared. A massive bolt of lightning gathered above its head, then erupted from its mouth. In an instant, the ground was torn apart. The enormous energy beam was heading straight for Sung Jinwoo. He knew he was in danger. It was too fast to dodge, especially with his injuries. At that life or death moment, a gigantic stream of fire appeared. A similar stream of fire shot out in the opposite direction. Tusk had his mouth wide open, spewing a terrifying flame that was no less powerful than the demons. The two energy beams collided with a massive explosion. The Demon Monarch deliberately redirected the remaining lightning to fall on Sung Jinwoo's position. Tusk roared, his eyes bulging, and shot an even bigger pillar of fire straight into the sky. It struck the giant dragon, taking Sung Jinwoo completely by surprise. It turned out giving that orb to Tusk was the right call. The dragon shrieked in pain as the flames hit it and plummeted to the ground. The Demon Monarch on its back was also hit, crashing hard onto the earth. Lying on the ground, he looked up at Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo smirked and said to him, "Finally decided to come down? Now I don't have to crane my neck to look at you anymore." Baran got to his feet. Even without his dragon, his aura was still incredibly powerful. He advanced on Sung Jinwoo, furious. He closed in on Sung Jinwoo with immense killing intent, then opened his mouth and fired a huge bolt of lightning toward Tusk. Tusk activated the skill, Hymn of Protection, blocking the Monarch's attack. But Sung Jinwoo's mana was draining fast. Once his mana ran out, the shadow soldiers could no longer regenerate. He had to end this fight before he was completely depleted. Iron swung his giant axe at Baran, but the Monarch stabbed him with a counterattack that unleashed an energy that drained Iron's will. Igris moved to support him, slashing at the Demon Monarch, but the Monarch blocked the blow with his bare hand and then, with a single counter, sliced Igris in half. Sung Jinwoo rushed in, quickly activating a skill to strike Baran's vital points, but every single attack was parried by the Monarch's sword. Before he could even react, the Demon Monarch swiftly grabbed Sung Jinwoo by the neck, lifted him into the air, and swung his sword down. Iron and Igris instantly moved to block the blow. Even Baran was stunned by the absolute loyalty of the shadow soldiers to their master. He roared, unleashing a massive wave of energy from his body. The blast disintegrated the shadow soldier and ravaged the area for dozens of meters around. Jinwoo could only block it with his arms. He glanced at Baran, who was now glowing as two daggers materialized in his hands. Sung Jinwoo stood his ground, gripping his knight's sword and a dagger, facing Baran. The two stared each other down before lunging forward at lightning speed. When they reappeared, they were locked in a fierce battle. The demon monarch swung his daggers wildly at Sung Jinwoo. He continuously parried the blows and countered, aiming for a weak spot, but was blocked every time. The two engaged in a flurry of dual-wielding attacks, striking at each other with terrifying speed. But Baron had a third weapon, his mouth. He opened it wide and fired a massive bolt of lightning at Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo blocked it with his two daggers, but trembled from the horrifying power. Ultimately, he couldn't hold on. He was thrown back, his daggers flying from his hands. A sense of panic washed over Sung Jinwoo. He knew he was in danger. The demon seized the opportunity, lunging at Sung Jinwoo with his weapon. Jinwoo quickly grabbed Baron's arm, his whole body shaking from the immense power. Even more dangerous was his mouth. The demon monarch opened it wide, about to fire another blast, when something flew through the air and smacked him in the head. The object hovered in the air. It was Iseal's weapon. Who would have thought the girl who was scared to death would save Sung Jinwoo at such a critical moment? The blow broke Baron's concentration. Sung Jinwoo seized the opportunity, gripping his arm tightly and snapping it. Much to the demon monarch's shock, he gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength, and combined with his ruler's hand skill, delivered a straight punch to Baron's lower jaw. The demon monarch's head was sent flying as his battered body collapsed to the ground. The system announced, "Demon Monarch Baron has been defeated. His soul has been acquired." He stood tall like a king before Essel, then staggered and collapsed to the ground. He said cheerfully to Essel, "Your clan is number one now." After Baron's death, his minions also vanished. The shadow soldiers began to collect the spoils. The system displayed, Demon Monarch's ring found, Demon Monarch's longsword found, Demon Monarch's dagger found, Demon Monarch's boots found, Demon Monarch's blood of evolution found. Sung Jinwoo hurriedly put on Baron's ring. With the 3 pieces of the Demon Monarch set equipped, the set effect activated, increasing all his stats more than any other equipment. What Sung Jinwoo cared about most was the Demon Monarch's blood. It was one of the 3 ingredients needed to craft the water of life. All 3 ingredients were finally gathered. The system asked, "Confirm crafting the water of life?" Confirmed. Crafting begins. The system announced, "Success rate and quantity of the final product depend on the creator's intelligence stat." Reading this notification, Sung Jinwoo gave a wry smile. He should have invested more points into intelligence. Fortunately, luck was still on his side. After the countdown, he successfully crafted 6 vials of the water of life. Surprisingly, the ingredients weren't single-use, but were consumed gradually. Only the spring water of the echoing forest was completely used up. The demon monarch's blood and the fragment of the world tree were only diminished. Sung Jinwoo looked at the 6 miraculous vials, capable of curing any illness with their powerful magic. Could this cure his mother's illness? He desperately wanted to return to the hospital to find out. Just then, Iron slowly dragged the massive dragon's corpse over. Sung Jinwoo chuckled. First time this big guy's ever used his head. The other shadow soldiers had to acknowledge Iron's contribution, which made him beam with satisfaction. Under Isol's astonished gaze, the dragon awakened, standing majestically before them. The system asked Sung Jinwoo, "My liege, what will you name it?" Sung Jinwoo thought, "Flying Dragon, Kaisel, Lana. What should its name be?" Standing behind him, Essel shook her head vigorously. It turned out her boss, despite being so powerful, was terrible at naming things. "I've decided. Your name will be Kaisel." Having received its master's grace, the giant dragon spread its wings and roared. Essel suggested riding the dragon to fly back to the castle quickly. But Sung Jinwoo couldn't suppress his desire to see his mother. Flying down floor by floor would take way too much time. He remembered the quest rewards he hadn't claimed yet and opened the menu to accept them all. He received a high-grade magic stone, 30 bonus stat points, and the title Demon Hunter. Sung Jinwoo held the high-grade magic stone, a magic stone for shadow exchange. Could it be? Sung Jinwoo crushed the stone and learned the skill, Shadow Exchange. The user can swap locations with a designated shadow soldier. After each use, there is a 3-hour cooldown. Sung Jinwoo was ecstatic. Just what I needed. With this skill, he could swap places with a soldier no matter where it was. He said to Essel, "Thanks for everything. See ya." Then, a dark shadow appeared at his feet, and his body was quickly enveloped by darkness. Before Essel could say anything, Sung Jinwoo vanished right in front of her, leaving behind the swapped shadow soldier. The shadow soldier looked around, bewildered, with no idea what had just happened or why it was there. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo returned to the real world. As luck would have it, a shadow soldier was in this residential area, so he swapped to its location. It was unbelievable. He had actually swapped locations from so far away, just like a teleportation gate. He shouted, "Come forth, Kaisel." A shadow appeared in the sky. Sung Jinwoo stood atop the giant dragon as it carried him on a flight, looking down on the world below. The dragon carried Sung Jinwoo soaring through the city sky. Meanwhile, in the Hunter Association building, the directors were reviewing documents about Jeju Island provided by Japan. They were using a magical camera on a satellite to get clear images of the ants. That's right. Just as Gogun Hee said, in the 3 previous raids, all the ants except for the queen and her royal guards had gone out to fight. Their forms had also changed completely, evolving from the original giant black ants into even larger red ants. Next, they evolved wings, becoming giant flying ants. Their reproductive cycle is 1 year, which corresponds to the lifespan of an ant soldier. That was already a problem, but the final boss of any high-level dungeon has royal guards. What the chairman feared was that if the ants outside knew the queen was in danger, they might return to the nest sooner than expected. The director suggested they could use jamming waves. Ants communicate with each other using a specific frequency, and the jamming waves would disorient them. This meant they only needed to focus on the queen and her guards. Suddenly, the chairman was startled. A powerful surge of magic could be clearly felt, even from a distance. What was that? It wasn't just the chairman in the tent. Baek Yoon-ho, who was grilling outside, and the man across from him also noticed that intense magical energy. They figured it was probably Choi Jong-in and Cha Hae-in yelling at their hunters or something. Baek Yoon-ho looked at the man opposite him, Min Byung-gu, the world's first S-rank healer to retire while still in his prime. Not just the first, but the only one. Outsiders might find it hard to understand why he would give up his status and wealth to live as a normal person, but Baek Yoon-ho understood. Min Byung-gu had once witnessed his comrades die horribly at the hands of the ants, an event that caused him severe psychological trauma that still haunts him to this day. That's why when the association invited him to participate in the Jeju Island attack plan, he decided to refuse. He told Baek Yoon-ho that Yoo Jin-ho had recently contacted him, wanting him to become a guildmaster. Moreover, ever since he went into seclusion, many large corporations had been constantly inviting him to join them. Although his tall, sturdy build made him look tough, he truly couldn't stand the sight of blood anymore. Just thinking about it made him tremble. He was currently preparing for his teaching certification exam because he enjoyed watching historical dramas and wanted to become a history teacher. Baek Yoon-ho filled their glasses with liquor, drank his in one gulp, and set the glass down. He said the reason he called Min Byung-gu over wasn't to convince him to join, but in case the worst happened, to say one last goodbye. This mission was a matter of life and death. There was no telling if they would ever see each other again. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo was riding his wyvern, flying quickly to the hospital to see his mother lying in her bed. He hesitated, unsure if the water of life could truly awaken her. If there was any mistake, it would be irreversible. But over the past few months, the system had worked many miracles for him. If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed a mere E-ranker could surpass S-ranks in such a short time. Besides, to this day, the world had yet to find a cure for his mother's illness. He had to take the risk. So, he opened the bottle and brought the water of life closer to his mother. Just as it was about to touch her, his whole body trembled. He took a deep breath and gave his mother the potion. Suddenly, Jinwoo noticed a scar on his mother's neck. When he was a child, he had accidentally spilled hot water on her, but instead of worrying about herself, she had only asked if he was hurt, even though it was his fault. She never blamed him, only worried about him. For a mother so kind, Sung Jinwoo had sworn he would wake her up at any cost. But after waiting and waiting, his mother's complexion only grew rosier. There was no sign of her waking up. Sung Jinwoo grew anxious, wondering why this was happening. "Mom, please wake up. The only reason I wanted to become strong was to protect the people I love. So please wake up and let me carry the burden on your shoulders. I'm begging you." It was this love for his family that spurred an E-rank hunter to climb to the very top, even when facing death against powerful enemies in dungeons. Even when he was in despair, he never once thought of backing down. A figure sat up and called his name. After so many years apart, his mother was awake. Sung Jinwoo trembled with emotion. 4 years. He could finally see his mother awake again. She took his hand, covered in scars and wounds, and said, "My son, you must be so tired from all these injuries." He couldn't hold back the tears, sobbing like a child in front of his mother. The news of her recovery quickly reached the hospital director. He was astonished by this unprecedented miracle. His assistant said the patient's family was requesting an immediate discharge. The director was horrified. How is that possible? The patient has been bedridden for 4 years. There's no way she can walk immediately. But the assistant said the patient's condition was normal. She was very healthy, They couldn't find any problems, and she could walk on her own. The director was in utter shock. Not only a miraculous recovery, but a miraculous recuperation. All the more reason she couldn't be discharged. The medical community had to know about this successful case. The assistant whispered in the director's ear that he had considered all that. But the patient's family was not ordinary. It was Sung Jinwoo, the recently appointed S-rank hunter. Hearing that, the director broke out in a cold sweat and immediately told his assistant to process the discharge papers. Sung Jinwoo's little sister also came to the hospital, sobbing as she hugged her mother tightly upon seeing her awake. Watching this heartwarming scene, Sung Jinwoo felt overjoyed. All his efforts and suffering over the years finally seemed to have paid off, in a flash. But as a seasoned hunter who had surely been through too much, he still felt a sense of unease. He told himself he had to hold on tight to this hard-earned happiness. He walked to a quiet corner of the hospital and opened his phone to check it. A flood of messages and missed calls appeared. One news headline caught his attention. Flying creature sighted in the sky above city center. The picture was of Kaisel, his personal mount. Seriously, every strange thing he did ended up on the news. Just then, a call came in. It was from the Hunters Association chairman, Go Gun-hee. Sung Jinwoo figured he was calling about all the attention he'd been getting lately, but from his tone, that wasn't it at all. The chairman wanted to meet with Sung Jinwoo to discuss the plan for the Jeju Island raid, and he was asking for his help. Jinwoo hesitated. Before, he would have jumped at the chance to level up, but now that his mother was awake, he didn't feel the need to get any stronger. He was about to refuse when a powerful wave of magical energy washed over him. He quickly asked the chairman, "Have there been any hunters sparring nearby?" The chairman smiled and said, "Your senses are incredible, to be able to feel that from so far away." There were only 4 days left until the Jeju Island raid. The S-rank hunters were training intensely at the arena, and sure enough, it was them. Along with Goto Ryuji, many of Japan's S-rank hunters had also arrived. Hearing that name, Sung Jinwoo was surprised. Even he knew the names of Japan's strongest hunters. He just never expected they'd come to help. In that case, he had to go see them train. With 4 days to go before the expedition, the S-rank hunters were gathered at the association's gymnasium. Baek Yoon-ho's eyes were glowing red. His white hair flared as he lunged like a fierce tiger, clashing with a large, burly man. The man grabbed Guildmaster Baek by the shoulder. He kicked him away, taunting. "Getting weak already, Master Baek?" Baek Yoon-ho got up, laughing. "Just getting started, Master Ma. Let's keep going." The two charged at each other again, their eyes filled with determination. Loud clashes echoed throughout the gym. Sung Jinwoo and the chairman watched from above. He felt that Baek Yoon-ho was being pushed back. Choi Jong-in laughed and said it was because Baek Yoon-ho wasn't going all out. If he got serious, Ma Dong-wook wouldn't stand a chance. Jinwoo didn't get it. After all, Ma Dong-wook was still an S-rank hunter. A guildmaster shouldn't have to hold back because of his power. Choi Jong-in explained that there were too many prying eyes around. It's not a suitable place to get serious, because when Guildmaster Baek fights for real, he turns into an actual monster. Jinwoo realized the rumors about Baek Yoon-ho being a transformation-type hunter were true. Choi Jong-in pointed down below, telling him to look at the others. Igarashi, Ishida, Tanaka, Hoshino, Kumamoto, Tawata, Fujishima, Kyo, Shimizu, and Goto Ryuji. All of them were S-rank hunters from Japan. This was the first time Sung Jinwoo had seen Goto Ryuji in person. His aura was truly extraordinary. They also noticed Sung Jinwoo. Goto Ryuji's face grew serious. So that's the new S-rank hunter? With an aura that strong, he must be an elite assassin type. His assistant replied, "Actually, he's a mage. It's stated clearly in his official file." Goto was stunned. With an aura that powerful, he's a mage? A hunter, sprawled out on the floor, looked up at Sung Jinwoo with an annoyed expression. "Hey, who's that? Isn't it Sung Jinwoo, stealing our spotlight?" Cha Hai-in turned her head and said, "The air. It's completely different. It must be him." A young girl pointed at Jinwoo and told her brother, "Look over there. That's him, South Korea's 10th S-rank hunter." He grumbled back, "Why are you telling me, Ida? All these S-ranks in one place. It's making me sick." He noticed Cha Hae-in covering her nose with a handkerchief and sighed. "So there's someone else who hates the smell of hunters, just like me. But a simple handkerchief is enough for her, which means her senses aren't as sharp as mine." Watching Baek Yoon-ho fight, an assistant sighed. "These are Korea's strongest? They seem pretty lackluster." Compared to Goto Ryuji's fighting style, this match between Baek Yoon-ho and Ma Dong-wook looks like a chicken fight. Goto Ryuji glanced at Cha Hae-in and told his assistant, "Still, there are some useful ones here. Cha Hae-in and Go Gun-hee. Their skills are on par with the top members of our own guild. Their conversation was overheard by a Korean hunter nearby. He glared at the assistant with a look of displeasure and spoke in fluent Japanese. "You think I don't understand you? Japanese was my second language in high school." The assistant looked at the man standing before him. Curiously, he asked who the man was. A male assistant next to him quickly introduced him. "This is the leader of the Knights Guild, A-rank hunter Park Dong-soo." The assistant laughed. "An A-rank hunter? No wonder I've never heard of you." He then asked Park Dong-soo, "Are you also participating in the Jeju Island raid? I heard only S-rank hunters were allowed to join." The male assistant angrily shot back. "He's part of the defense team. He plays a crucial role in the Jeju Island campaign." The other assistant just smirked and replied, "Well, that doesn't inspire much confidence. After all, you can't entrust an important mission to an amateur." Seeing the two arguing heatedly, Goto Ryuji told his assistant, "That's enough." Park Dong-soo scoffed and said to the male assistant, "It's fine. What would a mere interpreter know anyway?" These words infuriated the girl. She took off her jacket and issued a challenge. "I am Hanakawa, an A-rank hunter from Japan. I'd be happy to teach you a lesson." This Japanese interpreter was quite audacious, daring to look down on Korea's S-rank hunters. Hearing her challenge, Park Dong-soo was also displeased. The two argued and then started brawling right on the spot. Everyone from above watched the showdown between the two A-rank hunters from the two countries. They found it amusing. Before they fought, Park Dong-soo proposed a rule. Whoever grabs the other's wrist first wins. Hanakawa considered it. It was a shame she couldn't go all out, but then she saw that Park Dong-soo still had his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of fighting seriously. Park Dong-soo then said, "Except for the moment I grab your wrist, my hands won't leave my pockets." Hanakawa smirked, so confident. "I wonder if you're all talk." And with that, she lunged at Park Dong-soo with lightning speed. Hanakawa reached out to grab him, but he dodged it skillfully, glaring at her. "Time to crush that confidence of yours." Smack! A powerful force struck her hand. Park Dong-soo went to throw a kick, but only managed to rip his expensive slacks wide open. Hanakawa took advantage of his distraction, launching a flurry of attacks at Park Dong-soo, but he calmly pulled a hand from his pocket and caught her by the wrist. Hanakawa was stunned, wondering what just happened. How was he so fast? Park Dong-soo said, "You're the type who hides behind others, aren't you? It's obvious you lack real combat experience. In Korea, there are a lot of troublemakers, so I have to fight often. I've even had to kill. Humans are different from monsters. Every action has a purpose. You have to calculate your next move, or you'll be left reacting. Let's say I had a knife. It would have been your neck I slit, not your wrist." Hanakawa disdainfully pushed Park Dong-soo's hand away. Nearby, Goto Ryuji laughed and said, "Very nice. That was quite an interesting match." He ordered Hanakawa to translate his words into Korean for the other hunters. To strengthen the trust between their two nations, he proposed that the S-rank hunters engage in a friendly match with set rules. Go-gun-hee understood that Goto Ryuji wanted to test the Korean hunters' strength, but there was a problem that needed to be addressed, namely mages or other non-combat hunters, which would make it difficult to determine a winner. Baek Yoon-ho suggested adding to the rules. Besides grabbing a wrist, touching an opponent's back or knocking them down would also count as a win. This wouldn't be a one-on-one, but a multi-person battle with no fixed opponents. Goto Ryuji considered this. A wrist-grabbing rule would favor assassin-type hunters. If they could take out one opponent early, it could completely turn the tide. How interesting. Then let's make it a free-for-all brawl. Korea sent 4 hunters to participate. The 4 hunters from Korea were Baek Yoon-ho, Ma Dong-wook, Cha Hae-in, and Lim Tae-gyu. The 4 from Japan were Kenzo Tanaka, Minoru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto, and Kanai Tawata. The 4 versus 4 battle was about to begin. Sung Jinwoo figured Goto Ryuji wasn't participating because he wanted to observe their true strength. A fight between S-rank hunters was a rare sight, making this a golden opportunity. Inside the massive gymnasium, the strongest powers of both nations gathered. Each side sent out 4 S-rank hunters. Ma Dong-wook couldn't hold back and immediately activated his body enlargement skill. Kenzo Tanaka was delighted. He loved facing simple, powerful types. The two charged at each other, their fists colliding with a massive boom. Minoru Hoshino closed in on Lim Tae-gyu with incredible speed. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in close combat, Lim quickly put some distance between them. 5 mana swords materialized in his hands. With a swing, he launched them forward. Minoru Hoshino quickly dodged, but the remaining 4 swords flew towards his teammates. Kenzo Tanaka was startled, having nearly forgotten this was a free-for-all. If a mage with wide-area attacks got involved, things would get dangerous. He could only hope Minoru Hoshino would take down Lim Tae-gyu quickly. Off to the side, the chairman watched with a look of utter shock. All the fixtures in the gymnasium were made of high-grade, extremely durable magic stone. A normal hunter would have trouble leaving a scratch, but in just a matter of seconds, the place was wrecked. An S-rank battle was a true disaster. Baek Yoon-ho wore a serious expression. The opponent he'd chosen was a top-tier S-rank hunter. To win, he had to be determined to break his opponent's wrist, but even though Atsushi Kumamoto was powerful, he had multiple personalities and was muttering to himself, wrist and back. Huh? I don't care about those trash rules. I only follow the law of survival of the fittest. Baek Yoon-ho didn't even notice Atsushi Kumamoto's movement until the man was already behind him, though he hadn't attacked yet. Then, Atsushi Kumamoto leaped back several meters. Baek Yoon-ho was stunned. He had clearly felt killing intent, so why did his opponent hesitate? Was he scared? Atsushi Kumamoto stood trembling, clutching his chest and crying, "Damn it, I hesitated again. I'm really not cut out to be a hunter." Baek Yoon-ho watched, completely bewildered. One moment this guy was radiating bloodlust, the next he was timid as a mouse. What the hell was he trying to do? But he quickly figured it out. This was exactly why Goto Ryuji wanted this match, to test Atsushi's unstable personality, to see if he was ready to face the ants. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was being used. Fine, he thought. I'll play right into his hands. Time to get serious. A glint appeared in Baek Yoon-ho's eyes as the skin on his palms slowly turned white. Atsushi Kumamoto panicked, his expression changing. This is terrifying. I have to run. Baek Yoon-ho had transformed, lunging forward with a tiger's claw aimed for the heart. Atsushi Kumamoto scrambled to dodge. Baek Yoon-ho sighed. What a total coward. His abilities were top tier among S-ranks, but what a waste. On the sidelines, Park Dong-soo broke out in a cold sweat. They're complete monsters. Compared to them, his earlier match was just child's play. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the hall. The gigantic Ma Dong-wook lay motionless on the floor. Japan's Kenzo Tanaka had won the battle of strength. And it didn't stop there. Lim Tae-gyu was pinned to a wall by Minoru Hoshino. Japan had already taken down 2 of them. Baek Yoon-ho panicked. He was now alone against 3. But he was furious that they were targeting him and not Cha Hae-in. They saw him as the weakest link. Meanwhile, Cha Hae-in was completely overwhelming Kanai Tawata. Her opponent could only defend. They must have thought picking the woman would be an easy win, but they had no idea they'd chosen the strongest one. Cha Hae-in's attack speed was incredibly fast and unpredictable. They didn't know she also had the nickname The Dancer, because when she killed monsters, her movements were as fluid and graceful as a dance. However, she forbade anyone from using that name because she found it too embarrassing. Fortunately, Tawata was provoked enough to finally throw a punch, but Cha Hae-in blocked the blow with enough force to send her opponent's hat flying off her head. Then, moving at an imperceptible speed, she appeared behind her, grabbing her shoulder and taking her down. With that finished, Cha Ha-in immediately ran to help the now isolated Baek Yoon-ho. But just then, Atsushi Kumamoto appeared behind her, reaching out to grab her. But when Cha Ha-in calmly turned back, she unleashed a flurry of phantom punches, rapid fire like a machine gun, startling Goto Ryuji. She realized this was bad. She'd accidentally pissed him off. Goto Ryuji's teammates sighed. We're screwed. He's so angry he's about to lose control. When Goto Ryuji goes berserk, he can't tell the difference between ally and enemy. He could conquer an entire B-rank dungeon by himself. Hanekawa warned Goto Ryuji, "You should stop. Continuing, this will be dangerous." But Goto Ryuji told her not to be hasty. This was just a test. If Goto Ryuji's actions endangered the Korean hunters, he would intervene immediately. Goto Ryuji roared like a wild beast, releasing a terrifying aura. With a massive boom, he appeared right in front of Cha Hae-in. She was stunned. It was too fast. She couldn't react in time. Crash! A powerful wave of energy erupted, forcing even Goto Ryuji to a halt. Sung Jinwoo had suddenly appeared between them, one hand supporting Cha Hae-in and the other grabbing Goto Ryuji's leg. He looked at the man and said, "This is just a sparring match. Why are you radiating so much killing intent?" Goto Ryuji was furious that his attack had been cut short. He tried to attack again but was slammed to the ground by Sung Jinwoo, who twisted and pinned his arm down hard. Goto Ryuji was astonished. His speed is insane. Is he really a mage? Hanekawa watched, breaking out in a cold sweat. She told Goto Ryuji that according to the official records, he was. Sung Jinwoo told Cha Hae-in, "Consider this Korea's loss. Even a transformed Baek Yoon-ho had been completely outmatched." Goto Ryuji approached Sung Jinwoo and said, "How about a round with me?" Although Jinwoo didn't understand what Goto Ryuji was saying, he could feel the intent from the man's powerful aura. He smiled, and said that he didn't know what Goto Ryuji was planning, but this was a perfect opportunity to test his own strength after leaving the dungeon, and only Goto was a worthy opponent. Sung Jinwoo accepted the challenge on the condition that Goto Ryuji go all out. The surrounding hunters were in an uproar. What is happening? Goto Ryuji is one of the top hunters in the world, and Sung Jinwoo is being way too arrogant. But Goto Ryuji just laughed. Very good. This is interesting. He agreed to the condition and ordered the female S-rank hunter behind him to treat the injured hunters. Then he pointed at Sung Jinwoo and told Cha Hyin, "This is the man I'm entrusting to your care after the fight." Cha Hyin was worried too. Goto Ryuji's power was recognized worldwide, but Baek Yunho said, "It's hard to say who's going to get hurt. Sung Jinwoo's strength is no joke either. He took down an A-rank dungeon boss all by himself, and he easily defeated tens of thousands of monsters. It's not a huge deal, but there are so many hunters here today. Don't you need to cover your nose?" Of course, Cha Hyin couldn't tell him that the air had become fragrant because of Sung Jinwoo. She just told Baek Yunho that they were on Jeju Island now. She couldn't keep her nose covered forever. Cha Hyin asked, "Aren't you and Hunter Sung old friends, Guildmaster Baek? Why didn't you try to stop him?" Baek Yunho replied with a laugh, "He's not someone I can stop." In fact, he was even a little excited to see who would win between the world's strongest and the ever-growing Sung Jinwoo. The moment Jinwoo said start, Goto Ryuji's fist was already in his face. The surprise attack pushed Sung Jinwoo back, but he was completely unharmed. Goto Ryuji was beginning to suspect that Sung Jinwoo's mage class was a lie. His agility and silent movements made him difficult to track, but he could see it clearly. He stood his ground, unleashing a wave of mana even stronger than before. Sung Jinwoo felt the surge in power, but still managed to dodge. Goto Ryuji got serious, smirking as he asked, "Or are you looking down on me?" His teammate was about to intervene, seeing that he now genuinely wanted to kill Sung Jinwoo. Lim Taegyu and Ma Dongwook were stunned by the terrifying offensive power. Hunter Sung was incredible, dodging the strongest blow from Japan's top hunter. But Cha Hyin saw something different. Sung Jinwoo wasn't just trying to dodge, he was baiting Goto Ryuji into attacking relentlessly. Despite throwing countless attacks, Goto Ryuji still couldn't touch Sung Jinwoo. He changed his mind. It seemed he'd have to go all out to catch this kid, resolving to kill Sung Jinwoo. A system warning appeared. An individual with murderous intent has been detected. Goto Ryuji threw a powerful punch at Sung Jinwoo. Bam! Sung Jinwoo caught the fist, smiling as he said, "So you're finally going all out, huh?" Goto Ryuji smirked back. "That's some monstrous strength. But you clearly could have grabbed my wrist. Why grab my fist on purpose? Are you messing with me?" By now, Sung Jinwoo was getting into the fight. He said, "I don't understand what you're saying, but if I'd grabbed your wrist, the match would be over. You didn't want it to end so soon either, right?" Both men's eyes gleamed as they released terrifying amounts of mana. Everyone sensed that this was wrong. They were really trying to kill each other now. Just as the two forces were about to collide, Cha Hyin and Baek Yunho appeared together to restrain Sung Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Goto Ryuji was held back by Minoru Hoshino and Kanetake. Even so, it was incredibly difficult to hold back these two wild animals. Baek Yunho advised Sung Jinwoo, "Stop. In a few days, that man will be leading Japan's forces into battle. If you injure him, no one can take responsibility for it." Then he told Hanakawa, "Everyone got a little too heated. Today's training session ends here." Sung Jinwoo finally snapped out of it, letting out a sigh. It was a good thing they were stopped. He'd gotten a little too carried away himself. After the training session, everyone had a much clearer understanding of each other's true strength. Interestingly, among all the hunters, not a single one, not even the mighty Goto Ryuji, detected the soldiers hidden in his shadow. Sung Jinwoo asked the chairman, "You asked if I wanted to participate in the Jeju Island raid, right?" Hearing Sung Jinwoo's answer, the chairman was stunned, but after he composed himself, no one could read his expression. Meanwhile, Goto Ryuji stood frozen in place, drenched in a cold sweat. The world's strongest hunter was terrified after his confrontation with Sung Jinwoo. And Baek Yunho, having witnessed Sung Jinwoo's extraordinary power against Goto Ryuji, couldn't shake a deep sense of unease. In a short time, they had met Sung Jinwoo 3 times, and each time, it felt like he had become a completely different person. The first time they met, Sung Jinwoo had managed to defeat Baek Yunho. The second time, he had already surpassed him. The third time, he fought Goto Ryuji on even ground. His power had left Baek Yunho miles in the dust. He could confirm with certainty that Sung Jinwoo was a growth-type hunter. The value of a hunter like that was immeasurable. Dreaming of recruiting someone like him into the association was pure fantasy. Even so, there were many ways to approach an elite hunter. If he couldn't be recruited, he would just have to try another way. He opened his phone to check the list of hunters participating in the battle. It was in 4 days, but to his surprise, Sung Jinwoo's name was nowhere to be found. What was going on? At the hotel, Goto Ryuji called the vice chairman of the Draw Sword Guild. He told him that South Korea also had a hunter of extraordinary power. Reiji Sugimoto asked if he was as strong as Goto Ryuji, but even Goto Ryuji didn't know who was stronger. Sung Jinwoo's true strength was a mystery, and there was no telling what else he was hiding. When he heard the name Sung Jinwoo, Reiji Sugimoto was surprised. He said that Sung Jinwoo's name was completely absent from the list of Korean hunters for the raid. Goto Ryuji asked, "Is there something wrong with Chairman Go? How could he not send a master like that to help?" On a small island, the young were eating each other because there was no food. This situation couldn't last. We need stronger soldiers to lead our people to rise, to save our country. We must defeat all who stand in our way. We must become stronger, even stronger. Eat and become stronger, my child. In a residential area, Sung Jinwoo returned home with his mother and sister, but he found that his sister had turned the house into a pigsty. Yet his mother just smiled and said to her 2 children, "I haven't done housework in 4 years. Let's clean up together." The 3 of them worked together to clean the house full of memories. Holding a picture frame, his mother asked Sung Jinwoo if he had heard any news about his father while she was in a coma. Sung Jinwoo replied sadly that in the past 4 years, there had been no news of his father at all. He didn't even dare to tell his mother that he had followed the same path as his dad. If she knew, she would be incredibly worried. Even though he had earned a huge amount of money, his mother refused to leave this apartment because she still hoped his father would come back. She believed he might suddenly appear one day, and this house was the only place for him to return to. Sung Jinwoo swore he would protect this house at all costs, no matter what it took. As the day of the Jeju Island raid drew closer, the news reported on it non-stop. Information about the types of monsters was also released. The ants were evolving at a terrifying rate. During the second raid, the ants still crawled on the ground and looked like normal ants, just much bigger. But before the third raid, the ants could stand upright and move with more agility. Their heads became smaller, and the ones that recently caused massive damage in Japan looked more humanoid. Large wings grew from their backs, allowing them to fly everywhere and attack people. These fearsome monsters made even the hunters hesitate, but there were also retired hunters who decided to rejoin the raid team. On social media, people were buzzing. Why isn't Sung Jinwoo on the list? Even though he became an S rank, nothing changed. That guy will never change. He's just an E ranker at heart. He probably pissed his pants in fear. Even the retired Min Byung-gyu is participating. So, what about Sung Jinwoo? Haha, he's an S rank now, and he's still like this. It's a disgrace to have him in our country. Sung Jinwoo sighed. Though he didn't care about the gossip, he worried his sister would be affected. Just then, the rich young master called. He said he had found a place for their office and invited him to come see it. When he arrived, Sung Jinwoo was surprised it was so huge for just 2 people. The young master explained that to establish a guild, you needed at least 3 hunters. Suddenly, he remembered someone was looking for Sung Jinwoo and handed him an envelope. He said the person would be here until July 17th and hoped Sung Jinwoo would contact them. But just as Sung Jinwoo reached for it, his body dissolved into a black shadow. Then he vanished, replaced by a shadow soldier who handed the envelope to the young master, startling him. The shadow soldiers were incredibly useful. They could be summoned for battle, or he could swap positions with them over infinite distances. They could even be used for patrol. In a dark alley, a murderer held a sharp knife, threatening a young woman. The terrified girl, with tears streaming down her face, begged him not to kill her. Seeing her fear only excited the man more. But just as he was about to make his move, a figure appeared behind him, making him jump. Sung Jinwoo emotionlessly asked, "Why are you doing this?" The murderer laughed and replied, "Because it's fun. What other reason is there?" He gripped his small knife and excitedly rushed towards Sung Jinwoo, grabbing his shoulder. "Every time I see someone weaker than me, I just want to bully them." Sung Jinwoo smirked and said, "Ah, I think I understand that feeling." He snatched the knife and slashed the murderer's leg a few times, avoiding any vital spots. Terrified, the murderer ignored his wounds and scrambled to run away. Sung Jinwoo growled menacingly, "If you want to live, you better turn yourself in before midnight." The man's face went pale, unaware that in his own shadow, one of Jinwoo's ferocious shadow soldiers could take his life at any moment. As Sung Jinwoo walked away, his shadow soldiers had quietly made another contribution to society. First part done. Tomorrow, the Jeju Island raid would begin. The next day, helicopters waited for the hunters. Hunters flew towards Jeju Island, located in the waters off the mainland's coast. 2 first-class destroyers, 2 KDDX-class destroyers, 4 third-class destroyers, one fourth-class destroyer, and 12 frigates. Park Dong-soo's face was grim. He had no idea if these warships could even scratch the ants. But if the S-rank hunters on the front lines fell, this naval fleet was the last line of defense. They had to stop the ants from reaching the mainland. Guildmaster Ma Dong-guk of the Knights Guild gave the order, while his vice master was in charge of the rear. The vice master anxiously wanted to support his guildmaster, but he just wasn't strong enough. He could only remain on the rear lines. Elite hunters from other guilds also stood ready for battle. Lim Taegyu swore into his phone. Why the hell did you send Min Sung to such a dangerous place? He could run straight into the ants. Pull him back. He's too valuable to be wasted on this. The arrangements are final. They can't be changed. Fine. Then just make sure you stay well hidden. Meanwhile, Min Sung was all smiles for the camera. Filming here is definitely going to get me a ton of points. Hurry up. Get a few more good shots. The hunters from various guilds, invited by the association, were stationed south of Jeju Island to block any stray ants from escaping. After the initial assault, each attack team would be led by S-rank hunters, while lower-ranked hunters were in charge of logistics. This included retirees and even ability users who had never become official hunters, all stationed across South Korea. This was the largest mobilization of hunters in history. To annihilate the ants on Jeju Island, South Korea had called upon nearly every hunter in the country. The S-ranks would lead the charge, with A-ranks and the naval fleet providing support in case of emergencies. They were followed by B-ranks and below, tasked with catching any that slipped through the cracks. This time, reporters were also accompanying the S-ranks to the front lines for a live broadcast. Baek Yoon-ho couldn't understand why Guild President Go Gun-hee would allow reporters in such a dangerous place. The reporter told Baek Yoon-ho, "Sir, I'm an A-rank hunter myself. There are many people with recognized abilities who aren't suited to be hunters, so they choose normal jobs instead. I'm an A-rank hunter who also works as a reporter. This isn't my first time filming in a hazardous environment. I've been inside a few S-rank dungeons before." Ma Dong-guk added, "Don't worry. The association only approved the live broadcast because they're confident in this operation. This was the only chance for ordinary people to see S-rank hunters in action at a gate. Besides, after the 3 previous failed attempts, they were determined to win this time. If they failed, South Korea could be wiped off the map." What surprised Baek Yoon-ho was that Min Byung-gu hadn't just come out of retirement, but was joining him on the front lines. Min Byung-gu laughed and said to Baek Yoon-ho, "Without me, you'd probably be the first one to die. The second you see a monster, you just charge in without thinking." Baek Yoon-ho shot back angrily, "And you never charge in at all." The lighthearted banter quickly eased the tense atmosphere. The plane arrived at its destination shortly after. Min Byung-gu's face turned serious, his hands trembling. He hoped he wouldn't have to witness the same horrific sights as before. Goto Ryuji and the other S-rank hunters had already arrived. Looking at the ruined buildings, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The once bustling Jeju City was now a ghost town. They observed the freshly killed ant corpses on the ground. It seemed there was still a predator around here. Goto Ryuji reported over his comms, "Everyone, this is Alpha Team." The other teams reported in. "Bravo, all clear. Charlie, all clear. Delta, all clear." Goto Ryuji's expression hardened. "All units, move out." An immense surge of magical energy erupted from them. The silent island was suddenly lit up by brilliant flashes of light. Even Baek Yoon-ho's team on the plane could feel the powerful waves of magic. It seemed the Japanese team had begun their assault. Sensing the intrusion, a massive swarm of ants poured out from the mountaintop, with some flying towards the helicopter. Choi Jong-in was already standing at the cabin door, gathering his power. 3 magic-infused projectiles shot out, streaking through the air and slamming into the ants. The incredible power left Min Byung-gu in awe, but Choi Jong-in knew it wasn't enough to kill them. He raised his hand, and a massive fireball materialized, unleashing a colossal stream of fire towards the ants. Then, he leaped from the plane, landing on the stream of fire and riding it down. Ma Dong-guk was stunned. "Why the rush? Isn't he afraid of getting killed?" Cha Hae-in replied, "Don't worry. Guildmaster Choi's fire magic is incredibly powerful. When facing a large number of enemies, Choi Jong-in's fire magic is at its most effective." Choi Jong-in landed amidst the flames, and the ants immediately swarmed him. His eyes flashed as fire erupted from his body, incinerating the swarm. A series of explosions rang out, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. Everywhere he passed turned into a sea of fire. Moments later, the surrounding area was scorched, littered with the charred corpses of ants. Choi Jong-in looked up and signaled that it was safe for them to land. Ma Dong-guk was amazed. "You really do need a mage on the team. The Japanese hunters could buy them an extra hour. Within that time, they had to destroy the ant nest inside the cave. If they succeeded, it would be an unprecedented victory. The list of participating S-rank hunters had grown to 16. Not only that, but hunters from all across South Korea, whether retired or newly awakened, had joined the cause. On ship number 2, the vice master of the Sword Guild commanded the fleet, observing the ants that had crawled out of the nest. They began their part of the operation as well. Activate the jamming waves. In the skies above Jeju Island, artificial satellites whirred to life, jamming all signals. Break the ants' antennae so they can't hear the distress signals. But Asuka Kumamoto and the Bravo team still haven't gotten into the zone. Goto is terrified of ants. He has to eliminate the one in front of him. He reminds them to get in sync quickly, or they'll be sitting ducks. Meanwhile, Charlie team is having an easy time. Fujishima Chen, Ishida, and Kenzo Tanaka are effortlessly wiping out the ants. Kenzo Tanaka is the most bloodthirsty of them all, a look of wild excitement on his face. In Delta Team, his comrades and Kane Tawada are watching sparks fly from the ant nest. On the mountaintop, it seems the Korean hunters are also making their move, but it's unclear who the fire user is. Up on the peak, Choi Jong-in's flames form a massive net across the sky, illuminating the entire cave system. The cave walls are riddled with holes burrowed by the ants. This once famous tourist spot is now this. Choi Jong-in originally intended this spell to trap powerful enemies, but he's just thought of a much better use for it. He kneels down, and the net of fire in the sky converges into massive fireballs. Choi Jong-in directs the spheres into each and every ant tunnel. Explosions echo out continuously, but one tunnel shakes less than the others, despite the blasts. That must be the main entrance. Seeing this, Baek Yoon-ho can't help but be impressed. That's Choi Jong-in for you, brilliant in both power and intellect. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo is doing his daily quest in the park. Though it's usually empty, today there's not a single soul in sight. It's probably because of the escaped ants. The reason Sung Jinwoo isn't joining the raid is that he's already witnessed the power of the S-rank hunters. With that kind of strength, they should be more than capable of conquering Jeju Island, as long as there are no unexpected incidents. If everything goes according to plan, the majority of the ants will leave the nest to hunt, leaving only a small number behind. But that's still enough to form the core of their future guard force. At this level, Choi Jong-in's flames can incinerate them all. Provided the ants aren't monstrously strong, they could end this nightmare during this fourth assault. After the fire net disappears, the surroundings are plunged into darkness. The reporters worry they won't get a clear shot, but they can always fix it in post with a filter. Everyone enters the cave under the light of Choi Jong-in's flames. Ahead, they see countless ant eggs. Choi Jong-in feels a surge of confidence. He raises a hand, about to burn the eggs to a crisp with his flames, but among them, a gigantic egg has already cracked open. What kind of creature would need a shell that massive? A wave of fear washes over Min Byung-gu. Baek Yoon-ho claps him on the shoulder to comfort him. Just focus on catching the queen. We don't need to worry about anything else for now. Baek Yoon-ho understands how Min Byung-gu feels. He'd already experienced that same terror once before, during the third raid. As for the Japanese hunters, Kenzo Tanaka has already killed over 30 ants. He's covered in their purple blood, and a large bite mark on his shoulder is gushing red. But he's not afraid in the slightest, merely urging Shimizu to heal him. Seeing this, Shimizu just smiles and says, if he wants healing, there's a condition. Kenzo Tanaka angrily asks, what condition? Money. Aren't you a little young to be so greedy? Shimizu tells him it's not about money this time, but Kenzo Tanaka cuts her off. Stop messing around and heal me, or more ants will show up. As he looks back, a spray of blood suddenly erupts from Shimizu's head. Kenzo Tanaka and Fujishima Chen are stunned, with no idea what just happened. But Kenzo Tanaka quickly realizes there's an enemy nearby. He cautiously scans his surroundings, and a pair of glowing eyes appears in the darkness. Before Kenzo Tanaka can even react, his head flies from his shoulders, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless body. Seeing his two comrades fall, Fujishima Chen roars in fury, charging forward without thinking, only to become more food for the enemy. 3 S-rank hunters, wiped out in the blink of an eye. What the hell just happened? These are Japan's S-rank hunters. How could they be killed without even getting a clear look at their enemy? Inside the cave, the Korean hunters encounter the guards. These ants are different from the usual ones. They're royal guards with power comparable to S-rank hunters. But in the end, monsters are still monsters. Compared to the versatile hunters, their attack patterns are far too simple. Ma Dong-wook draws the ants' attacks, shouting to the others behind him. Cha Hae-in seizes the opportunity, leaping into the air. She does a full rotation before plunging her sword down into the ant's head. Using her foot to press down on the hilt, she leans in, putting her full weight into the blade. She slices the ant in two. Cha-hae-in then lands gracefully, unleashing a flurry of slashes on the remaining ant. The entire sequence was fluid, with no wasted motion, annihilating both of the royal guards. Min Byung-gu throws a punch at the ant corpses, but they don't budge. He explains that even with their heads blown off, the ants can live for several more minutes. They have to completely crush their bodies to be sure. What surprises them is running into the royal guards right at the entrance to the queen's chamber. But these are only the first generation. They'll probably face second-generation guards up ahead. Before that, they need to prepare. Min Byung-gu opens his magic tome, and symbols representing the hunter's attributes appear before them. A powerful energy surges through their bodies, pushing their stats to an unprecedented peak. Even the E-rank reporter feels like he could take on 2 of those ants by himself. Baek Yoon-ho feels an excitement he's never known before. Looking at the swarm of ants ahead, he says to Min Byung-gu, "You just focus on support. Leave the rest to me and the team." Meanwhile, Kento and Kanai Tawada are moving quickly through the forest. They haven't been able to contact Charlie Team, and they're getting a very bad feeling. The 2 of them stopped in front of a pile of ant corpses. Kento knelt down to take a look. The bodies showed signs of a fight, but judging by the wounds, it looked like the team had easily wiped them out. But then, he spotted a pair of shattered glasses next to the corpses, with blood still clinging to them. Kento instantly recognized them as Fujishima's. A terrible feeling washed over him. His body trembling, he ripped off his mask and dry heaved. His face was pale, drenched in a cold sweat. This disgusting stench, a terrifying smell that haunted you forever. He could smell it wafting from deeper within the forest. Kento let out a crazed scream as an aura of intense cold erupted from him. Countless sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, encasing him. With a crack, the ice, mixed with blood, shattered into tiny pieces. The powered-up Korean hunter team advanced smoothly. Having Min Byung-gu with them was like having a secret weapon. In a short time, they'd exterminated twice the number of ants as usual. What should have been a 30-minute journey now only took them 15. Finally, they reached the ant nest. The queen was in the back, protected by 8 royal guards. Each guard was as strong as an S-rank hunter, but with their buffs, the team wasn't afraid. Ma Dong-wook said to Cha Hae-in, "We'll handle the queen. You take out the guards." Choi Jong-in held nothing back, unleashing all of his flames and summoning his strongest skill, Flame Dragon. The blazing dragon coiled around his body before opening its massive maw, as if ready to devour everything. An ant attacked him from behind to break his concentration, but it was struck by several of Lim Tae-gyu's magic arrows. Lim Tae-gyu was providing fire support from the rear. Baeon Yoon-ho stepped forward, his teeth sharpening. The armor on his body cracked and shattered as his muscles bulged and his white hair flowed wildly. His 10 fingers sharpened into claws. Baeon Yoon-ho had transformed into a truly ferocious white tiger. He lunged forward, taking down a guard ant with a single punch. Cha Hae-in was stunned. This was the first time she'd ever seen Baeon Yoon-ho like this. So, the legends about him being able to transform into a beast were true. Ma Dong-wook turned and yelled, "Cha Hae-in, it's all you." Cha Hae-in roared, gripping her sword and plunging it into the ground with all her might. The entire cave shook violently. The provoked ants turned to look at her. The guard's attention had been successfully drawn. Ma Dong-wook charged forward. Before his teammates could wipe out the guards, he had to hold down the queen. At the association headquarters, someone yelled at the cameraman, "Viewership is at 80%. Get in closer for a better shot." But before the cameraman could move, he was pulled back. Min Byung-gu warned him, "There's an S-rank boss in here. No one's responsible for your life but you. If you understand, stay behind me." The cameraman jolted, suddenly remembering what kind of terrifying monster lay ahead. But he'd heard healers were weak in a fight. This Min Byung-gu seemed even stronger than he was. Through the broadcast, news of the raid spread to every household. An old woman called to her husband, "Honey, come quick. They're saying on TV that this time, they'll definitely succeed." But the old man paid her no mind, continuing to read his newspaper. That's what they say every time. There's nothing interesting to see. Seeing her husband's stubborn disinterest, the old woman turned back to the television by herself. She saw Ma Dong-wook confronting the queen on the screen, as the announcer excitedly roared, "An ant of unprecedented size has appeared before our very eyes. This is the nest. The brave hunters are about to move in and exterminate them." It wasn't just her. Neighbors all around were glued to the live broadcast of the raid. They screamed, "Holy crap, Hunter Baeon Yoon-ho just killed a guard ant." Even young people at work stopped what they were doing to watch the fight. 4 left, only 4 to go. They've already taken out half of them. Even couples pulled out their phones to watch. Now there are 3. Only 2 guards left. Once they're gone, they can take out the queen. Success is right around the corner. Suddenly, the door burst open. The old man appeared, his face grim. They failed 4 times already. This time, they have to succeed. Only the queen remains. They have to kill it. To avenge our children. Meanwhile, the show's host took off his earpiece and said excitedly, "Director, viewership is at 85%. It's an all-time record. The first country to successfully conquer an S-rank gate will be our own South Korea." After finishing off the guards, the hunters moved in to support Ma Dong-wook. Lim Tae-gyu fired a volley of magic arrows at the queen's head. Byun Yun-ho, still in his beast form, lunged forward to claw at the queen. Enraged, the queen's eyes flashed as it spat a purple poison at the hunters in front of it. They cried out in pain. Min Byung-gu quickly flipped open his spellbook. Min Byung-gu's hands began to glow, and he swiftly dispelled the abnormal status effects from the hunters. Realizing the healer was a problem, the queen charged towards Min Byung-gu, but Ma Dong-wook blocked its path, smirking, "I'm not gonna let you get to our healer that easily." Choi Jong-in raised both hands, and the flame dragon slammed into the queen, burning it mercilessly. With his years of experience, Byun Yun-ho recognized that the queen was on its last legs. The queen was about to die. Victory was within their grasp, but the dying queen let out one last roar towards the sky, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from its body. Everyone scrambled back in a panic. Ma Dong-wook and Byun Yun-ho felt that something was wrong. The queen's death throes, it seemed to be summoning something. Sugimoto's expression changed. He reported to Goto Ryuji that all the ants were moving towards the nest. The jamming frequency was no longer having any effect. Goto Ryuji looked toward the cave. Countless flying ants were swarming the nest like moths to a flame. Back inside, Cha Hae-in charged forward. The queen was beheaded. Someone asked, "Is it over?" But Baek Yoon-ho couldn't shake a feeling of dread. The queen's agonizing shriek was definitely not for nothing. Ma Dong-guk gets a report. A massive swarm of ants is converging on their position. He orders an immediate retreat. Everyone is confused, not understanding what's going on. Weren't the Japanese hunters supposed to hold them off for an hour? Choi Jong-in feels his flame barrier at the cave entrance being torn to shreds by the incoming swarm. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure descends, stealing the breath from their lungs. From the shadows, a pair of slender legs steps into view. Baek Yoon-ho's face pales. This is impossible. It was a type of ant they had never seen before, built like a warrior in a suit of armor. The ant lets out a roar, and a terrifying wave of power erupts, blasting through the mountain's peak and shooting straight into the clouds. Baek Yoon-ho is so scared he can't even breathe, never imagining that a single monster could possess such power. Cha Hae-in's legs give out from under her, and she collapses to the ground. She clamps a hand over her nose as a horrifying stench makes every cell in her body ache. This isn't an ordinary monster. It's on a completely different level than the queen. The mere sound of its footsteps is terrifying, and the aura it radiates freezes Ma Dong-guk in place. But the ant doesn't seem to even notice him as it glides past. Ma Dong-guk is drenched in a cold sweat. The creature walks over to the queen's corpse, silently gazing at her severed head before opening its maw and letting out a roar of pure rage. The reporter falls to the ground in a panic. Even Choi Jong-in is forced to his knees by this immense power. Cha Hae-in manages to struggle back to her feet, but she's trembling uncontrollably. The ant's eyes flash red, and in an instant, it appears behind Cha Hae-in. Before she can even react, a massive fist slams into her side. Blood sprays from her mouth as she's sent flying, crashing repeatedly against the wall before slumping to the ground. Blood pours from her lips. Ma Dong-guk rushes to save her, but suddenly, the ant is right in front of him. In a panic, Ma Dong-guk throws up his shield, but both the shield and his arm are pulverized. He swings his other weapon toward the ant, but the creature catches it, yanking so hard it tears his entire arm and the weapon right out of their socket. In just 2 hits, Ma Dong-guk had lost both of his arms. Baek Yoon-ho lets out a roar and charges forward, but the ant simply raises a hand, revealing its razor-sharp claws. More than a simple sword slash, Baek Yoon-ho tore its body to shreds. Choi Jong-in summoned his fire magic, but the spell was shattered before he could even cast it. Seizing the moment while the ant was focused on the other hunters, Lim Tae-gyu found his opening and fired an arrow straight at it. But the ant caught the arrow just inches from its face. Lim Tae-gyu watched in horror as it crushed the arrow to splinters, then appeared before him in a flash and threw a single punch. Lim Tae-gyu was sent flying backward, his weapon shattering on impact. The ant charged forward for the kill when another figure rushed in. It quickly dodged back. Ma Dongwook had completely recovered after having both his arms chopped off, thanks to Min Byung-gu. As long as Min Byung-gu was there, they could continuously recover. Min Byung-gu possessed a stealth skill, completely concealing his location, but he couldn't move while using it. For a healer, however, that was more than enough. Even if the ant wanted to kill him, it couldn't find him. As long as he could keep healing the hunters, they wouldn't be easily defeated. But this ant's power was just too immense. Before Ma Dongwook could even touch it, it grabbed him by the leg, dangled him in the air, and whipped him around like a rag doll. He was knocked unconscious, bleeding profusely. The damage was faster than Min Byung-gu could heal. Suddenly, its eyes flashed, staring directly at Min Byung-gu's location. Min Byung-gu was terrified. How did it find me even though I'm stealthed? Baek Yoon-ho screamed, Min Byung-gu, look out! With a sickening thud, the ant's hand pierced straight through Min Byung-gu's body. The illusion vanished, and his spellbook fell to the ground. Baek Yoon-ho collapsed, letting out a desperate scream. Its power was horrifying. S-rank hunters were being taken down in a single blow. It could even detect a stealthed healer. Then, right in front of Baek Yoon-ho and everyone else, the ant tore off Min Byung-gu's head and devoured it, crunching down as if it were eating a pineapple. Baek Yoon-ho couldn't take it anymore and, ignoring his wounds, charged straight at the ant, but it grabbed him by the throat, preventing him from transforming into his werewolf form. He then heard Min Byung-gu's voice coming from the ant's mouth. Jong-in, you have to run. It was as if he could see Min Byung-gu's tormented soul still trapped inside the creature. A cold sweat drenched Baek Yoon-ho. The ant hadn't just eaten Min Byung-gu, it had stolen his power and intelligence. The ant spoke in a human voice. You are all too weak. The queen has been slain, but killing mere grunts like you is not enough to quell my rage. Who is your king? Baek Yoon-ho was stunned. A king? The strongest one. Is it Cha Hae-in? Or the immensely powerful mage Choi Jong-in? Or could it be this useless reporter? No, we don't have a king. We've already lost. Completely. Suddenly, the ant sensed someone stronger outside. It beat its wings and flew swiftly toward the cave entrance. Baek Yoon-ho, lucky to be alive, collapsed, coughing and sputtering. He thought to himself, the only one stronger out there is Goto Ryuji. But can even he defeat this monster? But I have to get out of here before it comes back. He struggled to his feet, only to watch in horror as a swarm of ants flew into the cave. Outside, 3 figures were running, desperately trying to contact the other teams, but no one answered. After Team Charlie, Team Delta had gone silent too. Is the signal jammed? Goto Ryuji tried the other teams. Only Team Bravo responded, but they couldn't reach Charlie or Delta either. Only Team Alpha was left. Goto Ryuji ordered Team Bravo to head to the rendezvous point and wait for them after finishing their mission. As for him, he ran towards the last known location of the missing teams. Just then, Tatsuomi's Bluetooth headset crackled to life. The guild master of the Draw Sword Guild was calling for a status report, but Goto Ryuji suddenly went silent. His teammates couldn't believe the scene before them. Their captain's death was just too sudden. Goto Ryuji ordered everyone to retreat. At that moment, a terrifying surge of power rushed at them from behind. He quickly raised his weapon to block, barely managing to save his own life. But Takeda wasn't so lucky. The attack hit him dead on, and his head was instantly gone. Goto, Ryuji said gravely, this is no ordinary ant. Tatsuomi, go meet up with Team Bravo. I'll handle things here. Hoshino wanted to help, but was stopped. Goto Ryuji told him, against an opponent this strong, you'll only be a burden. He was determined to fight to the end. The ant held Takeda's head, radiating a terrifying red aura. It asked Goto Ryuji, are you the king? Goto Ryuji was surprised the monster could speak, then smirked. That's right, I am the king. The ant smiled back as its red aura exploded, covering everything. Goto Ryuji felt a horrifying surge of energy, just like the one he'd felt a few days ago when he faced Sung Jinwoo in his killer mode. With a sickening crack, Goto Ryuji's weapon snapped in two, and his head fell to the ground. Back in the cave, countless ants swarmed out from the nest. Choi Jong-in used the last of his strength, unleashing a wall of fire to hold back the swarm. The other hunters were too heavily injured to keep fighting. Only Choi Jong-in, who was in the best shape, tried to hold the line. But in the end, even he couldn't stand against the furious ant army. Just as everyone had fallen into despair, shadow soldiers crawled up from the ground beneath them, blocking the ant swarm. Baek Yoon-ho stared in shock. What are these black things? One of the shadow soldiers relayed information from the island to Sung Jinwoo, who was thousands of miles away. Sung Jinwoo received the shadow's message and yelled, "Exchange." Now this was true power. In the face of despair, the reporter could do nothing. He, too, was targeted by the ants. Now, there was no one left to protect him. All he felt was despair. Honestly, his last words to his family were, "Have you eaten yet?" If only he'd known this would happen, he would have said so much more. He shut his eyes in fear, waiting for death. But a voice startled him, and a purple sword appeared, slicing his attacker in two. A tall figure in a red cloak stood before him. In the control room, the director watched with a worried expression. A moment ago, worldwide viewership was at 85%. The next second, all the S-rank hunters were annihilated. His subordinates screamed at the director that the audience had completely jammed the phone lines. The director angrily roared, "Then what do you want me to tell the people? That we failed completely? That we should broadcast our hunters getting slaughtered? We're screwed. Utterly screwed." Just then, the host excitedly told the director that someone had appeared on camera at the scene. The director rushed over to the monitor, his despair turning to shock. He hastily ordered them to prepare to go back on air. His subordinate was confused. "If we go live now, we won't be able to cut away if an emergency happens." But the director threw all caution to the wind. He told his subordinate that since they had already cut the feed once, what could possibly be worse? There's no other choice. We have to risk it. Go live, now. In a flash, an image appeared on the screen. The Shadow Soldiers and Sung Jinwoo appeared on camera. It was the Shadow Army, Igris, Iron, Tusk, the Werewolf Army, and the Shadow Legion surrounding him. Sung Jinwoo gave the order, "Iron, use." Provocation roar. The skill drew the attention of all the surrounding ants. Sung Jinwoo drew his two Demon King's daggers. His attack power increased by 220, activating the set effect. Each dagger's attack power increased by his strength stat. He charged with lightning speed into the swarm of ants. Every ant in his path fell in unison. Ma Donggook was dazed, unable to comprehend what was happening. Someone is fighting them, but Byunho was calm. He told Ma Donggook, "He's here, there won't be any problems now." Even his subordinates are strong enough to fight without tiring. Sung Jinwoo shouted the familiar incantation. From the ants' corpses, black shadows began to emerge. The reporter couldn't believe his eyes, failing to understand what was happening. The ants can be revived? What was even stranger was why they were now attacking each other. Sung Jinwoo approached the hunters, taking out small, red potions from his inventory, telling them to drink up. Though they'd never seen them before, after downing the vials, they felt completely revitalized as their wounds began to heal. The exception was Cha Hae-in, who remained unconscious. Her wounds were too severe to be treated. Sung Jinwoo had no choice but to quickly retreat. He then carried Cha Hae-in out to hand her over to another healer, but suddenly, he was startled by a powerful aura rushing toward him. The ant had finished dealing with the hunters outside and had returned to the nest. It asked, "There are no more who call themselves king out there, so, is there another one in here who dares call himself a king?" Byunho's face turned pale. It came back? Does that mean even Goto Ryuji failed? How could something possess such terrifying power? Sung Jinwoo handed Cha Hae-in to Ma Donggook and walked towards the black ant. A red and a blue aura slowly approached and collided, neither giving an inch. The Ant King asked him, "Are you the king of humans?" The black ant's power was terrifying. Sung Jinwoo could sense traces of Goto Ryuji within the Chimera ant. The ant let out an arrogant laugh. "King of humans, become my feast." It then let out a cry of delight, but Sung Jinwoo just smiled. "Finally, you sound like the bug you are." 5 minutes earlier, the live stream had suddenly cut out. Old Man Song and Yu Jinho were worried, not knowing the hunter's situation. What was that ant just now? Why did they cut the broadcast? What the hell happened? Then, the image switched to a news report. The anchor announced the shocking news that hunter Min Byung-gu had died in the line of duty, and the safety of the other hunters in the ant nest could not be confirmed. An unidentified hunter had appeared on the scene. Now, as the broadcast returned, the three of them stared wide-eyed in astonishment. "You're a king?" "That's right. I am the king." "Ha ha ha." Goto Ryuji grimaced. Goto Ryuji's voice cut off abruptly there. The chairman of the Sword Union couldn't believe that a monster could talk, let alone defeat Goto Ryuji. Suddenly, Matsumoto detected the black ant on the radar. It had reappeared inside the ant nest. The chairman was stunned to realize that the Korean hunters were still alive. Looking at the energy distribution on the radar, he confirmed their survival. And besides the black ant, there was another energy source of equal power. The chairman ordered them to switch to the Korean live feed immediately. Seeing Sung Jinwoo arrive to help, the chairman slammed his hand on his chair in excitement. On the screen, Sung Jinwoo and the black ant faced each other. The ant threw the first punch, but Sung Jinwoo stood calmly, unmoving. The ant's fist slammed into Sung Jinwoo's face, but he only stumbled slightly before spitting on the ground. A deafening explosion echoed through the cave. The panicked hunters shielded themselves from the shockwave. Only now did they understand the true power of the Ant King. It hadn't even been using its full strength before. As the dust settled, the ant stood there, laughing. Too weak, you're no king. But it immediately had to eat its words. Byun-ho and Choi Jong-in stared with their eyes wide in disbelief. A blow that powerful from the ant only earned it. A contemptuous glare from Sung Jinwoo. He used his skill, ruler's authority. An invisible force began to crush the black ant. Sung Jinwoo raised his hand, and the ant slammed to its knees with a thud. Before it could even react, Sung Jinwoo smashed a fist into its head. The ant was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the rock wall and causing a landslide. Lim Tae-gyu and the reporter were nearly caught in the debris. Ma Dong-guk frantically asked Choi Jong-in, "Is he a mage?" Byun-ho and Choi Jong-in knew Sung Jinwoo was strong, but they never imagined he was times this asterisk. Strong. That one punch wasn't enough to kill the Ant King. It only made it angrier. It roared in fury and charged at Sung Jinwoo. Its exoskeleton makes it tough. All right, time to get serious. The Ant King rushed in, bringing its fists down on Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo blocked the blow with his left arm. With a massive thud, the ground shattered as he countered with a punch to the Ant King's body. The Ant King retaliated with a fist to Sung Jinwoo's face. The two traded blows back and forth, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Even the reporter, watching from a distance, was distorted by the shockwaves. The raw energy radiating from the fight was enough to drive him mad. Crack! The Ant King's steel-hard skull began to shatter. In this brawl, it was slowly losing. Unbelievably, the impact of their fists colliding sent them both flying back several meters. The Ant King couldn't believe its eyes as it stared at its cracked body. Impossible. My body. While it was having an existential crisis, Sung Jinwoo rushed in again, landing a direct blow to its chest. Just then, a sharp stinger shot out from the ant's mouth. A cut appeared on Sung Jinwoo's face and spread rapidly. It was a paralysis poison the Ant King had acquired from a cobra it had devoured in the past. It causes complete, short-term paralysis in its victims, and this particular toxin had mixed with the Ant King's own magic, making it exceptionally lethal. It was confident that a single scratch meant certain death. The ant closed in on Sung Jinwoo, raising its sharp claws, ready to deliver a fitting end to the king who had dared to humiliate it. Outside the cave, the rain was pouring down. Tatsuomi ran to the Japanese hunter team's rally point, only to find one of them sitting on the ground, paralyzed by fear. The man stammered, That's a monster beyond any scale humans have ever created. No one, not even Goto Ryuji, or the rest of us, could stop it." Tatsuomi grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? Are you insane?" He dropped the man to the ground and looked up at the support helicopter in the sky. This was bad. Just as the Ant King was about to strike, Sung Jinwoo's hand shot out and caught its claw. The ant froze for a few seconds. What was happening? How could he still move? Sung Jinwoo sent it flying like a bullet with a single punch. The Ant King crashed to the ground, once again questioning its own existence. Thanks to an enchantment from Tusk, Sung Jinwoo had been completely cured of the poison. Seeing how overjoyed the Ant King looked a moment ago, he knew it was because of that toxin. As his level and senses increased, Sung Jinwoo could even perceive the Ant King's emotions. Right now, it was furious. And so was he. Cha Hae-in's condition was getting worse. He had to end this fight, and fast. Sung Jinwoo instantly appeared in front of the ant, leaping up and driving his long legs straight into its abdomen. Whoosh! Sung Jinwoo aimed a powerful kick at the Ant King, but it missed. The ant had taken to the sky. It thought to itself, "The poison is useless, and I'm weaker than him. I have to rely on my greatest strength, my speed." The ant focused all of its being on speed. Looking up from below, Sung Jinwoo thought, "Let's see what else you've got." The Ant King shot towards Sung Jinwoo at lightning speed with its claws out, but he had already vanished, reappearing right behind it. His two daggers sliced down. The Ant King hastily blocked with its claws and pushed Sung Jinwoo away. Sung Jinwoo crashed into the cave wall, kicked off it, and shot back towards the Ant King like a bolt of lightning. Bam! Bam! The two blurs of power zipped across the ground at incredible speeds. The Ant King realized in a panic that Sung Jinwoo wasn't just keeping up with its speed, he was getting even faster. This should have been impossible, but to Sung Jinwoo, this ant's power level was only on par with the Demon King, or perhaps slightly higher. Sung Jinwoo had already defeated the Demon King, and his power now far surpassed what it was back then. His weapons were much stronger, too. Under his relentless assault, the Ant King's exoskeleton was shattering to pieces. Sung Jinwoo wildly slashed at its body with his weapons. Soon enough, the ant was like an armorless grub standing before him. Seizing the opportunity, Sung Jinwoo activated his skill, Vital Strike. Slash, slash. A storm of merciless cuts rained down. The Ant King was completely defenseless. The attack was so brutal that the system announced the Vital Strike skill had been upgraded to Violent Slash. While Sung Jinwoo was stunned by the notification, the Ant King flapped its wings and tried to flee. Furious, Sung Jinwoo wasn't about to let such a perfect opportunity slip away. He gave chase, hacking away at the Ant King's body. This actually feels pretty good. He landed another slash, severing one of the Ant King's arms. It thrashed about like a chicken waiting for the butcher, desperately trying to escape, its eyes filled with terror at this king of humans. It had no advantages left. But then, it suddenly remembered. There was still one more thing. The Ant King tilted its head back and let out a piercing shriek. The sound echoed throughout the entire cave. In response, countless ants appeared behind it. At its command, the swarm of ants surged forward, like moths to a flame. It cackled with glee. It couldn't win a one-on-one fight, but it had an endless army. But Sung Jinwoo just smiled. The ground where he stood turned pitch black. From the darkness, purple shadows began to crawl out. The Night Egress, Iron, Tusk, and the rest of the Shadow Army. Go! The ant swarm was massacred by the Shadow Soldiers. Sung Jinwoo spoke a single, cold command. Arise. Behind him, Tusk materialized, looking like a towering demon god. As a precaution, Sung Jinwoo warned him to only attack the ants. If he harmed a single human, he would never be summoned again. Tusk nodded obediently. Then, he turned to face the massive ant army and used his skill, Hymn of the Giant. Boom! A colossal stream of fire erupted from his mouth, piercing through the mountain rock and shooting straight up into the clouds. Lim Tae-gyu and Ma Dong-wook's jaws dropped. Is that a summon? That's more like summoning another monarch. What shocked the Ant King the most was that its one remaining advantage, its numbers, was completely incinerated by that single flame. It began to question its life. What in the world is happening? From the moment I was born, I was the strongest. I could stand at the pinnacle and rule over all, a king with the power to grow infinitely. But all of that was annihilated by this one human. A single thought flashed through its mind. I have to run. I have to keep consuming flesh and growing stronger until I'm powerful enough, so that even this man is no match for me. It activated its healing skill. Sung Jinwoo was disgusted. This was the first time he'd seen a creature absorb energy from its prey and convert it into its own power. After healing, the Ant King leaped into the air to escape, pouring all its strength into its wings. It beat them furiously, trying to get away, but an invisible hand stopped it, slamming it into the ground like swatting a fly. It coughed up a pool of purple blood. The victor is king, the loser is a traitor. Sung Jinwoo was the victorious king. At that moment, the Ant King, refusing to accept defeat, still tried to crawl back up. In a flash, Sung Jinwoo appeared above it and unleashed a merciless barrage of slashes. The Ant King was completely destroyed. Byunho frantically ran over to inform Sung Jinwoo. Cha Hae-in wasn't going to make it. The battle with the Ant King had taken too much time. She needed immediate medical attention. But who knew if there were any surviving healers from the raid team? And even if there were, it was uncertain if Kaizul could get back in time to save Cha Hae-in. Was there another way? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He ordered the reporter to turn off his camera. If he didn't, he would be forced to smash it. After witnessing Sung Jinwoo's power, the reporter had no choice but to comply and lower his camera. Sung Jinwoo commanded his shadow soldiers to find the body of Min Byung-gu. Byun-ho was stunned. Why find Min Byung-gu's body? Don't tell me. He's going to resurrect him? The soldier returned, carrying Min Byung-gu's headless corpse. Sung Jinwoo himself didn't know if he could extract a shadow from a body without a head. Fortunately, the system confirmed that the target's shadow could be extracted. Sung Jinwoo shouted the incantation. Several streams of black smoke crept out from Min Byung-gu's body, but the system reported shadow extraction failed. Sung Jinwoo stared in disbelief. He chanted the incantation once more. This time, even less shadow energy emerged, and again, the system reported a failure. Sung Jinwoo's eyes widened. At his current level, extracting the shadow of a typical S-rank hunter should be a simple matter. Why was it failing repeatedly? Could it be because he doesn't want to become a shadow? The warrior's will was too strong. He glanced at Iron behind him and understood. Turning a human into a shadow wasn't a good thing, but he had to save Cha Hae-in. He spoke to Min Byung-gu's body. I need your help. Save Cha Hae-in. A warrior stood up. Whoosh! Countless shadows erupted from Min Byung-gu's body. Byun-ho couldn't stop himself from grabbing Sung Jinwoo's shoulder. He screamed, "What are you planning to do to Min Byung-gu? Is your power to extract and control the dead?" That was precisely Sung Jinwoo's ability. A pitch-black hand reached out to save the critically injured Cha Hae-in. It was Sung Jinwoo's first time attempting to extract Min Byung-gu's shadow, but due to his powerful will, it took 3 tries to succeed. The other hunters witnessed that Sung Jinwoo was no ordinary summoner, but one who could wield the power of the dead. Min Byung-gu's shadow approached Cha Hae-in, opened a spellbook, and began to heal her. Cha Hae-in's grievous wounds started to close. Byun-ho stared, dumbfounded, as Min Byung-gu healed Cha Hae-in. This was also a first for Sung Jinwoo. It was the first time Sung Jinwoo had encountered a shadow with a will so strong that it began healing someone without a direct command. It was clear that Min Byung-gu had been a good man in life. Even his soul was filled with warmth. Byun-ho was overcome with grief. That was exactly the kind of person Min Byung-gu was. Terrified of death, yet he would always rush into danger to save people, sacrificing himself for others. The reporter was deeply moved by the scene. Could this be why Sung Jinwoo asked him to turn off the camera? If the ability to turn the dead into shadow summons became public, it would cause a massive uproar. Byun-ho told Sung Jinwoo that he would be fighting in many more battles in the future, and that Min Byung-gu's abilities would surely be useful. But he hated fighting. I hope you won't make him participate anymore. Sung Jinwoo thought for a moment, then removed Byun-ho's hand from his shoulder and said, "This is the second time you've put your hand on my shoulder, but unlike the first time, you're not giving an order. You're sincerely pleading." Sung Jinwoo walked over to Min Byung-gu's shadow. He gave a final command. Release. Min Byung-gu's shadow looked at him in disbelief. Byun-ho was also stunned by Sung Jinwoo's action. Then, the corners of his eyes grew wet. Min Byung-gu's shadow slowly faded away, returning to the void, his face radiant with happiness. He dissolved into a wisp of smoke, disappearing forever. Byun-ho said to Sung Jinwoo the words he should have said long ago. "Thank you." Outside the cave, the rescue helicopter had arrived. The pilot shouted for the hunters to get on board. Min Byung-gu's body was escorted onto the helicopter by his comrades. After everyone was on, Sung Jinwoo told Byun-ho that he had to stay behind. There was still unfinished business here. Byun-ho understood that the battle wasn't over. There were still countless remnants of the ant swarm plaguing the world. Sung Jinwoo summoned Kaizel and told Byun-ho, "I'll clear a path for you first, then I'll take care of the rest of the ants. We'll meet again. Let's go, Kaizel." Kaizel let out a deafening roar, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky. In its wake, the path was littered with ant corpses. Aboard the battleship, Choi was still reeling from the shock. He felt it was too late, a monster that not even Goto Ryuji could defeat. Surely no one could beat it. But Matsumoto told him not to worry. The Jeju Island raid was over. The monster was dead. Ryuji Goto was stunned. It was impossible, but the report came directly from the Korean command center, and it was 100% confirmed. A wave of complex emotions washed over Ryuji Goto. He never thought that the man he'd dismissed just the other day was the true powerhouse. It just goes to show, there's always a bigger fish. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over in a panic, reporting an incoming ant swarm. Ryuji Goto was surprised. There are still some left? He returned to the battleship and ordered the entire crew to prepare for combat. The victor is the king, the loser is the villain. If you can't beat them, join them. After taking down the Ant King, Sung Jinwoo approached its corpse. A surge of shadow energy oozed out, and in an instant, he successfully extracted a high-ranking shadow general. But this time, the rank of the newly summoned monster was Grand Marshal, a level completely different from before. Sung Jinwoo named him Baru. But strangely, when the other ant shadows appeared, they descended into chaos. Sung Jinwoo felt his connection with the ant swarm shift. He turned to Baru and asked, "What's going on?" Baru explained that the ability to control the ant army was an innate skill of the queen. As long as the queen's shadow existed, the ant army would still obey his commands. Furthermore, the queen spent most of her time reproducing. Since reproduction requires a physical body, the queen's shadow was unsuitable for combat. Sung Jinwoo hesitated for a moment, then dismissed the queen's shadow. An organization only needs one leader. He then ordered his shadow army, which was busy collecting spoils, to leave all the magic crystals behind. They're needed to rebuild Jeju Island. We are not to take them. Hearing the command, the shadow soldiers instantly dropped their loot. Sung Jinwoo only took a single fragment from the Ant King's corpse. Now, only one last task remained: wiping out the rest of the ants. Baru told Sung Jinwoo that he could sense the enemy was in chaos after losing their leader, like headless flies buzzing around. Sung Jinwoo asked, "Can you sense how many of them there are?" Baru focused his senses for a moment, then reported, "There are over 8,700 ants still alive on the island. After the hunters' assault, there were still over 4,000. Sung Jinwoo sighed. "I thought we'd wiped out more in that last battle, but there's still more than half left." He asked Baru if he could handle all of them. The Ant King raised his claws and declared to Sung Jinwoo, "Not a problem, just give the order, my liege." Aboard the escort ships, the hunters saw the swarms of ants rushing toward them. They immediately opened fire with the massive cannons on board. Mages on deck launched magical attacks like laser beams, wiping out the incoming swarms. The sky was instantly filled with the sound of continuous explosions. The Hunters Association received an alert about the ant attack from the Swordmasters Guild. The team leader ordered everyone to assemble. "The ants are coming." Before long, countless swarms of ants appeared in the sky. Every member of the association shot them down one by one. Next, the Dawn Guild also received news of the ant attack. Their leader shouted, "Everyone, move it. Kill every last one. Hunters Association, get into your battle formation immediately. A single ant is equivalent to a B-rank hunter. If they hunt us down, we'll be easily defeated. Kill them. This is our chance to achieve a great victory." Although the Alliance had top-tier hunters protecting the second line of defense, the sheer number of ants was so overwhelming that a swarm soon broke through and headed directly for the third line on the mainland. Old Man Song and Jinhui panicked. How did the ants get here so fast? Can our forces even hold them off? These things are as strong as B-rank hunters, and they're too fast. Everyone, get ready. Suddenly, the ants were annihilated by something moving at super speed. They couldn't see it clearly, only a flash passing by. They had no idea it was Sung Jinwoo's minion, Baru. This was a manhunt on an unprecedented scale. Although the Ant King was defeated, there were still many remnants left. The ant swarms flew all over the world, and every nation deployed hunters to stand guard along their coastlines. In the southern region of South Korea alone, the operation to hunt down the ants lasted for 2 straight days and nights. The swarms even reached the waters of China. The sailors hadn't slept in 2 days, as swarms of ants continued to pour in relentlessly. The ants were within firing range. A sailor prepared to shoot, but the captain ordered him to wait. He wanted to let one man handle it. On the deck stood a young man with a large glaive strapped to his hip. Looking at the swarm of ants that blotted out the sky, he calmly drew 2 blades. They glowed with an unusual light, and with a single swing, he sent a massive, X-shaped slash flying into the air. The sky instantly erupted with a series of explosions. He thought to himself, if only my opponent was the one Sung Jinwoo fought, that would have been more interesting. He then sheathed his blades, watching the dead ants rain down into the ocean. In a room in America, the guildmaster of the Scavenger Guild was playing a video of Sung Jinwoo destroying the Ant King. He thought, this is unbelievable. He asked his secretary about the connection between Hwang Dong-soo and Sung Jinwoo. The secretary replied, it's believed that Hwang's brother may have been killed by Sung Jinwoo, so Hwang wants revenge. That's the short version, correct? The secretary replied, yes. If those two were to fight, what would you do? Thomas smiled, his eyes filled with resolve. He said to his secretary, you still don't understand me, do you? Hunter Hwang is an asset of the Scavenger Guild, and the Scavenger Guild is times mine asterisk. I will never forgive anyone who touches my property, not even the government. On the third night of the Jeju Island raid, the military and the local Knights Guild representatives landed on the island to recover the magic crystals and assess the situation. In the heat of the moment, seeing the glittering high-grade monastones, Park Dong-soo and his lackey's eyes lit up with greed as they gathered them all up. This could make them one of the top guilds in the country, but the girl behind them shouted a righteous accusation. All of this has to be turned over to the state. You guys are embezzling. They noticed the ground was littered with ant corpses, but they couldn't sense any mana. Just then, a foolish ant was cut down by Park Dong-soo. He told his men not to worry. These small fry that slipped through the cracks were no threat to them. Suddenly, his men noticed someone who looked like a caveman approaching. Park Dong-soo was baffled. Right now, only hunters and the military were on the island. He hadn't heard anything about foreigners being here. His panicked men grabbed their weapons, ready for a fight. The man revealed a set of sharp teeth and spoke in a strange language. Park Dong-soo was stunned. That's not a language from this planet. Is it a monster? In the blink of an eye, they all passed out. Lying sprawled on the ground, from behind the man, a white skeleton emerged. It said to the man, I've just put them into a temporary sleep. There's no need to complicate things. He asked the man if he had confirmed it. The man said he had, and that he was the one who did it. The white ghost was puzzled. He didn't understand why he would help these humans. This place was a stinking, polluted mess. If She Times saw this, she would surely be displeased. But the hunt would proceed as planned. The white ghost formed a ball of energy and threw it forward. It turned into a portal. Before stepping through, the man said that some guy had already been here. Since he was here, they should deal with him before leaving. But the white ghost said this area was assigned to him and stepped into the portal. The man sensed his fear and silently cursed him as a coward. But he didn't want to look for trouble either. He waved his hand, and a red portal appeared. After the man stepped inside, the portal closed with a thud. In the ant nest, after the Jeju Island raid, a solemn funeral was held to commemorate the hunters and civilians who bravely sacrificed themselves in the operation. The greatest hero of the campaign also attended the funeral, and reporters were desperate to keep their cameras on him every second, whether online or in real life. Everyone was talking about the raid, and the center of attention was Sung Jinwoo. So handsome, so cool. After seeing Sung Jinwoo attack with his beasts, my dog now wants to ride me into battle. 4 years ago, I lost my family on Jeju Island. Thank you, Sung Jinwoo, for getting revenge for me. I don't know if he'll ever read this message. He's just too strong. Our country can finally stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's hunter powerhouses. This level still isn't enough. Don't speak too soon. Why did he raid an S-rank dungeon almost by himself? The other S-rank hunters are so much weaker than him. What? Are there still people who don't know he was reawakened? Are you living under a rock? It's because he personally requested his information be protected. But there was still criticism. If Sung Jinwoo had participated from the very beginning, Min Byung-gu wouldn't have died. If he didn't want to join from the start, why did he jump in halfway through? If only he joined the Jeju Island battle sooner, perhaps the number of casualties would have been minimized. Of course, some people supported him, but very few could refute that criticism, because people had indeed died. Looking at Min Byung-gu's memorial portrait, Sung Jinwoo felt a sense of gloom, but quickly pushed it aside. In the end, this was the path of a hunter. Life and death are decided in an instant. He stepped down from the memorial, bumping shoulders with Baek Yoon-ho. Yoon-ho said, I always believed one hero can't end a war, but your appearance makes me think it might not be impossible after all. Thank you. The Hunters Association has finally put an end to this tragedy. Baek Yoon-ho spoke to Sung Jinwoo through the crowd. Sung Jinwoo turned his head. His eyes met with Cha Hae-in's. Cha Hae-in flusteredly looked away, her face bright red, leaving Sung Jinwoo confused. In the 4th Jeju Island raid, although 64 hunters and 32 civilians lost their lives, it was the lowest death count of all. Out of all 4 attempts, and this time, they successfully reclaimed Jeju Island. At a park, Go Gun-hee arranged to meet Sung Jinwoo and asked if he had placed some kind of seal on the island. Sung Jinwoo was stunned. Did he even have a skill like that? The chairman explained that the people sent to clean up the ant corpses and the monastones on the island had all lost consciousness at the same time, and when they woke up, none of them could remember what happened. Before they lost consciousness, no matter how much the chairman and the other hunters searched, they couldn't find anything unusual. Sung Jinwoo was also completely baffled. The strongest being in the ant nest was just Bear. If there was anyone stronger, he would have met them. Seeing that Sung Jinwoo didn't know anything either, Go Gun-hee left. Just as Jinwoo was about to get in his car, he was stopped by a man named Adam from the American Hunter Bureau. It was the same foreigner who had come to his office looking for him. Adam told Sung Jinwoo, I have information you cannot get, not from any other country or organization in the world, except from us. Originally, I was planning to come alone, but after your performance on Jeju Island, the deputy director wants to meet you as well. This is unprecedented. Sung Jinwoo wasn't interested in this kind of sales pitch. He ignored him, opened his car door, and prepared to get in. Adam chuckled and said, it seems this type of person can't be baited with just secrets. He turned back and said to Sung Jinwoo, who was fastening his seatbelt, about the awakened being with the ability to level up. Wait, you know about the one who can level up? Those words immediately caught Sung Jinwoo's attention. He followed Adam. Arriving at a building, he met with Deputy Director Michael, who invited Sung Jinwoo to sit down and, without beating around the bush, handed him immigration papers. He then told Sung Jinwoo that while this process usually took 1 to 2 years, all he had to do was agree, right now, and he would become a citizen of the United States. Sung Jinwoo was starting to get impatient, stating that he was here for the information Adam had mentioned, nothing else. If it was about something else, he would be on his way. Michael just chuckled and told Sung Jinwoo, "Don't be so hasty. The person you want to know about, the one who can upgrade awakened beings, is already here." He turned and ordered his subordinate to bring Mrs. Sellner in. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed. Sung Jinwoo was stunned. Her aura was immensely powerful. He never imagined someone like this existed. A person who could upgrade the power of the awakened, and she was the only one in the world. Sung Jinwoo could feel it. Her aura alone was on a different level. It was unlike that of any normal awakened being, and Mrs. Sellner was radiating confidence. She claimed that once Sung Jinwoo experienced it, he'd be addicted to the feeling. She explained to Sung Jinwoo that every hunter has a limit, and without the chance of a second awakening, they would forever remain stagnant. But she had the ability to help hunters break past their limits, helping them successfully achieve a second awakening. All it took was completing 3 stages. The process was different for everyone, but after those 3 stages, their power would increase by at least 20 to 30%. Sung Jinwoo was floored. 20 to 30%? To hunters who craved power, that was a priceless treasure. It was no wonder Hwang Dong-soo was willing to violate his ban, despite being despised by everyone. This offer was truly worth considering. If this became public knowledge, countless hunters around the world would be overcome with greed. That was precisely why Mrs. Sellner was under the protection of the American Hunter Bureau. They guaranteed her safety and paid her a hefty sum. In return, she would upgrade the powers of their hunters. This was the Bureau's gift to Sung Jinwoo. Upon meeting him, Mrs. Sellner pushed her food aside. She said, "Shall we begin?" Sung Jinwoo asked in surprise. "Right now, Deputy Director, isn't there some price I have to pay?" The Deputy Director said to consider it a special service for an honored guest. Of course, Sung Jinwoo couldn't refuse this opportunity. He was curious to experience the feeling that Mrs. Sellner claimed would get him hooked for life. Mrs. Sellner took Sung Jinwoo's hand. Mrs. Sellner told Sung Jinwoo to look into her eyes. The Deputy Director was gloating internally. Perfect, it's a done deal. Even if Sung Jinwoo remained calm now, after the first taste, he would be the one contacting them. If he was impulsive enough, he might even sign the papers right then and there. After looking into Sung Jinwoo's eyes, Mrs. Sellner was plunged into darkness. She looked around but saw nothing. Above her, a face materialized, drawing closer and closer. Then, a pair of piercing eyes stared directly at her. She let out a horrifying scream, and the bodyguards, assuming Sung Jinwoo had done something, drew their guns. They aimed their weapons at him, threatening him. The Deputy Director rushed to stop them, shouting, "Are you insane? Do you have any idea who that is? You worthless fools." He then whispered into a guard's ear, "If you'd pointed those guns at Thomas Andre or Liu Zhigong, we would all be dead right now. Remember that." He then turned back and bowed, apologizing to Sung Jinwoo. Luckily, Sung Jinwoo wasn't the hot-headed type and paid no mind to the guard's absurd actions. He was just curious about what had happened to Mrs. Sellner. She was still trembling in fear. The Deputy Director told Sung Jinwoo to head home for now and that they would contact him later. Only after Sung Jinwoo had left did Mrs. Sellner manage to stammer, He is a king, and he is overwhelmingly powerful." The Deputy Director was in shock. "You mean his power is on par with a national-level hunter?" Mrs. Sellner just kept shaking her head. "I don't know. I've never encountered a case like this before. He may be a king, but he's different from ordinary kings. When I tried to read him, he was looking back at me, but it wasn't a human, nor a hunter. It was the infinite darkness within him, and he has no limit. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back into you." That was the vision Mrs. Sellner saw in Sung Jinwoo. After meeting countless of the world's strongest fighters, she trembled in fear and came to a single conclusion. Sung Jinwoo was a king with no limit to his power. Back in the Hunters Association building, Go Gun-hee let out a weary sigh. The death of Min Byung-gu was a regrettable loss. Such a good man who had already retired, no longer an official hunter of the Federation. All he could do was bestow a noble title upon his sacrifice and close the case. But Jeju Island wouldn't be the end of it. The future held even greater challenges, and the outcome might be far worse than what they had just faced. Just then, his phone rang. A B-rank gate had appeared in the middle of a street, blocking all traffic and causing a complete standstill. The chairman was alarmed. A B-rank gate couldn't be handled by a normal strike team. He had to contact the major guilds immediately, but then he remembered. Sung Jinwoo's Hunters Guild office was nearby, and he was currently stuck in that very traffic jam. At that moment, Jinwoo was lost in thought. What on earth did Mrs. Sellner see to make her react like that? Could it have been a trace of the system? And why is traffic so bad today? The subway would have been much faster. Just then, Go Gun-hee called Sung Jinwoo told him about the gate, and asked if he could handle it when he had a moment. Sung Jinwoo asked if he'd need a raid permit. The chairman laughed and said, "The permit is issued by the association, and I hold the highest authority here, so you don't need to worry about that." Sung Jinwoo smiled, having forgotten the chairman was the one in charge. He headed to the location the chairman gave him. There, he discovered a massive gate blocking the entire road. Association members and government officials were controlling the scene. As Sung Jinwoo tried to enter, he was stopped by an association member. They quickly realized who he was: S-rank hunter, Sung Jinwoo. The driver on the road pokes his head out to see Sung Jinwoo, who looks like he wants to handle things himself. The naive girl with the bowl cut screams that even if he's an S-rank hunter, he has to follow the rules. "Do you have a raid permit?" Sung Jinwoo is confused. He thought Go Gunhee had already given them a heads up, which is why he walked in so confidently. But as it turns out, not only did he not have one, but he ran into this by-the-book public official. He calls the chairman and hands the phone to the girl. Hearing the chairman's voice, the girl immediately nods and lets Sung Jinwoo pass, cursing under her breath that she hopes he trips and sprains his ankle. But the moment Sung Jinwoo steps inside, the gate transforms. The girl panics. "Don't tell me. Was it because of that curse I just muttered?" Inside, Sung Jinwoo's face is grim. "What is this?" "It's another red gate." He lets out a curse. This is going to be a bit tricky, but when things get complicated, he doesn't need to overthink it. His mother told him to do what he wants. Now that he's awakened, he has to save more lives, just like his father, a firefighter. Before his awakening, it was that image of his father saving people that attracted his mother, creating their family. His mom would sigh, saying he was just like his father. Sung Jinwoo is glad his mother doesn't object to him being a hunter. This way, he can continue to grow stronger and protect the people he wants to protect. To him now, the troublesome enemies up ahead are just like a max-level player going for a training run. He's confident he can handle all of them in a single day. "Let's go, my shadow soldiers. Burn our enemies to the ground." Hunters are born to hunt. But a hunter's enemies aren't just monsters. They must also be careful not to become the prey themselves. The tables can be turned at any moment. The better the hunter, the less room there is for carelessness. Even with tens or hundreds of prey, the hunt must go on. Only by defeating all overwhelming enemies can one gain absolute respect and become the king of kings. Who will be the next target? What are hunters born for? Hunting requires strength. The weak become prey. The path to the throne is piled high with danger. No matter what form the enemy takes, I will defeat them all. Inside a gate, a man gasps for breath, his eyes filled with terror. The demon beast before him is horrifying. The demon scowls and says, "We're returning empty-handed again." The fragments of brilliant light are so hard to find. Just then, a strange sound comes from the gate behind them, and an oddly dressed old man steps out. He tells the demon, Yogamunt, that there's news from the east, the cold lands of the east. Yogamunt is puzzled. "Aren't you in charge of that region? The place where the shadow monarch reigns?" The old man says that the rulers of the southern lands, Legia, will handle that place. "And what about the shadow monarch? If we proceed with the covenant, there won't be any problems. And there's one more interesting piece of news. I'm certain that land holds a fragment of the brilliant light." Yogamunt grins. Now, that's news that gets the blood pumping. He's surprised the old man would share such information and tells him to just ask if he ever needs help, as long as you give me that fragment. At that moment, footsteps echo from a distance, and a man radiating a golden aura appears. He asks, "When you two talk about the small eastern land, you mean Korea, right?" The White Phantom is furious. This man is like a persistent ghost. He constantly gets in the White Phantom's way. The old man urges the White Phantom to leave. We don't have time to play with him. Before stepping into the gate, the White Phantom tries to follow, but the man flings 2 daggers at him. They slam into the White Phantom's shield, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Inside the red gate, Sung Jinwoo heads straight for the dungeon boss. The demon looks at him in disbelief, coming all the way to the center alone, and he even understands the monster tongue. But it's all about to end. He roars, "All of you, come out." But the surroundings are silent, with only the rustling of leaves to be heard. The demon feels awkward in this situation. Sung Jinwoo stands in the middle of the path, looking at him with a mocking gaze. "You told me I came alone? That's hilarious. Come out." He gives the command. From the forest, legions of shadow warriors and undead demons appear. The demon is stunned. What is happening? Suddenly, something flies towards its head. It quickly catches the object and opens its hand to find the tiny head of a barbarian warrior woman. That measly war trophy was the assassination he was most proud of, and now it was about to crumble from within. Beru appears. Holding a demon's corpse, the demon boss panics, never expecting to be ambushed in its own territory. Sung Jinwoo coldly commands, "Begin." Beru leads the Shadow Warriors as they all scramble to charge forward. The demons are not to be outdone, roaring as they rush towards the Shadow Army. Sung Jinwoo calmly walks forward. Whenever a demon tries to attack him, a Shadow Warrior immediately moves to protect him. The demon boss roars in fury and charges at Sung Jinwoo with its axe. But Sung Jinwoo just watches as Beru and Igris rush towards the boss. Beru attacks its arms, while Igris attacks its legs. The demon loses its footing and collapses to the ground. Tusk appears and unleashes a repulsion skill, smashing the demon's face into the dirt. In its eyes, the dark silhouette of Sung Jinwoo is reflected, looking down at it with a ferocious glare. He tells it to answer his questions. But as soon as he finishes speaking, the demon is already dead, so he can't ask anything. But Sung Jinwoo is certain the system is pulling some strings. But it doesn't matter. He's closer to the truth than ever before. He takes a key out of his inventory. He got it from a random loot box. It's the key to the Kartanon Temple. He doesn't know if it's fate or a summons from the system. He has once again come to the place that left him with such unforgettable memories. But unlike before, he is no longer a weak boy. The strongest man alive, now at a new level that made everyone tremble in fear. Just you wait. A slaughter awaits behind this door. It was a terrifying mystery, a bizarre smirking face, a brutal, evil god. Whether by fate or the system, Sung Jinwoo was suddenly given a second chance. He arrived at the Kartanon Temple, a place seared into his memory. Meanwhile, in the guild office, Yu Jinho was angrily clicking his mouse over and over. A few jealous colleagues were spreading nasty rumors about his boss online. On his desk was a pile of lawsuits. After a full day of effort, he successfully rooted out all the anti-fans. Just then, Sung Jinwoo walked in like a true boss and said, to him, good work. Jinho jumped, startled. Asterisk. This guy always shows up out of nowhere. Asterisk. Sung Jinwoo opened his backpack, which was filled with magic stones, and high-grade ones at that. Jinho was overjoyed. With these, we won't have to worry about employee salaries. When Sung Jinwoo looked puzzled, Jinho explained that one of the conditions for establishing a guild was to have 3 members, a guild master, a vice master, and an employee. Sung Jinwoo thought about it. Even if it was just to meet the quota, they'd still need to find one more person, someone honest and trustworthy like Yu Jinho. Jinho then said there was a more pressing issue to resolve. The guild still didn't have a name. Then he got lost in his own little world, rambling on like a waterfall. Your last name is Sung, mine is Yu, so we could call it the Sung Yu Guild, but that doesn't sound right. Or maybe we could use the last parts and call it the Wu Ho Guild, or the middle parts for the Jin Woo Guild. Jinwoo finally spoke up. How about the Solo Guild? Yu Jinho froze. He finally understood that while his boss was a genius at fighting, coming up with creative names was clearly not his strong suit. Asterisk. He's only human, after all. Asterisk. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, the young master was stunned to see Cha Hae-in standing outside, who stammered that she wanted to join their guild. This left Sung Jinwoo confused. Had Go Gun-hee sent her, or did Choi Jong-in kick her out? Cha Hae-in said it was neither. Sung Jinwoo asked her seriously, so, why do you want to join my solo guild? Cha Hae-in was stunned. Asterisk. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Asterisk. The young master shouted in frustration. Why the solo guild? I never agreed to that name. Sung Jinwoo looked at him sincerely. A minute ago, you didn't say anything. Doesn't that mean you agreed? The remark left the young master speechless. Sung Jinwoo observed Cha Hae-in, who, despite trying to appear calm, couldn't escape his gaze. She was clearly hesitant, yet she insisted on joining his guild. What on earth was her reason? Besides, Cha Hae-in had awakened less than 2 years ago, which meant her contract with the Hunters Guild was definitely still active. But Cha Hae-in was firm, saying she had the money to pay the penalty for breaking her contract. Sung Jinwoo couldn't understand it. She was willing to take a huge risk by breaking her contract just to join his guild. He was about to turn her down, since his guild couldn't afford a signing bonus. But unexpectedly, Cha Hae-in offered to waive the signing fee entirely. This only made Sung Jinwoo even more confused. She was going to such great lengths, but there was no apparent benefit for her. What he didn't know was that from their very first meeting, Cha Hae-in had been captivated by the scent that emanated from Sung Jinwoo. After witnessing him in battle, she was even more profoundly moved. A powerful and brilliant man always has a unique appeal, and although people online criticized him, after meeting him in person, she realized he was a good man, even though she often told herself not to pay attention to him. But every time she saw him, she couldn't help but steal a glance. He was the only splash of color in her dark and white world. The sudden incident on Jeju Island had terrified her, fearing she could die at any moment. but every single time, she was in peril. His figure would appear to save her. Without even realizing it, the image of Sung Jinwoo had become permanently etched into her mind, but she had to figure out how to confess her feelings. Asterisk, I want you to always be by my side, protecting me until the very end. Asterisk. At that thought, her face flushed as red as a monkey's behind. She hid her face in embarrassment, leaving Sung Jinwoo completely baffled. Asterisk, why isn't she answering, and why is her face so red? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk, she must. Asterisk. Asterisk. Be hiding something, as if this was all part of some long-term plan. Asterisk. After a moment, she said she just wanted to live more comfortably. He still didn't get it, and assumed she must have been facing some hardship in her line of work. After all, Cha Hae-in was still so young, and being an S-rank hunter was a huge burden for her. On top of that, she had been badly injured on Jeju Island. Asterisk. Poor girl. Asterisk, he thought. He told Cha Hae-in she could join, but only if she passed the guild's entrance exam. Cha Hae-in asked seriously, "What kind of test is it?" Sung Jinwoo had expected her to back down from the challenge, but to his surprise, it only seemed to ignite her fighting spirit. Asterisk, is it her pride talking? Asterisk, he wondered. Sung Jinwoo told her she had to defeat a specific beast that he would summon. Cha Hae-in was not happy, feeling that being asked to fight one of his shadow soldiers was beneath her. She asked sternly, "And what kind of monster would that be?" Sung Jinwoo told her he'd specifically chosen one of his strongest fighters just for her. Cha Hae-in shot back, "Fine, bring it on." Their office was a ways away from the Hunters Guild's training facility. Sung Jinwoo realized this was the perfect chance to test out his shadow exchange skill. He suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around Cha Hae-in, pulling her close to his chest. Her heart started to flutter and pound wildly. But he quickly realized something wasn't right. A wave of shadow energy enveloped them both, and they sank straight through the floor. The thoughtful young master came back with some cake, only to find the room filled with shadow soldiers. Tusk reached out and snatched the cake right out of his hands, swallowing it whole plate included. Meanwhile, in the silent training room, the lights flickered on automatically. In a matter of seconds, Sung Jinwoo had transported himself and Cha Hae-in all the way from the office. Cha Hae-in was in complete disbelief. This gave Sung Jinwoo a better understanding of his shadow exchange skill. It worked like a gate, creating a portal between one of his shadows and himself. The best part was that it had no distance limit. As long as he could picture the location, he could go. The only drawback to the technique was its long cooldown time. Sung Jinwoo told Cha Hae-in it was time to begin, but she got flustered, thinking it was just a meeting, and hadn't brought any weapons or gear. Sung Jinwoo asked if she planned on using that pickaxe, causing Cha Hae-in to turn red with embarrassment. She was about to explain when she realized Sung Jinwoo was just joking. He remembered that weapons were stored in the training room, and that hunters had the right to borrow them. Although it wasn't the best equipment, it was good enough. Cha Hae-in chose a longsword. Seeing her fighting spirit, Sung Jinwoo summoned a regular soldier. He was sure she would defeat it quickly. So, he decided to bring out a strong warrior, instead Igris. He was the most skilled swordsman on the team. Jinwoo told Cha Hae-in the win condition was to either destroy his summon or surrender. At first, Sung Jinwoo considered summoning Beru, but fearing Cha Hae-in would get suspicious, he handed Igris the Demon King's longsword and announced the start. The sword seemed as if it was made for Igris. It suited him perfectly. Igris swung his arm, and a massive bolt of lightning instantly tore a huge trench across the ground. But Cha Hae-in was nimble enough to dodge it. "She's fast," Sung Jinwoo praised. A normal S-rank hunter would have died from that single sword strike. Cha Hae-in charged forward, slashing directly at Igris. An earth-shattering crash echoed through the office. Go Gun-hee, who was working, jumped up in alarm. He looked out the window towards the training grounds, surprised because no one had booked the facility today. He ordered his subordinate to pull up the camera feed from the grounds. Then he saw the two of them and wondered to himself, since when had they gotten so close? Remembering Cha Hae-in's attitude when she first became a hunter, he immediately understood, blaming himself for being so blind. He ordered the camera turned off. At the same time, he made a note of the incident, telling everyone that the training grounds were closed for maintenance today. Another collision rang out, knocking a painting off the wall. The chairman, however, remained perfectly calm, thinking, to be young. The result surpassed Sung Jinwoo's expectations. His strongest swordsman had been defeated, but Cha Hae-in was still fired up. She asked, "Is this your strongest monster? You said you'd pick your strongest. Hurry up and call it out." Sung Jinwoo was surprised, telling her she could get hurt, but unexpectedly, Cha Hae-in showed no fear. She was even eagerly looking forward to it. Seeing her insistence on testing her limits, he called forth Beru. When she saw those eyes again, Cha Hae-in's heart still trembled. The monster that had nearly killed her with its first strike. Sung Jinwoo asked again, "Are you really sure? Getting into my guild isn't easy. Just to pass the screening, you have to fight my strongest soldier. Even as a shadow, a warrior is weaker than when it was alive. But in his prime, Beru could wipe out entire teams of S-rank hunters. Even now, as a shadow, his power was formidable. If they fought for real, Cha Hae-in would have a hard time winning." Beru respectfully asked Sung Jinwoo for his orders. He commanded Beru to defeat her, but not to harm her. After receiving the order, Beru let out a roar that shook the ceiling, causing debris to rain down. Cha Hae-in stared in astonishment, unable to believe Sung Jinwoo had defeated such a terrifying monster. Beru raised his claws, and his mana began to stir. But Sung Jinwoo cut him off. "You're forbidden from using that skill. If she gets hurt, you'll have me to answer to." Beru flinched. He immediately withdrew his mana like a chastised pet, and bowed his head low. Although he couldn't activate his speed buff skill, Beru still moved at a speed Cha Hae-in couldn't react to. She panicked when she saw Beru was suddenly behind her, but quickly composed herself. She couldn't fall for that same move twice. She swiftly swung her sword behind her, but Beru caught it with his claws before letting go. Following his master's orders, Beru had to defeat her without causing injury. This wasn't difficult. He just had to make her understand the gap in their power, or break her will to fight. Cha Hae-in used her best skill, sword dance, but Beru calmly parried the blows. No matter what technique Cha Hae-in used, Beru effortlessly neutralized it. Cha Hae-in began to panic. This was impossible. At such a close distance, Beru was dodging without even needing to move. Beru turned his face towards Cha Hae-in. He exhaled forcefully in her face, sending her flying back several meters. Sung Jinwoo had already seen the outcome and told Cha Hae-in to surrender. But Cha Hae-in lifted her head and said resolutely, "No, I can still fight." Sung Jinwoo couldn't understand what on earth she was thinking. She knew the difference in power with Beru, yet she continued to fight. She wasn't the type to be recklessly blind. That's right, Beru was different from the other shadow soldiers. Although he had intelligence, he was fundamentally a weapon born to kill. Sung Jinwoo could feel Beru suppressing his bloodlust. He worried that Beru was looking for an opportunity, hoping his judgment wasn't wrong. Cha Hae-in's indomitable spirit was also stimulating Beru's killer instinct. To him, Cha Hae-in was just prey, but this prey was trying to fight back against a predator like him. That was something he would never allow. Beru lunged forward, swiping at Cha Hae-in with his claws. She quickly dodged and retreated a few meters. Her mana began to surge. Using the skill, Sword Dance, Cha Hae-in leaped forward, slashing powerfully against Beru's exoskeleton. Shards of it flew everywhere. For Cha Hae-in, there was only one chance. She had just enough mana left for one final, decisive blow. She activated the skill, Blade of Light. The sword in her hand transformed into a golden blade of light, piercing through Beru as fast as a lightning strike. Sung Jinwoo felt a wave of unease. The moment the blade of light pierced Beru, a command echoed in his mind. It was the order he had received from the Ant Queen the moment he was born. Although Beru had died and been reborn as Sung Jinwoo's power, his instincts remained unchanged. That change was to eliminate the enemy, and any hunter who wanted to kill him was the enemy. Beru's eyes glowed red as he raised his claws. Sung Jinwoo screamed, "Stop!" But Beru had lost control, no longer obeying his master. His deadly claws shot straight towards Cha Hae-in. Smack! A single hand stopped them dead. It was Sung Jinwoo, who had appeared in front of Beru, restraining both of his claws. He stared down Beru, radiating an aura of pure fury that made the Ant King recoil in terror. He dropped to his knees, begging his king for forgiveness. Sung Jinwoo sighed. As angry as he was, he couldn't blame Beru entirely. Beru had tried his best to contain his bloodlust. He asked Cha Hae-in, "Why did you come here? You didn't have to go this far just to join my guild, did you?" Cha Hae-in was devastated that she'd failed Sung Jinwoo's test, and couldn't bring herself to explain her true feelings. She remained silent, unsure how to answer. Sung Jinwoo tried asking every way he could, but got no response. Finally, he said, "Could it be, you have feelings for me?" Cha Hae-in's head snapped up, unable to believe her ears. Asterisk. Perfect. This block of wood is finally opening up on his own. Asterisk. Seeing her reaction, Sung Jinwoo thought he'd guessed wrong, but unexpectedly, after a moment of hesitation, Cha Hae-in nodded and admitted, "Yes, In the end, Mrs. Sellner had seen what made a woman who'd witnessed countless superhumans across the world tremble in fear when looking at Sung Jinwoo. She saw an endless darkness within him. They reported the incident to the director of America's Hunter Bureau. According to Mrs. Sellner's observations, Sung Jinwoo could be one of those worthy of the title of Monarch. This left the director utterly stunned. He asked her, "Does that mean Sung Jinwoo possesses power on par with a nation-level hunter?" Mrs. Sellner said, "First, there's something you must understand. All awakened beings are connected to a power from the other side, and I can sense their channel to that power. That's how I draw strength from that connection. Occasionally, when the power I draw out is too strong, a brilliant flash of light shines through from the other side. I call the power on the other end of that channel a king." But when she spoke of Sung Jinwoo, her entire body trembled uncontrollably. "I saw no channel on him, but in the moment we faced each other, I saw the darkness within him staring back at me. He times the darkness." The director, misunderstanding, thought she was speaking of some inner turmoil. Mrs. Sellner quickly clarified that she wasn't making a moral judgment, but was speaking about the very source of his power. Sung Jinwoo's power doesn't come from mana or a channel, it's hidden within him. The director understood. That means Sung Jinwoo times the channel. He can draw out limitless power. Mrs. Sellner nodded. The director thanked her and asked the deputy director to accompany him downstairs. Inside the elevator, he said that if they couldn't entice Sung Jinwoo with Mrs. Sellner's power, they would have to use another method. He asked the deputy director if he remembered the first S-rank gate. The deputy director remembered it vividly. It was the gate that once leveled the western corner of the United States. It was the most severe dungeon break in history. The director said, "Back then, America spent a fortune hiring the world's strongest hunters. In the end, only 5 survived. As a result, the United States granted those 5 the title of nation-level authority. They were the very first 5 nation-level hunters, the Undying Flame, the Fire Dragon Kamish. He was the leader of that catastrophe, capable of wiping out dozens of top-tier hunters. They arrived at the basement, walked down a long corridor, and stopped before a massive steel door. The director entered the passcode, and the two stepped inside. The director said, after killing the evil dragon, they discovered Kamish had left behind a little gift. It's the magic stone from Kamish's corpse. 8 years have passed since that event, and among the nation-level hunters, none specialize in magic. So the stone has been kept in this cold place, waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Sung Jinwoo looked at his own face after his second awakening. He was taller and more muscular, and because of it, had become so attractive that even the top-ranked hunter, Cha Hae-in, had taken notice. He asked his sister, who was scrolling on her phone on the sofa, "What do you think of me? In terms of my appeal to women, for example." His sister laughed. "Where's all this confidence coming from? You look just like one of those loser otakus." Jinwoo pulled her into a headlock and said, "Thanks for your honest opinion." The two siblings joked and messed around. Suddenly, Jinwoo remembered he needed a name for his guild. He asked his sister, the top student in her school, if she had any ideas. When she heard the solo guild, she looked disgusted. She told him that even though he was strong, he wasn't very bright, and he didn't really fight solo since he had his shadow army. Jinwoo nodded, admitting she had a point. His sister suggested, "Let me propose the name Ah-jin. Ah means I, and Jin means to advance." It sounded nice, but really, she just liked that it was a play on her own name. In her mansion, Cha Hae-in screamed at the top of her lungs into her pillow. She couldn't believe she'd actually said that to Sung Jinwoo. It seems so. Anyone would have understood that as a confession. But in that situation, she just couldn't think straight. Suddenly, she shot up, trying to comfort herself with some logic. "He saved my life, so it's only natural to have feelings for him. That's it. Case closed." No, that's not right at all. To be precise, the one who saved me was Hunter Min Byung-gyu. She suddenly remembered that just as she was about to disappear, a shadow had grabbed her and told her to warn Sung Jinwoo to be careful of his own power. She gasped and sat bolt upright. At that moment, she had seen Min Byung-gyu. Now, an A-rank gate had appeared in their territory, but they couldn't get a permit to raid it. Baek Yoon-ho felt a sense of regret, because the gate had already reached its maximum mana level, and rushing in would be a suicide mission for sure. The entire raid team was wiped out, but his subordinates refused to accept defeat. They knew an S-rank hunter would just walk away, but since this was just an A-rank gate, they felt they couldn't handle it. They'd become a laughingstock for a gate of this level. Park Jong-soo said he couldn't risk their lives, but his men pushed back. If they didn't take on the gate, another guild would swoop in and claim the prize right in their own territory, an unbearable thought. But then, he suddenly felt that, maybe, they could do this. In both numbers and skill, their crisis hunters were on par with any of the major guilds. Their only problem was, they had no S-rank hunter. That's when his secretary made a suggestion. Why don't we team up with another guild? Partnering with a major guild would be tough, but working with a single individual was definitely possible. Park Jong-soo knew they were planning to raid a high-tier A-rank gate all on their own. What good would one person be? But then it hit him. Asterisk that Times person was stronger than entire major guilds combined. Working with another guild might tarnish their reputation, but partnering with Sung Jinwoo, that would put them in the spotlight. One of his men was about to look for Jinwoo's contact info, but Park Jong-soo stopped him. Something this important couldn't be handled over the phone. They had to meet him in person. Meanwhile, in his new office, Sung Jinwoo proposed a new name for their guild to Yoo Jin-ho, the Ajin Guild. Yoo Jin-ho was thrilled and immediately agreed anything was better than the solo play guild. With the name settled, all they needed were members. Jin-ho asked, "What about Cha Hae-in?" But Jinwoo just said he didn't feel right about it. "She's not what I'm looking for." Yoo Jin-ho was floored. In terms of age, rank, experience, even looks, Cha Hae-in was the absolute best candidate out there. But he still turned her down, someone that incredible. So what times did he want? Jinwoo laid out just 3 conditions. First, they had to have a hunter's license. Second, they couldn't be too interested in typical guild activities. And third, they had to be completely trustworthy. Yoo Jin-ho nodded. A few people who fit that description came to mind. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Jinwoo figured it was Cha Hae-in again, but when he opened it, he saw Park Jong-soo and his subordinate standing there, smiling at him. They exchanged a grave look, and then Park Jong-soo showed him a video of the largest gate in recorded history. He explained that because his guild lacked an S-rank hunter, the Hunters Association wouldn't grant them a permit to raid it. He was hoping Sung Jinwoo would agree to team up with them, offering to pay a handsome fee for his help. Normally, an S-rank hunter gets 10% of the loot from a raid, but Park Jong-soo offered 20%. Jinwoo immediately countered, demanding 50%. He explained that he was now representing the Ajin Guild, and if 2 guilds were raiding together, the profits should be split right down the middle. Park Jong-soo tried to negotiate, but Jinwoo shut him down instantly. The guildmaster stared at him in disbelief. He looked like a kid, but his shrewdness was that of a seasoned veteran. He agreed to Jinwoo's terms, but with one condition: they had to take down the final boss monster together. With that, the 2 guilds had a deal. Jinwoo told them to head out first, promising he wouldn't be late. As they were leaving, the assistant noticed something strange. Jinwoo's shadow seemed to stir at his feet. The next day, the full might of the Knights Guild had assembled on site. They waited before the colossal gate. Park Jong-soo was getting nervous. It was almost time to enter, but there was still no sign of Sung Jinwoo. But the moment the words left his mouth, Sung Jinwoo's voice echoed, "Shadow exchange," and in a flash, he appeared right there with them. Jinwoo wasn't surprised to see the raid team packed with A and B rank hunters, along with dedicated collection and mining crews. This was the standard setup for a major guild. But having 13 A-rank hunters in one place, that was something most other guilds could only dream of. Jinwoo's arrival immediately caught the attention of every hunter there. They instantly turned into rabid fans, crowding around him for pictures and bombarding him with questions. With such an absolute powerhouse leading the charge, their morale was through the roof. Jinwoo shot a confused look at Park Jong-soo. The guildmaster stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "I will be the one leading this raid. Hunter Sung Jinwoo will be supporting us from the rear to ensure our safety." Hearing that Jinwoo wasn't in charge, the younger fans couldn't hide their disappointment. Just then, one hot-headed student shouted at Park Jong-soo, "What? Are we so weak that we need a babysitter?" Park Jong-soo sighed. The kid was arrogant, clearly having never faced a truly terrifying monster before. Jinwoo, on the other hand, was used to this. There were always cocky rookies who needed to get knocked down a peg to understand their own weakness. With that, Park Jong-soo gave the order, "It's time, move out." Meanwhile, at a local school, 3 students were complaining. All the good tasks were given to someone else, while they got stuck with grunt work. They opened the door to a dusty old art room that hadn't been used in ages. But what they found inside was unbelievable. A gate had opened up. One reckless student stepped closer to get a look, mocking his 2 friends for being cowards. "It's just a gate. It can't do anything to us." As if angered by his words, the gate let out a roar, and a gigantic hand shot out, crushing the student's head in an instant. As his friends watched in sheer terror, a horde of powerfully built orcs began to emerge from the portal. They were natural-born hunters. Despite their low intelligence, their ability to track and hunt prey far surpassed that of any human. Lying in wait in the darkness, they didn't even need to search for their targets. Their sense of smell alone told them this place was teeming with prey. The scent of blood drove them into a frenzy, but these were scouts. They would suppress their killer instincts and prioritize their mission. But with prey walking right up to their doorstep, they couldn't hold back their bloodlust. The assassin instinct took over, and the leader ordered the others to call for reinforcements. It was time to slaughter every last human in this place, turning it into their fortress. Only then did they officially begin the hunt. He walked down the school hallway, where students were still chatting happily, completely unaware. Suddenly, a voice cut in. "What are you doing here?" Looking up, he saw a barbaric orc holding an axe charge toward him. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association, a counselor received a call from a student reporting an out-of-control incident at her school. Monsters were everywhere, and her friends had been slaughtered. She was hiding in the girls' restroom. The terrified girl pleaded, "Summon the hunters to the school right now." Telling the student to stay calm, the counselor asked her to describe the monster's appearance. Hearing the girl's description of an ugly, green-skinned creature, she instantly knew they were orcs. She shot up from her seat in panic, screaming for the student to run as far away from the school as possible. But it was too late. The orcs had caught her scent. The girl's final, agonizing scream echoed and then went silent. Students scrambled outside in a panic. Anyone who couldn't hide in time was killed by the orcs as they rampaged through the school. Their eyes filled with satisfaction. Seeing this floor was clear, they proceeded to the upper levels. The students who couldn't escape hid in classrooms, barricading the doors with desks and chairs, and wielding brooms as makeshift weapons. But ordinary objects couldn't stop the orcs. They smashed through the doors with ease, entering menacingly with axes in hand. Students shrieked in terror. Those who couldn't take it anymore bolted out, not realizing the other door had also been breached. The orcs lunged, swinging their axes down hard. They noticed someone in the crowd with strong mana, the only hunter present, Han Song-yi. Though terrified, she bravely stepped forward, but Sung Jinwoo pulled her back. Facing monsters like these, going out there was a death sentence. The orcs thought they had found tasty prey, but then they realized Sung Jinwoo was emitting even stronger mana. Without hesitation, they swung their axes at her. The two girls shut their eyes in fear, thinking this was the end of their lives. But a moment passed, and nothing happened. When they opened their eyes, they saw a group of multicolored, red-skinned orcs with vibrant markings standing before them, blocking the other orcs' attack. Sung Jinwoo was stunned. These are the monsters my brother summons. When did they get here? And they seemed just as strong as the other orcs. Asterisk, bam, asterisk. A green orc was sent flying into the air. The nearby orcs were stunned. That strong? It sent our captain flying? Meanwhile, the Knights Guild had just entered a dungeon and encountered a ferocious two-headed monster. Its roar sent shivers down their spines. The guildmaster charged forward to block its attack, while a heavy warrior took the opportunity to climb its weapon and blind both of the monster's heads with a dagger. Before it could react, melee fighters rushed in to attack, inflicting fatal wounds. Mages provided support from a distance, relentlessly blasting it with fire and lightning. Although they defeated the two-headed monster, the guildmaster was worried. To encounter such a terrifying monster at the very entrance, what else was waiting for them deeper inside? Besides, its nickname was the Jailer. It'd be one thing if this was the final boss, but they'd run into it right at the start. An army of the undead was surely up ahead. This type of monster is incredibly difficult to deal with. Just as he finished speaking, they appeared. His subordinate panicked. How are we supposed to fight this? But while they were bewildered, the army of the undead suddenly retreated. The hunters stared in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Instinct should have driven them to attack the living on sight, but now they were backing away as if they'd seen a ghost. What they didn't know was that in the presence of the Shadow Monarch, they wouldn't dare be disrespectful. Sung Jinwoo, however, was disappointed. I thought an A-rank dungeon would be interesting, but the monsters here are so weak. Suddenly, a message from the orc by his sister's side flashed in his mind. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I have to leave. The team panicked. Without Sung Jinwoo, they were helpless. Sung Jinwoo figured as much and said he'd call a trustworthy friend to take his place. He'll kill the boss for me. The hunters' jaws dropped in astonishment. They were all too familiar with this friend. It was the Black Ant that had wiped out numerous S-rank hunters on Jeju Island. Sung Jinwoo gave it an order: protect the humans. As for the rest, do whatever you want. Sung Jinwoo checked his skills. He still had another hour on his cooldown. He had no choice but to sprint towards the gate, leaving the bewildered guildmaster behind to question his own existence. Sung Jinwoo focused all his power into his running speed. The shadow soldier by his sister's side was sending continuous signals. The situation seemed dire. He ran through the tunnel, only to see the horde of undead. Sung Jinwoo grew angry. How annoying. He drew his daggers. As his phone buzzed, he prepared to quickly clear these obstacles from his path. But unexpectedly, they formed a path and knelt on both sides of the road. Sung Jinwoo was baffled, unable to understand what was happening. Is it because of my class? A necromancer who summons the undead. But this wasn't the time to figure it out. He had to get out as soon as possible. He ran past the undead, summoned Kazel, and teleported. A dark shadow flew out of the gate, making everyone look up. On the other side was Sung Jinwoo. Kazel spread its massive wings, and everyone watched in awe. He's so handsome and majestic. Sung Jinwoo ordered Kazel to fly to his sister's school. The shadow soldier beside his sister was a general in his shadow army. With a single blow, he sliced the orc that dared to provoke him in half, right in front of everyone, then picked up its corpse and rubbed it furiously on the ground. After that, every orc that had stormed the classroom was wiped out. The students stared in disbelief. Did those monsters just save us? They're protecting us. Sung Jinwoo guessed that these monsters must have been summoned by her brother and screamed out, "Brother, is that you? Where are you? I've been looking everywhere for you." But the shadow general stopped her and pointed forward, toward the empty classroom. A creaking sound echoed from the other side of the portal as a horde of massive orcs sat upon a throne of bones. It was the chieftain of the Red Fang tribe, Grata. The final seal had been broken, and he was about to descend upon the human world for a bloodbath. One of his subordinates reported that 3 giant orcs were helping the humans. Grata was furious. The great orc warriors are afraid of 3 orcs? What cowards! Lead the way. It's time for a bloodbath. Inside the gate, swarms of ants scurried frantically through the hallways, letting out terrifying screeches that made the hunters want to retreat. If these shadow monsters lost control, they were all dead. The team leader was scared too, but he couldn't accept it. He finally had a chance to raid a high-level dungeon. Retreating now would be a complete waste. Besides, if they backed out now, they'd have to face the reporters outside. Their only option was to gamble. Suddenly, Baru appeared before him, his intense stare making the man's face turn pale. He stammered, "Baru, what is it? Should we move forward?" Baru said nothing, just continued to stare him down. The man forced a laugh and asked, "So, we're going?" Wham! Baru vanished and reappeared right in front of him, knocking the man flat on his back. Baru tossed a lump of something toward him, and then glared. Suddenly, the man heard his subordinate scream, having apparently spotted a vicious enemy. He followed his subordinate forward, who asked him what was going on. The team leader pointed at the lump. It was the head of a death knight. He was horrified, but that quickly turned to joy. He never expected Baru to be this strong, taking down a high-level monster in a single blow. This type of monster drops an incredible amount of priceless magic crystals. He asked if anyone else wanted to retreat, but when he looked up, he saw that everyone had already started following Baru. Grata's arrival put the Shadow Warriors at a disadvantage. The general's arm was sliced clean off. The tattoos on their bodies signified their victories. For every enemy they killed, they would carve another tattoo onto their skin. Grata's body was a chaotic tapestry of ink. The Shadow Warriors were also covered in tattoos, but they were no match for Grata. He swung his curved scythe, slashing at a regenerating warrior. Another warrior immediately appeared to block the blow and save his comrade, but Grata's powerful slash shattered the warrior into pieces. But in just a moment, the warrior reassembled himself, good as new. Grata was stunned. So, it's magic? No wonder you bastards won't die. Killing them 1,000 times wouldn't be difficult, but the whispers in his head were growing louder and louder. Kill the humans, kill the humans, kill all the humans. He was getting impatient and wanted to end this quickly. If they're controlled by magic, then I just need to kill the summoner. Their target was that girl. It had to be her. All he had to do was capture her. While regenerating, the giant orcs couldn't move. By breaking her will, he could restrict their movements. When a summoner is left unprotected, they can be killed at will. Grata lunged straight for Sung Jinwoo. He lifted her up, feeling his guess was correct. She had the aura of magic on her. He tightened his grip, preparing to crush Sung Jinwoo, when he felt a terrifying wave of magical energy approaching. Struck with fear, he dropped her and watched as a black shadow shot toward him, his face twisted in horror. Something was coming. Something absolutely terrifying. He screamed at his minions to get away. Crash! The window shattered. As Sung Jinwoo coughed on the floor, a hand gently rested on her head, and a soft voice told her, "It's okay now." Grata stumbled back in terror, losing his composure as he stared at the majestic dragon and the man radiating an unbelievably fearsome aura. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. He trembled as he opened his mouth to speak. am the chieftain of the Red Fang tribe. But Sung Jinwoo raised a hand, his face dark with fury. Shut your mouth, and stay right there. The immense pressure froze Grata in place. Seeing the bruise on his little sister's neck, Sung Jinwoo couldn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He summoned Egress to protect his sister, while the other shadow soldiers evacuated the students. Seizing the moment, Sung Jinwoo was distracted. Grata tried to sneak away, but was stopped by a thunderous roar from Jinwoo. He froze on the spot. With the help of the shadow soldiers and Kaisel, the students were evacuated from the school quickly and orderly. Grata finally understood. Sung Jinwoo was their true master. He asked him, "Who are you? How can you understand our language?" But Sung Jinwoo's rage was boiling over, and he just glared at the orc, unwilling to answer. Seeing this, Grata didn't waste any more time. He ordered the attack. At his command, they all charged. A bald-headed orc with an axe rushed forward, swinging at Sung Jinwoo, but Jinwoo caught the axe, crushing it in his hand and making the orc scream in agony. Then he slammed the orc to the ground and stomped it into a bloody pulp. Two others lunged at him. Sung Jinwoo grabbed them, threw them into the air, and smashed them back down to the ground. With a clench of his fists, the two were instantly turned into scrap metal. More and more orcs swarmed him, but they all fell to the ground before they could even touch him. Grata was horrified. He knew the man was strong, but he never imagined this level of power. He had so many minions, yet not a single one could lay a finger on him. Suddenly, Sung Jinwoo grabbed him by the face and slammed him down the hallway. Sung Jinwoo's gaze swept across the scene, seeing nothing but the mutilated bodies of students scattered everywhere. This fueled his rage even more as he tightened his grip on Grata's neck. He demanded to know why they were so bloodthirsty. Trembling, Grata confessed that a voice in his head was constantly telling him, "Kill them all. Kill all the humans." Sung Jinwoo then asked if the voice told him to kill him as well. But Grata didn't answer, only begged Sung Jinwoo to spare his life. Even without saying it, Sung Jinwoo was certain the answer was no. In the monster's command, Sung Jinwoo did not belong to the human race. His hand glowed, and a short sword materialized. The murderous intent in his eyes was impossible to hide. Inside the gate, the female assassins struggled to drag the corpse, telling the ant swarm that it was a valuable vampire and not to eat it. But their only order was not to kill humans. They didn't care about anything else. Seeing her block its meal, an ant used its claw to shove her hard, sending blood splattering. She collapsed in pain, able to do nothing but watch as the ants devoured the precious corpse. Just then, Baru appeared, scolding the ant swarm like a boss to his minions, while simultaneously using his claw to heal her wound. The healer couldn't believe it. A monster's healing magic was even better than hers. Moreover, this terrifying-looking monster was actually very kind. They opened the chamber door, only to see a grand shadow sorcerer and numerous death knights staring right at them. The hunters panicked. This final boss was no stranger to them. He was one of the infamous Atla-level bosses, known for defeating China's entire Yellow Dragon Guild. Yellow Dragon was once a major guild in China, but after being annihilated by Atla, it led to a dungeon break. It was hunter Liu Jiang who eventually stopped the disaster from spreading. Everyone knew that a regular A-rank raid party was no match for this monster, but now they hesitated, unsure of what to do. In front of them was a demon, and behind them, a dead end. The zombies that hadn't been eaten by the ants were all closing in. The team leader told the healer to block the door quickly. If they got in, it would be even harder to handle. The healer hastily blocked the door, but knew she could only hold out for 5 minutes. The team leader was furious. They were about to become the second guild to be wiped out by Atla. Without Sung Jinwoo, they were utterly helpless. Just then, Baru let out a roar and slowly strode forward. Atle was horrified, unable to believe his eyes, and asked Baru, "Are you the Monarch's shadow army? Why are you attacking us?" Baru laughed and replied, "The Monarch chose me, not you." He was a famous Grand Shadow sorcerer who had wiped out a major guild. He looked down on a regular A-rank raid team, but he never expected this cleanup crew to include the Monarch's direct subordinates. Before he could even grasp the situation, Atle's team was torn to shreds by Baru's pouncing attack. Atle's soul vanished along with his shattered heart. His minions were like puppets with their strings cut, losing all their mana and collapsing. Standing before the hunters, Baek Yunho couldn't believe Baru's power. He knew he was strong, but not times this, times strong. The Grand Shadow Sorcerer could only withstand a single blow from him. Even without Sung Jinwoo, they could completely conquer the dungeon. Their combat power was no less than that of the major guilds, and Baru was just one of the monsters he had summoned. There was no telling how deep his true power really ran. Recruiting someone like that into their guild was a hopeless dream, but a merger, that might be a different story. However, his subordinate didn't understand. "It's clear today, Sung Jinwoo doesn't need our help. Baek Yoon-ho said confidently, "Have you forgotten the most basic requirement for entering a dungeon?" It dawned on the subordinate. No matter how strong a hunter was, they couldn't enter a dungeon alone. That was an ironclad rule of the association. If they could just persuade Sung Jinwoo, they could provide the manpower, while Sung Jinwoo provided the combat strength. It was a win-win. Outside, the sound of ambulance sirens filled the air. In the pouring rain, injured students were continuously loaded into ambulances. In the crowd, a parent pushed through, only to find their loved one had passed, and broke down sobbing. Thanks to the search efforts of the hunters, most of the surviving students were rescued. Apart from the 213 students who escaped first and the 10 saved by Sung Jinwoo, all the others had been killed by the orcs. In the car, the chairman told Sung Jinwoo, "This wasn't a normal incident. There are suspicious signs." He showed Sung Jinwoo his phone. A chart showed the statistical increase of gates worldwide over the past 6 months. The number and growth rate were constantly rising. Furthermore, the number of people seeking to have their awakened rank determined was also increasing rapidly. The faster the gates increased, the faster hunters were born, as if to maintain some kind of balance. Some kind of change had begun. Sung Jinwoo asked the chairman, "You wanted to tell me more than just this, didn't you?" The chairman handed Sung Jinwoo a document. According to it, China, Japan, America, France, England, and even the distant Middle East had all sent him official invitations. He knew that some countries had already met with Sung Jinwoo in secret, but the Hunters Association had no right to interfere. They could only protect his privacy. The decision was entirely up to Sung Jinwoo. The chairman was worried that Sung Jinwoo wouldn't be able to resist the continuous temptations from other countries and would leave. That would be a huge loss for the entire nation. The car quickly brought Sung Jinwoo to the hospital, where his sister was being treated. Before he left, the chairman called out to him and asked frankly, "I will do my best to provide you with every possible convenience. So, is there any chance you'll stay? Officially, our country has only 10 S-rank hunters, including you, but we've already lost 3. 2 died on Jeju Island, and 1 went to the United States. The association can't sit back and do nothing anymore. We have to do everything we can to keep you here. So, if there's anything you need, just say the word. I will do my best to provide it." Hunter Sung, what do you think? Sung Jinwoo thought for a moment, then said to the chairman, "Can you grant me permission to enter high-level gates alone in the future?" The request stunned the chairman. That was a safety measure put in place to prevent hunters from At first, he worried Sung Jinwoo was blindly rushing into danger, but then he remembered Jinwoo founded the guild for the sole purpose of gaining the right to raid dungeons. And he times alone, times represents the entire guild. The chairman laughed, thinking that in the entire country, only Sung Jinwoo would dare to do something so audacious. He confidently told Jinwoo not to worry. A beautiful girl was at work when her phone rang. The young master excitedly invited her to join his guild. She was baffled. Why would he ask her to join such an unknown guild? Had the young master been tricked? But the moment he mentioned the guild master's name, she agreed to meet without a second thought. Yoo Jin-ho introduced Sung Jinwoo to his cousin, Yoo Soo-hyun. She was a famous celebrity who also happened to be an A-rank hunter. Sung Jinwoo was surprised. Yoo Jin-ho was her cousin? He wondered if bloodlines influenced one's ability to awaken. After all, his father was a hunter, and now he was one too. He asked her, "If you join the Ajin Guild, you'll definitely be in the public eye a lot. Are you okay with that?" Yoo Soo-hyun just sighed. "It's better than having to partner with Yoo Jin-sung," she said. The young master leaned in and whispered to Jinwoo that Yoo Jin-sung was her foul-tempered older brother. Yoo Soo-hyun then pulled out her phone and excitedly asked if Sung Jinwoo would take a picture with her. Back at her mansion, Cha Hae-in's eyes widened as she stared at a photo on social media. It was Yoo Soo-hyun and Sung Jinwoo, with the caption, "First day at the Ajin Guild." The sight stunned her, sending a storm of emotions through her heart. Sung Jinwoo had become world famous after the Jeju Island incident, and nations everywhere were trying to recruit him. In an effort to keep him in the country, Korea's National Assembly erupted into a fierce debate. Many felt Sung Jinwoo's demands were completely unreasonable. One congressman accused the chairman of showing favoritism, claiming the Hunters Association, which was supposed to be impartial, had become Jinwoo's personal sponsor. But the chairman didn't even try to deny it. He just stated firmly, "That's right. This Times is Times special treatment, reserved only for him." His bold statement sent a ripple through the assembly. The chairman then posed a question. A team of 20 A-rank hunters, or a team consisting of only Sung Jinwoo? If you had to send one of those teams to handle a dungeon break, which one would you choose? The entire hall fell silent. They all knew the answer, but no one dared to say it aloud. The chairman pressed his advantage, turning to one of them with a smirk. Congressman Yoon-ho, I hear you recently moved into an apartment near the Hunter Association's headquarters. Is that correct? Why on earth would you move to a place where the property values are several times higher than anywhere else? The targeted question made Yoon-ho break out in a cold sweat, and he hung his head in shame. The chairman pressed on. It's not just Congressman Yoon-ho. I believe everyone here, along with every citizen in this country, wants to live somewhere safe. Hunter associations from all over the world are doing everything they can to recruit Sung Jinwoo. Under these circumstances, what do you think the odds are that he'll stay in Korea? Do you really want to witness another situation like Hwang Dong-soo, who left us for the United States? If you can't accept giving him this level of special treatment, then tell me, after the next time an S-rank gate opens on our soil, who is going to protect us? I hope you will all think about that very carefully. The next day, Sung Jinwoo led the young master to a gate near the association headquarters. The area was already swarming with reporters, who immediately bombarded him with questions. He turned to the department chief in confusion. Isn't my information supposed to be confidential? How do so many people know I'm here? The chief explained that the association only protects a hunter's personal times information. We can't keep the location of a gate private. From now on, you'll have to be more careful about what you post on social media. It was then that Sung Jinwoo realized the photo Yoo Soo-hyun had posted online had drawn all this unwanted attention. Although Sung Jinwoo was authorized to raid the dungeon alone, the association still sent someone to observe, just as a precaution. To handle the association's evaluation, Sung Jinwoo summoned over 100 shadow soldiers. The chief immediately used his mana detector. The reading showed that the mana level of his summons far surpassed the A rank. This alone was enough to silence anyone who had opposed his special treatment. After confirming the soldier's power level, the chief removed his coat, revealing something that stunned the young master. He was wearing a full suit of armor, forged from titanium alloy. His mission for the day was to accompany Sung Jinwoo inside and verify whether he was truly capable of soloing a high-rank dungeon by himself. Sung Jinwoo simply said in a cold voice, "Can you keep up?" At first, the chief didn't understand the question, but he quickly understood. A-rank monsters were completely helpless against the Shadow Army's onslaught, unable to put up any resistance. These were A-rank monsters, skilled in both combat and magic creatures that even veteran hunters struggled to defeat. But even they were no match for the Shadow Army, especially not for the one shadow wielding a brightly glowing weapon. Every swing of its arms unleashed terrifying bolts of lightning. Not even a high-ranking mage could conjure lightning with that kind of power. Any monster struck by the lightning was instantly vaporized into dust. The chief was certain that even the top A-rank hunters in the country wouldn't stand a chance against it. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo simply directed his shadow army like a foreman on a job site, even kicking away an ant trying to feast on a monster corpse as he urged his soldiers to mine faster. "No slacking off," he ordered. The chief stared, wide-eyed. This shadow army was unbelievably versatile. It could fight, clean up the battlefield, and after mine for resources. This was far beyond a simple solo raiding party. Finally, the chief understood why the chairman had sent him. Before long, they reached the final boss. Sung Jinwoo issued a command to his shadow army. "Except for those who are busy, the rest of you, fall back." The shadow soldiers seemed to shamefully retreat back into Sung Jinwoo's shadow. The chief was confused. Why would he dismiss them now? Relying on them, Sung Jinwoo summoned his dagger and told the department chief that he shouldn't depend too much on his summons. A craftsman's hands will grow dull. He kicked off the ground, rushing the boss with lightning speed, and slashed straight down on its head before the chief's unbelieving eyes. The boss fell after a single strike. The system announced a level up and an increase in his profession-specific skill. This made Sung Jinwoo incredibly excited. Increasing his profession skill was extremely useful, especially the shadow exchange skill he used so often. Recently, its cooldown had been drastically reduced by a whole hour. He could only imagine that once the skill leveled up even more, his family would never be in danger, no matter where he was. The department chief caressed the monster's corpse. Its scales alone were as tough as armor, yet they couldn't withstand a single blow from Sung Jinwoo. What shocked him even more was when a black shadow rose from the monster's corpse, and a level 13 shadow soldier appeared. Although its body was much smaller than the original, its magical energy was just as powerful. When the system prompted him to name the soldier, Sung Jinwoo named it Jima, due to its smaller size. As the boss was defeated, the dungeon began to collapse. Sung Jinwoo glanced at the massive corpse, wondering how to deal with it. Then, before the astonished eyes of the reporters, he hoisted the monster's corpse onto his shoulder and walked out. The sound of camera shutters exploded, making him scratch his head in embarrassment. After coming out, the department chief was still in a state of shock. Too many shocking events had left him completely drained. He reported everything to the guild president in detail. The chairman couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder that even someone as experienced as the department chief was so shaken. After hearing the description, he understood. The chief said, with a trembling voice, that it wasn't a gate raid at all. It was a massacre. The chairman told him to go home, rest, and calm down, then stood by the window, deep in thought. Raiding dungeons, collecting corpses, even mining for minerals. This was no longer a one-man raid party. It was an entire guild. And Sung Jinwoo was its guild master. As I thought, I wasn't wrong about you. The World Hunter rankings could be completely overturned because of you. Meanwhile, the Japanese Hunters Association summoned its hunters. People like Sugimoto, Hoshi, and the few other survivors attended an emergency meeting. Sugimoto brought the 3 surviving S-rank hunters to the scene. He had taken over Goto Ryuji's position, stepping into the leadership role. Despite losing Goto and many S-rank hunters, the association still stood strong. Their appearance drew attention, but they couldn't escape the vicious whispers of petty rivals. The members stopped in their tracks, staring daggers at them. The cowardly braggarts immediately shrank back. Shota scowled in contempt at the trash. They used to bow and scrape before them, but now that Goto was gone, they were thumbing their noses at them. They even merged with other guilds, wanting to become the biggest guild in the country. Sugimoto just laughed. Those petty minions weren't worth his time. He was confident that even if all the major guilds in the country joined forces, they couldn't shake their association. During the meeting, the Prime Minister slammed his fist on the table, demanding the Hunters Association come up with a solution, but the association president could only flounder helplessly. It was an S-rank gate. Relying on the country's S-rank hunters alone wasn't enough. Without help from the government and the broader hunter community, it would be incredibly difficult to handle. The one-eyed old man told the Prime Minister not to worry. The very reason they had summoned the major guilds here was to solve this problem. Someone suggested hiring Thomas Andre, but his fee was far too high. Even if they sold the entire country, it wouldn't be enough to pay him. After a long discussion with no conclusion, Sugimoto, who had been silent the whole meeting, spoke up. He proposed one person, the most capable man for the job, Yuri Orlov. His ability could save Japan. On the road, Sung Jinwoo took out the key to the Kartanan Temple to examine it. He felt like he was getting closer to the truth. When he arrived at the guild's parking lot, he saw Cha Hae-in sneaking out. Seeing Sung Jinwoo, she panicked and tried to run. But Sung Jinwoo instantly closed the distance, startling her into a panic. After calming down, she asked if Sung Jinwoo was free, wanting to talk. Questions that had been tormenting her flashed through her mind. Why did you take a picture with Yu Su Huyun? How could she join the guild when I couldn't? What does she have that I don't? Or, are you two dating? Then, she blurted out, Hunter Sung, I have a favor to ask you. It's related to the ability you possess. Sung Jinwoo was stunned, then told her to come up to his office to talk. Cha Hae-in told Sung Jinwoo that on that day, she felt her soul wandering in the void, about to dissipate, when Min Byung-gu pulled her back. And he asked her to deliver a message to him. He said to be careful of the power inside you. It's terrifying. And you must find out what it truly is. Hunter Sung. Your real army. They're inside the dungeon. Sung Jinwoo pondered this. Min Byung-gu's words strengthened his resolve to uncover the origin of his power. That was even more important than just becoming stronger. Watching the shadow soldiers kill monsters, the young master recalled raiding a C-rank dungeon with Sung Jinwoo. He asked Sung Jinwoo, if the shadow soldiers have their own consciousness, why don't we just sit back, have some tea, and wait for them to finish the job? If they're too far away, I get less experience. But if I'm not with them, I have no idea how lazy these ants will get, Sung Jinwoo replied. The young master asked how Sung Jinwoo's sister was doing after that terrifying incident. She was terrified. He said she needed to rest for a while after what happened. Sung Jinwoo decided to leave his most trusted soldiers by her side. While he was at it, he checked in on her. After upgrading his shadow abilities to level 2, he gained the ability to share senses with his shadow soldiers. They were now his eyes. So what was Sung Jina doing? Your Highness, you must become a wise and just king. You absolutely must not do that, Your Highness. It is utterly impossible, Your Highness. Sung Jinwoo's face was etched with exhaustion. Sung Jina was fast asleep. It was only Beru, binging historical dramas, who was spouting such bizarre, old-fashioned words. No wonder he'd been talking like a member of the royal court lately. He also saw his mother on her way to the market. He even caught a glimpse of Baek Yoonho confronting an aggressive Choi Jong-in, and Cha Hae-in taking a bath. He blushed, thinking to himself that he really shouldn't be spying on people like this. The young master then asked about the S-rank gate that had appeared in Japan's capital. There were only 3 days left before the dungeon break. Japan was scrambling to summon its hunters. Have they contacted you? Sung Jinwoo said they had, but he had something more important to deal with right now. The time to enter the Kartanan Temple was now just 1 day away. It was an invitation from the system, and the first step on his path to finding the truth. What was the system? What was pulling the strings from behind the scenes? And what exactly was this shadow power inside of him? All the answers were about to be revealed. Meanwhile, Japan was on the brink of disaster. The appearance of the S-rank gate had pushed them into a dire situation. After the Jeju Island incident, they understood that relying on their domestic hunters alone wasn't enough to handle S-rank monsters. Their only option was to hire top-tier foreign hunters, but the ones at the nation level were completely out of their reach. They had no choice but to request the aid of Yuri Orlov, the strongest foreign S-rank hunter available. But they never anticipated his greed. He immediately demanded $3 billion, either paid in full or $10 million per day. Matsumoto was stunned. $10 million a day? That's highway robbery. But Orlov argued his price wasn't high at all, claiming it was even cheaper than Thomas Andre. He said to Matsumoto, "It's not like you have any other choice, is it? Even if you got on your knees and begged me, I'm not sure I'd agree." Matsumoto just chuckled and said, "You seem very confident in your power, don't you?" Then he pointed to the 2 men behind him and said, "One of you is worth 100 of them?" That remark made Hoshino, Shinoda, and Kazuya Wada's blood boil. Even though they were S-rank hunters themselves, being disrespected by some foreigner made them want to teach this fatso a lesson. But the 2 were instantly trapped by one of Orlov's barriers, unable to move a muscle. "If you try to move without my permission," Orlov threatened, "feel free to try and escape." Hoshino and Kazuya used all their strength, but they couldn't even budge. The barrier was like steel ropes binding them tight. Orlov sneered at Matsumoto. "It's simple. You pay me, and I'll attack the S-rank gate, and I'll spare these 2. Do we have a deal?" Matsumoto sighed. It was obvious that Orlov was incredibly powerful, but the amount was too large. The government would never approve it. But then again, what better option did they have? Seeing Sung Jinwoo getting ready to leave, his mother asked with concern, "Can you tell me something to put my mind at ease?" Sung Jinwoo smiled to reassure her. "I'm just going to meet someone, Mom. I'll be right back." The system announced that the location of the Kartanan Temple would be revealed in 6 minutes. Sung Jinwoo held his breath and waited. What if some strange beam of light shot out? The system announced the location. To his surprise, the gate had appeared right back at his sister's school. When Sung Jinwoo arrived, he met the girl with the round glasses again. This time, he noticed her smile was very polite. He asked how long the gate had been there. She replied that it had appeared 3 days ago. Sung Jinwoo got a very bad feeling. The gate had been here for a long time, but the system was only just now notifying him. Any later, and it would have been a dungeon break. He was told that a team of hunters had already been inside for 2 hours. Sung Jinwoo told her to halt the raid immediately. "If you don't, they will all die. It's incredibly dangerous in there." Leaving the bespectacled girl in a daze, he stepped inside. But the monsters within had already been cleared out. Everyone was standing before the entrance of the Kartanan Temple, wondering how they were supposed to get in. Suddenly, Sung Jinwoo appeared behind them and said, "This is a trap." He then revealed, "I was a survivor of that double dungeon." Everyone quickly realized he was times Sung Jinwoo. He gave them a serious warning. "It's extremely dangerous inside. Get out of here, now. I'll handle the rest." After saying that, he walked up to inspect the door. Unlike last time, the door was locked. The system also notified him that he needed a key. He took out the key to the Kartanan Temple and successfully opened the door. The hunters behind him stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had struggled for ages without being able to open it. Yet Sung Jinwoo did it with ease in an instant. Seeing the door open, the raid leader stepped forward and told Sung Jinwoo that the permit to raid this dungeon had been purchased by the Bravery Guild. "You have no right to tell us to leave." The other hunters nodded in agreement. So, what if he's an S-rank hunter? Faced with this stubborn group, Sung Jinwoo didn't waste any more words and just told them if they wanted to go in, they were free to do so. The leader of the Bravery Guild immediately marched right in. The system declared, "An individual without the key has entered the temple," activating the sentries. They raised their weapons, but Sung Jinwoo managed to pull the man out just in time. The weapon clattered to the floor. The guard stared down the vicious intruders, only retrieving his weapon once they'd retreated. Sung Jinwoo asked the captain, "It's full of things like that in there. You still want to go in? Do you?" he warned again. "Everyone, get out of here right now and contact the association. Tell them, this is a double dungeon." To everyone's astonishment, he casually walked into the temple, accepting the system's invitation. The door slammed shut behind him. Torches in the temple lit up automatically, like motion sensors. The statues of gods holding instruments, wielding weapons, the god of chaos on its throne. Nothing had changed. It all started here. Sung Jinwoo had returned. Whether by a twist of fate or the system's design, he had once again set foot in the very place that had driven him to the brink of despair. Everything here was the same, but Sung Jinwoo was no longer the trembling boy who could barely hold a sword. Now, he could clearly sense that these stone statues weren't monsters, nor were they living creatures. They were merely someone's puppets. There was only one being in this room with any mana, and it wasn't some terrifying demon. It was him. Sung Jinwoo stepped forward, toward the stone statue of an angel holding the commandments of the Kartanan temple. A moment later, glowing eyes and a grotesque smile appeared on its dark face. It spoke to Sung Jinwoo. "You've finally arrived." At an airport in Japan, the arrival of Yuri Orlov made passers-by stop to watch and take pictures. He relished this kind of attention. Reporters asked him how he planned to tackle the gate. Yuri replied coldly that, as usual, he would erect a massive barrier around the gate and use his magic to take care of everything. None of the monsters inside would escape. They were skeptical whether one man could really handle an S-rank gate, or if it was all just talk. But Yuri said that relying on himself alone wouldn't be enough. His barrier had the ability to absorb mana from magical items placed around it. By setting up numerous magic talismans around the gate, once activated, the barrier would continuously absorb their power, becoming an increasingly impenetrable fortress. He pointed confidently at the camera and said he would save everyone. "All you have to do," he declared, "is remember who saved you." That very man was being watched by Chairman Go Gun-hee, all the way back in Korea. Although he didn't know if Yuri really had the power to clear the gate, he knew exactly how catastrophic the consequences would be if he failed. He turned to his chief and asked what Sung Jinwoo had been up to recently. The chief replied that he had been constantly clearing gates all over Seoul. The chairman looked at a map of the gates Sung Jinwoo had cleared, which dotted the entire city of Seoul. Some of the locations even overlapped with the territories of major guilds. The chairman couldn't help but marvel. A guild with only one active member was clearing gates faster than the major guilds combined. It was almost laughable. Just then, the chief's phone rang. The chairman had a meeting to get to, so he got up and left. The chief answered, his face turning pale with horror. A tip had come in. A double dungeon had been discovered at a school, and Sung Jinwoo had just walked inside. Back in the temple, the long dormant stone statues began to stir, with a grinding sound. Massive and majestic stone wings unfurled from its back, revealing themselves before Sung Jinwoo. The tablet in its hands fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Sung Jinwoo asked if it was the one who had summoned him here. It replied, "That is correct." Sung Jinwoo pressed on. "Are you a monster?" It just laughed, and told him he shouldn't be asking who times it times was, but who times he times was. Then it clapped its hands, announcing the final test. "If you are still standing when it is over," it said, "I will tell you everything. Consider it my reward to you." Rumble. The colossal, unmoving stone statues began to advance on Sung Jinwoo. He calmly released his shadow energy, attempting to summon his soldiers, but the statue stopped him with a single glance. The system then announced that he was not allowed to leave the test area until it was finished. This was a little annoying for Sung Jinwoo. His preparations were now useless, but he didn't panic. At his current level, he could easily handle these puppets. A spear flew towards him, but Sung Jinwoo simply caught it with one hand. His other hand swung up, slicing the spear in two. He shoved the broken shaft back with immense force, and before the soldier could even pull it out, Jinwoo leaped up and stomped the spear straight down through its head. Another statue swung an axe at him, but Sung Jinwoo drew his twin daggers and shattered the weapon mid-swing. The two daggers flew through the air and plunged deep into the statue's head before it could even react. Arrows fired from an archer's bow, but Sung Jinwoo deflected them with his daggers. He then flipped and kicked both daggers straight through the archer statue's head. He had finally waited for this moment, to revenge on the puppets that had taken his first life. Seeing Sung Jinwoo's combat prowess, the angel statue was very pleased. For a mere human vessel to have endured this long meant he had made incredible progress. Before, the statue's movements were too fast for him to follow, but now, he could track their every move. Although each statue was powerful, Sung Jinwoo was confident he could destroy them one by one, while the angel statue watched from the side like a judge. Seeing that the army of stone soldiers couldn't stop Sung Jinwoo, it decided to up the difficulty. Asterisk, boom, asterisk. The entire temple began to shake. A gigantic foot crashed down, caving in the ground beneath it. A colossal demon statue appeared before Sung Jinwoo, its face frozen in a terrifying smile. The angel statue declared that it was time to bow before the divine. Though each stone soldier was powerful, they were merely puppets. Even the demon, with its overwhelming destructive power, only followed its commands. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunters Association, Chairman Matsumoto of Japan handed Chairman Go Gun-hee a pledge, relinquishing all rights to the mana crystals on Jeju Island. In exchange, he wanted to hire Sung Jinwoo. Chairman Go looked slightly surprised, then chuckled, telling Matsumoto that Sung Jinwoo was not the property of the Hunters Association. Matsumoto knew that. He just wanted to get Sung Jinwoo's contact information from Chairman Go because there was simply no other way to reach him. Chairman Go was stunned. He was willing to give up such a massive fortune. Just for contact info? Ever since they lost Goto Ryuji, Japan no longer had the power to raid S-rank gates. Compared to what Sung Jinwoo was worth, this was a fantastic deal. But there was one problem. He told Matsumoto to send the interpreter out. The two of them would speak privately. It was only then that Matsumoto realized Chairman Go actually knew Japanese. After his subordinate left, Chairman Go got straight to the point. Don't try anything funny. He had heard that the Japanese Hunters Association and the Draw Sword Guild had cut ties. He'd also heard the Draw Sword Guild had rejected the association's funding and was now taking money directly from the government. Matsumoto's face went pale, shocked that his dirty laundry was being aired out. The only reason the Draw Sword Guild and the association had a good relationship was because of Goto Ryuji. All the S-rank hunters revolved around him. After his death, the leaders of the major factions began fighting amongst themselves to become the new top dog. The association's true lack of control was finally exposed. If they failed to raid the gate this time, all the blame would fall squarely on Chairman Matsumoto's shoulders. Although Goto's real motive for helping Korea was unclear, he was still representing his nation. But losing Goto was the association's fault for its incompetent leadership, which led to internal conflict and massive losses due to their cunning schemes. All of that responsibility rested on Matsumoto. Chairman Go pushed a black object toward Matsumoto, explaining it was the black box from Goto Ryuji's communication device. Then, he glared at Matsumoto with furious eyes and said, "Did you really think I wouldn't find out? This was never about the mana crystals. You should be times thanking times, Hunter Sung. If it weren't for him, your losses would have been far, far greater." Back in the temple, Sung Jinwoo was frantically cutting down the stone statues, but there were too many of them. They just kept coming, and he couldn't clear them out fast enough. The bigger problem was the giant demon god. Its eyes were glowing ominously. Busy dealing with the small fry, Jinwoo didn't have time to pay attention to it. By the time he noticed, it was too late to run. He activated his skill, Ruler's Hand, and telekinetically pulled the stone soldiers into a tight clump. A laser beam shot out from the demon god's eyes. Jinwoo used the clump of soldiers as a makeshift shield. The laser instantly pierced through the stone statues. At that same moment, Jinwoo's Ruler's Hand skill evolved into its final form, the Almighty Hand. Thanks to that, he managed to dodge to the side just in time as the laser beam bored deep into the wall behind him. It was a close call. If that had hit him, even at his current level, he wouldn't have survived a single blast. As expected, to catch the minions, you have to take down the king first. He activated his max speed skill, rushing towards the demon god like a bolt of lightning. The demon god raised its colossal foot and stomped the ground with a massive boom. It smiled confidently, but through the smoke, all it could see was a flash of blue. Sung Jinwoo emerged from the smoke completely unharmed. The demon's eyes flashed again, firing another blue beam. But since he was now airborne and couldn't dodge easily, Jinwoo could only rely on his newly upgraded Almighty Hand. He yanked hard on the demon god's neck, pulling its entire colossal body off balance. Jinwoo himself was a little surprised. Just by upgrading the skill, its pulling power had become several times stronger, now capable of affecting a creature of this immense size. He leaped onto the demon god's shoulder and used his dagger rush skill, carving countless slashes across its face. But besides leaving a few scratches, his Demon King's daggers, which could slice through anything, failed to do any real damage. In that case, time to go back to the old school method, solving everything with overwhelming brute force. Sung Jinwoo rushed forward, balled his hand into a fist, and slammed it down with all his might. In an instant, the demon god's face was crushed and distorted. The angel statue looked slightly surprised. This kid was pretty impressive, actually managing to damage his prized masterpiece. Seeing that his punches were working, Sung Jinwoo raised his fist again and smashed it into the demon god's face once more. He let out a furious roar, delivering one punch after another, Half of the demon's face was pulverized as its body teetered, and then, with a thunderous crash, collapsed to the ground. Sung Jinwoo jumped off the fallen demon. Seeing what happened, the remaining soldiers began to advance, but Jinwoo defeated them all with a single use of his almighty hand. With a loud bang, they all collapsed to the ground in unison. Not a single stone statue was left standing. Sung Jinwoo clenched his fist. This battle had made him significantly stronger. The angel statue understood this and couldn't help but applaud him. Jinwoo asked, "Now, are you finally going to tell me the truth?" The angel statue just smiled and replied, "The test isn't over yet. After all, you still have me." With a loud boom, an emergency quest notification appeared. If you fail to defeat the enemy within the time limit, your heart will stop. Sung Jinwoo's mind was flooded with confusion. He asked the angel statue, "What in the world are you?" As the stone shell on the angel statue slowly fell away, a youthful and serene face was revealed. He spoke to Sung Jinwoo. "I told you, didn't I? Your questions are absurd, but since you ask with such sincerity, I will graciously enlighten you. I am the architect of the system. It was I who transformed the world's weakest hunter into one of its greatest, far surpassing even the S ranks. And now, as the creator of the system, I will administer your final test." The science chief of the Hunters Association received the report and rushed to the scene, summoning 7 elite hunters from the association. They were all fully armed, though he knew it would be of no help to Sung Jinwoo, but it was his duty, so he had to come. Just getting near the gate, he was stunned by an overwhelming wave of magical energy. This terrifying storm of mana was as sharp as the Grim Reaper's scythe. He ordered his team to contact the nearest major hunters guild, send an urgent distress signal to them now. Before Sung Jinwoo's disbelieving eyes, the wings on the system's back began to flap rapidly. In a blur, the wings morphed into arms so fast that even Sung Jinwoo couldn't track the movement. The system was instantly in front of him. The first punch came from 3 fists at once, and though Jinwoo managed to block it, he was still sent flying with a deafening crash. He shot backward like a cannonball, slamming into the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even recover, another punch was already on its way. He dodged it, only for several more to rain down on him. The system relentlessly hammered Sung Jinwoo with a barrage of kicks and punches. But as Jinwoo took the beating, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. In fact, they burned with rage. The system was slightly taken aback. Sung Jinwoo's reaction was completely outside of his calculations. It even defied his design. But no matter the reason, 2 fists stood no chance against 6 hands. A punch slammed squarely into Sung Jinwoo's face, sending blood flying. At the same time, Jinwoo furiously threw a punch of his own, connecting with the system's face. The blow sent him staggering back several meters. He was astonished, never imagining a human could stand as his equal. How interesting. While Sung Jinwoo was thinking, "He raised me to level 101 and then came for me," that means he's confident. He thinks he can beat me at my current level, but he's about to be disappointed. Jinwoo asked the system, "Why did you design this system? Why did you choose me as the player? And what is happening to this world?" The system just smiled and said if he wanted the answers, Sung Jinwoo would have to defeat him first. With that, he lunged at Jinwoo once again. Jinwoo quickly retreated. His enemy had 8 arms. Close quarters combat was a losing game. From a distance, he unleashed his ruler's hand on the system. But to his shock, the system used a similar power. The 2 forces collided, neither giving an inch. Jinwoo had no advantage at long range either. Not only that, but all 8 of the system's hands possessed the power of the ruler's hand. He reached out, and the weapons scattered on the ground flew directly into his grasp. Now, each of his hands held a weapon. Seeing this, Sung Jinwoo drew his own daggers. Then, he asked the system, "Why did you choose me?" The system replied, "I didn't choose anyone. On the contrary, you chose yourself. I merely designed and operated the program. The system nurtures a player, and my design is nearly perfect." Sung Jinwoo glanced at the remaining time. There was no more time to strategize. He could only face this head-on. So what if he has more arms? In a fight to the death, the winner is never decided beforehand, Jinwoo told himself. "I have to succeed. I have to survive to protect what I hold dear," he charged, unleashing a tempest of blades at the system. It felt as if the power within his body was responding to his very thoughts, thrumming powerfully like a second heartbeat. Sung Jinwoo felt all his senses become impossibly sharp. He could perceive the system's every move, predicting where each weapon would strike and reacting accordingly. The system was stunned. Suddenly, the man before him was completely different. Not only was he dodging all of his strongest attacks, but he was continuously countering, with his speed increasing every second. "What is this? Is there a glitch in the system? Moments later, Sung Jinwoo's blade sliced off the system's first hand. He stared at his own severed arm in disbelief. Even if it was just a vessel, he never imagined a mere human could inflict such damage on his body. Then, he suddenly understood. No wonder the system chose this man. He could see it now, a power surging inside Sung Jinwoo that did not belong to him. He was furious. A mere mortal, a pawn in his grand design, dared to defy him, the creator. Rise and revere me, he commanded his statues. Eradicate this blasphemer. But at this point, Jinwoo cared for nothing else. Countless obstacles wouldn't stop his intent to kill the system. Another tempest of blades severed several more of the system's arms. He swung his remaining sword-wielding arm toward Jinwoo. Although Jinwoo dodged the blade, a stone shield slammed into his back from behind. Turning, Jinwoo saw it was the same statue that had broken his leg before. You dare interfere again? He leaped up and shattered its skull before turning his glare back to the system. He sliced off his remaining arms. With 2 minutes and 14 seconds left, Sung Jinwoo's blade rested on the system's neck. He had lost the final test. The very man who designed the system to nurture a player capable of surpassing it had never imagined that the system's user could actually defeat him. And true to his word, he kept his promise. He told Sung Jinwoo that the answer was inside his own body. Using the system, he unlocked Jinwoo's memories, leaving the final decision to him. Although Jinwoo didn't trust the system, he accepted in order to find the truth. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. Following the light, he arrived in a hellish landscape, filled with legions of demonic beasts from the dungeons. Jinwoo stared at them in shock, and all the monsters were looking up at the sky, seeming to observe something. Jinwoo followed their gaze and looked up. The next second, he was stunned. In the sky, he saw several colossal, interconnected, purple portals. The demonic beasts seemed to be waiting for something to emerge from them. What was this? It felt like a great war was brewing, ready to erupt at any moment. They were the vanguard, led by a giant ice monarch and thousands of demons. If this force were to invade the human world, humanity would face extinction. However, it seemed their target wasn't mankind. With a crackling sound from the portal, an invisible barrier shattered like glass, and from it flew countless winged warriors. They were like silver angels, descending from the heavens to the mortal realm. And with their arrival, the war began. The monsters surged forward to clash with the silver soldiers. The clang of weapons and the shattering of armor echoed endlessly. Soon, screams turned to cries, and the ground was stained red. The silver soldiers were overwhelmingly strong. Just as the monsters were about to be completely annihilated, the silver soldiers suddenly stopped. In the distance, an ink-black figure appeared on the battlefield and used a class-specific skill, his domain spreading across the entire field. The number of shadows also numbered in the thousands. There was only one being who could do this, the Shadow Monarch. Seeing such a massive army, Sung Jinwoo felt that even his own small legion of soldiers couldn't compare. The resurrected shadow monsters charged toward the silver soldiers. Even when impaled, they could recover in an instant. The two forces clashed once again in a massive, chaotic battle, the sounds of their conflict shaking the heavens and the earth. The silver soldiers, who had been slaughtering the monsters, found the tables completely turned by the Shadow Monarch's arrival. He rode a mighty steed, charging onto the battlefield with his sword swinging. With a single strike, he cut down several silver soldiers. The sheer force of his attack crushed even more soldiers in the distance. The Shadow Warriors were continuously destroyed, only to be endlessly reborn. They tormented their enemies one by one. Everywhere the Monarch passed, it was like a hurricane had swept through. It was a victory for the orcs, and a victory for the Shadow Monarch. Meanwhile, after receiving an urgent call from the Hunters Association, the S-rank hunters and their elite team arrived before the gate of the double dungeon. They could sense a power unlike any they'd ever felt before, but it wasn't coming from Sung Jinwoo. The chief was confused. Jinwoo had said he wasn't the one who conquered the double dungeon, so why would he come back and risk his life again? As the massive doors opened, they saw the rubble of stone statues littering the floor. They were finally witnessing for themselves the statues and the godlike figure the survivors had described. This stunned everyone into silence. Well now, I don't recall inviting any humans here. A chillingly clear voice drew everyone's attention. They saw the architect, bowing slightly, a malicious smile on its face as it looked down on the crowd. A sudden chill ran down everyone's spines. A stone statue could actually open its mouth and speak, and in human language. The architect made a gesture, asking for silence. Do not disturb the king's slumber. They looked and saw a figure standing in the middle of the temple. It was Sung Jinwoo. The architect spoke coldly to them, daring to cause a disturbance before my king. I suppose you'll all make a fine first offering. At that moment, within his own memories, Sung Jinwoo looked at his hands, then at his own body. Suddenly, a storm of questions flooded his mind. When did I become this? Why did I never realize? Inside his body, a black heart was beating erratically with immense power, but he had no idea that his own heart had died the first time he'd entered the double dungeon. The system had placed the Shadow Monarch's heart inside him, and that was the only reason his life had been extended until now. It had all been by design. He suddenly noticed an even stronger magical power resonating from the portal. From it emerged more silver angels, each with 6 pairs of wings, clad in warrior's armor. Their status was clearly on another level. This was the true power of the rulers. With a single wave of the monarch's hand, his legions rose. The angels who once held the upper hand were now nothing more than sacrificial soldiers. While Sung Jinwoo was watching this battle, the hunters back in the temple were in grave danger, all because they wanted to save him. The system, the architect, was mercilessly slaughtering the intruders who had disturbed its king. Choi Jong-in ordered everyone. The hunters moving the wounded to safety could only watch as the stone statues Sung Jinwoo had defeated began to rise again. Even the malevolent god with the power of annihilation stood among them. The system then sent a message to everyone. If they could defeat all of his puppets and survive, they would witness the king's rebirth, even if only one of them was left standing. Then, the evil god blinked, and a giant laser beam shot out from its eyes, carving a huge trench in the ground. The hunters who couldn't escape in time were instantly vaporized. Guildmaster Choi moved fast, energy crackling in his hand as he slammed several fireballs into the evil god's face. He then ordered everyone to attack the smaller minions. The department head landed a powerful punch on a stone statue's face, but it didn't even budge. Guildmaster Choi told the department head to get back, then unleashed an explosive flame on the evil god's face, but it didn't leave a single scratch. Not only that, but a teammate's taunt, skill, and low-level mind magic had no effect either. It didn't matter if it was a physical or magical attack. Nothing worked on them. The only way was to wake Sung Jinwoo, but he seemed to be in a trance, completely unaffected by the chaos around him. That left only one option: force. Choi Jong-in threw a small fireball at him. As it was about to hit, the system rushed forward to block it. It angrily roared at Choi Jong-in, "How dare you disturb the monarch's slumber?" Then, it lunged at Choi Jong-in ferociously. The pressure was so intense that Choi Jong-in was frozen in place. Just then, several figures sped past him. It was the department head and 2 other hunters, charging straight at the system. The department head yelled to Cha Hae-in, "We'll handle this. You go wake up, Sung Jinwoo." But he and the others were no match for the system. Before Cha Hae-in could even get to Sung Jinwoo, the system blocked her path, declaring that to pass, she'd have to defeat it first. Without a second thought, Cha Hae-in immediately used a skill, but the system only needed one hand to effortlessly block all of her attacks before landing a slash of its own. It scoffed, "You lot are so boring. You humans are too insignificant to even amuse me. I am absolute perfection." The system could predict every situation and had a counter for every petty thought they had. It was impossible to destroy it. It seemed like there was no other way out. Asterisk, crack, asterisk. A fireball slammed into the system's head, shattering a corner of its eye. Choi Jong-in stood with difficulty, his hand still smoking with embers. He yelled to Cha Hae-in, "You have to wake up, Sung Jinwoo. No matter what, there's no other way." Though injured, Cha Hae-in tried to run towards Sung Jinwoo, but the system didn't stand still. It vanished and reappeared right beside her, extending its claws, ready to crush her. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Who gave you permission?" Before it could react, a fist slammed into the system's face. In an instant, its face crumbled into a shower of stone fragments. Sung Jinwoo angrily demanded of the system, "What did you do with my body?" Choi Jong-in let out a sigh of relief. He's finally awake. The punch sent the system crashing to the ground. Sung Jinwoo stepped on its chest. The system's eyes widened in shock. "Why isn't it the monarch? Why not the king? You activated the monarch's black heart. So why do you still have your own consciousness?" Sung Jinwoo looked at the heart pulsing with mana and thought, "It's talking about me." It was thanks to this heart that Sung Jinwoo had obtained 100,000 mana points, but the system's words revealed that this heart wasn't meant to help him. On the contrary, it was meant to control him, to awaken the true master of the power within his body. But for some reason, his consciousness remained perfectly clear, with no signs of being replaced. The system grew even more confused by this unexpected outcome. But then, it seemed to understand. Shadow Monarch, why would you do this to me? Do you think the other monarchs will just stand by and watch? Numerous small phantoms appeared beside Sung Jinwoo. From them, all kinds of weapons emerged, aimed straight at the system. Sung Jinwoo threatened it. Answer my question. Now. Instead of answering, the system just roared. The surrounding statues holding musical instruments began to move as well. It told Sung Jinwoo that if he killed it, no one would be able to stop these statues. But no matter what, he still had to kill it. Sung Jinwoo smirked and said, "Let me guess. You think that if I kill you, the system will vanish, and I'll go back to being an E-rank hunter? I've been thinking about that for a long time. Even if the architect disappears, the system that has already taken root inside him won't." The architect panicked. It couldn't believe that he could simply destroy the very system it had created. Suddenly, countless windows popped up, stunning the architect. The system had blocked its own designer's access. How is this possible? Sung Jinwoo told it that from the very moment the system activated, he had wanted to fight against it, even destroy it. But then I changed my mind. Because you were using me, so I decided to use your own methods against you, taking steps that were always beyond your predictions. Step by step, I consumed your system, turning it into my own power that not even you can control. In the end, your plan was a failure. Your design is full of flaws. Coldly, Sung Jinwoo summoned countless blades that pierced through the architect's body, slicing it to pieces. Just before its death, as a pillar of flame erupted into the sky, the architect offered one final prophecy. As inevitable death approached, Sung Jinwoo just smirked, waiting to see what would happen. Even as the system's architect, he never imagined that the design he was so proud of was this full of loopholes. Not only was his system being devoured by its user, but that same user was now slaughtering him outside the gate. Everyone waited anxiously. The Hunter Association's team had been inside for an hour, but there was still no word on the situation. Just then, several figures emerged from the gate. Everyone could see they were covered in wounds, exhausted beyond description. Even the S-rank hunters, Choi Jong-in and Cha Hae-in, had to support each other. A chill ran down the spines of the Braves Guild hunters. If the elite force of the Hunters Guild ended up like this, they would have been completely wiped out. The chief asked the other hunters to help carry the bodies. Sung Jinwoo also walked out of the gate. Though he had met the system's architect, he only received a few vague clues about the truth, and many questions remained unanswered. It seemed like a much larger story was hidden behind it all. But the one thing he could confirm was that the heart of the Shadow Monarch was now inside him. The chief stepped forward to express his gratitude to Sung Jinwoo. Even though they had sacrificed nearly 20 elite hunters, it was still better than letting the dungeon break. What puzzled him was how Sung Jinwoo knew about the double dungeon here. Sung Jinwoo told the chief that the double dungeon itself had summoned him. The chief immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Strange things always seemed to happen around this man. Cha Hae-in walked over and asked Sung Jinwoo, "Are you okay?" Jinwoo was about to say he was fine, but suddenly his head felt heavy, his body swayed, and then he collapsed to the ground. In a city in Japan, several large trucks dumped loads of magic stones onto a major street. Looking at the mountains of magic stones, Yuri's confidence soared. With this many stones to reinforce his barrier, he believed no monster, no matter what it was, could escape his grasp. Moreover, these magic stones would continuously supply magical energy to his barrier. However, what he found strange was a bizarre energy signature nearby. He shouted in that direction, "Who are you? What are you doing?" But there was no reply. He could sense that the energy didn't belong to a human. On a tall building in the distance, a figure spoke with admiration. "I'm surprised this hunter's senses are sharp enough to notice my presence. But compared to that other energy, he's still far too insignificant." It's finally about to begin. Everything was going according to plan. A tragedy set in motion to deal with the S-rank gate. The city had even deployed modern weaponry, though it would be useless. Japan's S-rank hunters stood guard around the gate. If the hunter Yuri were to fail, they would be the second line of defense, buying time for civilians to escape. Yumoto Rigi couldn't help but exclaim, "In the face of disaster, humans are so small." Yuri walked through the street, filled with magic stones, not with fear, but with excitement. Just thinking about becoming the next nation, Level Hunter made him grin. He opened his small bottle of liquor to celebrate in advance with his assistant. "Open the bottle." "I'm ready to celebrate." He asked his assistant how many S-rank hunters were on standby nearby. The assistant replied that there were 15 in total. Yuri said with disappointment, "Is that all? Didn't any other countries send S-rank hunters to help?" The assistant explained, "S-rank gates have also appeared in countries east of the United States, and in other nations as well. There's a shortage of hunters all over the world." Suddenly, the assistant cried out in shock, "The gate! It's opening! After the Carton and Temple incident, the comatose Sung Jinwoo finally woke up to find himself in a hospital. The young master was visiting at the time, and when he saw Jinwoo awake, tears streamed down his face. From the young master, Sung Jinwoo learned he'd been in a coma for 3 days. During those 3 days, the scene of the two factions fighting had haunted his mind. He suddenly remembered that 3 days had passed and wondered what the situation with the gate in Japan was now. The young master sighed and told Sung Jinwoo what had happened over the past 3 days. When the gate opened, several giants emerged, each one at least A rank. They were the last things inside the gate. Yuri stood before the giants, calm and confident. As an S-rank hunter, he wasn't afraid of these A-rank creatures. He spread his arms and deployed his magic barrier. Energy was gradually drawn from the stones on the ground, converging on the gate from all directions with incredible speed. Then, a giant, semicircular magic barrier formed. A monster slammed down on the barrier, which only sizzled without breaking. Yuri smiled smugly. That's right. My barrier is perfect, inviolable. A massive hand reached over the A-rank monster's head, smacked it, and sent it flying. An even larger giant stepped out from the gate. It drew its sword and, with a single swing, slashed a hole in Yuri's barrier, leaving him stunned. Impossible. This is supposed to be humanity's strongest barrier. Even with tons of energy from the magic stones, to this giant, it was nothing. And the hunter who had been boasting just moments ago was now picked up by the giant like an ant. With a look of pure terror, he was thrown straight into its mouth and crushed between its teeth. In the office of the UNDEAD construction chairman, the chairman awoke from a weary daze as his subordinate gave a report. Reporting, sir. You've been asleep for 23 hours and 46 minutes. If you hadn't woken up within 24 hours, we were instructed to take you to the hospital, as you ordered. He handed the chairman a document. According to his investigation, only one patient in the entire world had ever woken from the eternal sleep disease, Sung Jinwoo's mother. After Yuri died, the shield vanished, and countless giants emerged from the gate. Tanks and fighter jets immediately opened fire on them. But everyone knew modern weaponry was useless against these monsters. Only S-rank hunters stood a chance of stopping the giants. Japan's top hunters drew their weapons, aiming to destroy the giants' eyes to limit their movement. But the giants quickly noticed and, with a swing of their weapons, crushed the hunters' plan. The hunters were completely overwhelmed. The giants looked sluggish, but their speed was deceptive. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo watched the live broadcast from his home. He had a sinking feeling that Japan would soon become the next Jeju Island. An entire nation turned into a monster habitat. He debated whether he should go and help. His sister suddenly appeared, begging him not to go. Seeing her worried face, Sung Jinwoo patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere." He went to a park and summoned Baru. "Your Majesty." Baru bowed the moment he saw him. Jinwoo immediately shot him a look of utter confusion. This guy had clearly been watching too many historical dramas. Jinwoo then asked Baru, "How is Jinna doing?" Baru reported that besides sleeping, she didn't do much else. Jinwoo instantly understood why his sister had reacted that way. It seemed the gate incident at her school had left her with severe trauma. It had been 4 years since the last time he'd stopped a gate. Back then, Sung Jinwoo had also been hesitant. Just then, a car pulled up beside him. He had arrived at the UNDEAD construction headquarters. Chairman Yu Myung-han handed him a massive check, asking him to cure his illness. Sung Jinwoo hesitated. He didn't know Yu Myung-han at all. He was just the father of the rich kid who always followed him around. A cure existed, but it would require him to use a precious, rare potion. That whole day, the giant's attack had forced him to make one difficult choice after another. Japan had become a living hell. The other giants were rampaging everywhere, but the largest one remained completely motionless. It was unclear if it was waiting for someone or simply guarding the gate. It had been 2 days since the dungeon break. 31 giants had emerged from the gate, but with only 2 of them defeated, half the city was already destroyed. At this rate, the collapse of the entire nation was only a matter of time. In the Hunters Association office, Yu Jinho heard that Sung Jinwoo was going to help Japan. He was completely shocked. Even though he had witnessed Jinwoo's power firsthand, the monsters in Japan were on a completely different level than the ants on Jeju Island. They had never encountered monsters of this colossal size before. Sung Jinwoo was a bit surprised. It was the first time he'd seen the young master, who usually had such absolute faith in him, look so worried, but it was understandable. After seeing a giant tear through Yuri's barrier with a single slash, anyone would realize just how overwhelmingly powerful these monsters were. But unexpectedly, after a moment of hesitation, Yu Jinho spoke to Sung Jinwoo. "If you really have to go, please, take me with you," he said to Jinwoo. rummaging through some documents. The Red Gate incident, the double dungeon raid, and most recently, the Kartanon Temple incident. Do you know what all these events have in common? I wasn't with you for any of them. Boss, I'm so proud of you. I want to share the spotlight with you just once. This confused Sung Jinwoo. One minute he was trying to stop him, and the next he wanted to tag along. The young master's words caught Jinwoo completely off guard. I believe in you, sir. So as long as you're okay, I'm certain I'll be safe too. Sung Jinwoo smiled and said to Yu Jinho, I was just kidding. Who would be stupid enough to run off to Japan for a death match? Then he left the office, leaving the dejected young master behind. On his way home, Sung Jinwoo was still hesitant. What he had seen in the double dungeon proved that there were beings in the world far stronger than him. He wasn't strong enough to defeat every enemy yet, and he still had his family. If something were to happen to him, what would they do? But if he didn't go, countless innocent people would die. After 3 hours of deliberation, he made his decision to go. He thought his mother would object, but to his surprise, she agreed and said she'd pack his things after dinner. She knew her son was just like his father. Instead of stopping them, it was better to support them. Sung Jinwoo opened his sister's door, sat beside her, and said, I'm so grateful for all your care and support. I know you worry about me a lot. I face death all the time, but I always manage to come back safely. So I'll come back safe this time too, because I have my family. I have you. I have to become the strongest to protect you. Thank you for never trying to hold me back. His sister broke down in tears. Even though she desperately wanted him to stay, she understood that with great power comes great responsibility. This was the path he had chosen. All I can do is pray for you in silence. Sung Jinwoo reassured her. I'll be back soon. Even if I'm thousands of miles away, coming home will only take an instant. Soon after, news that Sung Jinwoo was going to Japan spread like wildfire across the country. A special press conference was held. Chairman Go Gun-hee announced, on behalf of South Korea, Hunter Sung Jinwoo, our greatest weapon, will be dispatched to assist with the S-rank gate in Japan. With great power comes great responsibility. Facing the massive catastrophe of the gate, after a difficult decision, Sung Jinwoo chose to fly across the ocean to help. But what he didn't know was that the young master had secretly followed him, fully equipped. Seeing Yu Jinho, Sung Jinwoo sighed. He hadn't let him come along precisely because he was worried about his safety. He never expected the kid to secretly follow him anyway. He had to smile. This was exactly why he trusted Yu Jinho so much. Sung Jinwoo was worried about the young master, and in turn, Yu Jinho was worried right back about him. And so, S-rank guild Master Sung Jinwoo and D-rank Vice Master Yu Jinho arrived to represent Korea in assisting with the S-rank gate. Due to the monster's attack, the citizens were forced to abandon their homes and flee. Those who couldn't escape in time were either killed or injured, and there weren't enough ambulances to carry the wounded. Worse, a giant was approaching. If they didn't evacuate now, everyone would die. A soldier urged the mayor and his wife to get in the car and leave immediately, but the mayor refused to leave. He wouldn't abandon his people like that. The major sighed. The mayor's determination reawakened his own sense of duty as a soldier. He decided to stay with the mayor to protect the people here. Just as he finished speaking, the heads of 2 giants, taller than the buildings, peered over and stared directly at them. They hastily opened fire, spraying bullets at the giants, but the rounds might as well have been popcorn bouncing off their skin. Seeing a giant's hand reach for them, the major lunged forward to shield the mayor and his wife. Just then, a black trident flew through the air, pierced the giant, and sent it flying several meters back, crashing into a pile of rubble in the distance. The major's eyes widened in shock, staring at the dark figure holding the trident, who let out a resounding roar. While they were still dazed, Sung Jinwoo walked over and told them it was too dangerous here. He told them to leave quickly. A powerful tremor caused the surrounding rubble to fall. The young master raised a shield, blocking the falling boulders. He told Sung Jinwoo to focus on the monsters. He would protect everyone else. Get back! Mana erupted from Sung Jinwoo's body. The dagger in his hand sizzled with power. As expected of a martial-grade shadow, he didn't even flinch when facing such a powerful giant. The giant was knocked down by its own strength. Sung Jinwoo ran across his beast's body, leaped high into the air, and brought his heel down on the head of the giant lying on the ground. Meanwhile, on the east coast of America, a few hunters in a restaurant were discussing Sung Jinwoo helping Japan with the gate raid. They felt he was being far too arrogant. Thanks to Mrs. Sellner, their own powers had been enhanced, so they understood that the abilities of a normal hunter were limited even for an S rank, and Mrs. Sellner couldn't enhance Sung Jinwoo's power at all. So, for him to dare to attack an S rank gate, wasn't that just a suicide mission? Or did he actually think he was invincible? Hearing this, the man beside them stopped what he was doing, chuckled, and said to the three of them, "I'll bet the entire scavenger building that the kid makes it out alive." His words angered the other three, but they didn't dare say anything because of his overwhelming power. Thomas Andre casually gazed out the window at the black gate. He wasn't scared at all. In fact, he looked thrilled. Finally, an interesting opponent. On the helicopter, a reporter was ecstatic. In all his years, he had never witnessed a scene like this. Countless ants were swarming a giant, tearing it to pieces. Despite its raw strength, it was completely helpless. Thousands of bites inflicted unimaginable pain. A terrified little girl ran from another massive giant. It reached out with its claws, just about to grab her. With a whoosh, a black shadow shot past, and all the giant saw was its own arm being severed. Igris, the knight, had saved the girl. While the giant was still stunned, another shadow appeared above its head. Iron roared, smashing his hammer down on the giant's skull, instantly taking it out. The little girl peeked out, only to see Iron doing a victory dance on the giant's body with a smug grin. Igris just shook his head and sighed, telling the girl not to be scared of that weird old uncle. From a distance, Sung Jinwoo watched with a look of helplessness. Ever since he leveled up, Iron had become way too cheerful. The major bowed his head, thanking Sung Jinwoo for saving them, but was surprised when Jinwoo gave him a thumbs up and told him that he was the coolest one here. This left the major slightly stunned and deeply moved. Sung Jinwoo told Jinho to take the major to safety, then walked toward a pile of monster corpses. It was time for the real attack to begin. The nation stood on the brink of annihilation. Giants emerged from the gate, wielding the power of absolute destruction. Even the hunters, hailed as mankind's strongest, couldn't withstand a single one of their blows. Skyscrapers were stomped into rubble, and the lives of the people were in grave danger, and their only hope for salvation was a single man and his colossal army of shadows. With Sung Jinwoo's arrival, the situation was quickly brought under control, and the city soon regained the upper hand. Before long, news of successive victories came flooding in from all over. Guildmaster Taka's face was a mask of utter shock. This was completely beyond his expectations. When Sung Jinwoo first arrived at the airport, Taka had only wanted him to focus on defense, to buy the country more time, so he could seek help from other nations. He thought that no matter how strong Sung Jinwoo was, he couldn't possibly eliminate all those giants by himself. But unexpectedly, Sung Jinwoo refused, insisting on going directly to the front lines to help wipe out the giants at their source. At the time, Taka thought it was impossible, but now, Sung Jinwoo had single-handedly turned the entire situation around. Sung Jinwoo ran into a problem when it came to naming his new soldiers. He was running out of vocabulary, so he simply called them number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, plus the one Baru had taken down. A total of 6 so far. Sung Jinwoo's attack was going smoothly, but he knew this was just the beginning. He had no idea what else was waiting for him inside the gate. Sung Jinwoo summoned his entire shadow army. They helped the hunters exterminate the giants all across Japan. For Sung Jinwoo, who had an overabundance of mana, a prolonged battle was never going to be a problem. The giants were strong, but they were no match for the shadow soldiers. But thanks to their ability to endlessly regenerate, the giants' strength was gradually worn down until they finally fell in battle. However, the loss of control over the S-rank dungeon led to another problem, as other dungeons were affected, breaking one after another. Besides the giants, lower-level monsters also began invading the city. The hunters could only dodge and counterattack simultaneously. By the 7th day, the dungeon break was complete. The entire city was in ruins, but fortunately, most of the monsters had been wiped out. Sung Jinwoo arrived at the S-rank gate. A familiar voice called out. It was Hanakawa, who appeared with a sorrowful expression. Everyone else in the area had already fled. She was the only one left. Looking at the giant in front of the gate, Sung Jinwoo learned from her that 16 S-rank hunters had participated in this battle. Including Yuri from overseas, 3 of them had been sacrificed. A total of 31 giants had appeared, one of which had crossed the sea. The giants rarely acted alone, usually moving in groups of 2 or 3. This made hunting them much more difficult. Even S-rank hunters struggled to stop their destructive advance, until Sung Jinwoo's shadow army joined the fray. Only then was the situation gradually brought under control. Hosono and Yamada sat on a giant's corpse, their faces full of frustration. No matter how hard they fought, they couldn't kill those giants. But to the shadow army, they were nothing more than appetizers. They were S-rank hunters, yet they were only getting a chance to assist after the shadows landed the decisive blows. After dealing with all the giants outside, only the largest one remained in front of the gate. Sung Jinwoo approached the gate, looking at the ruined buildings all around him. Except for the lack of fires, it was identical to the demon city. It was as if this was a reminder from the system that Earth would become the next demon city. That's why Sung Jinwoo came here, so that when disaster struck, he would have the power to fight back. He had to keep leveling up, to make himself stronger and stronger. Sung Jinwoo told Hanakawa, "I'm going to take care of that giant. All of you, stand back. Stay out of the way." Hanakawa panicked, saying the other hunters hadn't arrived yet and that they should wait for everyone to attack together. But Sung Jinwoo replied, "Everyone is already here." And there, standing on the ruins, were countless shadow soldiers. Igris, Iron, and Burr, having just finished dealing with the other giants, also rushed over. They all knelt before their king, awaiting his command. Sung Jinwoo told the young master to take Hanakawa far away, as the area was about to become a battlefield. He spoke to his shadow army. "Begin." Sung Jinwoo then supplemented their ranks with more giant shadow soldiers. He raised his hand and ordered the entire army to charge. Humanity was so small in the face of disaster, a bustling city turned into a wasteland in just a few days. If this catastrophe wasn't stopped from spreading, Earth would become the next demon city. After annihilating all the giants that had been rampaging everywhere, Sung Jinwoo summoned his entire shadow army to the front of the gate. The entire army charged the gatekeeper. Faced with the massive shadow army, the gatekeeper showed no fear. He took a deep breath. His eyes sharpened as he swung his sword, unleashing a single slash forward. A colossal wave of sword energy shot out, tearing through the vast shadow army. Sung Jinwoo was stunned by that terrifying power. A single strike had wiped out hundreds of his soldiers, truly worthy of being an S-rank gatekeeper. The sheer mana radiating from it was enough to make it hard to breathe. Tusk used his Hymn of Fire spell, creating a massive pillar of flames to attack the gatekeeper, but it didn't even try to dodge, simply raising a hand to block it. With its other hand, it slashed out, killing a giant shadow soldier. The ant soldiers swarmed up its leg, biting with all their might. It shook its leg, kicking the tiny ants away. In the distance, Bear couldn't hold back any longer and roared as he charged forward. Sung Jinwoo raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Not yet. A monster this powerful can't be taken down by a mob of small fry." His mana was still plentiful, so he let them continue the assault. He needed to observe the giant's weakness. As more and more shadow soldiers were sent flying by the giant, Sung Jinwoo's mana began to drop significantly. Even as his soldiers slashed and stabbed with all kinds of weapons, the gatekeeper seemed to have infinite health. Any damage it took was meaningless. Sung Jinwoo could feel the mana enveloping its entire body like a suit of armor, which was why it didn't even bother to defend itself. It just attacked relentlessly. However, even if it seemed invincible, it still had a weakness. Sung Jinwoo noticed that only once, when a soldier was about to strike its eye, did it raise a hand to block. Sung Jinwoo ordered Kaisel to fly up and spread his massive wings. Bear also flapped his small wings, flying towards the gatekeeper with Kaisel. Bear shot forward first, diving towards the gatekeeper's eye. Startling it, it dodged backward, avoiding the attack. Igris, riding on Kaisel's back, drew the Demon King's sword and launched a streak of lightning at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper hastily dodged, then swung its sword at Kaisel, dissipating his shadow form. It smirked victoriously, but then it realized something. Out of nowhere, Igris leaped from Kaisel's back, sprinting straight for him. In a flash, a massive bolt of lightning slammed right into his face. Even as he raised a hand to block, a figure emerged from the lightning at incredible speed, painfully piercing his eye. It roared. Sung Jinwoo smirked. He'd hit its weak point, just as he'd predicted. Jinwoo then vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind it. A small gate materialized, unleashing a barrage of weapons that, under their master's complete control, flew relentlessly toward the gatekeeper's eye. Yu Jinho's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't a fight between a hunter and a monster anymore. It was like a war between two monsters. Under Sung Jinwoo's relentless assault, the gatekeeper was faltering, on the verge of collapse. Seizing the advantage, Jinwoo unleashed a storm of dagger strikes right into its eye, causing purple blood to gush out like a fountain. Jinwoo yelled out, "Beru, it's showtime." Beru laughed, telling his monarch, "Then I won't hold back," before leaping straight into the gatekeeper's eye. While Sung Jinwoo continued his onslaught from the outside, Beru was wreaking havoc from within. Their perfectly synchronized assault caused the gatekeeper to spit up a mouthful of blood. With a tremendous crash, the seemingly invincible giant finally fell. The Shadow Monarch's soldiers were truly something else. They could be deployed to fight from miles away, attacking the enemy by the thousands to probe for and expose any weaknesses. Under the assault of countless shadows, the impenetrable giant had shown an opening, allowing Sung Jinwoo and Baru to deliver the final blow. Strangely, the system didn't announce that the dungeon boss had been defeated. It seemed this wasn't the final boss after all, and what's more, its corpse wasn't emitting any black smoke. That meant he couldn't extract its shadow. The young master ran over to celebrate, but Sung Jinwoo stopped him with a raised hand. Just then, Baru flew out from the giant's gaping mouth. The gatekeeper's immense power had completely masked Baru's presence, so much so that even Sung Jinwoo hadn't been able to sense him. At that moment, a powerful surge of magical energy, as sharp as a blade, blasted out from the gate. A cut appeared on Sung Jinwoo's face. He suddenly remembered the young master couldn't withstand this kind of pressure, but luckily, Igris was already protecting him. Sung Jinwoo realized something. The gate was absorbing the giant's magic energy. He told the young master to stay outside while he went in alone to check things out. The moment he stepped through, he froze. The space inside was unimaginably vast, which explained how the giant could move through it so easily. And from down the hall, he could hear the sound of laughter. It was the kind of sound that sent a shiver down your spine, and it left Sung Jinwoo dumbfounded. The enemy was right at the door, and this guy was in the mood to laugh? Sung Jinwoo approached the source of the laughter, only to find a much smaller giant bound in chains. Seeing Jinwoo, its laughter grew even more joyous. It spat out a curse at those damned rulers, and said, "Look who has come before me." Then it spoke to Sung Jinwoo, "You've arrived just in time. Help me break these chains. I know the ruler's plan. We must inform the other monarchs at once." But as it got a better look at who had arrived, it froze. "Who are you?" Sung Jinwoo obviously didn't know him either, but this was the first time he'd ever met a monster that could communicate normally, unrestricted by the system. Through their conversation, he learned that the rulers were the sworn enemies of the monarchs. This imprisoned being was actually one of the monarchs. He had been locked away here by the rulers, who planned to use him as a catalyst for war. He also shared a shocking piece of news with Sung Jinwoo. Both the monarchs and the rulers had already taken notice of him, but with his current power, he was nowhere near ready to face them. If he wanted to stand a chance, he would have to greatly expand his forces. He told Sung Jinwoo to free him from his chains, promising to help him grow stronger in return. But based on the one-sided words of a complete stranger, Sung Jinwoo wasn't convinced at all. The being chuckled and told him, "In that case, I will make you believe." He began chanting what sounded like a spell, speaking a string of words Jinwoo couldn't understand. Then, 3 windows appeared in his system interface. The King of Giants has proposed a pact of truth. Once accepted, neither party will be able to lie to the other. The effect will last until the pact is nullified. Sung Jinwoo hesitated. This was like making a deal with the devil. Should he really accept? But for the sake of getting to the truth, he decided to accept. The system announced that the pact had been formed. Until the pact is nullified, neither party can lie to the other. The King of Giants said to Sung Jinwoo, "Free me, and I will help you." Sung Jinwoo replied, "All right, I completely trust," but was cut off mid-sentence by the pact's power. Sung Jinwoo was stunned. The pact's effect was that instantaneous. He asked why the giant was different from other monsters and could speak freely with him. The question seemed to greatly annoy the King of Giants. "How dare you compare mere mortals to the monarchs who rule over them?" He explained to Sung Jinwoo that the mortals who come out of the gates are nothing but the remnants of an army that was defeated by the rulers. They were enslaved, their consciousness shattered. But the monarchs were different. Their wills were so powerful that the rulers could not break them. So, he had waited patiently for a chance to escape, until he met Sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo then asked about the army he had mentioned. He asked if the ruler's army was the one with silver armor and wings on their backs. The King of Giants confirmed, "That is indeed the army of the rulers." Sung Jinwoo then asked why the rulers kept sending monsters to the human world to cause chaos. Hearing this, a wicked smile spread across the King of Giants' face. They intend to use this land as a catalyst for war. The gates that have been appearing are all part of their preparations for the coming war. They want to turn this world into a battlefield once again, a place to wage war against the monarchs. This stunned Sung Jinwoo. They were unleashing monsters just to turn Earth into a war zone? The King of Giants said the reason was simple: to infuse your world with magic energy. The monsters were a catastrophe brought by the gates, while others believe the mana flowing from them is a blessing. It's not just hunters. Most ordinary people think this way. Magic stones and mana crystals, filled with this power, are now the world's ultimate energy source. To introduce an energy that doesn't naturally exist in the human world, using the blood of mana-filled monsters is the most effective method. Therefore, the rulers decided to use prisoners of war. The ever-increasing density of mana proved the monster's corrupting influence was working. In certain regions, they aimed to fortify the world with mana, creating a new reality that won't be destroyed even by the ravages of war. When the mana becomes strong enough, the monarchs and rulers will descend upon the world and begin their battle to the death. Earth, humanity's home, will soon become a living hell. He tells Sung Jinwoo that they're out of time. If their meeting is discovered, neither the monarchs nor the rulers will sit idly by. Sung Jinwoo doesn't understand, asking why the king keeps insisting that times are targeting times him asterisk. The King of Giants tells Jinwoo that he truly knows nothing. The power you now wield isn't your own, and the fact that you possess it proves its original owner betrayed the monarchs. You've become a common enemy to both the monarchs and the rulers, yet he alone stands on your side, offering an alliance. So why won't you help him? Sung Jinwoo laughs, telling him that if he really wants to be on his side, wouldn't it be better to just become one of his shadow soldiers? The King of Giants is taken aback. In that moment, he feels as though Sung Jinwoo is merging with a familiar silhouette. He explains to Sung Jinwoo that the monarchs and rulers are all spiritual beings. If they die, they vanish completely, unable to be turned into shadow soldiers. They were born to rule, not to serve as mere soldiers. Sparks fly from Sung Jinwoo's hand as a short sword materializes. He approaches the King of Giants, preparing to shatter the chains on his wrists, but then he hesitates. He asks him, "Will you stand on the side of humanity?" When the King of Giants remains silent, Sung Jinwoo's suspicions are confirmed. Bound by the rules of their honest exchange, the King of Giants cannot lie, admitting that no matter whose side he chose, humanity is a species that must be eliminated. Seeing the negotiation has failed, the King of Giants says nothing more, spreading his arms to attack Sung Jinwoo. But Sung Jinwoo had already anticipated this, dodging the attack and plunging his blade into the king's chest. Even though he'd promised to help, Sung Jinwoo is a true son of Earth and couldn't ignore the truth. Freeing the King of Giants could unleash a catastrophe. The King of Giants laughs, telling Sung Jinwoo, "I am not the catastrophe, asterisk you times are." Sung Jinwoo tightens his grip on the dagger as the king's blood sprays out. Before dying, he curses Sung Jinwoo. The more intense the war between the current inhabitants and the denizens of chaos becomes, the more brutal your world will be. Everything you wish to protect will surely turn to ash in the fires of war. Sung Jinwoo coldly replies, "We'll see." As the King of Giants' head falls to the ground, the system announces, "The Dungeon Master has been defeated." One of the 9 original monarchs, the King of Giants, has been vanquished. The amount of experience is so massive, it takes a moment to process, followed by a series of level-ups. It's a shame he couldn't be turned into a shadow soldier. Sung Jinwoo grabs some loot and leaves. The King of Giants' corpse then dissipates into a spiritual form and ascends to the heavens. At a mansion in America, a helicopter lands on a spacious lawn out front. National-level hunter Christopher Reed is waiting with an annoyed look on his face. The deputy director and Mrs. Sellner arrived unannounced, claiming to have urgent business. Christopher assumes they want his help raiding the new S-rank gate that appeared in the east, and he's already decided to refuse. But to his surprise, Mrs. Sellner tells him that his life may soon be in grave danger. A national-level hunter, the apex predators of Earth, with only 5 in the entire world. Each one of them wields enough power to destroy a nation, and one of them, Christopher, is now being warned by the prophetess Sellner that he could die at any moment. This infuriates Christopher, who thinks her little joke has gone too far. If he didn't owe her for past favors, he might have killed her on the spot. But Mrs. Sellner is unfazed, explaining that she recently dreamed of a group of men surrounding and killing him. Christopher scoffs, saying he's a national-level hunter, no one can kill him. And even if what she's saying is true, who could he possibly ask for help? In this world, what hunter is strong enough to protect a national-level hunter? Mrs. Sellner says there might be one person who can help. Sung Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Jinwoo steps out of the gate after having killed the King of Giants. Although the king is dead, his residual mana hasn't completely vanished, which only strengthens Sung Jinwoo's resolve. Killing him was definitely the right choice. That thing was incredibly powerful, even while sealed in chains. If I had let him run rampant, he'd have been uncontrollable. I have to get even stronger to stop those bastards' plot to turn Earth into their personal battlefield before it even begins. News of the King of Giants' complete annihilation quickly spreads throughout the world. Social media was buzzing with debate over whether a new national-level hunter had just appeared. Unlike the Jeju Island incident, this time it wasn't just the people of Korea. People all over the world were spontaneously hoping for the birth of a new national-level hunter. The giant that crossed the sea had already been defeated by China's national-level hunter, Liu Zhigang. The chairman of Japan's Hunter Association had turned himself in, perhaps because he was caught red-handed or because his conscience got the better of him. On the other side of the world, the U.S. government on the East Coast threw a celebratory party for the American hunters who had successfully conquered the S-rank gate. Some of the hunters who participated in the raid were chatting happily when Thomas Andre walked up and reminded them of their bet. The three of them immediately played innocent, asking what bet he was talking about. Thomas leaned in close to the bald guy and said, "That's a nice tie you've got there. It's just a little out of place." His words made the man's face go pale. An assistant approached with the guest list for the International Guild Conference. On that list was the Ajin Guild from Korea. A wicked smile spread across Thomas's face. Looks like he's coming to America soon. He couldn't wait to meet Sung Jinwoo, the man who conquered Japan's S-rank gate. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo was cleaning up the giant corpses scattered across Japan. He turned every last one of them into his shadow soldiers. Everyone watched in awe as the monsters that not even S-rank hunters could defeat now stood as Sung Jinwoo's loyal subordinates. Is this really the power of a single hunter? It's unbelievable. Someone praised the boss, which made the young master, in his capacity as vice guild master, feel incredibly proud. Just then, Hanakawa approached and handed the young master a phone. After taking the call, the young master froze, then told Sung Jinwoo he had a family emergency and had to go back home immediately. Although the person on the other end didn't specify what was wrong, Sung Jinwoo knew for sure that his father's condition had taken a turn for the worse. On the plane, Yoo Jin-ho was consumed with worry. It was the first time he'd ever felt the same kind of panic he'd seen in his mother. At the Korean airport, an assistant was waiting for the young master. On the way home, the assistant told him about the chairman's condition. He had entered the final stage of his illness and fallen into an eternal slumber. The young master wanted to run to his side, but the assistant stopped him. The assistant explained that because hunters can't control their mana, getting too close to the chairman would only worsen his condition. He could only look from a distance, through a glass window. Yoo Jin-ho was filled with regret, feeling completely useless as something so serious was happening. The assistant handed the young master a thick scrapbook. He said it was what the chairman was working on right before he collapsed. When Yoo Jin-ho opened it, he was stunned. It was filled with newspaper clippings of him. Along with countless other articles, it was clear, like father, like son. The young master's habit of collecting his favorite articles was exactly like his father's. It wasn't just him. His father had also collected articles about his sister and brother, detailing all sorts of achievements and awards. Even the recent news about the Ajin Guild flying to Japan to provide aid had been carefully cut out. The young master broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. The assistant told him it wasn't that the chairman didn't love him. On the contrary, he cared deeply and had great expectations for him. As the young master turned to leave, he felt something hit the back of his neck hard. But when he looked back, there was nothing there, so he left. Watching the young master's retreating figure, the assistant muttered to himself. Sung Jinwoo, who had been hiding his presence, quietly appeared at the chairman's bedside. He took out the remaining drops of the holy water of life and gave them to him. Yoo Jin-ho's sister came to the hospital to visit their father. As she entered the room, she saw the back of a figure that looked vaguely familiar, and then she saw that her father was awake. Sung Jinwoo went downstairs and whispered to himself, "Happy belated birthday, Jin-ho." With some free time on his hands, Sung Jinwoo didn't know what to do. He thought about finding an old friend to talk to. The first person who popped into his head was Cha Hae-in, which even he found a bit silly. Love really does hit you like a whirlwind. Far away in America, at the private residence of national-level hunter Christopher Reed, on a dark and stormy night, he was jolted from a deep sleep by a powerful surge of mana. He walked out into the living room and felt an unnatural silence. Christopher threw a wine glass to the floor. It shattered, but made no sound. Panic set in, and he regretted not listening to Madame Sellner's warning. It seemed her dream was real. He shouted, "Who's there?" only to see a figure emerge from the shadows. A handsome man turned to look at him with a sinister gaze, flanked by two terrifying shadowy figures. The man smiled cheerfully at him. "Found you, Christopher Reed. You, a fragment of brilliant light." He didn't understand the words, but he knew this man was a monster. The man made a friendly gesture, telling him to be quiet. Feeling disrespected, Christopher flew into a rage. His body erupted in a strange flame, and in an instant, he transformed into a giant cyclops, stunning the two figures behind the man. Even a human can transform into a spiritual body? After his transformation, Christopher became like a berserker, roaring with fury. Die, you damn monsters. He then unleashed a chaotic barrage of attacks, completely destroying his mansion. With Sung Jinwoo's help, Japan conquered the gate, and the entire nation celebrated with a hero's send-off. The streets were packed with people. They were curious to see the hero's face, excitedly waving at Sung Jinwoo. Baru popped his head out from behind him and said, "My king, so many of your subjects are showing you respect. You should wave back to them." His words made Sung Jinwoo feel awkward. Ever since being reprimanded, Baru had become much more reserved and formal. On the plane, he met Adam White from the Hunter Bureau. Sung Jinwoo knew this couldn't be a coincidence. Adam seemed thrilled to see Sung Jinwoo again, even though they had only met once. He claimed to be honored, but what he didn't realize was that thanks to a little reminder from Baru, he wouldn't be getting the name wrong this time. But Sung Jinwoo was unshakable. Thinking the man was here to persuade him to immigrate again, Jinwoo shut him down before he could even open his mouth. But Adam said that wasn't why he was here. He played a video on his laptop for Sung Jinwoo, showing a scene swarming with firefighters and a raging inferno. This was no ordinary fire. It couldn't be extinguished by any means, and anyone who touched it would burst into flames, turning to ash instantly. Adam explained the fire was caused by the national-level hunter, Christopher Reed. To put out the massive blaze he created, America had to mobilize 1,800 firefighters and 14 of their top mages. After the fire was finally put out, they found Christopher's body in the wreckage of his mansion, and the Hunter Bureau's prime suspect in his murder is Sung Jinwoo. Suddenly, Adam was lifted clean off his feet. An enraged Sung Jinwoo had grabbed him, his grip so tight that veins bulged on his hand. Sung Jinwoo glared at Adam, his eyes burning with fury, and growled that if this was some kind of joke, the man must have a death wish. The bodyguards moved to intervene, but Adam waved them off. He struggled to explain to Sung Jinwoo that the man in the photo had emerged from a dungeon and might not be who he thought he was. Surprised, Sung Jinwoo asked what he meant. Adam explained that the man's mana signature was almost identical to a magic beast's, and the moment he appeared, he immediately attacked one of their S-rank hunters. The explosion at the Hunter Bureau a few months ago was his doing too. Hearing this, Sung Jinwoo finally released his grip. Adam collapsed to the floor, gasping for air as he continued to explain. He said that after taking down the American hunter, the man vanished without a trace. Despite a secret investigation by the Bureau, they found absolutely nothing, as if he'd evaporated into thin air. That's how he became the prime suspect. Sung Jinwoo held up the photo, demanding to know Adam's real reason for showing him this. Adam explained that, in the interest of maintaining a friendly relationship, he was giving Sung Jinwoo a heads up because of the upcoming International Guild Conference. Representatives from every major guild in the world would be there, and at that conference, the U.S. Hunter Bureau plans to issue an international kill-on-sight order for you. In other words, Sung Jinwoo is about to become the most wanted man in the world. Sung Jinwoo couldn't believe what he was hearing. After 10 long years without a single word about his father, the first news he gets is that he's become some kind of monster, a suspect in the murder of a national-level hunter. Nearby, Adam recalled the terrifying power Sung Jinwoo had displayed just moments ago. His legs were still trembling too badly to stand. Even the strongest spells from high-rank mages can only move physical objects, but Sung Jinwoo's power was on another plane of existence entirely. He was convinced this man was the world's 6th national-level hunter. Adam knew he had to report this to the deputy director immediately. The International Guild Conference is an event where representative guilds from every nation gather to discuss peace, the future of the hunter profession, and other critical issues. A few days later, the U.S. Hunter Bureau announced the list of guilds attending the conference. One name stood out: the Ajin Guild, from South Korea. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. Everyone knew that this particular guild's roster consisted of a single person, Guildmaster Sung Jinwoo himself. This was essentially a public declaration from the U.S. Hunter Bureau, acknowledging that Sung Jinwoo of the Ajin Guild was, by himself, worthy of representing all of South Korea on equal footing with the other major guilds. Previously, despite having numerous high-level hunters, South Korea had always been represented at the conference by the nation's top 4 guilds. But being replaced by a rookie guild didn't bother their chairman, Choi Jong-in, in the slightest. In fact, he believed the Bureau had made the right call. Even though the Ajin Guild was new and only had one top-tier hunter, that man had achieved feats that entire major guilds could only dream of. A single one of his accomplishments was enough to shake the world, having personally witnessed so many of Sung Jinwoo's battles. Chairman Choi held a deep respect for him, considering it a great honor for the nation to have such a hunter. It was a source of pride for him. As the chairman left the press conference, his assistant rushed over, excitedly reporting that an A-rank gate had appeared in the Western District, and they had secured the raid permit. Even though it was only an A-rank gate, what mattered was that this time, it hadn't been snatched away by the Ajin Guild. Ever since its founding, Sung Jinwoo's Ajin Guild had been a major headache for the other large guilds in the country. Ever since returning from his trip abroad, Sung Jinwoo had practically monopolized all the high-rank gate raid permits in the country. Now that he had stopped raiding, other guilds didn't have to compete with Ajin anymore, and their revenue had shot up by 40%. Yet, for some reason, Chairman Choi couldn't bring himself to be happy about it. Celebrating over what were essentially leftovers felt pathetic. The head of the Hunter Association's Research Division reported to the chairman that China was requesting all available information on Sung Jinwoo. The chairman was surprised, asking why they were suddenly so interested. He had already made it clear to every other nation that Sung Jinwoo was declining all invitations. The division head clarified that this wasn't a government request. It came personally from the hunter Liu Jigang, China's 7-star hunter. China's ranking system is different from the global standard. Their highest official rank is 5-star, but Liu Jigang is the only hunter to have ever surpassed that system, earning him the title of 7-star. The reason for his interest was that he, too, had fought against the giants, who invaded Japan and knew firsthand just how powerful they were. That's why he was so intensely curious about the man who managed to annihilate every last one of them, single-handedly. The chairman mused that this must be what they call real, recognizes real. To deny a request from a hunter of that caliber, being a global superpower isn't all it's cracked up to be. Anyway, let's just get into the basics. An assistant from America's Scavenger Guild informs Thomas that Sung Jinwoo will be arriving in the U.S. tomorrow. Thomas orders Hwang Dong-soo to be brought before him. Thomas walks right up to the man and gives him a direct order. Don't you dare touch Sung Jinwoo. Hearing this, Hwang Dong-soo is clearly furious, but he doesn't dare talk back. He's terrified of Thomas's power. But how could he just stand by and do nothing while his sworn enemy sets foot in his country? He couldn't stomach the thought. Just as he was about to protest, the terrifying pressure radiating from Thomas nearly suffocated him. Thomas points a finger right in Hwang Dong-soo's face, his expression menacing, warning him that he has no right to even speak. Those words sent a cold sweat down Hwang Dong-soo's spine, forcing him to swallow whatever he was about to say. The assistant standing nearby couldn't help but admire Thomas. Even a peak S-rank hunter would be terrified by such a powerful warning. There are very few people in the world who could pull that off. However, he also knew that Hwang Dong-soo's obsession with his prey was no less than Thomas's own. Thomas clapped a hand on Hwang Dong-soo's shoulder and repeated himself. He warned him again not to attack Sung Jinwoo while he's here, and to go rest at the guild's private villa in the meantime. Hwang Dong-soo gritted his teeth in a silent rage, but he was too afraid of Thomas's power to do anything more than give a defiant reply. Thomas watched him walk away, knowing this wasn't nearly enough to make the man give up. He gave an order: for as long as Sung Jinwoo is in the United States, keep Hwang Dong-soo under 24/7 surveillance. He's going to hate it, but it's better than getting himself killed. Leaving Thomas's office, Hwang Dong-soo's face was twisted in rage as he ground his teeth. Meanwhile, the United States was convening an international conference. They invited the strongest guilds from every country to send their representatives. Getting off his plane was Germany's representative, Reinhard. He couldn't understand why so many reporters were gathered there. His second-in-command explained that it was because that incredibly popular Korean hunter was expected to arrive. And at that very moment, the man himself appeared. Reinhard wanted to go over and introduce himself, but he stopped dead in his tracks after just a few steps. No one else could see it, but he saw it clearly. An infinite number of black shadows under his own feet. An army large enough to take on the entire United States. He was too terrified to even say hello anymore, but Sung Jinwoo, with his razor-sharp senses, had already noticed him. Yu Jinho told him to just ignore it. Famous people always have fans like that wherever they go, he said. They probably just want an autograph. What really surprised the young master, though, was that even the chief inspector, Woo Jin-chul, had tagged along, and even offered to be Sung Jinwoo's bodyguard, which made Jinho burst out laughing. Just then, Adam came over and greeted them respectfully. He welcomed Sung Jinwoo and his entourage, then invited Jinwoo to take a short walk. Jinwoo's expression immediately hardened as he asked, "Is this about my father?" Adam quickly clarified that it wasn't. He insisted he sincerely wanted to cooperate with Sung Jinwoo and promised that no harm would come to him. As they walked, Adam proposed a partnership. Since they had lost their nation-level hunter, Christopher, they were in desperate need of a replacement. They needed someone to bolster their combat strength, and Sung Jinwoo was their #1 candidate, he began to explain. And this was the rune stone extracted from the dragon's body. For the past 8 years, the Hunter Bureau had been searching for a hunter worthy of possessing it. Adam thought this offer was enough to persuade Sung Jinwoo, but to his surprise, Sung Jinwoo showed no interest in the stone. He told Adam to turn the photo back over, wanting to see the dragon's corpse again. He asked Adam if Kamish's body had been preserved by the Bureau all these years. Adam confirmed it had. Sung Jinwoo said, "Then let's go straight there. I'm taking my precious time to cooperate with you guys. Surely the Hunter Bureau wouldn't refuse this small request, right?" Adam was in a tight spot. This was a top-level secret of the Bureau. Even he didn't have the authority and needed to get approval from his superiors. Sung Jinwoo said, "Fine, I'll wait. Let's just head to the Hunter Bureau and wait there." Adam had no choice but to report to the Bureau director. The director was shocked that Sung Jinwoo had suddenly appeared at the Bureau. He was even more surprised that he didn't mention the runestone at all, but was instead interested in the dragon's corpse. The deputy director said, "The value of a skill is limitless. When a top-tier hunter buys a runestone for themselves, they don't care about the price. But Sung Jinwoo is paying attention to a monster's drop. This must be related to his ability." They had thought Sung Jinwoo's ability was limited to turning the shadows of monsters he defeated into summoned soldiers. But now it seemed that even monsters he didn't kill, and had been dead for a long time, could still be turned into his summoned soldiers. They were utterly astounded by this incredible power. The director slammed his hand on the table in excitement. "We absolutely cannot let him resurrect that dragon. Sung Jinwoo's power will skyrocket. We can't let so much terrifying power be concentrated in one person." The deputy director replied, "But if we refuse him directly, it will be very difficult to maintain a good relationship with him in the future." This put the director in a very difficult position. After careful consideration, he decided to personally take Sung Jinwoo to see it. At the same time, it would be a chance to verify his true strength. And so, he led Sung Jinwoo to the place where the dragon Kamish's corpse was kept. Walking through a long corridor and arriving at the entrance, Sung Jinwoo could feel the powerful magic energy radiating from within. If this was the magic that remained 8 years after its death, turning it into a shadow soldier would make it incredibly strong. They arrived before the giant dragon's corpse. The mere sight of it sent shivers down one's spine. To protect the body from being destroyed, the Hunter Bureau had built the entire building right on that spot, preserving the dragon's corpse exactly as it was when the 5 nation-level hunters defeated it. The entire power supply for the Hunter Bureau building came from its magic stone chamber. Sung Jinwoo told everyone to step back, then approached the dragon's corpse and gave the command, "Arise." A dark aura rose from the dragon's corpse. The system reported, "Shadow extraction has failed." Sung Jinwoo knew it would be difficult to extract the shadow of such a powerful being that had been dead for so long. He took another deep breath, looked at the dragon's corpse with sincerity, and said, "Arise." A moment later, a massive shadow appeared over the body, radiating a terrifyingly dark aura. The dragon's corpse slowly rose, opening its mouth to let out a heaven-shaking roar. It was Kamish, the king of all dragons, the greatest calamity humanity had ever faced. Hundreds of elite hunters had died at its hands, before 5 nation-level hunters joined forces to finally take it down. Its body was then perfectly preserved until Sung Jinwoo's arrival. After 8 years, it had been awakened once more. A single roar shook the entire ceiling, causing dust and debris to rain down. Pipes burst. The dragon lowered its head to look at Sung Jinwoo and asked, "Are you the one who summoned me, the king of spirits, the shadow monarch?" Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears. It was a rare sight. The dragon was awake, but as a shadow, it had forgotten many things. But it still remembered what humans were. Kill them all. Slaughter every last human. It raised its claw, intending to lightly tap the glass. A screeching sound echoed as the entire pane of glass vibrated and then shattered. The dragon lunged out, a gloomy purple flame swirling before its mouth. Everyone panicked, wanting to run, but there was no escape. This was Kamish. Even a top-tier hunter couldn't escape it, let alone them. Just as the flames were about to erupt, Sung Jinwoo stopped it. "That's enough," he said. "The magic stone in your head was removed long ago. You no longer need to obey the ruler's commands." Hearing this, Kamish retracted the flames. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. Sung Jinwoo could even speak the monster language, and the terrifying dragon completely obeyed his command. What stunned them even more was when the dragon bowed its head, speaking in the respectful language used between a king and his subject. "Your Majesty, I was once the king of the dragons of light, a slave to the dragon monarch. This humble servant, at your service, my new king, offers you my deepest greetings." Sung Jinwoo couldn't help but marvel at the shadow soldier's powerful consciousness. Its level was higher than any monster he had ever encountered. It confirmed this, for him. "Yes, Your Majesty. I was once the king of the dragons of light." When he petted it, it immediately became an obedient pet. It wagged its tail continuously. Everyone was amazed by the change in the arrogant monster. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. The dragon's shadow had to disappear. Not even the power of the shadow monarch could compensate for the time it had lost. It spoke to its king with regret. "It is a pity we met so late." It was very envious of those who could stay by the king's side forever. Before it left, it gave Sung Jinwoo a warning. "There are 4 humans who use the power of the rulers. You must be careful of them. To have met you, even for a brief moment, has been my honor." With those words, the dragon's shadow vanished. He entered the body, but the system announced that the shadow could not be extracted. The shadow had already returned to the void because it had been dead for too long, making extraction meaningless. Sung Jinwoo apologized to the director and promised to cover all the repair costs, then left the lab. Suddenly, bam! Everyone flinched as Sung Jinwoo punched the wall, deforming it. He was in agony over losing such a massive fighting force. On his way out, the department chief found him and asked if he had seen Yu Jin-ho. Sung Jinwoo was surprised. The chief explained that 2 hours ago, Yu Jin-ho received a text from him, telling him to wait at the bureau, but was then picked up by hunters from the scavenger guild. He felt something was off and tried to contact Jinwoo immediately, but couldn't get through, as Jinwoo was in the basement with no signal. Despite their good relationship, the scavenger guild had no authority to interfere with the bureau's work. Woo Jin-chul decided to call the scavenger guild directly to ask, but the secretary was also in the dark, having received no such orders. She said she would verify and get back to him as soon as possible. Hanging up, the chief turned to tell Sung Jinwoo, only to find that he had already vanished. At that moment, Sung Jinwoo was extremely worried. Hearing the name Scavenger Guild gave him a bad feeling. Previously, in order to save the chairman of the Yujin group, Sung Jinwoo had replaced all the shadow guards around the young master, so now there were no shadows left to protect him. He was terrified that the kid might be in danger, just like his sister was. He leaped to the top of the tallest building, summoned all his shadows, and ordered them to find Yu Jin-ho at any cost. Meanwhile, Thomas Andre arrived at the Scavenger Guild's villa, only to find his subordinates lying unconscious everywhere. He took off his glasses and furiously crushed them in his hand. Things had taken the worst possible turn. He ordered his men to find Hwang Dong-soo before Sung Jinwoo did, no matter what it took. Right then, Hwang Dong-soo was taking the young master to a secluded place to torture him. His face was radiant. Only violence could make this S-rank hunter truly feel alive. To dare ignore the warning of a national-level hunter like Thomas and abduct the Shadow Monarch's friend. That fact had Sung Jinwoo incredibly worried. He summoned all his shadows, ordering them to find the young master at all costs. Even without meeting him, Jinwoo was sure Hwang Dong-soo's personality was just as rotten as his brother's. He was certain that he blamed Sung Jinwoo and Yu Jin-ho for his brother's death. If they didn't find the young master in time, he could lose his life. Inside Sung Jinwoo's heart, a fire of pure rage was beginning to burn. If the young master died, he might just level the entire United States. Thomas was furious that the idiotic Hwang Dong-soo clearly had a death wish, provoking such a renowned hunter. He called Laura to get an update. Laura reported that they had requested the Hunter Bureau's cooperation and hoped to find some leads. But if that yielded no results, they might have to let Sung Jinwoo find him on his own. They had already conducted a full investigation into Hwang Dong-soo's activities. After a thorough search, they identified the area where the young master was being held. Thomas ordered the guild's full combat power to mobilize there, but he found it strange that the Hunter Bureau was cooperating so enthusiastically. What he didn't know was that the loss of one national-level hunter had already left the Bureau severely weakened. If they lost another one to Sung Jinwoo and Thomas, the consequences would be catastrophic. They mobilized all available personnel from the Bureau to control the situation. Before it could escalate, inside an abandoned warehouse, Hwang Dong-soo and a few other hunters were holding Yu Jin-ho captive. The rich kid was bloodied from torture. Even though he already knew the answer, Hwang Dong-soo wanted to hear from the young master's own mouth what happened to his brother in that dungeon, and how he was killed by Sung Jinwoo. As soon as he got his answer, he would finish the kid off. But unexpectedly, the young master stood his ground. Despite being beaten half to death, he refused to say a word. Hwang Dong-soo punched Yu Jin-ho hard in the chest, forcing him awake. He slammed him against the wall, threatening that if he just said Sung Jinwoo was the killer, he'd spare his life. If not, he would torture him forever. He pointed to another guy with glasses and called him the nurse, who would heal him every time he was near death, just so he could continue suffering until he gave the answer he wanted to hear. This is an abandoned warehouse, so you can scream your lungs out and no one will save you. So, have you changed your mind? The young master opened his mouth and said 2 words, "You idiot." Then he raised his hand and flipped him the bird. Enraged, Hwang Dong-soo grabbed the young master by the hair. He decided he would torture him to death. The man in the shadows reminded Hwang Dong-soo, "Calm down, Mr. Hwang. Your target is Sung Jinwoo, not this useless punk." Hearing this, Hwang Dong-soo calmed down. Killing the rich kid now wouldn't accomplish anything. He had to make Sung Jinwoo collapse and die to be satisfied. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the entrance, where a monster had appeared out of nowhere. Thinking it was just some monster that had escaped from a gate, Hwang Dong-soo thought, "I'll capture it and torture it to vent my frustration." But the monster just stood there, trembling. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was terrified. Without a second thought, Hwang Dong-soo threw a punch straight at it. But he had no idea that it was Sung Jinwoo, who had swapped places with his subordinate. In an apartment, his mother and sister were on the couch, watching Sung Woo attend a conference in the United States on TV. Baru rose up from behind and praised, "My liege, you look magnificent." Suddenly, a chill ran down Jinwoo's spine. He'd felt this once before, when his sister was in trouble, but this time, it seemed even stronger. The king is enraged. The knights carrying out their duties suddenly noticed something unusual. They saw that all the shadows at everyone's feet were shifting ever so slightly. The captain asked if he had been drinking, wondering if his mind was playing tricks on him. "Are you sober? If so, you can't come down into the dungeon with us." The subordinate frantically denied that he'd had anything to drink, but he definitely saw a shadow move. Meanwhile, Thomas, on his way to the scene, felt an immense sense of dread, even from so far away. He could feel the anger surging from Sung Jinwoo. Things had definitely taken the worst possible turn. He kicked the car door open, jumped out, and told the driver to go on ahead. He would run the rest of the way. Then, Thomas shot off at a blinding speed toward the distant source of mana. The young master lay motionless, gasping for breath but smiling with relief, having finally held on until his boss arrived to save him. It was all over now. Sung Jinwoo shadow swapped in, instantly landing a punch in Hwang Dong-soo's gut that sent him flying dozens of meters, vomiting blood. At this point, Sung Jinwoo's fury had reached its peak, the flames of rage in his eyes impossible to hide. This was the wrath of the Shadow Monarch, and it was truly terrifying. He rushed to the dying young man's side and gave him a healing potion, but the system reported the target's health was too low to be restored by a potion. This only enraged Sung Jinwoo further. He asked the 2 criminals, "Is one of you a healer? Heal him. Now." But the foreigners didn't understand Korean. Hwang Dong-soo walked over, translated Sung Jinwoo's words for his accomplice, and looked at him with a triumphant expression. "We finally meet, Sung Jinwoo." Jinwoo gave one last order, "Heal him." But the other guy still didn't grasp the severity of the situation, even telling Jinwoo to look up who his boss was first. That was as good as asking for death. Sung Jinwoo grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground until he was unconscious. The remaining man panicked, wanting to help with the healing, but he wasn't a healer. Sung Jinwoo roared, "Then you can die, too." All that was left was the clueless Hwang Dong-soo. He was still obsessed with who had killed his brother. Sung Jinwoo approached him and said, "Go ask your brother yourself." Those words made Hwang Dong-soo's blood boil as he roared, "My brother is dead. You're the one who killed him." Enraged, Hwang Dong-soo threw a punch toward Sung Jinwoo, but Jinwoo calmly dodged it, only lightly touching his side. The simple touch made Hwang Dong-soo's face twist. In agony, he spat blood and was sent flying like a bullet into a large iron pipe. He was still gasping for breath, unable to recover, when Sung Jinwoo was already beside him. Jinwoo glared at him menacingly, raised a hand, grabbed his head, and lifted him into the air. The sound of the impact echoed throughout the empty warehouse. Blood splattered onto Sung Jinwoo's face, but he showed no mercy. Just then, Thomas arrived, only to see Hwang Dong-soo being brutally beaten. As much as he hated Hwang Dong-soo's foolish actions, as a guild member, He still had to intervene. Thomas ordered Sung Jinwoo to release him. Stop right there. But Sung Jinwoo wasn't scared in the slightest. He glared fiercely at Thomas. And what if I don't want to? Those words made Thomas's blood boil, and he warned Jinwoo that if he didn't listen, he wouldn't hold back. Sung Jinwoo tossed Hwang Dong-soo aside like a piece of trash and said, "Bring it on." Even though he'd been beaten half to death, Hwang Dong-soo was ecstatic. From the start, he knew he couldn't beat Sung Jinwoo, but he was certain Thomas would protect him. Now, he eagerly waited to watch Thomas beat Sung Jinwoo to death. The towering Thomas stood before Sung Jinwoo. "I am the guild master of the Scavenger Guild and a national-level hunter. Show me some respect and let Hwang Dong-soo go this once. I will compensate you for any damages." But, to his surprise, Sung Jinwoo shot back, "I don't give a damn who you are. You're not stopping me from killing that bastard." Thomas was furious. It was the first time anyone had been so defiant after learning his identity. Thomas was born into a poor immigrant family. Everyone around him was an enemy, but heaven had blessed him with an extraordinary talent, the overwhelming power to crush any opponent. In a series of relentless battles, he had proven his talent. He understood exactly how his power could change those who had once opposed him. Strength, power, violence. He used everything he had to dominate and become a true king. When an unprecedented new power emerged, whoever stood in his way was killed, be they saint or sinner. He forced all who looked down on him to kneel before him. Violence was absolute. He was a firm believer in violence, so he knew exactly how to handle Sung Jinwoo. He threw a punch toward him. At that moment, the top forces of the Scavenger Guild had just arrived, but they only had time to flee when they heard a massive explosion. A figure was blasted out of the warehouse, sliding far into the distance. When the smoke cleared, they saw Thomas in a defensive stance, his face filled with shock, his arms and legs frozen in place. It was unbelievable that any force could humiliate Thomas like this. In front of everyone, Thomas roared, threatening to break Sung Jinwoo. By now, Sung Jinwoo's shadows had also arrived. He ordered Kaisel and Igris to take the young master to the nearest hospital and use any means necessary to save his life. Receiving the order, Kaisel took Yu Jinho and flew off. Sung Jinwoo turned to face the elite forces of the Scavenger Guild alongside his shadows. The two biggest guilds in the world faced off, ready to clash at any moment. Thomas's face showed a clear look of excitement. This was no longer about Hwang Dong-soo. There was only one way for Thomas to regain his honor: kill that arrogant bastard. He gave one final warning, that if Sung Jinwoo admitted he was wrong and apologized now, he might spare his life. But Sung Jinwoo didn't say a word, simply giving him a crude gesture that sent Thomas into a blind rage. He gritted his teeth in fury, his entire body glowing gold as his muscles swelled to several times their size. The two sides stared each other down. The Black Army and the Gold Army roared and charged into battle. The soldiers of the Scavenger Guild formed ranks, planting their shields to create a defensive line. A giant golden shield materialized, and the shadow soldiers who charged at it were shattered to pieces. Like an enraged bull, Thomas charged straight through the shadow soldiers, crushing them with ease. The Night-class shadows raised their shields to block, but Thomas leaped into a spin, unleashing a kick that shattered both the shields and the soldiers behind them. They were no match for him whatsoever. He leaped into the factory, only to find it was just as chaotic inside. Sung Jinwoo hadn't even lifted a finger. His shadows alone had already taken down all of Thomas's men. Enraged, Thomas charged directly at Sung Jinwoo. Seeing this, Iron broke away from the fight to protect his master, but compared to a national-level hunter, the power gap was immense. With a single blow, Thomas defeated Iron, only to realize that Sung Jinwoo had vanished. When he reappeared, Sung Jinwoo was right beside Thomas and drove a dagger into him, but it was only a light scratch, causing no real damage, and Thomas sent him flying with a retaliatory strike. Thomas mocked Sung Jinwoo for underestimating a national-level hunter. He raised his hand, gathering power in his fingertips, and used his telekinesis skill to pull Sung Jinwoo toward him. He continued to jeer, saying Jinwoo must be feeling hopeless at the immense gap in their strength. Facing Thomas's pull, Sung Jinwoo used the momentum to his advantage. He used the ruler's authority to pin Thomas in place, then shot forward, putting all his strength into a punch aimed straight at his shoulder. The punch sent Thomas stumbling back several meters, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Did I just get knocked back?" he uttered. Before he could react, Sung Jinwoo rushed in, unleashing a flurry of punches on Thomas's body. Realizing his normal attacks were useless, a light flashed in Thomas's eyes as he transformed. Sensing that Thomas and Sung Jinwoo had begun to fight, the Hunter Bureau immediately dispatched its agents. Adam worried that things were heading in the worst possible direction and that they had to intervene immediately. No matter who won, the outcome would be a national catastrophe. Seeing Thomas's transformed state, Sung Jinwoo understood instantly. Of the 5 national-level hunters who survived the battle with the dragon Kamish, 4 had borrowed the power of the rulers. Thomas Andre was one of them. Now, having manifested his spiritual form, Thomas raised both hands high and slammed them down onto the ground. The factory floor cracked instantly, and the entire structure began to collapse. Then, Thomas extended his hand, using a reinforced version of his capture skill to grab Sung Jinwoo. His panicked subordinates scrambled to find cover. The shadows, having never seen this skill, watched with curiosity. Then their bodies began to convulse as they were pulled into a massive vortex above Thomas's head. Sung Jinwoo used ruler's authority to anchor himself to the building itself, just barely avoiding being pulled in. After sucking in everything around it, the vortex exploded with a massive bang, leveling the entire area. Thomas confidently called out to Sung Jinwoo in the distance, "This time, I won't miss." Thomas crouched and leaped high into the air like a frog, appearing before Sung Jinwoo in an instant. Sung Jinwoo simply kicked him out of the air. As he fell, Thomas reached out, using his capture skill to grab Sung Jinwoo. But to his astonishment, Sung Jinwoo used the pull from that very skill, using ruler's authority to launch himself straight at Thomas. Asterisk. If he's not going to dodge and wants to meet me head-on, then fine. Asterisk, Thomas thought. He reinforced his arm and threw his own punch to meet Sung Jinwoo's charge. Boom! With a deafening crack, the armor on Thomas's arm began to fracture. Sung Jinwoo's strength was overwhelming. Thomas's eyes flew open in shock as he was blasted backward like a cannonball, smashing through a building behind him before collapsing into the rubble, groaning in pain. Before he could even get his bearings, he saw Sung Jinwoo charging at him again. In a panic, he swung his massive fist. Sung Jinwoo deftly dodged the blow, leaped up, grabbed both of Thomas's legs, and slammed his knee into his face. A sickening crack echoed from the helmet. At that moment, the Hunter Bureau finally arrived on the scene. Even from a distance, they could feel the immense torrent of magical power. It was terrifying. They had no idea what 2 monsters could be fighting with such intensity. Adam ordered his team to prepare to intervene, even though it was highly likely they'd be caught in the crossfire and risk their lives. Then, they witnessed an unbelievable sight. The national-level hunter, Thomas Andre, was being pinned to the ground and mercilessly pummeled by Sung Jinwoo. Thomas couldn't comprehend how a mage could possess such monstrous strength and speed, power that even surpassed his own. It was impossible. Am I losing? He thought. I can't lose. He struggled, lashing out with his claws, but Sung Jinwoo slapped his hand away instantly. Sung Jinwoo continued his relentless assault on the armor. Under Sung Jinwoo's ferocious attack, the armor cracked and shattered. Thomas struggled up, roaring, "Oh, I am Thomas Andre. You think you can defeat me this easily?" But to Sung Jinwoo, it was just the meaningless roar of the weak. He tightened his fist and said coldly, "I already told you. I don't give a damn who you are." Seeing their leader being so brutally beaten, the members of the Scavenger Guild were frozen in shock. Not a single one dared to speak. Only the agents from the Hunter Bureau dared to intervene, but Sung Jinwoo was on a rampage and nearly impossible to stop. He continued his barrage, completely shattering Thomas's helmet and armor. The devastating blows finally made Thomas realize the true, insurmountable gap in their strength. He knew if this continued, he would die. Finally, he uttered the 2 words he never thought he would. "I surrender." Hearing this, Sung Jinwoo finally stopped. The armor on Thomas's body was almost completely destroyed. He stood, stripped bare before everyone, each one of them staring in shock at the unbelievable sight. For the invincible Thomas Andre to be beaten into this state, only Sung Jinwoo could have done it. Once this news got out, the entire world would be turned upside down. No one would ever doubt Sung Jinwoo's power again. He had surpassed even the national level. Seeing the battle was over, Thomas's underlings frantically rushed over to heal him. But they found that every bone in his body was broken, and he was losing a ton of blood. They couldn't save him alone. They had to mobilize every single healer. Luckily, thanks to his armor and incredible durability, Thomas had withstood most of the damage. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't have been enough. On Sung Jinwoo's side, there were no casualties, except for Hwang Dong-soo, who lay dead in a pool of his own blood. For the Hunter Bureau, this was an incredibly lucky outcome. They only lost 1 S-rank, Hwang Dong-soo, and a few abandoned buildings. The damage was still within a controllable range. Sung Jinwoo used his switch skill, having Baru take his place. Baru would focus on healing the young master, while Jinwoo took Hwang Dong-soo's shadow to the rooftop of a building back in Korea. Huang Dongsu's shadow retained its memories. It felt remorse before its king but still begged to be given a name. Sung Jinwoo, still furious, said, "You died because of your greed, so I'll call you Greed." Then he turned to Huang Dongsu's faded shadow and asked, "How about it? Are you satisfied now?" The shadow immediately kneeled, thanking and apologizing to its king. The next day, the International Guild Conference was held as scheduled. The battle with Thomas Andre had made Sung Jinwoo famous everywhere, and most of the reporters flocked to cover this momentous event. The power Sung Jinwoo displayed also made the Hunter Bureau treat him with much more caution. Meanwhile, Sung Jinwoo calmly attended the conference. He felt no excitement from his victory over Thomas. His only purpose for coming to America was to find the truth. He opened the door to the conference hall, and every eye in the room turned to look at him, the man who was now the center of everyone's attention. The monster who took down Thomas Andre, the terrifying power of the Shadow Monarch, had made even a national-level hunter kneel at his feet. Sung Jinwoo's reputation grew even more legendary. People both feared and admired his power, but he had no interest in defeating Thomas. His only goal in coming here was to find a clue about his father, who had been missing for years. As he sat down, the international conference began. A frail, elderly professor walked up to speak, introducing himself before getting straight to the point. As you all know, the number of gates is increasing rapidly everywhere, and along with them, more formidable magic beasts have appeared. But I'm sure few of you know about the abnormal phenomenon in the skies. According to reports, the concentration of mana in the atmosphere is gradually increasing. In other words, mana pollution. The professor displayed a world map, with red dots showing the locations where the mana pollution was appearing. The larger the dot, the higher the mana concentration. Among them, there were 9 places with a significant concentration of this polluted air, and the place with the highest density was the capital of South Korea, Seoul. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in a murmur, and all eyes shifted to Sung Jinwoo. Some of the more timid hunters even stood up, ready to flee. Noticing everyone's anxiety, the professor reassured them. He said that if Sung Jinwoo had the ability to increase the mana in the air to that extent, he wouldn't just be a hunter anymore. Sung Jinwoo paid close attention to those 9 locations, wondering if they corresponded to the 9 monarchs. But the professor reminded everyone that the cause of this mana concentration was still unknown, but that didn't mean it couldn't happen. Perhaps their appearance is an omen of a coming disaster, a chance for us to prepare, to strengthen ourselves before the calamity strikes. After finishing, the professor yielded the stage to the director of the Hunter Bureau, and he had a bombshell announcement. 2 weeks ago, national-level hunter Christopher Reed was brutally murdered. This news sent the entire hall into an uproar. They whispered amongst themselves, wondering if this was some kind of international joke. A national-level hunter being killed? Only an overwhelmingly powerful hunter could do something like that. Once again, everyone looked towards Sung Jinwoo, the only person known to be capable of defeating a national-level hunter. But Jinwoo remained calm, not even bothering to explain. The director explained for him, stating they had identified a suspect, known only as S, who looks very similar to Sung Jinwoo. Though we know many Koreans share similar features, this man's resemblance to Sung Jinwoo is uncanny. They tried to convince themselves it was just a coincidence, but Sung Jinwoo was completely stunned. He remembered what Kamish had said. Sung Jinwoo was completely stunned. He remembered what Kamish had said, that only 4 humans could wield the power of the rulers, and beware of them. So why were they showing him a man who looked exactly like his father? The director continued, explaining the circumstances of S's appearance. He had walked out of a gate in America and was able to speak Korean, so the bureau sent Huang Dong-soo to make contact. During the interrogation, S took down Huang and escaped. This demonstrated his immense power. An ordinary S-rank hunter was no match for him. It was highly likely that Christopher Reed was murdered by this S. A video played, showing a ruined city and the image of Hunter S standing in the middle of a sea of fire. Sung Jinwoo's sharp eyes caught something his father seemed to be mouthing some words. Just then, Igris appeared behind him and told Jinwoo what they were. Hearing this, Sung Jinwoo was certain it was his missing father, but no one knew the truth for sure. After this conference, an international warrant would be issued for an S-rank hunter. Anyone who discovered a clue about him was to report it for his capture. Just then, a delegate asked why they weren't releasing the target's identity. The director awkwardly explained that the person's identity was connected to a hunter present in the room, so they decided not to disclose it. He asked if there were any other questions, preparing to end the meeting. But then, Liu Zhang, sitting in the back, raised his hand and demanded to know why they were hiding the suspect's identity. Wouldn't that be more beneficial for the manhunt? Seeing the director's silence, Liu Zhang cut straight to the point. What is the relationship between that monster and Hunter Sung Jinwoo? Realizing he could hide it no longer, the director announced to everyone that the suspect was Sung Jinwoo's father. This news once again sent the entire hall into an uproar. They whispered that Liu Zhang had just said what everyone was thinking but didn't dare to say out loud. And Liu Zhang, showing no fear of Sung Jinwoo, confronted him directly. Hunter, if the suspect is your father who has been missing for many years, and the world's hunters are ordered to hunt him down, how will you react? Sung Jinwoo's reply was ice cold. Hunters hunt magic beasts. That's only natural. If he truly is a magic beast, I will kill him with my own hands. But if he is not a beast, and he is my father, his eyes sharpened with killing intent, then I will annihilate every last hunter. Even if I have to make an enemy of the entire world, I will still protect my family. The harshest words, backed by the most ruthless actions. Only when your fists are strong enough can you declare war on the world to protect your family. A look of clear admiration filled Adam's eyes. Among the 500 top hunters in the world, from 120 countries, only 2 men would dare say something like that in public. One was Sung Jinwoo, and the other was Thomas Andre, the man he'd just put in the hospital. Suddenly, a commotion stirred in the crowd. The 7-star hunter Liu Zhang, along with his bodyguards, approached Sung Jinwoo and spoke fluently in Chinese, with Adam standing by to translate. Liu Zhang had once captured a giant beast from an S-rank gate in Japan that had washed up on the coast of China. That beast was stronger than he could have imagined, which came as a huge shock, especially since he had to fight it underwater. Ever since, he'd been eager to meet the person who could so easily annihilate such a formidable beast. Furthermore, he was thoroughly impressed watching him defeat Hunter Thomas Andre. Thomas was definitely the one in the wrong. After saying this, Liu Zhang offered a friendly hand to Sung Jinwoo. His words put Sung Jinwoo at ease, contrary to his initial impression of a grumpy old man. It seems real, recognizes real. Liu Zhang then added to Sung Jinwoo, I hope your father is not a beast. And with that, he and his men departed. The director approached, wanting a private word with Sung Jinwoo. He led him to a building, bringing Madame Sellner along with them. Seeing Sung Jinwoo again, she gave him a friendly smile. Jinwoo was quite surprised. He had nearly killed her during their last encounter, yet here she was seeking him out again. Sellner told him that she'd recently been having dreams where the world's top hunters were being assassinated. Everything she dreams eventually comes true. This included the death of national-level hunter Christopher Reed. The Hunter Bureau had warned him, but his arrogance made him pay the price. The ultimate price, his life. The strongest hunters who protect the world were now facing imminent danger. In her dreams, she saw these figures relentlessly hunting them down. Sung Jinwoo thought Sellner was warning him to be careful, but to his surprise, she was actually begging him to protect the other top hunters. In her dreams, she tried her best to remember their faces, but she never could. So, she tried using her ability to identify them, just as she had when she looked into Sung Jinwoo's eyes to see the truth of his power. As she did, she sensed an endless source of power within them. And at the very end of that abyss of power, was a pair of colossal eyes staring right back at her. They gave her a stern warning. Wait obediently for the war. Sung Jinwoo had heard those exact words before, from the King of Giants. It was the great war between the rulers and the monarchs, but he didn't know which side was hunting the hunters. He asked her how any of this was related to her, begging him to protect the other hunters. Madame Sellner replied that the power inside him was identical to that of the assassins. At that moment, Sung Jinwoo was finally certain that his power belonged to the faction of the monarchs. That meant the monarchs were the ones assassinating the hunters. Initially, the director and everyone else had been skeptical of Sung Jinwoo's true power, but after witnessing his battle with Thomas, they had a complete change of heart. They had to get Sung Jinwoo's help, no matter what it took. They told him he could name any condition, as long as they could meet it. Even the priceless runestone left behind by Kamish was on the table. Although the stone was incredibly valuable, if all the hunters died, it would be meaningless. If there was no one left to protect the world, treasures like that are no different from a pile of junk. The director thought that with such an enticing offer, Sung Jinwoo would surely accept. But unexpectedly, he refused not because of any conflict with the other hunters, but because he himself didn't know who the enemy was, or how powerful they were. He stood up, said his goodbyes, and left. Watching Sung Jinwoo's retreating back, Adam recalled his words from the conference. Even if I have to fight against all the hunters in the world, I will protect my family. Protect his family. Yeah, compared to his family, what did the deaths of some other hunters really matter to him? But as he stepped out of the room, Sung Jinwoo suddenly stopped, let out a sigh, and turned back. Wait. Do me a favor and let me see that list of the hunters that need protection. Better yet, I want to meet them in person. His words left Adam stunned, but then a happy smile spread across his face. After the international conference, the Hunter Bureau hosted a gala for the hunters. Everyone who attended was a top-tier hunter, fighting on the world's front lines. Sung Jinwoo brought the now-recovered Yoo Jin-ho with him to the party. The young master was incredibly moved that Sung Jinwoo had fought Thomas for his sake. Just then, a burly older man came over to greet Sung Jinwoo. He introduced his guild, explaining that they specialize in buying the corpses of magic beasts for a high price, and he wanted to do business over the giant beast Sung Jinwoo had defeated. For a business matter like this, Sung Jinwoo immediately introduced him to the young master. Living up to his name as a businessman's son, Jin-ho showed his natural talent, quickly, striking up an enthusiastic conversation with the man. This made Sung Jinwoo very satisfied. The kid was looking more and more like a real vice guild master. Then, Adam came over and handed Sung Jinwoo a document. On it was a list of hunters who required priority protection. It was compiled by the Hunter Bureau based on internal standards and the performance scores of the hunters. First was Thomas, second was Liu Zhigong, third Christopher, fourth Siddharth. Man, there's no way I'm reading this whole thing. And there was no way Sung Jinwoo could remember all of them. At a party like this, the smartest move was to assign a shadow to each one. The second a shadow detected something, he'd be able to tell friend from foe and know how to respond. At that moment, a figure approached, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Thomas Andre walked up, his badly injured arm held in a sling. He said to Sung Jinwoo, "My arm sustained severe mana damage. The healers can't do anything for it. I just have to wait for it to heal naturally. For you, wiping out every last member of my guild would have been a simple matter. But during that chaotic fight, aside from Huang Dongsu, who started it, no one else was killed. Why? Didn't you just kill all of us?" Sung Jinwoo hesitated for a moment, then said, "Because you didn't deserve to die." The answer surprised Thomas. He turned to Sung Jinwoo and said, "We will hold the most honorable funeral for Huang Dongsu. Even though he committed a terrible crime, he was still one of ours. I hope you'll allow us to give him a proper ceremony. Also, once my arm is healed, I'd like to treat you to a meal." His assistant bowed to Sung Jinwoo and relayed Thomas's message. "Our guild master is very grateful to you for not harming our guild members and wishes to express his appreciation. He may look rough, but he's actually easily embarrassed and very prideful. He also asked for your contact information. Thomas wants to give you a gift to show his thanks, and he promised he'll try to get you anything you need." But Sung Jinwoo politely declined. The assistant pressed on, "Our master is a man who absolutely hates to lose, and hates being indebted to others." This surprised Sung Jinwoo. He hadn't expected this side of Thomas. Maybe he wasn't so bad after all. He thought for a moment, then said, "If he insists, then a good pair of daggers will do." Upon hearing the request, the assistant thanked Sung Jinwoo and left. Adam wanted to take Sung Jinwoo to meet the hunters targeted for assassination, but he said there was no need. He had already met them. However, one thing was bothering him. The sixth hunter on the list was missing. Adam explained that the man had disappeared a few days before the conference even started. The government launched a secret search but found nothing. It was very likely he'd already been killed. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunters Association building, Chairman Go Gun-hee was working late when he suddenly clutched his chest. His heart condition was a daily reality, but recently, the symptoms had been getting worse. He looked at his trembling hands. It felt like his body was finally about to give out. His doctor had told him he only had 6 months left without rest, but he had already pushed on for 2 years. Even if the end was near, he wasn't surprised. He felt he had lived long enough. Just then, his phone rang. It was his wife, reminding him to come home. He realized how late he'd been working and decided it was time to leave. But suddenly, he shot up from his chair, staring out the pitch-black window. He had definitely just felt a terrifying surge of mana, but he was completely unaware that a figure was already sitting on his sofa. Seeing that Go Gun-hee had noticed, the man let out a wicked smile. He cast a sealing spell on the office, cutting Go Gun-hee off from the outside world. Go Gun-hee was in shock. He couldn't believe this strange old man's power was so immense that he hadn't sensed his presence at all. Was he dreaming? He watched as the man flicked his wrist, sending a tiny ice shard flying. It landed on Go Gun-hee's shoulder, instantly freezing on contact and searing him with pain. The pain confirmed this was no dream. He demanded of the monster, "Who are you?" But the old man had no interest in the human named Go Gun Hee. He stood up, unleashing a bone-chilling mana, and called out to the power hidden within Go Gun Hee's body. But it refused to appear. The old man guessed it was afraid its human vessel would be destroyed, so he didn't push it. Instead, he raised his hand, forming a ball of icy mana that grew larger and larger before he hurled it toward Go Gun Hee. He laughed and said, "There, that finally drew it out." He threw another sphere of mana at Go Gun Hee. As it flew close, Go Gun Hee swatted it aside, blasting a massive hole in the wall. A brilliant golden light was now pouring out of Go Gun Hee. He was the dazzling light the old man had been searching for this whole time. The old man laughed, a cruel, vicious sound. "I've been looking for you for a long time." Fragment of brilliant light. To think you'd be trapped inside this decrepit old shell. Unable to even use your power. We've already located all 7 of you, and 2 have already been eliminated. The fragment of brilliant light glared at him furiously. "What a damn shame. You will die here. I will destroy your foolish plan," the Frost Monarch said with a laugh. "With that pathetic, worn-out body. How could you possibly harm me?" He took a deep breath and clasped his hands together, sending a colossal ice pillar flying forward. It shot straight toward the fragment of brilliant light, but the fragment didn't dodge. It lowered its head and shattered the ice pillar with brute force, then charged forward, throwing a punch. The Frost Monarch nimbly dodged, and a sharp ice spike shot out from his body. Luckily, the fragment spotted it in time, quickly backing away to evade it before continuing to swing its massive fist at the Monarch. The Monarch raised his hand, and a large ice shield appeared in front of him. The fragment gathered its strength and smashed the ice shield to pieces. The 2 of them darted around the room, dodging each other's attacks. The fragment sighed. His weakened body was causing his strength to drain away. He had to end this quickly. He roared, and focused all his remaining power into his hand, throwing a lightning-fast punch at the Frost Monarch, but it only shattered another ice shield. Crash! The Monarch was pushed back. The fragment tried to seize the opportunity, but suddenly froze, collapsing to the ground. The chairman's body had surpassed its limit. The Monarch sneered. So, the most brilliant fragment of light was nothing special after all. He then vanished, reappearing right in front of Chairman Go, and plunged an ice spike into his body. Fresh blood spurted from Go's mouth. The Monarch mocked him. "How long will it take you people to find? A new vessel? A year? 2? By then, our army will already be here. Before your soldiers arrive, this world will no longer exist. Your mistake was trying to protect the people of Earth, probably thinking you could easily defeat us. You underestimated us." But the fragment laughed, gripping the Monarch's weapon tightly. "You think I'd fight you for no reason? Just like you, we're also experiencing some major, unforeseen variables." His words left the Frost Monarch completely baffled. He figured this guy and the chairman had both lost their minds. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from Go's body, swelling up like a balloon before slamming into the wall with a thud. The Frost Monarch was startled. Good thing that attack didn't hit him. It would have been a serious injury. But he didn't realize Go had never been aiming for him. His target was the wall behind. Crack. The seal began to fracture, revealing a small hole that quickly cracked open into a gap large enough for a person to slip through. Seeing the world outside, the Frost Monarch was confused. This changed nothing, but the fragment gave a cunning smile. It was time. He released the shadow ant he had hidden inside his body. It crawled through the gap and fled. The Frost Monarch couldn't have cared less. It was just a useless creature. But soon, he realized something was wrong. That ant was a summon. He hurriedly let go of the fragment and chased after the ant as it scurried along the ground. He lunged, ready to stab it with his ice spike, but suddenly, a strong hand grabbed his weapon. Sung Jinwoo had teleported using shadow exchange. He leaped forward to restrain the Frost Monarch, glaring at him with rage. "Who are you? An ice elf?" The Frost Monarch looked at Sung Jinwoo in utter confusion. "The Shadow Monarch? What is happening? Let me go." Sung Jinwoo's eyes widened. The way this man spoke was so familiar, as if they'd known each other for ages. Moreover, his face reminded him of the white skeleton from his last failed shadow extraction. No, the Frost Monarch finally understood what variable the fragment of light was talking about, but this was no longer the Shadow Monarch he knew. The Monarch blew a freezing breath from his mouth, quickly encasing Sung Jinwoo in a block of ice. "So, you're the Magic King. Sung Jinwoo summoned his daggers and quickly shattered the ice. He wanted to face this new enemy, but the Frost Monarch told him he wouldn't have time for a showdown today. He pointed behind Jinwoo. "Weren't you here to save that human?" Only then did Jinwoo remember the shadow ant was with the chairman. He had a bad feeling. The Frost Monarch summoned a long ice spike, aimed it at the chairman's room, and said, "Choose. Sung Jinwoo, save the human, or fight me." The ice spike shot forward. Jinwoo frantically tried to use ruler's authority, but was warned that his opponent's power had completely blocked it. Seeing his skill was useless, Jinwoo panicked and, without hesitation, activated his fastest speed skill to chase it down. He even threw his dagger, hoping to hit the ice spike, but it moved as if it had a mind of its own, swerving to the side, before speeding straight toward the injured chairman. In that life-or-death moment, Sung Jinwoo leaped in front of the chairman, batting away the ice spike. He was furious at the Frost Monarch's cruel tactics. While Jinwoo was busy with the rescue, the Monarch opened a small gate and prepared to escape. Sung Jinwoo glared at him coldly as several daggers appeared beside him and shot forward, striking the fleeing Frost Monarch. He groaned in pain, shocked to be injured by some kid, using him as a shield. "Are you?" he slipped into the gate with a cold laugh. "Very good, Shadow Monarch. I'll see you again on the day you die. Consider that dying man my gift to you." Sung Jinwoo cursed under his breath and rushed back to the chairman. The wound was too severe. The red potion had no effect. He yelled, "Baru!" Back at home, Baru heard the command and immediately flew out, rushing to Jinwoo's location. Jinwoo told Baru to do whatever it took. Baru raised his hand to use his healing skill to save the chairman, but the wound was just too grave. Even he was powerless. Sung Jinwoo took out the little bit of holy water he had left, wanting to try anything, but the chairman raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Thank you for coming, but there's no need to try and save me anymore." He said his power was too immense for anyone to save him. He was just happy that before he died, he could touch the will of these great beings, learn of their plans, the enemy they faced, and how lucky the world was to have Sung Jinwoo. With this power, Sung Jinwoo could stop the catastrophe. He also understood that the gates to the dungeons weren't for their own sake, but were a choice made to protect humanity. He told Sung Jinwoo that one day, he too would have to make a decision, and when that day came, he must stand on the side of humanity. He wished he could fight alongside a young man like him, but his body wouldn't allow it. Even so, he had no regrets, because he could entrust the future to a younger generation like him. The immense pain told him he didn't have much time left, but his heart refused to stop beating. Perhaps it was because he had met him the greatest fortune of his life. "Thank you, Sung Jinwoo." With those final words, the chairman's hand went limp, slipped from Sung Jinwoo's grasp, and fell to the ground. With a crack, the seal shattered, revealing the world outside. Raindrops fell on the leaves, followed by more, pattering softly. Soon, a torrential downpour began, the cold wind carrying the relentless autumn rain. At that same moment, the chairman vanished, and a great disaster began to unfold across the world. The top-ranked hunters were being assassinated by the monarchs, one by one. Breaking news flooded the headlines. National-level hunter Christopher Reed was murdered in his mansion in the United States. The body of Hunter Jonas was discovered on a riverbank in Brazil. The chairman of the Korean Hunters Association was killed in his office, a hole pierced through his chest. The news of the successive deaths of the world's top hunters threw the entire planet into chaos. Normal people were protected by hunters, but who would protect the hunters themselves? Their deaths were a higher-level catastrophe, spreading a new kind of terror. The heavy rain fell without end. Sung Jinwoo and the others stood in the rain to see the chairman off. Having not seen him for just a few days, Chief Woo Jin-chul looked as if he'd aged a decade, his face gaunt with exhaustion. The chairman's death had devastated him. Before the incident, the chairman had called him back urgently, awaiting news from the U.S., but he had arrived too late, unable to see him one last time. Even so, he thanked Sung Jinwoo for being with the chairman in his final moments. A boiling rage was surging within Sung Jinwoo. Even if he diced the Frost Monarch into 1,000 pieces and skewered his heart, it wouldn't be enough to quell the fury inside him. He asked the chief to summon the reporters and prepare a press conference. Hearing that Sung Jinwoo himself had called for it, reporters swarmed the conference room in no time. Sung Jinwoo stood at the podium, facing the reporters and the entire world, and shared the information he knew. A group of highly intelligent beasts is targeting the world's top hunters. They are stronger than any hunter and will do anything to achieve their goals. Before they attack, they create a pocket dimension, isolating their victims with magic so they can't receive any outside help. Therefore, if you fear becoming a target, stay together with teammates capable of protecting you in the same space. If you cannot find such teammates, please contact me through the Korean Hunters Association. In a dark cavern, the monarchs gathered. The Frost Monarch told the others, "The Shadow Monarch has betrayed us. He has already descended to the human world." Another monarch was shocked. Impossible. No human is capable of containing his power. That was precisely why the Dragon Monarch couldn't remain on Earth either. But having faced the Shadow Monarch himself, the Frost Monarch was certain it was his power. Sung Jinwoo, as the vessel, has already begun to control his power. Compared to the fragments of brilliant light, he is now the greatest threat. The monarchs demanded they join forces to eliminate the Shadow Monarch, but one of them was a bit scared. Among the 9 kings, the Shadow Monarch was one of the strongest. He suggested they wait until the Dragon Monarch descended before making a move. This infuriated the Frost Monarch. He asked, "How long must we wait for the Dragon Monarch? We are all kings. Right now, the Shadow Monarch is merely human, not fully awakened. This is the perfect time to eliminate him." He begged for their help, promising to take on the task of dragging Sung Jinwoo into the abyss himself. But despite his pleas, the others didn't dare take the risk. They didn't want to end up like Baran, so they left the meeting through their portals. One of them silently cursed the cowards before asking the Frost Monarch a question. The Frost Monarch took out the dagger coated in the poison that he had used to wound himself. He discovered the poison. The previous Shadow Monarch would never have done something so pointless. Hearing about the poison, a female monarch laughed and said, "Against poison, no one can be certain of anything." She agreed with the Frost Monarch's assessment that if the Shadow Monarch truly had control of his vessel, he wouldn't resort to such childish tricks. And so, 2 other monarchs joined the campaign to destroy the Shadow Monarch. After Sung Jinwoo's press conference, human behavior began to change strangely. Instead of traveling alone, people started moving in groups. After all, no one knew who the disaster would strike next, and there was safety in numbers. Sung Jinwoo stood atop a skyscraper, his body emanating a purple magical aura, trying to find the monarch's hiding place. But he hadn't sensed any magic during his battle with the Frost Monarch. He also realized the monarch cast no shadow. Perhaps they were all in a spiritual form, just as the King of Giants had said. Being incorporeal made them impossible to turn into his shadow soldiers. From another perspective, invisibility is also the perfect method of concealment. In any case, Sung Jinwoo is a hunter, and sooner or later, his prey will be caught in his net. He is the most powerful hunter in the country, the one chosen by the brilliant fragment of light. But the old, weakened chairman couldn't withstand the attack of the Monarch of Frost, one of his greatest enemies. After his death, the position of chairman of the association remained vacant. The nation couldn't go a single day without a leader, so the Hunters Bureau convened a high-level meeting. According to normal procedure, the position belonged to an S-rank awakened hunter, as they held the most influence. But besides the late chairman, there were no other S-rank hunters. If they brought in an outsider, they feared that person would abuse their power. The position of chairman of the Hunters Association represented the supreme authority of the nation. After much discussion, the vice chairman nominated Chief Woo Jin-chul, an A-rank hunter. This left Woo Jin-chul stunned. He was just an A-rank hunter. In terms of age, ability, and rank, most of the people in the room far surpassed him. He felt he wasn't qualified, but the vice chairman disagreed. Although the chief was of a lower rank, he was the late chairman's most trusted confidant, regularly dealt with the major hunter guilds, and maintained good relationships with them. Recently, he had even grown close to Sung Jinwoo. Within the association, only Woo Jin-chul had accomplished that much. No one dared to object to his appointment as chairman. The news of Woo Jin-chul becoming the new chairman made the front page of every newspaper the next day. But it only stayed in the spotlight for a day before being overshadowed by even hotter news. Reporters swarmed the association's headquarters. One could hardly believe the association had such an important guest. Yu Jin-ho was in a panic, drenched in sweat. America's strongest hunter, Thomas Andre, was making a special visit to Sung Jinwoo at his office. It was unbelievable. Just Thomas's aura alone was enough to make others tremble. Compared to him, Germany's strongest hunter, Renat, who stood beside him, seemed to fade into the background. The most critical problem was that these 2 hunters had already been waiting for Sung Jinwoo for 2 hours, but still couldn't get in contact with him. He wasn't replying to messages, and he wasn't answering his phone, making the young master a nervous wreck. Renat seemed to be losing his patience. He had come all this way, specifically to visit Sung Jinwoo, but seeing that even the world's top hunter, Thomas Andre, was being made to wait, He wasn't even sure if he'd get to meet Sung Jinwoo at all. Thomas was also starting to get restless. He asked where boss Sung Jinwoo had gone and when he would be back, but even Yoo Jin-ho had no idea what his boss was busy with. When Sung Jinwoo finally returned, everyone was overjoyed. The young master was so happy he could cry. "You're finally here. Any later and I would have had to call the police to file a missing persons report." As soon as he walked in the door, Sung Jinwoo saw Thomas greeting him. He instantly understood. No wonder the association was swarming with reporters. It was because Thomas Andre had come to visit. The young master, his face pale, asked, "Boss, why weren't you answering your phone?" Sung Jinwoo explained that a lot of gates had been appearing lately, so he had to go clear them out to avoid trouble. He also needed to level up his shadow soldiers to keep them in fighting shape. Thomas approached him, saying his hand had healed, and that he had come specifically to invite Sung Jinwoo out for a meal and to bring him a special gift. Hearing the word gift, Sung Jinwoo was suddenly a little expectant. A gift from a national-level hunter was bound to be incredibly valuable. Thomas told him they should go somewhere else. "This thing is a little dangerous. We shouldn't show it off here." His words made the young master immediately think of a bomb. Seeing the two of them about to leave, Renat couldn't hold back and stepped forward. It was only then that Sung Jinwoo noticed there was another guest, a stranger. He was probably a hunter looking for help. Thomas blocked the man with his massive frame, turning to glare at him with a fierce look. "What I'm about to say is a secret. It's not for your ears." Renat felt suffocated, but didn't dare do anything, intimidated by Thomas's sheer power. He could only swallow his anger. The two went to a high-class restaurant. Thomas ordered his men to bring over a large chest. Thump. They placed the chest on the table. Thomas caressed it and said to Sung Jinwoo, "Can you feel the power coming from it?" Sung Jinwoo felt a familiar, powerful surge of magical energy. Thomas opened the chest. Just as Sung Jinwoo had predicted, the item inside was related to Kamish. Thomas couldn't help but praise him. "You recognize the material at first glance. That's impressive." But Sung Jinwoo was confused. Kamish's corpse was managed by the Hunters Bureau, so how did Thomas get his hands on this? Thomas explained that the government had tried to claim Kamish's corpse from him, and he had agreed because he had already obtained something far more valuable. During the battle with Kamish, he had been pierced by one of the dragon's giant fangs. Thomas had used all his strength to pull out the largest fang, intending to craft a longsword. But there wasn't enough material, so I made 2 daggers instead. And now, I've happened to find someone worthy of using them. Holding them, Sung Jinwoo could feel Kamish's intense, burning rage. Attack power plus 1,500. It was unbelievable. He thought the Demon King's daggers were already powerful, but compared to these, they were like a common imp standing before a Demon King. With every swing, the daggers created a terrifying slash of pure energy. Thomas was startled and told him to be careful. Even with his reinforcement skill, he wouldn't be able to withstand its power. The daggers seemed to have a will of their own. Sensing their new master's power, they excitedly pulsed with energy. A bright red, powerful aura made the henchmen standing nearby break out in a cold sweat. Thomas asked Laura, "Now, do you still think my decision was wrong?" Laura shook her head, admitting, "A weapon like that truly belongs in the hands of a hero." And with that, Sung Jinwoo was absolutely ecstatic to receive this dreamlike gift. At that exact moment, Sung Jinwoo and Thomas simultaneously felt an immense surge of magical energy. The entire street was bathed in a purple hue as people rushed to look up at the sky. Even Thomas, who had cleared countless gates, had never seen one this massive. It was even larger than the one Kamish had emerged from. The world had changed far beyond their comprehension. This was also the largest scale gate ever to appear. This proved the professor's theory at the Guild conference that a physical reaction would occur at the 9 locations in the sky with high concentrations of mana. Korea's capital was just the beginning. This terrifying phenomenon would soon appear in many other countries. A congressman asked the professor, "What measures should we take to prevent this catastrophe?" The question left him flustered. After a moment, he offered no answer, only a prayer that this unprecedented situation wouldn't end in tragedy. Sung Jinwoo, riding Kaisel, flew up to the gate, trying to see what was inside, but it was like an impenetrable wall that he couldn't pass through. Even Sung Jinwoo's powers were useless. Whatever lay beyond it had to be something the world had never seen before. Regardless, Sung Jinwoo wouldn't let a single monster escape to harm the people below. His family and friends all lived right under this gate. Just then, Chairman Woo Jin-chul called him with some urgent news. He had contacted hunter agencies in other countries to help investigate and discovered that ever since the colossal gate appeared in Korea, not a single new gate had opened anywhere else in the world. This was definitely no coincidence. Chairman Woo Jin-chul had already begun evacuating residents from the area around the gate. While he knew it was just a temporary fix that didn't solve the root problem, it was the only thing he could do at the moment. After hanging up, Sung Jinwoo headed to the Hunter Association's training gym to spar with Baru. The black ant that once struck terror into the hearts of men was now completely helpless before Sung Jinwoo. Baru couldn't land a single hit and was easily knocked back every time he charged. Sung Jinwoo told him to attack with true killing intent, but the horrified Baru didn't dare. Sung Jinwoo reassured him, "It's fine. I just want to break a sweat, and you're the only one who can make me do that." Baru was honored by his king's high praise. His use of "my king" made Sung Jinwoo a little embarrassed, but he simply told Baru to attack whenever he was ready. Baru let out a roar as a purple aura erupted from his body. Now, even stronger, he charged straight at Sung Jinwoo. After activating his skill, Baru's power and speed jumped a level, allowing him to start keeping up with his master's movements. Sung Jinwoo was surprised. Reaching the martial grade really made a huge difference, but compared to him, Baru was still a step behind. He told him that the martial grade was only equivalent to a commander in his army. An army can only have one commander. Once egress or greed reach the general grade, becoming a marshal will be a piece of cake for them. If you don't want your position stolen, you'd better train harder. The words sent Baru into a panic. He couldn't let someone steal the position he had just earned. He let out a yell and lunged at Sung Jinwoo with blinding speed. But Sung Jinwoo knew this wasn't enough. Even as his strongest soldier, Baru was still far too weak compared to the Monarchs. Baru swung his claws, but Sung Jinwoo effortlessly caught them, slammed them into the ground, then teleported behind him and smashed a fist into his back. Wham! Baru was sent flying into the wall before collapsing. He immediately began to suck up. "Your Majesty's vast and immeasurable power leaves this humble servant in awe." Sung Jinwoo could only tell him to stop watching historical dramas for a while and focus on leveling up. Hearing that, Baru looked crestfallen. Sung Jinwoo announced the test was over, and now they had to clean up the gym. He called Chairman Woo Jin-chul, his voice pleading, "Now, sir, please calm down. I have over 300 hardworking ants who will have the gym repaired in no time." At a hotel in the Korean capital, Laura told Thomas that their work was finished and it was time to go home. But Thomas told her that with such a magnificent, colossal gate right here, how could he possibly leave? "This thing makes my heart pound. Whether it's a tamed dragon or a massive gate, they are all temptations to a hunter's power. I want to possess all beautiful things, no matter what they are." Laura told him the Hunter Bureau was getting worried, but Thomas just smiled and asked her, "Is there any place safer than being right next to Sung Jinwoo? And if this gate turns out to be a disaster so great that even Sung Jinwoo is helpless against it, then no one else stands a chance. So I have to take this opportunity to witness with my own eyes, either the end of humanity or its new beginning." This is the largest gate ever recorded. Even the professor who had studied gates and monsters for years could think of only one course of action: to pray, praying that this unprecedented event wouldn't end in tragedy. Will this be the end or a new beginning for mankind? The citizens living under the gate were in a full-blown panic. Desperate to escape, they flooded the streets, causing massive traffic jams that brought the city to a standstill. From above, it looked like a prelude to the apocalypse. But while everyone else scrambled to escape, Jin-ah and her mother made the decision to stay. They knew Sung Jinwoo would protect them, just as their father had done before. Sung Jinwoo sat atop a skyscraper. 2 days had passed. The gate's mana grew stronger by the hour, but he still couldn't locate the monarchs. He didn't know what sacrifices it would take, but he was determined to shut that gate down, because beneath that gate lay everything he needed to protect. And in the face of disaster, what people always want: to be with someone special. Sung Jinwoo opened his contacts, looking for someone to ask out. He saw Cha Hae-in's name appear first on his friends list. Perhaps this was fate. At that moment, Cha Hae-in was in the middle of her sword practice. Her master noticed her swordsmanship was full of hesitation, and he worried whether she could overcome the psychological fear from the recent major incidents. He feared she'd suffer a psychological blow so severe she'd never recover. Suddenly, she got a call. After fumbling with her words for a moment, Cha Hae-in shouted with glee, "Master, I suddenly have a date. I'm taking the day off." Her master told her to hurry on her way, seeming to have guessed what was happening. At a large amusement park, everyone was looking in the same direction. There stood a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a couple that made everyone envious. Sung Jinwoo thought the park would be empty given the current situation, but to his surprise, it was still crowded. Cha Hae-in was embarrassed, never expecting Sung Jinwoo to ask her to a place like this. Sung Jinwoo admitted he wasn't particularly fond of this place. He just really wanted to come here once. Cha Hae-in asked why he'd invited her. Sung Jinwoo just smiled and said, "Because you're my only friend." That answer just left Cha Hae-in confused. Sung Jinwoo reminded her of what she said back then, in front of that strange system designer. Even though he was lost in his memories at the time, he heard her words clearly. Cha Hae-in's face turned beet red, shocked that he'd heard what she'd blurted out. Suddenly, she noticed something strange. There was no one else around them, but when she looked closer, Cha Hae-in realized Sung Jinwoo had used his shadow soldiers to create a barrier, isolating them from everyone else. This was the first time she had been able to relax and go out like this since becoming a hunter 2 years ago. And what's more, she was with the person she loved. Just the scent coming from him was enough to intoxicate Cha Hae-in. Sung Jinwoo suggested they go on this ride and that ride, and Cha Hae-in loved every idea. Getting to play with the man she loved, her face beamed with happiness. She felt that anything she did right now would be fun. After that, they rode a roller coaster. Everyone else was screaming their lungs out, but for them, it barely even rustled their hair. It felt no different than sitting on the ground. Then they went to the haunted house, where all the ghosts seemed to think the two of them were scarier. After they were done with the rides, the two went to get something to eat. Sung Jinwoo asked if she had fun. Seeing Cha Hae-in's reaction, he became even more certain of his suspicions. Because they were both S-rank hunters, the amusement park rides were far too slow for them. Sung Jinwoo looked at Cha Hae-in tenderly. "How about I take you somewhere more fun?" Against the brilliant sunset sky, a dark shadow pierced through the clouds, rocketing upwards before unfurling a pair of gigantic wings. On its back were two figures. Experiencing such intense speed and sensation for the first time, combined with the breathtaking scenery, left Cha Hae-in completely mesmerized. She couldn't help but ask why Sung Jinwoo would still want to go to an amusement park when he had access to something this amazing. Sung Jinwoo explained that his father had first appeared at that very park, right before he disappeared into a gate. That's why he always wanted to visit it at least once. Cha Hae-in leaned against Sung Jinwoo. "I've been wanting to find a chance to thank you. Thank you for always protecting me, and for bringing me here." Sung Jinwoo told her there was something else he wanted to show her. As the sun finally set, the warm sky turned to a deep indigo, and countless twinkling stars appeared. The two sat on a soft grassy field, gazing up at the star-filled sky. This was the first time Cha Hae-in had ever seen a sky so beautiful. She gazed at Sung Jinwoo with adoration and rested her head on his shoulder. As they leaned against each other, a brilliant shooting star streaked across the sky. This was the largest gate in recorded history. Not even the experts had any way to deal with it. The citizens were forced to evacuate the area. Hunters from all over the country flocked to the site, preparing for the gate to break. This old man was a newly awakened hunter who had only recently leveled up, yet he was already dispatched to this dangerous place. He was extremely reluctant. He'd even decided that if things went south, he would run immediately. As he was muttering to himself, someone walking in the opposite direction bumped into him, making him furious. He roared in anger. "Who the hell are you? Watch where you're going. Apologize to me, now." The surrounding hunters watched to see what would happen. This guy's huge physique was probably on par with the hunter Ma Dong-wook, right? In fact, he looked about twice his size. But what was the smaller man thinking? It was clear this guy was not someone you should provoke. But our main character, the old man, still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Having just leveled up, he could finally hold his head high and live like a human being, no longer having to bow his head and be looked down on. So, being disrespected by this giant, he wasn't about to take it. He kept cursing up a storm. "Hey, when you bump into someone, you're supposed to apologize." In an instant, the giant opened its maw and swallowed the old man's head whole, as everyone watched in horror. Then, it smiled, revealing a terrifyingly vicious look. Standing right there, it unleashed an unbelievable wave of power. Within a radius of dozens of meters, everything shattered. Hunters were sent flying in all directions, slamming into buildings. Cars were thrown into the air, only to come crashing down on top of him. When the smoke cleared, the figure of the beast emerged. It laughed gleefully and announced, "Hey, you pathetic humans. The time of your death has come. My fangs and claws will tear you all to shreds. I am the monarch of beasts, the king of all living creatures. Prepare to become my prey." Deep in the forest, Sung Jinwoo and Cha Hae-in were still enjoying their blissful time together, completely unaware of the approaching danger. He mentioned a hotel nearby with a delicious breakfast, suggesting they should go clean up and get something to eat. Sung Jinwoo said he could get to the parking lot in 5 minutes, but his 5 minutes likely covered an immense distance, yet he still called it nearby. The two of them mounted Kaisel and soared away. Meanwhile, Chairman Woo Jin-chul was panicking so hard he was about to tear his hair out. The peace had only lasted for a few days. With a crisis this big, the dungeon break was only a few days away. The gate alone was already a massive headache for him, but now a monster had appeared, rampaging through their land and killing countless hunters. At this critical moment, he still couldn't reach Sung Jinwoo. At this rate, he'd have to step onto the battlefield himself. Just then, a subordinate reported that a hunter had stepped up to fight the monster. But it wasn't Sung Jinwoo, it was the German hunter, Lennart Nierman, who happened to be nearby. At the sight of the beast monarch's rampage, Lennart broke out in a cold sweat. The monster was so powerful, if he fought it, he was certain he would die here. He'd originally come to meet Sung Jinwoo, only to get caught up in this mess. As a powerful hunter, he couldn't just ignore it. Perhaps this was a cruel twist of fate, keeping him here to personally take down this monster. But as he was muttering to himself, Thomas Andre shoved him aside, stealing his chance to fight. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Sung Jinwoo and Cha Hae-in were enjoying a happy moment together when a call came in from Chairman Woo Jin-chul. His panicked voice reported that a monster had appeared downtown, causing horrific destruction. Sung Jinwoo asked how many monsters there were. The chairman said there was only one. This left Sung Jinwoo completely stunned. To deal with the massive gate on the verge of a break, all the top hunters were gathered. And yet, a single monster that appeared out of nowhere had sent them all into chaos? What the hell was going on? The chairman explained that it appeared so suddenly, the hunters who confronted it were wiped out instantly. Right now, Thomas Andre was facing it. Sung Jinwoo found this strange. He had placed trackers on each of the hunters, with orders to report any abnormalities immediately. But the people he was supposed to be protecting, a monster, had even wiped out an entire guild. And now, they were in a life or death battle. Yet he hadn't received a single signal. He tried to use his shadow soldier senses to observe, but all he could see was chaos, as if something was causing interference. He'd even lost contact with several of his shadow soldiers. An enemy this powerful would require a national-level hunter to fight. Combined with the signal interference, Sung Jinwoo had a bad feeling. He asked the chairman if the monster had a shadow. He had to confirm whether it had a shadow or not, because an even greater monster could be hiding in the unseen darkness. Back at the battle, Thomas roared for everyone to stop hesitating and quickly evacuate the civilians to safety. Leonard asked if he needed help, but Thomas told him to stay out of it. He knew this was the strongest enemy he had ever faced. It would take everything he had to defeat it. Facing a monster of this level, he knew he couldn't hold back, and immediately activated his reinforcement skill. The beast monarch swung its claws with incredible speed. Luckily, Thomas's reinforced body protected him, and the claws scraped harmlessly across his skin. Thomas spun around and landed a punch on the beast, and the beast monarch answered with a blow of its own. The two of them began trading ferocious blows. Meanwhile, Hunter Choi Jong-in arrived on the scene after receiving the call for aid. He asked for a situation report, and his subordinate confidently replied that the national-level hunter, Thomas Andre, was there. The leaders of the Fiend Guild and the White Tiger Guild have also arrived. This should be over soon. We just need to focus on rescue efforts. But Choi Jong-in didn't think so. The enemy was so powerful that even Thomas Andre wasn't guaranteed a victory, let alone small fry like them. The terrifying pressure was on a level he had never felt before, not even on Jeju Island. Just how strong was this opponent? During the fierce battle, the surrounding buildings shook violently. Thomas unleashed a powerful blow, smashing the beast monarch through a building, but a moment later, it shot out like a bullet, slamming straight into Thomas's stomach. Thomas dug his feet in, struggling to stay upright, and wrapped his arms tightly around the beast monarch, using a pile driver to smash it into the ground. He thought that blow would at least cause some serious pain, but to his shock, the creature was completely unharmed, and it kicked him in the face, sending him flying several meters away. Thomas realized his current strength wasn't enough to deal with this thing, and he decided to use his final move, a massive power-up. Just then, the rescue team finally arrived, staring in awe at the monster that had defeated countless top hunters, and at Thomas, who had now transformed into a giant. Thomas's subordinates cheered, witnessing the legendary Goliath's transformation. They thought victory was certain, but Thomas himself looked desperate. They were too naive. They had no idea of the monster's terrifying power. This transformation, was his last resort. Baek Yoon-ho also realized this enemy was no joke. He couldn't afford to hold back against it. He was forced to activate his own transformation skill, but before he could even finish, the Beast Monarch was right in front of him, its glowing eyes staring him down. Baek Yoon-ho didn't dare to meet its gaze. He felt like a newborn tiger cub being stared down by a full-grown wolf. His instincts screamed at him, "Do not become its prey." But the Beast Monarch ignored the weak little tiger and walked straight toward the powered-up Thomas. It raised its hand, and surrounding objects began to levitate before launching themselves at Thomas all at once. Thomas smashed away the cars that came flying at him. From within the wreckage, one of Thomas's hands reached out and used his skill, psychokinesis, to pull the Beast Monarch toward him. As the Monarch drew near, Thomas shoved the pile of debris off of him, then raised both hands and slammed them down. After that, he unleashed a continuous barrage of punches and kicks on the Beast Monarch. Just when Thomas thought he had won, the Beast Monarch caught his fist and stood up. The fur on its body turned white, and its face twisted into a vicious expression. It spoke to Thomas. To think a mere puppet of the fragments of brilliant light could possess such power. But it's useless. Your end will be the same as his. It was only then that Thomas realized these were the very monsters who had murdered Christopher. After transforming, the Beast Monarch's power skyrocketed. He attacked relentlessly, leaving Thomas completely overwhelmed. The Beast Monarch quickly spotted another shadow ant in Thomas's shadow, yanked it out, and crushed it. Thomas took advantage of the opening, leaping behind him and locking him in a chokehold, roaring as he slammed the Monarch's head into the ground. But his neck stretched like rubber, snapping right back into place. He grabbed Thomas by the head, slammed him to the ground, and opened his fanged maw, preparing to devour him. Just then, a streak of blue light shot into his face, knocking him back several meters. He turned to see another hunter standing beside Thomas. Despite his terror, Renat had stepped forward to protect him. In that critical moment, humanity seemed so small. Hundreds of top-ranked hunters had been defeated by him in an instant. Even a top-tier hunter like Thomas was pinned to the ground. As Thomas was about to be devoured, Renat charged forward to protect him. Even though he was trembling with fear from a single glance from the monster, he was a hunter. It was better to die with dignity than to live as a coward. Even if this was the last day of his life, he was certain he'd made the right choice. He braced himself for the countless wounds to come. He hoped to inflict some pain on the monster, but he was so terrified he couldn't even activate his skills. All he could do was stand there, waiting for death. As the giant jaws were about to swallow him whole, Kaizel suddenly appeared, biting the Beast Monarch and knocking him back several meters. The Monarch tore Kaizel apart with his claws, causing the shadow to dissipate. From that fading darkness, Sung Jinwoo emerged, extending his long leg to deliver a powerful kick to the Beast Monarch's head, slamming him into the ground. Renat couldn't believe his eyes as Sung Jinwoo suddenly appeared. Sung Jinwoo spoke gravely to him, "Please, get Thomas to safety." The Beast Monarch rose from the rubble. At first, he hadn't believed the words of the Korean hunter, but now he could see that Sung Jinwoo truly wielded the power of the Shadow Monarch. For a human to possess such terrifying power, the architect must have found a way, and had been working with the Shadow Monarch for a long time. He glared at Sung Jinwoo with a vicious look in his eyes. He had to kill this man now to eliminate the threat. Sung Jinwoo could feel the intense killing intent from the Beast Monarch, but that wasn't all. There were other powerful presences as well. Suddenly, a black mass appeared on the ground, and slowly transformed into a slender woman. It was the Plague Monarch. And with her, the Frost Monarch, the one who had killed Chairman Go Gun-hee. 3 terrifying torrents of power surrounded Sung Jinwoo. Abruptly, an immense power erupted from him, filling the space with a blinding light. The overwhelming power shot straight up into the clouds. Seeing he was outnumbered, Sung Jinwoo summoned his loyal servants. Igris faced off against the Frost Monarch. Iron took on the Beast Monarch, and Baru confronted the Plague Monarch. The Beast Monarch was slightly surprised. The Shadow Army? The Frost Monarch took a deep breath, puffed his cheeks, and then unleashed a colossal wave of ice towards Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo quickly raised his hands to block, but all of his shadows were frozen solid. The Plague Monarch saw Baru inside the ice. So this is where they'd been all this time, recruited by the Shadow Monarch. The Frost Monarch looked at them with contempt. "You think you can fight me with those lowly creatures? How laughable." Sung Jinwoo shattered the ice with his bare hands, then leveled Kamisha's wrath daggers at him. "Today is the day you die." Enraged at being threatened by a mere human, he summoned his colossal army of ice. The Plague Monarch also mobilized her army of the undead. They swarmed towards Sung Jinwoo like a broken beehive. Although they were weak fighters, they were a real nuisance. As long as their masters were alive, They would never disappear. On top of that, there was a massive ice giant. Sung Jinwoo leaped onto it and, using Kamish's daggers to add 1,500 points of damage, sliced its head clean off, but he was quickly surrounded by other ice giants. Sung Jinwoo gathered his power and blasted straight through a giant's body. He headed straight for the Frost Monarch. This panicked him. He excelled at long-range battles of attrition. A close-quarters fight with Sung Jinwoo would be a disaster. But the Beast Monarch wouldn't let Sung Jinwoo get his way, charging in to intercept him. The two clashed at incredible speeds. The Beast Monarch even taunted Sung Jinwoo. "You think you can hurt me with those little scraps of metal?" But in the next instant, he was sent flying. For Sung Jinwoo, armed with Kamish's wrath daggers, cutting down his opponents was like slicing vegetables, let alone mere flesh and blood. Before the Beast Monarch could even boast, he was attacked by another enormous beast. The Plague Monarch hovered in the sky, protected by 5 massive, green monsters. The Beast Monarch's arm had already regenerated. Sung Jinwoo sighed. Dealing with 3 monarchs and their endless armies was going to be exhausting. Suddenly, a crack echoed out. Baru's hand shattered the ice, breaking free from his prison. He charged toward the monarchs. He screamed curses. "You insect hag, you dare provoke us? You've got some nerve." The Frost Monarch and Beast Monarch stared in shock. A mere shadow broke free from the ice, and a commander grade one at that. How could a human possibly have a subordinate like this? Compared to the shock of the other two, the Plague Monarch was filled with rage. A child who doesn't recognize its own mother must be punished. She raised her saw-like arm to teach Baru a lesson, but he shattered it with a kick, still screaming, "Get lost, you crazy old witch." A vein bulged on the Plague Monarch's forehead. Baru knelt before Sung Jinwoo, his expression full of reverence, already starting to suck up to his master. To face such powerful enemies and not be overwhelmed. He truly is our king. My admiration for him flows like a river. The wretched undead shattered their moment of reunion. Sung Jinwoo coldly swung his arm, tearing them to shreds before they could even breathe. Several giant hands shot out to grab Baru, while another slammed straight into Sung Jinwoo's face. Bam! He was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into a pile of rubble. Getting up, Sung Jinwoo looked up to see countless sharp icicles flying towards him, raining down on his position in a terrifying hailstorm. Sung Jinwoo swiftly swung his twin daggers, deflecting them all. From above, the Frost Monarch sneered. "A mere human thinks he can resist the combined attack of the 3 of us monarchs? I'm curious to see how long you can last." Instantly, a dagger pierced through his chest. Sung Jinwoo looked at him without emotion. I told you. Today, you will die." But the Frost Monarch wasn't defeated. In fact, he was even angrier. "A mere human dares to lay a hand on me?" Sung Jinwoo was surprised. "I definitely stabbed his heart. So, why isn't he hurt? Is his heart not his weak point?" He flew towards the Frost Monarch, launching even more weapons. They rained down on him, but he remained completely unharmed. Taking advantage of Sung Jinwoo's distraction, the Beast Monarch tunneled up from the ground behind him, reached back, and summoned a curved blade. Shing, slashing it down Sung Jinwoo's back. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Baru tried to help, but was intercepted by the Monarch of Plagues, who appeared from behind. She spoke, "I am the Queen of Plagues, the mother of all insects. Let me embrace you, my child." Baru wanted nothing to do with the old hag and refused to acknowledge her as his mother. Baru continued to roar furiously. "Let go of me, you old hag!" Still trapped, he desperately screamed at the shadow soldiers. "You idiots! What are you all doing? Hurry up and save our king." Igris broke free from the ice and charged out. Seeing the dire situation, the high-ranking shadow soldiers began to move. After Igris, Iron and Tusk also broke free from their restraints and rushed into battle. The Frost Monarch looked at the badly injured Sung Jinwoo and smiled. "What a shame. You're too heavily wounded. Once you die, this will all be over." But Sung Jinwoo just laughed. "What are you talking about? Are you kidding me?" Before the astonished eyes of the monarchs, his wounds quickly and completely healed. This was a battle between monarchs, 3 monarchs against the Shadow Monarch, drawing the attention of the entire world. If even the strongest hunter couldn't win, then no one could save the world. With Sung Jinwoo at its center, a colossal storm of energy erupted. In the distance, Renat's jaw dropped in utter amazement. To him, this battle was like watching a science fiction movie. Baek Yoonho wore an expression of disbelief. Although he knew Sung Jinwoo was a hunter who was constantly improving, he was still shocked at how strong he'd become in such a short time. After breaking free from the ice's control, the shadow soldiers quickly charged into battle, splitting up to hold back the monarchs. Beru also went berserk, swinging his claws and slicing off the plague monarch's finger, but her finger regenerated in an instant. Seeing Beru reject her, the plague monarch flew into a rage and tried to kill him. Thanks to the help of the shadow soldiers, Sung Jinwoo was finally free to deal with the monarch of plagues. He swung his dagger, slashing her across the face. On the roof of a skyscraper near the battlefield, Lim Tae-gyu looked down at the fight. He had originally planned to hide here and launch a surprise attack on the monarchs, but after witnessing the battle, he realized it seemed unnecessary. 30 minutes ago, Lim Tae-gyu had positioned his elite sniper teams all around the area. At his signal, his comrades would simultaneously provide long-range support against the enemy. The shot could deliver a critical blow, but doing so would expose their positions, and if the beast monarch found them, very few would survive. Just as he made the decision to fire, someone tapped him on the shoulder and told him to go somewhere else to cool off. Startled, Lim Tae-gyu immediately drew his bow and aimed at the person, only to realize this was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, the other hunters who had gathered to exterminate monsters and evacuate civilians didn't dare enter this battle. They knew that rushing in would just turn them into cannon fodder. Not only would they be no help, they wouldn't even have a chance to scratch the enemy. All they could do was stand by and pray for the battle to end soon. Sung Jinwoo leaped onto the plague monarch. The monarch released a green, poisonous gas from her entire body. The system detected the poison and automatically activated a passive skill to save him. The plague monarch's face paled. Even though she was the king of all poisons, her toxins were useless against Sung Jinwoo. She opened her jaws wide and lunged at him, roaring as she tried to tear him apart. Sung Jinwoo turned, using ruler's authority to lock her in place, then leaped in front of her and unleashed Blade of Chaos. He saw countless blades slash across her body before vanishing. She saw a dazzling, dark light. Though born from darkness, she had always yearned to be enveloped in it. What a colorful darkness this was. The system announced, the Monarch of Plagues, one of the 9 monarchs, has been eliminated. The Frost Monarch was stunned. That can't be. He can't possibly be using the full power of the Shadow Monarch. The mighty monarchs who once ruled this world are about to bring their terror down upon us once again. Why not? He has yet to fully awaken as the Shadow Monarch, the true Emperor of Darkness. A shadow shouldn't be this weak. How can an incomplete monarch hope to defeat a true one? The Frost Monarch gripped Beru's neck. He squeezed, forcing a pained roar out of Beru. Sung Jinwoo felt something was terribly wrong. His connection with Beru was fading. The shadow soldiers he'd sent to Thomas must have vanished just like this. He immediately tried to recall Beru's shadow, but the system reported that the designated target could not be recalled. Ignoring everything else, he sprinted straight towards Beru. Seeing this, the Beast Monarch quickly retreated. Sung Jinwoo managed to save Beru, but the Frost Monarch just sneered at his pathetic shadow abilities. Human, you place far too much faith in that mysterious power of yours. Your mana might let you control these puppets, but once the strings are cut, they're utterly useless. He took a deep breath, creating massive ice spikes all around him, then pulled a trident out of thin air. The long-range mage suddenly became a close-quarters fighter. However, the trident's reach was long and incredibly versatile. One of the prongs pierced Sung Jinwoo's shoulder, launching him into the air. He crashed heavily to the ground. But suddenly, the monarch saw Sung Jinwoo vanish from his spot. Before he knew it, Jinwoo had appeared right in front of him, daggers striking forward. He dodged quickly, slamming the shaft of his trident into Sung Jinwoo and knocking him away. Jinwoo only managed to steady himself after stumbling back several meters. He panted heavily. The Frost Monarch was far stronger in this state, but his mana was also being consumed at a rapid rate. The monarch had to finish off Sung Jinwoo before his transformation time ran out. He lunged at Jinwoo, relentlessly attacking him with countless ice spikes. Though they were both fighting as close-range mages, Sung Jinwoo was faster. He could see every movement, every breath, every muscle twitch, and the flow of mana from the Frost Monarch. If he could just be a little bit faster, the monarch wouldn't be able to keep up. He recognized the monarch's disadvantage in speed. The Frost Monarch swung his weapon, creating a magical shockwave, but Sung Jinwoo teleported instantly, appearing right behind him. He thought he'd seized his chance, but to his shock, the monarch turned to look at him with a bizarre, demonic grin. Suddenly, the Beast Monarch appeared, launching a surprise attack on Sung Jinwoo, stunning everyone watching. His sharp claws tore through Jinwoo's body, dealing a massive wound that left him unable to fight. Was this the end? Surrounded by the 3 monarchs, Sung Jinwoo left an opening, and the Beast Monarch behind him struck, his claws plunging straight through Jinwoo's heart. The Frost Monarch mocked him. "You're not so tough after all. Think you can recover like you did before? Doesn't look like it, does it? No matter how strong you become, you're still just an incomplete king. Is this all you've got? If so, you won't get to see our armies arrive. When they do, bodies will pile into mountains, and blood will flow like rivers. The nation that raised you will be torn to shreds. I will make everyone here suffer endlessly, torturing them so they can neither live nor die. They will die over and over again for eternity. Hate me as you die. Your hatred will bring me great joy. Just when everyone thought Sung Jinwoo couldn't possibly turn the tables, inside his status window, a locked passive skill activated. The system announced, player has a black heart. All conditions for the unknown passive skill have been met. As the conditions are fulfilled, the skill has been activated. After a brilliant flash of light, Sung Jinwoo's eyes shot open. He was in a hospital bed, clutching his chest and gasping for air. He clearly remembered being killed by the two monarchs. His heart was destroyed, yet he was alive. What the hell was happening? He looked up at the ceiling, then towards the window, only to see he was in a hospital room. The scene felt strangely familiar. Just then, the door to his room opened. Two employees from the Hunters Association walked in. On reflex, Sung Jinwoo called out to the man, Chairman Woo Jin-chul. He frantically asked him, "What happened? Why am I still alive? What about the monarchs?" The questions left Woo Jin-chul completely bewildered. He answered with 3 points. 1. He wasn't the chairman, he was the chief of the monitoring division. 2. He was there to ask Sung Jinwoo about the moving stone statues. And 3. How did Jinwoo know his name when they had never met before? Sung Jinwoo was stunned. He thought hard about the familiar room. Moving stone statues. And Chief Woo Jin-chul, a stranger. Could this be a time loop? Nothing around him had changed. Strangely, his appearance, level, skills, and items from the other world were all intact. Even the Kamisha's wrath daggers he had just obtained were still there. But all his shadow soldiers were gone. His little sister came to visit but didn't recognize him, asking how he got so tall in just a few days. He told her he had to go to the Hunters Association and urged her to go back to school instead of skipping class. Then he looked at Han Song-yi, who was standing at the door, and told her not to quit school to become a hunter. A bewildered Han Song-yi asked how he knew her name. Leaving the hospital, Sung Jinwoo found it hard to believe. Had he really traveled back in time? He headed to the Hunters Association building. He expertly received his S-rank hunter license and then walked straight to the chairman's office, like he owned the place, leaving the Mana evaluator dumbfounded. In the elevator, he ran into an old acquaintance, the B-rank hunter and cold-blooded scammer. The guy was currently thinking about what lies he could tell the association. Sung Jinwoo smirked coldly. "So, you're hiding an invisibility skill, huh?" The man froze, having no idea how his secret had been exposed. He reached for the weapons on his hip, but they were already gone. He hadn't even noticed Sung Jinwoo taking them. Sung Jinwoo threatened him in a terrifying voice. "Someone is going to hire you to avenge their daughter. I don't care what you do to those criminals. But if a single innocent hunter gets hurt because of you, you're dead. This is your only warning. Watch yourself." He went pale, wondering who this stranger was who knew so much about him. Sung Jinwoo opened the door to the room, took off his hood, and saw a familiar face, the chairman of the association. He suddenly felt like he was home. Sung Jinwoo didn't beat around the bush and went straight to his condition. Change the regulation to include summoned creatures in a hunter's raid party. If he agreed, Jinwoo would wipe out all the ants on Jeju Island. The chairman was furious, thinking this new S-rank hunter was getting way too arrogant. Jeju Island wasn't something a single S-rank hunter could handle, but he immediately had to eat his words when he felt the terrifying power radiating from Sung Jinwoo. This power surpassed even that of a national-level hunter. Just who was this kid? Then, Sung Jinwoo relived his past experiences. Hwang Dong-suk's Lizard Guild, the assassination attempt by the con artist, the monsters inside the Red Gate, Tuk's giant army, clearing Jeju Island, and taming Beru. Looking back on everything he had been through, Sung Jinwoo sighed and shouted, "Enough! I know this is all just an illusion. Why don't you show yourself?" Everything around him turned pitch black. Countless system notifications appeared, asking if he wanted to restart the world, swirling all around him. Then, out of the darkness, the Shadow Monarch emerged, pitch black from head to toe, radiating an aura of death. He told Sung Jinwoo that if he just willed it, he could live in this world forever, and his dream would never be broken. Sung Jinwoo looked at him coldly. "Trapped in an illusion you created?" The Shadow Monarch replied, "I didn't create it. You did. Everything you're seeing is just your own desire to fix your past mistakes. I only use my power to lend you a hand. This place is about to become my domain, a place of eternal rest. Death has been watching you for longer than you can imagine. You have come closer to death than anyone. Your resistance to death is also stronger than anyone's. I am the past you fought against. I am the mark of that resistance. I am the compensation for your pain. I am death, I am rest, and I am also terror. I am you. In my domain, whatever you desire can be made real. Everything I possess can become yours. You can also absorb my power through them. Although this power can only be used within my own domain, it is an absolute authority that can create, destroy, and even change the world. I have been waiting for the moment I would meet you. I am the Shadow Monarch, the Lord of the deepest darkness, possessor of the power to command and wield the forces of death. Sung Jinwoo asked, confused, "Why me? Let me tell you of our beginning and our end." "And of your beginning." A flash of light pierced Sung Jinwoo's mind. In the real world, he had been frozen solid by the Frost Monarch. The Beast Monarch could no longer sense his presence. This battle, their side had won. Thomas, having just woken up, could no longer sense Sung Jinwoo's aura. He asked Renus, What happened?" But high up on a skyscraper, Lim Tae-gyu regretted listening to that mysterious person who had appeared so suddenly. No matter how fierce their attack was, he could have at least helped Sung Jinwoo. Now that he was dead, saving his strength was pointless. He ordered everyone to prepare to fire, to focus all their power on a single monarch. But just then, they all felt a terrifying dark aura erupt from Sung Jinwoo's body. The monarch's heart inside him was beating violently. The monarchs panicked. They couldn't let this happen. They didn't have time to think, rushing towards Sung Jinwoo, only to be sent flying back by a kick to the chest. The two monarchs flew back dozens of meters, tumbling as they hit the ground. A man stood before Sung Jinwoo, speaking coldly to the monarchs. From this moment on, no one touches this child. Long, long ago, the world existed as light and darkness. The absolute being used fragments of light to create the messengers of God, and used fragments of darkness to create the 8 monarchs of darkness. He ordered the 8 monarchs to destroy the world, and then ordered his messengers to protect it. The two sides were thrown into a relentless war. The brightest fragment of brilliant light eventually grew tired of the war. He questioned the absolute being, "Will you not help those who fight for you? Can you not hear the cries of the warriors who die in your name? Please, grant us the strength to eradicate our enemies. We swear to protect you." But the absolute being remained silent, offering no reply. It was then that he understood. To the absolute being, the war between him and the monarchs was nothing more than entertainment. The absolute being never wanted the war to end. In the double dungeon, the text held by the system was the hymn to the absolute being. To worship God meant everyone had to worship the absolute being. To praise God meant everyone had to scream for the absolute being on the battlefield. To prove your faith meant everyone had to use their blood and their lives to prove their faith to the absolute being. For the longest time, everyone had followed these rules. Violating them meant you could never escape, but the number of dead far exceeded the number of warriors. Even if they obeyed the rules, the only outcome was death. As long as the absolute being existed, the war would never, ever end. So, to end this meaningless war, the angel made a decision to rebel. He pointed forward, telling Sung Jinwoo that the magnificent angel before them was him, the only angel who ever rebelled. But his forces were too few, and he was quickly surrounded by the other angels. He was gravely wounded and fell to the ground. Just when he thought it was all over, he opened his eyes in the darkness, realizing the absolute being had hidden a certain power within him. Darkness rapidly spread from his head, consuming everything around him. He uttered the first command of the Shadow Monarch, "Arise." His wings were gradually consumed by darkness, transforming into black wings. The weapons embedded in his body were ripped out by the dark power. And thus, the Shadow Monarch was born. His form now pitch black, wielding the power of death, he led his army towards the throne of the absolute being. But when he pushed open the doors to the chamber, he realized it was already over. The absolute being was pierced by countless spears, blood flowing like a river. He had passed away peacefully on his throne. The fragments of brilliant light had killed the absolute being, declared themselves gods, and became the rulers. They used artifacts containing the absolute being's power to attack the monarchs. As a result, the king of the giants, a primordial monarch, fell to them. The balance of power was shattered. The other monarchs, realizing the gravity of the situation, allied with the Shadow Monarch to fight back against the rulers. From that day on, he was no longer a fragment of brilliant light or an angel, but the Shadow Monarch, one of the 9 monarchs who joined this prolonged war. Time was on the Shadow Monarch's side. Every corpse and soul on the battlefield became one of his soldiers. His army grew to rival even the army of destruction, led by the Dragon Monarch. Not only the rulers, but even his own monarch allies grew wary of him. Two of the monarchs, fearing his shadow power, joined forces to attack him. Possessing a power that was simply too great, the Shadow Monarch was betrayed by his allies, and his army suffered devastating losses. But in the end, the Shadow Monarch was victorious. Monarch of Beasts abandoned his soldiers and fled, while the Monarch of White Flames, the Demon King Baron, paid the price for his mistake. Then, the rulers appeared. They were once angels created by the Absolute Being, alongside the 8 monarchs, to be weapons of destruction. But even after the Absolute Being's death, the war raged on. The most brilliant fragment of light was betrayed by his comrades, became the Shadow Monarch, and joined the side of the monarchs. His inclusion turned the tide for the monarchs, who had been at a disadvantage. But because he was too powerful, he was feared by the other lords, and was once again betrayed by his allies. Although he survived, he was gravely injured. It was then that the rulers appeared and surrounded him, only to kneel before him. They could have easily returned the Shadow Monarch to the void, but they chose to reconcile instead. It was a sign of respect from the rulers to their former comrade, the general, who once led them into battle. But the Shadow Monarch was still seething with resentment over their betrayal. The ruler explained, "If you had stood with us against the monarchs, we would have never attacked you." His words enraged the monarch, who grabbed the ruler by the head. "Then your sin is even greater, for daring to call yourselves gods." The ruler replied, "You, of all people, should understand how we felt when we betrayed our creator. But as long as the Absolute Being lived, the war would never end. All we wanted was for the war to stop." He clenched his fist, struck his chest, and gasped for breath. To the most brilliant fragment of light, all the other fragments struck their chests, showing their respect for the greatest among them. But at that moment, his mind was in turmoil, and he gave no answer. However, driven by his desire for revenge, he decided to hide and wait until his strength recovered so he could destroy the army of the Monarch of Beasts. During the time he was in hiding, the monarchs suffered heavy casualties and were ultimately defeated by the rulers. They fled into the dimensional rifts to regroup their forces. It was then that the Shadow Monarch appeared before them. By this point, the monarchs were in a weakened state, desperate for more soldiers. The Dragon Monarch, though reluctant, was in no position to fight the Shadow Monarch. He convinced him to stay with them to avoid the ruler's gaze. They searched for a world where they could nurture their forces, and they chose Earth and its human race. The monarch's power was too overwhelming. Humanity couldn't resist and was completely annihilated. The world was turned into a sea of flames. This was the horrifying scene Sung Jinwoo witnessed in the demon's domain. He thought it was a vision of the future, but the Shadow Monarch told him it had already happened. If the monarchs exist to destroy worlds, then the rulers exist to protect them. Having lost the Absolute Being, when the rulers realized the monarch's intentions, they immediately dispatched their forces. But it was too late. They arrived only in time to watch those monsters destroy another world. The rulers were furious that they couldn't catch them. To correct their mistake, they used an artifact containing the power of the Absolute Being, the Forbidden Cup of Reincarnation. It could reverse time by 10 years. The rulers poured everything they had into saving the world. But the Earth was too fragile. It couldn't withstand a battle between the rulers and the monarchs. Earth had no mana, no way to endure such a devastating war. Regardless of which side won, the planet would be reduced to a sea of fire. After careful consideration, the rulers made a final decision. If they couldn't save everyone, they would at least let some survive, to ensure the world's survival. This was the birth of the Hunters, creating people who could withstand the fallout of the war between the two factions. It was the only method the rulers could devise to protect humanity. The world had already faced destruction countless times. The rulers couldn't stop the flow of time. They could only use the Cup of Reincarnation over and over to fix their mistakes. But now, the divine artifact was failing. Sung Jinwoo asked in shock, "Is there a limit to how many times you can use the Cup of Reincarnation?" The monarch explained that no power is infinite. Even the Absolute Being who created the world would eventually perish. The Cup of Reincarnation was like a machine built by the Absolute Being. With constant use, it would break. And so would the rulers and the monarchs. They were created for war, battle androids who eventually gained the power to defeat their master. And then, the machine glitched. They killed their own creator. The monarchs then copied the rulers' methods. Just as the rulers gave humans power to destroy monsters by spreading mana, the monarchs also borrowed human bodies to come to Earth. And what was their plan? Before the rulers could react and send their armies, they wanted to turn Earth into a giant trap. They would devour the rulers' reinforcements, using the very mana the rulers themselves had spread. To enter this world, the powerful monarchs needed vessels capable of containing their strength. But the Monarch of Destruction and the Shadow Monarch were just too powerful. No human could withstand their power. It was then that a high-ranking sorcerer, serving another monarch, approached the Shadow Monarch. He promised to find a suitable host, on the condition that the monarch make him immortal. But no living creature could ever become a vessel for death itself. The system continuously searched for a vessel based on its own rules, but finding someone with high magical potential, superior physical stats, and a strong spirit was not easy. That's when someone special, someone the system never predicted, appeared before the monarch. Not only was he pathetically weak, but he constantly brushed up against death, yet always managed to survive. That person was Sung Jinwoo. Despite the system's objections, the monarch was determined to choose him. After selecting its target, the system began designing a leveling program for Sung Jinwoo, just like in a video game. As he gradually leveled up, his body grew stronger and stronger, and Jinwoo naturally fell right into his grand design. Jinwoo asked, confused, "Why did you betray the other monarchs?" He was silent for a moment, then told Jinwoo that between the ruler's apologies and the monarch's betrayal, he still hadn't decided which side to take. The long years of war had left him weary, to the point he even hated death itself. So, when he saw Jinwoo's desperate cling to life, he chose a different path, one that belonged to neither the monarchs nor the rulers. He wanted to see what would happen with Sung Jinwoo, believing he might be able to create a different outcome. And so, he gave him the choice. Jinwoo could either stay here, living forever in this beautiful dream he'd created, or return to reality and fight. Sung Jinwoo asked another question. "You said you only made one decision, but you didn't side with the rulers, nor did you intend to fight them. Then why did you still flee to another world with the other monarchs?" He replied, "Because that was not a place I was meant to be, and my answer is still the same now. This is not where I belong. You must return to my final resting place and become me, the Shadow Monarch. When you die, you will inherit my full power. The way back is to become me, to become one with nature. Feel the birds sing, the scent of the flowers. This world is so beautiful, and the earth, which is on the brink of destruction, is just as beautiful. I will return as the true Shadow Monarch and protect that beautiful planet. I was once the greatest fragment of brilliant light. I was also the Shadow Monarch, feared by both sides. But after killing so many enemies, I grew tired of the endless war and hid myself in the shadows. From among all of humanity, I chose you, Sung Jinwoo, and passed my dark power to you, to make you the next Shadow Monarch." Back in the real world, a bitter wind howled. A terrifying power erupted, making the Frost Monarch and the Beast Monarch stagger. The Frost Monarch cried out in terror, "A fragment of brilliant light. A great catastrophe is coming. Through the body of the human you wanted to protect, you plan to plunge them all into disaster? You'd rather die than stop the Shadow Monarch from being reborn? What in the world are you rulers planning?" The Beast Monarch told him to cut the crap. "We're out of time. Attack with everything you've got." Hearing the Beast Monarch's command, the Frost Monarch focused his power into his weapon. Seeing this, Sung Ilwan drew his twin daggers and prepared to defend. The two beings gathered their power and shot towards Sung Ilwan like bullets. Sung Ilwan watched the two monarchs charge, his eyes sharp as ice. The Frost Monarch drew a 40-meter-long spear, but as the Beast Monarch swiped with his claws, he ended up hitting the long spear instead. This shocked them both. What kind of tactic was this? After predicting the Frost Monarch's attack trajectory, Sung Ilwan had moved in perfect sync with the spear, a feat impossible without decades of experience. All of the Beast Monarch's attacks landed on the Frost Monarch's spear, enraging him. Just as he was about to unleash a blast of cold air, the Frost Monarch was sent flying by Sung Ilwan's kick. The Beast Monarch opened his maw wide, trying to swallow him whole, but was stopped by a short dagger. He screamed in pain, and a follow-up punch to the gut sent the beast stumbling back several meters. Enraged, the Beast Monarch roared that he would tear him to shreds. But just then, an overwhelming magical pressure slammed him into the ground. He turned, only to see Sung Jinwoo. Coming to his senses, the Beast Monarch scrambled back in terror. From the rubble, the Frost Monarch emerged, glaring furiously at Sung Ilwan and snarling, "I won't fall for that trick again." But the Beast Monarch shouted for him to stop. "Hold on, Frost Monarch!" The Frost Monarch roared back. "Are you insane? After coming all this way, You want me to stop now? The beast monarch shot back. Can't you feel it? The magical energy all around us is surging. The shadow monarch is about to arrive, and I'm leaving. The frost monarch bellowed. You said we were going to destroy the shadow monarch together. If you run now, everything we've done will be for nothing. The beast monarch retorted. That deal was for his human vessel. Now that his true form is descending, I have no obligation to keep my word to you. You've never witnessed the shadow monarch's true power. You wouldn't understand. Good luck. The frost monarch watched the beast monarch desert him, his face filled with contempt. Even after being abandoned, he had no intention of running. He was in too deep. His only option was to go all in. The frost monarch slammed his weapon into the ground, unleashing his ultimate skill. A blue territory spread out from his body, its range expanding by the second. Everything in the vicinity was swept away by a terrifying blizzard. From within the colossal ice storm, thousands of ice arrows shot towards Sung Jinwoo. Sung Il-hwan stood firm, determined to protect his son. The frost monarch continued to gather his power, and a gigantic mass of ice began to form in the sky. The frost monarch spoke coldly to Sung Il-hwan. You can be frozen for all eternity right alongside the shadow monarch. Sung Il-hwan knew this was bad. He was already struggling just to deflect the ice arrows, let alone that colossal iceberg hanging over them. Just then, a black shadow shot out and slammed into the mass of ice, shattering it to pieces. Igris landed in front of Sung Il-hwan, swinging his sword and taunting the frost monarch. Is that all you've got, frost monarch? You should stop calling yourself a monarch. The only true king is our master, the shadow monarch. The frost monarch was stunned. His ultimate skill had been destroyed so easily. Not only that, but Igris's power had grown exponentially. He could even speak now. This could only mean one thing. The shadow monarch had been fully resurrected. The terrifying aura washed over the frost monarch, freezing him in place with fear. Cold sweat poured down his back. The human aura from Sung Jinwoo was completely gone. From a safe distance, the beast monarch laughed coldly. The time of the hunt has begun. Furious that the beast monarch had fled, Sung Jinwoo unleashed his violet domain upon his body. The domain expanded rapidly, covering the entirety of South Korea, and then the entire planet. Instantly, he located the beast monarch's trail somewhere on the planet. Sung Jinwoo gave a cold smile. There you are. Seeing that the shadow monarch was ignoring him, his back completely turned. The frost monarch sensed an opening. This was his one and only chance. If he missed, death was certain. It had to be a fatal blow. He poured every last bit of his power into his trident and lunged at Sung Jinwoo. But Sung Jinwoo calmly raised a hand, and the entire spear began to tremble and distort in midair. The frost monarch was aghast. So this was the true power of the shadow monarch. It was terrifying. Sung Jinwoo looked at him coldly and said, "You're the last one left. Just wait here quietly while I go catch that runaway beast. I'll settle the score with you after." Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a pair of green antlers tore through the air, ripping open a small, red portal. The beast monarch stepped through, his heart still pounding with fear. That aura of death, it was horrifyingly powerful. Just like the last time they betrayed him, there was absolutely no hope of victory. Thank goodness he escaped when he did. That fool, the frost monarch, is probably dead by now. At this point, my only option is to lay low until the Dragon Emperor arrives. But he was unaware of the dark shadow materializing right behind him. He spun around, startled. This presence. No, it can't be. It's over. It's really him. He's right here. That aura of death is suffocating me. I can't beat him, and I can't run. In that case, I'll just have to join him. His primal instincts screamed at him to act like a docile pet before this ultimate predator. He turned to Sung Jinwoo and said, "The Dragon Emperor is on his way with his army. When he arrives, my legion of beasts and I will fight by your side." Sung Jinwoo replied coldly, "Fine." The beast monarch smirked, thinking to himself that this wasn't the true shadow monarch just yet. This creature had already betrayed him once, and now he had just tried to destroy his human vessel. The true shadow monarch would never forgive such an act. All I have to do is exploit this human's emotions and foolishness, buy enough time for the Dragon Emperor to arrive, and then I'll take care of him. But Sung Jinwoo walked right up to the beast monarch and said, "Before the Dragon Emperor arrives, you and I are going to settle an old score. The claws that tore my heart out, they left 5 wounds. If you can endure 5 of my attacks, I will forgive you." The beast monarch was stunned for a moment, then roared, "I am the monarch of beasts. How dare you toy with me? Even if I die, I'll take you with me." Sung Jinwoo summoned the dagger of wrath. His form flickered and vanished. Before the beast monarch could even react, Sung Jinwoo reappeared and sliced off one of his arms. Sung Jinwoo looked at him coldly. 4 more to go. Back on the other side of the world, the Frost Monarch wasn't faring any better, especially since Igris was the strongest of the shadows and possessed regenerative abilities. Now, even Iron, one of the 2 pillars of the Shadow Army, could unleash his true strength. What's more, as long as the Shadow Monarch's power remained, he could be resurrected an infinite number of times, while the Frost Monarch, in his close combat form, was nearly out of mana. He didn't want to waste what little he had left on Igris. Better to save it for a final, desperate attempt on Sung Jinwoo's life when he returned. And so, Igris ceased his attack, spreading his cloak wide to allow his king to make his grand entrance. Sung Jinwoo stepped forward, tossing 2 massive fangs onto the ground. The Frost Monarch was horrified. In just a matter of minutes, Sung Jinwoo had found and eliminated the Beast Monarch. After killing the Beast Monarch, Sung Jinwoo coldly declared, "The deaths of you 3, the Plague Monarch, the Beast Monarch, and the Frost Monarch, are nothing but a warning to the other sovereigns." Enraged at being so utterly disrespected by a fellow monarch, the Frost Monarch snapped. He summoned countless weapons, preparing to fight to the death, but they were shattered by Jinwoo's own blades. The monarch opened his mouth to unleash a blast of icy breath, but Jinwoo clamped it shut. Raising his dagger, Jinwoo carved a single line across his body and said coolly, "The Beast Monarch died on the 4th blow. How much longer do you think you can last?" A massive gash ripped across the Frost Monarch's form. His spiritual body was forcibly cancelled, his physical form disintegrating rapidly. With just one more strike, the Frost Monarch was obliterated. After healing Thomas Andre, Jinwoo asked Baru, "Where is my protector? Is he gone?" He then picked up a short sword from the ground. In the ruins of a skyscraper, a grievously wounded Sung Il-hwan leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. A human's 7 senses couldn't withstand the divine power, but it had been enough. He had protected the ones who mattered most. Just then, a familiar short sword landed in front of him. Sung Jinwoo walked over and said, "Dad, were you just going to leave again without saying anything?" Sung Il-hwan told his son everything that had happened during his disappearance. 10 years ago, a gate had suddenly appeared at an amusement park. After clearing the final dungeon, Sung Il-hwan had 1 hour to escape, but he didn't make it in time and was trapped in the dimensional rift, left with nothing to do but wait for death. It was then that the rulers found him. They bestowed their power upon him and ordered him to stop the schemes of the monarchs and the impending birth of the Shadow Monarch. He had no choice. It was better to take that power and return to Earth to protect his family than to rot away in that void. But when he discovered that the vessel for the Shadow Monarch was his own son, he couldn't bring himself to act. Even knowing Jinwoo harbored the greatest catastrophe known to humankind, he was powerless, only able to watch over his son from a distance. During this time, a disagreement arose among the rulers, who were focused on preventing the Shadow Monarch's descent. The new leader of the Absolute Beings issued a new directive: protect the Shadow Monarch. To stop the Monarch's plans, they realized they needed the Shadow Monarch at his full power. The only army that could reach Earth before the Dragon Monarch's army of destruction was the Army of Shadows. Unsure which side the Shadow Monarch would choose, it was a massive gamble, and in the end, the ruler's bet paid off. When the Shadow Monarch chose to side with humanity, Sung Il-hwan's mission was complete, and his existence began to fade. Before disappearing, he asked Jinwoo, "Do you hate me?" Jinwoo said yes, but only in the beginning, when he first became a hunter, surviving by the skin of his teeth, and when he saw his mom and Jin-ah. The rest of the time, he confessed, "I was always proud of you and grateful that you were protecting me. You fought so well. I love you, Dad. Every time something happened, I hated you, but the rest of the time, I just missed you. Didn't you miss us?" Hearing this, Sung Il-hwan couldn't hold back his tears. He truly missed his family, but he no longer belonged to this world and carried a heavy burden, so he could only protect them from afar. Just being able to see his family was happiness enough for him. He stood up and pulled Jinwoo into a tight embrace. "You're all grown up now." Tears streamed relentlessly down Jinwoo's face. He had finally met his father again, only for it to be their last time. He clenched his fists and asked, "Did they just use you up and throw you away?" Sung Il-hwan replied, "They only gave me a chance to choose. I chose to protect you. There's no doubt about that. There's so much more I want to tell you, so much more time I want to spend with you. But I have to go now. I wasn't a good father. I'm sorry." Sung Il-hwan's body dissolved into particles of light that scattered across the land, the city, the sky. His mother had told Jin-ah they should move, and now it seemed leaving this place wouldn't be so bad. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Jinwoo clenched his fists and screamed at the sky, "Listen up, you monarchs! You will pay for what you've done today. Do you hear me? The roar of the Shadow Monarch shook the heavens and the earth. On that day, the real war began. After the battle, the city was a wasteland, filled with the endless wailing of fire trucks, police cars, and ambulances. The bodies of the monarchs also turned to ash and scattered into the sky. Sung Jinwoo returned home safely. The other hunters stayed behind to help with the rescue efforts. Jinwoo's battle had terrified them. The world had nearly collapsed along with his death. Chairman Woo Jin-chul recalled what Jinwoo had said at the former chairman's funeral. "I will personally kill the monsters that murdered him. When I do, I'll accept your thanks." And Sung Jinwoo had kept his promise, finishing off the Frost Monarch. But the massive gate didn't disappear after the monarch's deaths. It continued to glow ominously. The true catastrophe was about to begin. A few days later, hunters from all over gathered at the gate. Not only national-level hunters and Thomas Andre, but even Liu Zhigong, China's 7-star hunter, was present. Every hunter in the world had assembled here. This was the first time in history such a thing had happened, but no one knew how many would survive. Even Sung Jinwoo, as the Shadow Monarch, couldn't help but feel tense as he stared at the colossal gate. When the gate began to crackle and shatter, everyone held their breath, ready for battle. They saw a gargantuan army, a tide of monsters so dense it left everyone utterly stunned. Sung Jinwoo was stunned to find that these monsters looked exactly like his own subordinates, even including the knight and dragon races. A shadowy figure holding a giant sword stepped out of the gate, its body larger than anything ever seen before. This was the largest gate in history, and it was the largest gathering of hunters the world had ever seen. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the creature to emerge from within. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the colossal army. A hunter broke the silence, shouting, "Everyone, prepare to attack." Warriors drew their weapons, and mages' hands began to glow. But just then, a single shout brought everything to a halt. All movement ceased as a murmur went through the crowd. "Why isn't he letting us attack?" Besides Sung Jinwoo, a worried Woo Jin-chul urgently asked, "What are you planning to do?" But Sung Jinwoo calmly replied, "It's all right, Chairman." The monster army advanced. What on earth was Sung Jinwoo thinking? Did he intend to face this army all by himself? As Sung Jinwoo stepped forward, the most radiant creature among the monsters also approached him. He came before Sung Jinwoo and dropped to one knee with a resounding cry. Grand Marshal Bellion, leading the army, offers his greetings to the new monarch. All the shadow subordinates knelt in unison before the Shadow Monarch. Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. The entire monster horde was submitting at Sung Jinwoo's feet. Thomas and Bernard were also in shock. After all, just one of those shadow dragons was enough to pose a threat to the survival of humanity. Yet here, there were 3 of them. Looking at the massive Shadow Legion, Sung Jinwoo was ecstatic. This was the true Shadow Army, the legacy left behind by the Shadow Monarch, Ashborn. Compared to his current army, it was like a child's plaything. The real war was about to begin. A few days later, a heated debate erupted at the Korean Hunters Association. Chaos ensued as people from all over the world demanded a statement from the association about the gate. The Korean Bureau hoped to disclose the gate's location to the hunters, and the city government asked if civilians could be evacuated to the association's headquarters. The hunters heard that Jimmy wanted to interview Sung Jinwoo. Congressmen, bombarded by the news, were exhausted and even began to resent Sung Jinwoo. Why were a hunter's summons emerging from a gate? And why hadn't he come forward to explain himself amidst all this public outcry? In response to the congressman's complaints, Chairman Woo Jin-chul remained calm. He said, "If what came out of that gate weren't summons, but actual monsters, most of the people asking questions now would be the families of the fallen hunters. Would we even be this busy right now? I understand your confusion at Sung Jinwoo's sudden appearance, but I believe he will have a reasonable explanation. Let's put our faith in him." On a desolate mountain, Sung Jinwoo stood high above, observing. Below, his army of hundreds of thousands of shadows was conducting war games. Their tactics earned praise even from Bellion, a veteran of countless battles. In a state where they couldn't die, the soldiers could still accumulate combat experience. Baru flew up, wanting to challenge Bellion for the title of Grand Marshal, and Sung Jinwoo agreed. If Baru won, it would prove his strength had grown immensely, and if he lost, they would at least know Bellion's true skill level. Baru didn't hold back, immediately launching his charge toward Bellion. Bellion calmly drew his greatsword, which seemed similar to Igris's, but his frame was taller. The blade was also larger, clearly indicating he was a strength-type warrior, not a speed type. If that was the case, Baru might still have a chance. But when Bellion swung his greatsword, Sung Jinwoo was stunned. It turned out he was wielding a serpentine sword that could rapidly extend like a whip. Flexible and fluid like a snake, he moved with serpentine grace around Beru before tightening his grip like a giant boa constrictor. Beru was utterly defeated before he could even make a move. Sung Jinwoo was blown away by Bellion's power. He had defeated Beru's charge with a single blow, incredible reflexes, masterful weapon control, and destructive power strong enough to crush even a monarch-grade being. Truly worthy of a Grand Marshal's power. But Beru wasn't so easily beaten. An insect's greatest advantage is its fierce vitality. Taking advantage of a moment of carelessness from Bellion, Beru unleashed his heart-piercing claw. At Beijing Capital Airport, Liu Zhigang, who had previously gone to aid South Korea, returned home. Many people applauded his bravery, but a small minority were skeptical. To Liu Zhigang, this was absurd. If even Sung Jinwoo couldn't control the gate, the world would be doomed. South Korea was too close to China. If South Korea fell, China would be the next target. Concentrating their forces to protect South Korea was the same as protecting the entire world. But as he stepped out of the airport, he was stunned to see that a giant gate had also appeared in China, right after the one in Korea. In a tear in space-time, a subordinate reported the news about the Shadow Monarch to the Dragon Monarch. He laughed viciously and gave an order: no more carelessness. I will deal with the Shadow Monarch myself. We will not lose another soldier. The war was about to erupt, and the outcome of the duel was already clear. But Beru refused to accept it. He felt he could still keep fighting. Sung Jinwoo, confused, asked Beru why he was so determined to win the Grand Marshal title. The answer made Sung Jinwoo burst out laughing. Beru had no ulterior motives. He just wanted to be by his king's side. The Grand Marshal stands to the king's right, so it was only fitting that he stand to the king's left. Beru was stunned, and with tears streaming down his face, he choked out, "My king's grace is as vast as the ocean." Seeing this, Igris also wanted to curry favor, so Sung Jinwoo had no choice but to let him stand at his back. Even the giant bear and iron were eager to try, but the king's attention was drawn by a call from the distance, 3 colossal dragons spewing roaring flames into the dark night sky. He smirked, and the orb of avarice in his hand flashed brightly as a gigantic pillar of fire shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the night. The 3 dragons immediately felt deeply insulted. The soldiers at his feet chanted Sung Jinwoo's name. He chuckled at the strong sense of solidarity among his soldiers. Besides, for Sung Jinwoo to use the orb of avarice against dragons was just overkill. He saw large and small ants carrying trees back, and Beru explained that they wanted to build a resting place for their king. Beru curiously asked why the king didn't return his soldiers to the world of shadows. Sung Jinwoo explained that they had been trapped in the dimensional gap for far too long. Now that they were out, he wanted them to experience the outside world. He then asked Beru if he remembered the former monarch, Ashbourne. Beru recounted that, ever since Ashbourne was the most brilliant fragment of brilliant light, fighting against the other rulers, he had always been by his side, protecting him. He was the first to volunteer to join Ashbourne's army when he became the Shadow Monarch, becoming his very first soldier. Through all those years, Beru had never once doubted Ashbourne's decisions. They gazed toward the horizon, reminiscing about the past. Originally, Beru was just a fruit from the world tree, and all the soldiers of the Celestial Army were nurtured on its branches. It was an unbelievably enormous tree, with a canopy that completely blotted out the sky. After hearing the story, Sung Jinwoo decided to reveal the truth to everyone. Soon, 8 colossal armies would arrive on Earth, threatening the lives of every single person, and it wasn't even certain if the world could continue to function as it did. Through Ashbourne's plan, Sung Jinwoo had seen the invincible power of the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch and the army of destruction he led had burned everything in their path. In the face of such a cataclysm, humanity was truly insignificant. Seeing Sung Jinwoo cooking for them made his mother worry. It was true, like father, like son. Every time he had a dangerous mission, Sung Il-hwan would also cook a meal for her. Sung Jinwoo told his mother not to worry, that everything would be all right. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Sung Jinwoo opened it to find the chairman of Yujin Construction, Yu Myung-han, the young master's father, who had awakened from his eternal slumber. This made Sung Jinwoo suspicious. Out of the tens of billions of people in the world, why was it that only his mother and this man had awakened? Who would believe that? Because of this, the chairman immediately thought of Sung Jinwoo. He wondered why Sung Jinwoo would help him. Sung Jinwoo said simply, "Because I thought you were trustworthy. If you were the type of person who would stop at nothing to achieve your goals, I wouldn't have risked my neck to help you." The chairman understood Sung Jinwoo's meaning instantly. It was because he hadn't taken advantage of his son to get the holy water of life. He was incredibly grateful for what Sung Jinwoo had done for his family and wanted to help him. But Sung Jinwoo already had everything he needed. He only asked that if something were to happen to him, the chairman would look after his mother and sister. At the Hunters Association, Chairman Wu Jinchul announced that a supermassive gate had appeared in Shanghai, China. Furthermore, it wasn't just China. 8 gates had appeared simultaneously all over the world. Wu Jinchul asked Sung Jinwoo, "Are these also your soldiers?" Sung Jinwoo stated unequivocally, "They are the enemy." He looked at Wu Jinchul with a serious expression and asked, "Do you trust me?" Wu Jinchul replied without a second thought, "I do." Sung Jinwoo stepped closer to him and said, "What I'm about to show you, you absolutely must believe me." Then, he touched his finger to Chairman Wu Jinchul's forehead, and a colossal amount of information flooded into the man's brain. The 9 monarchs, the ruler's cup of reincarnation, the shadow monarch, it all appeared in a flash. When Sung Jinwoo's hand pulled away, Chairman Wu Jinchul's legs gave out, and he collapsed, his face a mask of sheer terror. Although he trusted Sung Jinwoo completely, the sheer volume of information made him desperately try to deny the truth. He had always believed that the awakening of hunters was a gift from God to save humanity. But the truth was that God was merely cultivating survivors to save a fraction of mankind, and Sung Jinwoo was about to fight an enemy of unimaginable horror. He asked if there was anything he could do to help. Sung Jinwoo had only one request: gather representatives from every nation and announce the entire truth he had just seen in his mind about the terrifying army of destruction to everyone. The world was about to face an apocalyptic disaster. The Dragon Monarch, with his overwhelming destructive power, would lead his army to descend upon Earth from the supermassive gates appearing across the globe. Knowing the full truth, Wu Jinchul convened leaders from all over the world, including presidents, government officials, and guild leaders. Even the heads of the Hunters Associations attended. Wu Jinchul's public summons made everyone realize the gravity of the situation. They held their breath, waiting for Sung Jinwoo to speak, hoping to hear him say that this next campaign would be a success. But he told them the complete opposite, that these would be difficult times. No one could escape this battle. Monsters would appear before every single person and annihilate everything. Hearing this, the entire hall erupted into chaos. They had naively thought that with the support of their governments and hunters, things wouldn't be so bad. But Sung Jinwoo shattered their illusions. This time, hundreds of beings far more terrifying would appear. Their governments and hunters would be insignificant, yet none of them could believe it would actually happen. Treating monsters like gods, they demanded Sung Jinwoo provide proof, declaring that baseless words couldn't be trusted. Jinwoo had already anticipated that convincing these mere mortals with words alone would be difficult. He raised his hand, stunning everyone as numerous small gates appeared all around him, sending the entire hall into an uproar. Those were the familiar gates, and Sung Jinwoo could summon dozens of them at once. Sung Jinwoo stated coldly, "Our enemies can create gates just like this, anytime, anywhere. The only reason we have any time to breathe is because their armies are so vast that they need time to assemble." But despite this, one congressman still argued that Sung Jinwoo was colluding with the enemy, claiming that's why the soldiers from the gates had become his underlings. Unable to stand it, the bureau chief cut him off and asked Sung Jinwoo, "The situation is this critical. What should we do?" Sung Jinwoo told everyone they had to get as far away from the gates as possible. When the war breaks out, the surrounding areas will become wastelands. Sung Jinwoo's warning about an impending, terrifying army that humanity couldn't possibly fight against sent shockwaves across the globe. Panicked, people scrambled to find any way to get away from the gates. On a desolate island, a magnificent castle stood atop a mountain. A stunned Sung Jinwoo summoned Beru and asked what was going on, saying he only asked for a small shelter, not an entire palace. Beru knelt and replied, "A place where the monarch rests must be of this standard." Sung Jinwoo noticed a flag flying over the castle, the handiwork of Grand Marshal Bellion. Jinwoo asked, "If I were to die, could I leave the Shadow Army to the Grand Marshal?" Bellion's answer displayed his absolute loyalty. He said, "The soldiers live and die with their king. Without their king, they will return to nothingness. This absolute loyalty to their master is the Shadow Army's greatest strength. But a clever enemy will exploit this weakness." Bellion said that in a direct confrontation with the Dragon Monarch's army, they would have no chance of victory. The two forces were outnumbered 100 to 1, meaning the enemy had at least tens of millions of soldiers. After Sung Jinwoo's warning, most of humanity fled, but a faction confident in their own strength, like the S-rank hunters, remained. Jay Mills claimed Jinwoo's warning was a lie to monopolize the gates for himself. And Jay wasn't the only fool. At his instigation, many hunters gathered around him. In addition, India and several other nations with powerful hunters also began to gather their forces to deal with the gates. Chairman Wu Jinchul asked Sung Jinwoo what his plan was. Jinwoo had anticipated that a group of people would choose a suicide mission, but he couldn't stop them. He wanted to go to China first, as he couldn't handle all 8 armies alone. With his family in Korea, destroying the gate closest to them was his priority. The plane landed at Shanghai Airport in China. Liu Zhigong was there to greet him personally. He looked up and saw a colossal gate. Liu Zhigong had also made preparations, gathering hundreds of thousands of China's elite hunters in waiting. The world was on the brink of an apocalyptic disaster, as monsters with destructive power would soon pour out from the gates. To respond to the impending catastrophe, under the leadership of Liu Zhigong, a 7-star hunter, hundreds of thousands of the nation's elite hunters had also massed before the gate. Because China and Korea were so close, Sung Jinwoo also went to this gate to summon his own army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Seeing that terrifying power, Liu Zhigong was floored. He thought his own side was strong, but compared to Sung Jinwoo, they were nothing. They weren't even in the same league. Beru appeared, glaring at Liu Zhigong. "The place to the left of the monarch belongs to me. How dare he stand beside his majesty?" Sung Jinwoo gently pushed Beru aside, saying, "He's an ally. Assess the situation before you speak." Just then, a hunter shouted, "The gate is opening!" The gate rumbled and emitted a strange light. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. But bizarrely, Beru couldn't sense a thing. Sung Jinwoo had a bad feeling. It wasn't just the gate here. His soldiers in other countries were reporting the same thing. They detected nothing. It was incredibly strange. Could the gates just be a feint? Sung Jinwoo quickly figured it out. He thought the monarchs had created gates everywhere to divide their forces and destroy Earth quickly, but it was actually a diversion tactic meant to deceive him. In reality, they were concentrating their army at the gate farthest from Sung Jinwoo, on the other side of the planet. All the hunters were fully armed, waiting for the monsters to appear. Urged on by Jay, most of them had decided to stay and protect their countries. They believed that no matter how strong the enemy was, they could defeat them. Killing monsters was a hunter's sacred mission. The gate rumbled and opened into a pitch-black maw. Everyone expected millions of enemies to pour out, but only a single figure flew out. He hovered in the air, looking down on them all. Jay was surprised to realize it wasn't a monster, but a person. The being flew over to Jay and asked in a human voice, "Are you the king of this place?" Everyone lowered their guard, thinking they might be able to negotiate. Jay grew even more excited, convincing himself that the monsters had never intended to communicate before, but now, they had finally recognized humanity's strength. Model. They had learned the language of humans to communicate, which is why Sung Jinwoo was able to turn the soldiers from the very first gate into his minions. These monsters would ask the first person they met if they were the king, and then pledge their allegiance to them. Thinking this, Dai confidently declared that he was the king, imagining he too would have an army of millions, like Sung Jinwoo. But the dragon monarch simply glared at him and said, "You are not." Meanwhile, after assessing the situation, Sung Jinwoo identified the gate in Canada as his target. He quickly contacted Adam, asking him to investigate the situation at that gate. But unexpectedly, Adam was already at the scene as a representative of the United Kingdom. They couldn't just ignore the gate in Canada. Not just Adam, but many high-ranking officials from various countries were also present. A frantic Jinwoo asked Adam about the situation at the gate. Adam said there was no army of monsters there either, just one strange person who had appeared. Sung Jinwoo was stunned. Just one person? He had a bad feeling and urgently told Adam to get out of there immediately, by any means necessary, as far away as possible. At that very moment, Adam saw Dai, the self-proclaimed king, being burned to ashes, his body slowly disintegrating. The phenomenon spread to others, as more and more people turned to dust. A panicked Jinwoo shouted, "There's still time, run. You have to get out of there now." But Adam felt escape was impossible and decided to stay and update Sung Jinwoo on the situation. A dragon appeared in the sky, along with many other types of monsters pouring out in overwhelming numbers. Sung Jinwoo realized that just running was useless. He was about to use the spatial distortion skill of the shadow soldier by his side, but just then, the dragon monarch approached, looked at him coldly, and said, "A shadow soldier. Where do you think you're going?" Before Adam could report this to Sung Jinwoo, a wave of extreme heat washed over him. He realized things were getting more and more complicated. The Dragon Monarch was not only powerful, but also incredibly cunning. Knowing the strengths of the Shadow Monarch's skills, the Dragon Monarch had specifically concentrated his army in one place to annihilate Sung Jinwoo instantly. Even if Sung Jinwoo arrived right now, it would be pointless. The war had already begun. All plans to buy more time had failed. Meanwhile, the Dragon Monarch was relishing the feeling that killing brought him. He was destruction itself, and the screams and wails around him were like a beautiful melody. He commanded his soldiers to destroy everything. That was their one and only mission. Looking at the scene, which was like hell on earth, the bureau chief had no choice but to accept defeat. First came the Dragon Monarch, then tens of thousands of Monarch soldiers, followed by giants, beasts, and insects of all kinds, continuously emerging from the gate. They were all as strong as S-rank hunters. This was a catastrophe beyond humanity's ability to withstand. At this rate of destruction, it was only a matter of time before America fell. He now understood why Sung Jinwoo told everyone to get as far away from the gate as possible. Even a top-tier hunter couldn't withstand a single blow. This was truly the apocalypse. It was all about to end. Just then, a shadow in the room startled him. It was Sung Jinwoo. Without a second word, Sung Jinwoo demanded Kamish's runestone. The chief instinctively refused. The runestone was a treasure of the Hunter Bureau and couldn't be given away so easily. But then, he stopped himself, thinking, this damn occupational hazard. The world is about to end, and I'm still worried about a broken rock. The chief unconditionally agreed to Sung Jinwoo's request, but he was very curious why he needed it. Sung Jinwoo said he needed it to fight back against the Dragon Monarch. He led Sung Jinwoo down to the basement, opening multiple doors until they stood before the heavily guarded runestone. Looking at the stone emitting magical power, Sung Jinwoo couldn't help but reflect. The rulers were truly dedicated to ensuring humanity's survival. This stone had the ability to automatically seal the power of monsters after they died. It was a gift the rulers bestowed upon humanity to make it easier to defeat the monsters. Sung Jinwoo also requested that the chief let him meet the oracle, Norma Selner. Mrs. Selner was very surprised when Sung Jinwoo came to see her. She could sense that he was no longer the boy he used to be. The fragment of darkness in his soul was still there, but now, Sung Jinwoo himself was that darkness. Sung Jinwoo said he was still the same person, only now he had merged with the fragment of darkness she had once seen. He said his purpose in coming was because he'd heard she could see the future, and he hoped she would help by looking into his. Mrs. Selner hesitated for a moment, then agreed. She held Sung Jinwoo's hand tightly and closed her eyes to concentrate. A moment later, tears fell from her eyes, and she squeezed his hand tighter, asking, "Do you really intend to bear this all alone? How could this be? How could such a heavy burden be placed on one person's shoulders?" Hearing this, Sung Jinwoo smiled. "Good, I can still take that step." But Mrs. Selner, worried for him, said, "Are you sure you want to do this? No one will remember you. It will be a lonely battle." Sung Jinwoo didn't answer. He thanked her and left using his shadow exchange. He arrived at a tower, took in the beautiful sunset, and then called Cha Hae-in. He told her he'd been busy lately, but would take her out when he was free. Cha Hae-in was very understanding of his current situation, and only asked him to promise he would return safely. Sung Jinwoo agreed. Cha Hae-in reluctantly hung up the phone, then joined the other hunter guilds, such as the White Tiger Guild, the hunter army led by China's Liu Zhigang, the hunter army led by Japan's Goto Ryuji, the hunter army led by Germany's BH, and the hunter army led by America's Thomas Andre, the Asian Hunter Association. They were joined by the European Hunters Guild, the African Union Coalition, and the United States Emergency Response Association. Tens of millions of hunters marched onto a distant battlefield in Canada. The Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed, and an infinite brainwave radiated from his body, soaring into the sky. It wrapped around the earth like a satellite, transmitting directly into Sung Jinwoo's mind. He spoke, "I'm right here. You've gathered millions of allies. How much longer are you going to hide?" Sung Jinwoo replied coldly, "I'm on my way to you. This is humanity's final battle." Humanity had gathered every hunter capable of fighting in the world, ready for a life-or-death battle with the Dragon Emperor. The Monarch of Destruction stood upon the ruins, utterly bored. The human race had no worthy opponent, and even the Shadow Monarch, who had declared war on him, was nowhere to be seen. Was he scared? It made sense. A mere 100,000 troops against an army of millions. For the Shadow Monarch to come here would be suicide. As he was muttering to himself, a missile slammed directly into his face. Then, countless more missiles rained down on him in a relentless barrage. Fighter jets roared across the sky, surprised at how easily they'd hit their target. Even for the Dragon Emperor, a bombardment like this was annoying. But in the next moment, a pillar of fire erupted from the ground. The horrified pilot saw a colossal shadow blot out the sky. The Dragon Emperor looked down at the human ants and said, "This is so boring." His massive eyes flashed, and everything turned to ash. Meanwhile, in a castle deep within a forest, Sung Jinwoo sat on a throne. The words, "My king," were proudly displayed. He couldn't help but smile. Baru's actions were often baffling, but his loyalty was absolute. And right now, Baru was gazing at Sung Jinwoo with tears in his eyes. Grand Marshal Bellion also felt this course of action was too dangerous, and Igris agreed that the chances of victory were far too low. Sung Jinwoo understood his soldiers were worried for his safety, but there are some things you have to do, no matter how dangerous. He asked Bellion what the previous Shadow Monarch would have done in this situation. Bellion replied, "He would have done what needed to be done." Bellion stared at Sung Jinwoo for a moment, and in him, he saw the image of the original monarch, Ashbourne. They were so alike. Now he understood why Ashbourne had chosen Sung Jinwoo. The three marshals slammed their fists on the ground, pledging their loyalty to Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo rose from his throne and walked forward with his three commanders. Before leaving, he glanced hesitantly at his phone. Bellion asked, "Do you need to contact your family?" Sung Jinwoo hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to call, afraid that hearing their voices would shatter his courage to move forward. And if he faltered, who would save the world? He gripped the phone tightly, picturing his mother and sister's faces one last time, and then crushed it in his hand. His eyes held nothing but pure determination. Elsewhere, the city was in ruins. The human army and the monster legion were locked in a fierce battle. But in the face of this catastrophe, humanity's strength was fragile. They could only hide in corners, watching their comrades get torn apart by monsters. Humans were completely powerless against them. As he watched, a soldier suddenly heard a noise behind him. He whipped his head around, his face turning pale with fear as he saw a giant monster opening its cavernous mouth towards him. He dove to the side to dodge, grabbing a nearby comrade's machine gun and unleashing a frantic volley of bullets into the monster. But the rounds might as well have been hitting solid steel. They were useless. After his ammo ran out, he could only stand there waiting for death. But after a moment, nothing happened. He opened his eyes to see the giant monster had been sliced in two. Through the monster's corpse, he saw the silhouette of his savior, Sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo turned back and told him, "Get out of here, now." Before the soldier could even react, several more monsters swarmed towards Sung Jinwoo like angry hornets. Sung Jinwoo calmly raised his weapon and activated the skill, Ruler's Authority. He vanished and reappeared at incredible speeds, cutting down monster after monster. In the blink of an eye, Sung Jinwoo had annihilated the entire horde of ferocious beasts around him. The war had begun. News of Sung Jinwoo's appearance quickly reached the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor couldn't understand what Sung Jinwoo was trying to do. Was he trying to avoid an all-out war by gradually slaughtering the army of destruction? "What is your goal, Shadow Monarch?" All hope rested on Sung Jinwoo, but against such a massive army occupying the city, could the hunter even make it to the battlefield? And if he did, could he possibly win? At this point, all Yu Jinho could do was pray. As Sung Jinwoo killed more and more monsters, his shadow army grew rapidly with the power of Ashbourne. Combined with Kamish's wraths, tearing through monsters was as natural as breathing. A giant swung a massive hammer down at him. Sung Jinwoo sidestepped it and, with a swift motion, severed its leg. Then, a shadow opened its gaping maw and devoured it whole. Sung Jinwoo looked up at the beasts that filled the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. The army of destruction had begun its assault, but he still couldn't sense the Dragon Emperor's presence. It seemed he had no intention of acting yet, but Sung Jinwoo wasn't worried. After all, these soldiers were just delivering their heads to him. Since the Dragon Emperor was hesitating, he would just have to give him a reason he couldn't refuse. Numerous shadows began to rise from the monsters' corpses. Just then, a radiant dragon descended from the sky, breathing a torrent of intense flames. It scorched Sung Jinwoo's shadows and scoffed. "Mere soldiers made of magic dare to dream of defying my master, the Dragon Emperor. I, who serve the Dragon Emperor, will destroy you." While it was still monologuing, Sung Jinwoo had already closed the distance. He flew right in front of it, and, with a single slash, took the head of the Dragon Emperor's subordinate. Feeling that things couldn't go on like this, as it would only allow the Shadow Monarch's power to grow, he left the Monarch of Transfiguration behind to deal with the remaining Shadow Army, while he himself went to battle the Shadow Monarch elsewhere. On the battlefield, soldiers were fighting monsters in a desperate struggle. The sound of constant gunfire rang out, but it was completely useless. Bullets hit the monsters like cotton balls. In contrast, A single bite from a monster was enough to take a soldier down. The unstoppable monsters charged at the soldiers, only to be sent flying dozens of meters away by a gigantic fist. He seemed confident of victory. These monsters were only numerous, not particularly threatening. Just then, a monarch stepped forward with a cold laugh. Well, if it isn't the Fragment of Light, who almost died at the hands of the beast monarch. Fragment of Light, you know damn well I could kill you in an instant, so why do you dare block my path? Thomas just laughed as his shadow stretched out, and numerous shadow soldiers emerged from within it. Grand Marshal Bellion greeted the Iron Body Monarch like an old friend. The monarch finally realized he'd been tricked. He tried to use telepathy to report this to the Dragon Monarch, but he never expected that from a tall building far away. Sung Jinwoo had activated a jammer over the area. He gritted his teeth in fury, using such petty schemes. This is certainly not the way of the former Shadow Monarch, Ashbourne. This is the way of humans. He roared angrily at the shadows. You are unworthy of being a monarch. Hearing the Iron Body Monarch insult his king, a ferocious-looking Baru stepped forward. Insulting my liege is an unforgivable sin. The Iron Body Monarch was not to be outdone, transforming into his second form. He snarled at Baru. An insect dares to make noise in my presence? We'll see if I don't grind you into dust. Elsewhere, the Shadow Monarch faced off against the Dragon Monarch. They met at last, the two most powerful commanders ever created by the Absolute Being. One was born to protect, the greatest fragment of light. The other was born to destroy, the Dragon Monarch of Destruction. The gears of fate were turning as they met once again. The only difference was that his arch-nemesis was now Sung Jinwoo. Facing his old rival after so many years, the Dragon Monarch wasted no time on words and attacked immediately. The terrifying power from his breath was unstoppable. In an instant, the buildings before him were flattened into wastelands, the ground sizzling as if it had been scorched clean. But when he looked up, he saw Sung Jinwoo riding Kaisel into the sky, having already summoned his shadow army. Legions of shadow soldiers rained down from the sky, charging onto the battlefield. All the while, the Dragon Monarch simply clenched his fist. Elsewhere, Liu Zhigong, the 7-star hunter, was desperately slaying colossal monsters. Compared to the monster he destroyed at sea before, killing this giant on land was much easier. But he knew he was only celebrating a minor victory. The entire continent was trembling from the monsters, and hundreds of thousands of hunters everywhere were locked in fierce combat. But their battle was nothing compared to the distant war between the Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Destruction, which was truly a terrifying sight. To Liu Zhigong, it was like two gods were at war. The Dragon Monarch could shatter the attacking shadows with a simple clench of his fist. He let out a cold laugh, mocking, Sung Jinwoo, is this all you have? Just these useless soldiers? You truly underestimate me. And then he noticed Sung Jinwoo opening a gate in the distance, preparing to flee. Without a second thought, he gave chase. When he emerged from the gate, he was overwhelmed by the sight before him. The place was swarming with the Shadow Legion, including the soldiers of the Iron Body Monarch who had just been turned into shadows, while the Iron Body Monarch himself had been eliminated by the combined force of Igris and Baru, his body slowly disintegrating. The Dragon Monarch understood. First, defeat the Iron Body Monarch with the main force, and then gang up on him. It was a good strategy. He sneered and said to Sung Jinwoo, did you think I'd be foolish enough to come here alone? How amusing. Just then, the Monarch of Transfiguration suddenly appeared on the battlefield and summoned countless gates that blotted out the entire sky. An army of monsters poured out from the gates. The Dragon Monarch also had a mobile army that could freely summon his soldiers. He felt Sung Jinwoo had miscalculated, that his plan had failed. Meanwhile, his thousands of troops would destroy everything and claim the final victory. But he never expected that Sung Jinwoo had anticipated this. He gave a wicked smile and released his shadow summons. This left the Dragon Monarch wondering what was happening. What is he doing? Is he giving up? Anyone would lose hope seeing such a massive disparity in military strength. After the sky was completely filled with the monster army, Sung Jinwoo closed his eyes, then snapped them open with fierce intensity. Dragon horns and demon wings erupted from his body. It was the most terrifying skill of the dragon race, contained within the runestone. It didn't distinguish between friend or foe, draining the strength of all targets and plunging them into despair with the deafening shriek of the soul. Sung Jinwoo let out a furious roar. The intense magical power pierced the heavens, and the monsters affected by this power all froze in place. Even the Monarch of Transfiguration, Yogamut, couldn't resist the soul attack. While the Dragon Monarch was still in a state of shock, Sung Jinwoo grabbed his wrist and teleported him elsewhere. It finally clicks. This was Sung Jinwoo's grand plan from the very beginning. Everything he did was for this very moment. A shadow envelops his body, and on a desolate island, two figures materialize in midair. The dragon monarch curiously surveys his surroundings and begins to speak to Sung Jinwoo. "What the hell is this place?" Sung Jinwoo tells him, "This is the stage I've prepared for you." The dragon monarch glances at the castle behind them. "Is this where you live?" The dragon monarch tells him. As the shadow monarch, "This castle is a bit small, don't you think?" Then his gaze shifts, and he says, "You're very clever. Bringing me here alone was a wise decision. Having a massive army of soldiers would be to your advantage, but at the same time, it would consume a great deal of your mana." Sung Jinwoo tells him, "Don't worry about that. I have plenty of mana to spare." The dragon monarch laughs and says to Sung Jinwoo, "Then let's see just how long this little war of ours can last, before my soldiers find this place." With that, his body begins to transform. A moment later, he has morphed into a colossal and incredibly powerful dragon. Meanwhile, the war had spread from the empire to nations across the globe, and the bureau chief was at his wit's end. All he could do was worry. He was powerless to act. It was only a matter of time before the monster army leveled the entire planet. Someone told him not to panic. This world didn't just have monsters, it also had hunters to protect it. Whether they were A rank or S rank, they all joined the fight. A rank hunters were a bit stronger than the average person, but unlike soldiers, they could only wield their weapons from within the magically protected defense zones. They knew they couldn't contribute much to the war, but they chose to fight anyway. The situation for C and D rank hunters wasn't much better. If an E rank hunter could take down one monster, a D rank could take 3, and a C rank could only manage about 10. Even S rank hunters were no exception. Although they could annihilate thousands of monsters, they would eventually become just another star falling from the sky. The fallen transformed into stars, like meteors streaking across the heavens, leaving behind a faint trail, but showing everyone a path to the future. People called it hope. At the Korean Hunters Association, a subordinate reports the situation to Chairman Woo Jin-chul. Sung Jinwoo has taken the dragon monarch to the deserted island in Japan. Sung Jinwoo had once told him that when the Giant's Gate was destroyed, a massive amount of mana would concentrate on a desolate island spanning tens of square kilometers. By fighting there, even if they went all out, they could keep the collateral damage to an absolute minimum. From the very beginning, Sung Jinwoo had planned to move the battlefield there. The subordinate asks if they should dispatch hunters nearby to observe the battle. But not only were there no S-rank hunters left in the country, all the top hunters had already gone to other nations, so who was there left to send? After careful consideration, he decides to dispatch a hunter of a different rank. The subordinate is confused, but the chairman tells him, Sung Jinwoo was once a low-rank hunter himself. Even the lowest-ranked hunter can become a hero. On the deserted island in Japan, Sung Jinwoo and the Monarch of Destruction were locked in an all-out battle. With his many subordinates, he had the upper hand. The Dragon Monarch tried to unleash a blast of fire, but was bound by iron chains. Two giant shadow soldiers rushed forward, slamming him into the ground. Tusk used his lightning skill, striking the Dragon Monarch. Beru and Iron flew up, striking the dragon's head with lightning speed. Kaisel soared into the air, unleashing 100,000 volts of lightning upon the Dragon Monarch. The whole process was going smoothly, but Sung Jinwoo felt that it wasn't this simple. The Dragon Monarch had yet to use his ultimate skill, and just as he suspected, the Dragon Monarch, lying on the ground, revealed a wicked grin. Only he could find such pleasure in overwhelming an enemy, but he never expected that being overwhelmed by someone else could feel this good, especially when thinking of the thrill of victory after being pushed back. His battle lust surged. He threw his head back and let out a heaven-shaking roar, unleashing his Dragon Fear skill. Just like Sung Jinwoo's skills, this one seemed to be of his own creation, its power a level above anything Jinwoo possessed. Sung Jinwoo's soldiers were completely overpowered, forcing him to painfully recall all of his shadows. But the Dragon Monarch wasn't finished. After unleashing Dragon Fear, he immediately followed up with the Breath of Destruction. With a deafening roar, a colossal pillar of fire erupted from his mouth. Sung Jinwoo, riding Kaisel, dodged frantically. Everything the flames touched turned to ash, leveling entire mountains. This was the true power of the Monarch of Destruction, the terrifying might of the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch reverted to his human form, appeared before Sung Jinwoo, and said, "Don't be so tense. Let's both calm down and have a talk." He said to Sung Jinwoo, "When you grabbed me, I could have easily escaped. But seeing you push me to such a corner, I have to admit, I'm impressed. I came along with you, as one monarch to another. I want to speak with you frankly. I know you also possess the memories of the Shadow Monarch, so you should know that our true enemies are not here. They are in the heavens above the armies of the rulers. Their sole mission is to eliminate the monarchs born from darkness, which, of course, includes you. As the original Shadow Monarch, my plan was to eliminate you first and then deal with them. But after seeing your power, I've had a change of heart. It was then that the Dragon Monarch spoke. You possess a power different from Ashborn's, a power that shows me the greatness of our existence. If you want to save your family, I will allow it. If you want to save your country, I will allow that too. If you want me to leave this place, I will depart quietly with my soldiers. You will be the master of this land, not of that small castle on the hill, but of this entire planet. You are worthy of it. Just take this hand. If we join forces to destroy the armies of the rulers, your family, your country, even everyone in this land, can all achieve peace. What do you say, Shadow Monarch? Will you not form an alliance with me? Sung Jinwoo was silent for a moment, then said flatly to the Dragon Monarch, "Cut the crap. How could I ever trust someone who's scheming to kill me, but just hasn't figured out how yet?" An aura of dark power radiated from Sung Jinwoo. Hearing this answer, the Dragon Monarch revealed a wicked smile. It seems there's no hiding it anymore. What a shame. That was my final act of mercy. Die, Shadow Monarch. The Dragon Monarch attacked, his hand transforming into a giant dragon's claw that crushed the ground. Sung Jinwoo successfully dodged, then summoned Kaisel. Seeing this, the Dragon Monarch unleashed a massive torrent of flames toward Kaisel in the sky. Dodging while closing the distance, Jinwoo leaped from Kaisel and struck at the Dragon Monarch like a whirlwind. His daggers scraped against the dragon's scales with a piercing screech. Kaisel flew in to catch Sung Jinwoo. The dragon scales were too thick. Jinwoo's Kamish's wrath daggers couldn't inflict any damage, not even leaving the slightest scratch. The Dragon Monarch laughed and said, "My scales are harder than diamond. With those little knives, you can't do any damage to me." Seeing it was hopeless, Sung Jinwoo mounted Kaisel to retreat. The Dragon Monarch let out a roar, slamming both man and dragon into the ground. In a critical moment, Kaisel wrapped its tail around Sung Jinwoo and launched him away. Kaisel itself stayed behind. The Dragon Monarch opened his maw, unleashing a giant fireball that crashed down on the motionless Kaisel. A world-shaking explosion erupted, instantly carving a deep trench into the earth. The Dragon Monarch stood there, smugly thinking that not even an archangel could survive such a hit. Just then, a shadow darted across his body. Sung Jinwoo was standing on the dragon scales, using ruler's authority to cling to them, but the surface of the scales, hot as lava, was burning through his boots. He drew his daggers and stabbed at the gaps between the scales, but the Dragon Monarch noticed and swiped his claw at him like swatting a fly. Sung Jinwoo leaped away and once again summoned his shadows. Several shadow dragons, slightly larger than the Dragon Monarch, appeared. One tore at the Dragon Monarch's neck, another blasted him with flames, but even that failed to cause any damage. This was the strongest monster Jinwoo had ever faced in terms of both offense and defense. No previous opponent could compare to him. His old methods wouldn't work against the Dragon Monarch. He needed greater power. If he could match him in size, the fight might be easier. Thinking about size, Sung Jinwoo suddenly had a bold idea. Mana began to swirl around him. The shadow dragons Sung Jinwoo had summoned were quickly annihilated by the Dragon Monarch. He felt no thrill in fighting such weaklings, but he quickly realized Sung Jinwoo was up to something again. A colossal amount of mana enveloped his body, growing larger and larger, emitting a powerful aura of death. A moment later, a gigantic suit of armor formed from the shadows. The Dragon Monarch was stunned. How is this possible? He's even using shadow mana to create a colossal avatar. Not even the previous Shadow Monarch could manifest this form. How could a mere human use such a power? Or, is this the true power of the Shadow Monarch? The power of death, more terrifying than any other. And Sung Jinwoo, too, stared at himself in disbelief. At first, he just wanted to see what would happen. He never expected it to actually work. Is this the power of a main character? He wondered. The true aura of death. The previous Shadow Monarch had left him power like this. From this giant body, limitless strength was coursing through him. It seemed the Dragon Monarch finally understood why the Shadow Monarch had chosen Sung Jinwoo, a human who constantly faced death, who possessed a will to live stronger than anyone else. Before he ever gained power, he was always on the brink of death. Therefore, he was worthy of wielding that horrifying power of death. I have to kill him, he thought. This man is too dangerous. A stream of fire imbued with the breath of destruction erupted from the Dragon Monarch's mouth. The Shadow Monarch raised a hand, unleashing a bolt of deathly lightning that tore the flames in two with a massive boom. The unstoppable lightning bolt shot towards the Dragon Monarch. He was shocked just by changing his form. Jinwoo could now counter his dragon's breath. The two locked eyes. The armored Shadow Monarch stepped forward, and the Dragon Monarch stepped forward to meet him. The two monarchs, clad in their colossal forms, smashed into each other. No one expected the Shadow Monarch to be hiding this kind of power. A suit of armor, hundreds of meters tall, summoned in an instant. The one-on-one duel had suddenly turned into a giant mech battle. Sung Jinwoo, who had been helpless against the Dragon Monarch, could now face him head-on thanks to the armor. Before, the dragon's claw was unstoppable. Now, Sung Jinwoo simply raised one hand to block it and used the other to land a heavy punch on the Dragon Monarch. It felt incredible. He just wanted to keep punching. Enraged, the Dragon Monarch opened his mouth wide and bit down on his opponent's waist, the Shadow Monarch's back. But the shadow armor was as hard as his own dragon scales. He couldn't bite through it, so he latched on and lifted the Shadow Monarch into the air. He hurled the Shadow Monarch with all his might, sending him crashing to the ground with a deafening slam, leaving him panting on the ground, unable to react. A colossal stream of fire erupted, incinerating the Shadow Monarch's right arm. Sung Jinwoo gripped his weapon and charged toward the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch unleashed another torrent of flames at him. Sung Jinwoo met the blaze with his daggers, the two forces clashing in a stalemate, neither giving an inch. The Dragon Monarch whipped his tail, slamming it into Sung Jinwoo and sending him flying dozens of meters before he crashed hard into the ground. Beating his wings, the Dragon Monarch soared into the air, summoning multiple gates of fire around him. Pillars of flame simultaneously rained down upon the earth. Suddenly, a black projectile shot out from the flames, piercing straight through the Dragon Monarch's right wing. Around the Shadow Monarch, countless black swords materialized and shot forward all at once. The Dragon Monarch hastily spewed fire to counter the attack. The two powers collided, locked in a brutal struggle. In an instant, the entire area shook violently as wild winds howled. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was the black armor, melting away. With a crack, the armor shattered, revealing the user inside, while the Dragon Monarch's own armor remained perfectly intact. Sung Jinwoo leaped from the armor, dropping to one knee and panting heavily. Just maintaining that immense power had consumed a massive amount of his energy. The Dragon Monarch dispelled his armor and walked towards Sung Jinwoo. "I'll give you one last chance. Do you really refuse to join forces with me?" Sung Jinwoo enveloped himself in shadow, forming a smaller set of armor. He spoke coldly to the Dragon Monarch. "Give up on that idea. I have no intention of joining forces with a monster." Seeing Sung Jinwoo's resolve, the Dragon Monarch didn't bother trying to persuade him further. He drew a colossal sword from his body, and the two stared each other down. With a whoosh, the two blurred into motion, instantly clashing together. In a flash, blades danced and sparks flew everywhere. The sound of clashing weapons was relentless, a look of pure ecstasy written on the Dragon Monarch's face. He was eager to devour Sung Jinwoo and then burn everything he protected to ash. He knocked Sung Jinwoo's daggers aside and thrust his sword straight into his abdomen. Sung Jinwoo landed a powerful kick, sending the Dragon Monarch flying back several meters. But before he could recover, the Dragon Monarch's longsword was already pressed against his neck. But villains always die because they talk too much. Before bringing his blade down, the Dragon Monarch couldn't help but gloat. "You've lost, Shadow Monarch. Regret your choice." But his monologuing gave Sung Jinwoo the opening he needed to counterattack. The dagger that was knocked away silently flew back towards the Dragon Monarch. With a clang, it struck him in the head, but only hit his invisible barrier. The Dragon Monarch laughed. "Did you really think you could use a dagger made from a dragon's fang against me? Have you forgotten that I am the Dragon Monarch? How pathetic." However, the outcome of this battle is already decided. Dawn is approaching. When the light shines, the shadows will vanish, and you will turn to dust. Under the light. Sung Jinwoo wasted no words, charging directly at the Dragon Monarch, daggers drawn and ready to kill. Halfway there, Sung Jinwoo suddenly broke into a sinister grin. The Dragon Monarch froze, watching as Jinwoo's entire elite army erupted from within his shadow, grabbing onto the Dragon Monarch from every direction. Only then did he sense the dire situation and try to use his dragon's fear ability to repel the shadows. But before he could even utter the words, Sung Jinwoo's hand began to glow. He delivered a strike for his father, for the former Shadow Monarch, and to end this war. Light dispels darkness, but it also makes the shadows deeper. The arrogant monarch of destruction never expected to be wounded by the hands of a mere human. And what was worse, he had been tricked by him. Along with Sung Jinwoo's strike, a grinding sound echoed from the sky, as countless soldiers of the rulers emerged from a tier in space. The Dragon Monarch looked up in astonishment. The sky was filled with troops. When he'd first arrived, there were clearly no gates here. Connecting two worlds requires an immense amount of power. As the Shadow Monarch, Sung Jinwoo shouldn't have been able to do that. So why were the ruler's armies here? He quickly understood. He had thought Sung Jinwoo brought him here simply to avoid harming Earth during their fight. But now, he realized he was completely wrong. Sung Jinwoo's true purpose was to use the immense energy from their battle here to tear open a rift in space and summon his allies from the other side. But there was one thing he still didn't understand. How did Sung Jinwoo contact the rulers? Sung Jinwoo explained, there was a way. Through the fragments of brilliant light, the rulers' vessels that existed on Earth. They used the power of those vessels to connect with the rulers. The Dragon Monarch nodded slowly, looking up at the sky teeming with soldiers, knowing he had been utterly defeated. Sung Jinwoo had chosen a path that allowed him to win even if he lost the one-on-one fight, while the Dragon Monarch had lost from the very beginning by focusing too much on the battle itself. Sung Jinwoo asked him, "It was you, wasn't it? You were the one who ordered the Frost Monarch and the Beast Monarch to attack the original Shadow Monarch, right?" The Dragon Monarch asked back in surprise, "Did the Frost Monarch tell you that?" When the Frost Monarch was about to be killed by the Shadow Monarch, he revealed the truth to him. It was all part of the Dragon Monarch's plan. Although the Shadow Monarch was his ally, his power was far too great. The Dragon Monarch had ordered the Frost Monarch to use and then eliminate the Shadow Monarch, but he had still underestimated the Shadow Monarch's true strength. Even when gravely wounded, the Shadow Monarch managed to annihilate the armies of both the Frost Monarch and the Beast Monarch. Before passing on his power, the Shadow Monarch sent his regards to the Dragon Monarch through Sung Jinwoo, along with a certain internationally recognized friendly gesture. The Dragon Monarch was furious at being disrespected. Even wounded, he raised his colossal sword to strike at Sung Jinwoo. But before he could swing, the Dragon Monarch was impaled by the ruler's spears, tearing him in two. In the moment he looked up, he saw the fragments of brilliant light staring down at him. With me, the Dragon Monarch's body slowly began to fade. Before disappearing completely, he said to Sung Jinwoo, "I will be waiting for you in eternal rest. Not in some fake world you've created. When that time comes, we will fight again." Sung Jinwoo replied coldly, "Don't worry, we'll be seeing each other soon." Then, the Dragon Monarch dissolved into smoke as a brilliant fragment of light descended from the sky and spoke to Sung Jinwoo. "You are the one who has ended the war between us. How can we ever thank you?" Sung Jinwoo didn't ask for any reward. Instead, he asked them for a favor only the rulers could grant. The ruler gladly agreed. "As long as it is within my power to do so, I will certainly help you." Sung Jinwoo said, "Can you use the Cup of Reincarnation one more time?" Hearing this request, the ruler was stunned. He couldn't understand why. After finally ending this difficult war, Jinwoo would want to start it all over again. Once he used the divine tool to reverse time, the consciousness of the monarchs would also be preserved, allowing them to live again, with their current memories. He asked Sung Jinwoo, "Are you certain you want to do this?" Jinwoo told him, "I will deal with them. The monarchs and their armies. I'll handle them in the gap between dimensions, and not a single monster will set foot on Earth." The ruler still couldn't understand. He asked Sung Jinwoo, "You want to bear the burden of this war all by yourself? Why would you do such a thing? Although we have used the Cup of Reincarnation many times before, we've never achieved a result as good as this one." Sung Jinwoo told him, "Because in this war, I lost too many people. I want to get them back." The ruler said to him, "The life force of the Cup of Reincarnation is nearly depleted. If you fail this time, it might be impossible to reverse time ever again. Right now, you are the hero of this world, destined to live forever in the praises of its people. If you go back to the past to fight alone, no one will remember you. Even if you win, there will be no one to congratulate you. And if you lose, the earth will cease to exist. Even knowing all that, you still wish to turn back time?" Sung Jinwoo hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Closing his eyes, he thought of his mother and his sister. He thought of the woman he loved, Cha Hae-in, of the goofy and simple-hearted Yoo Jin-ho, and of the chairman who gave his all for his country. He thought of the hunters who protected their homeland. He opened his eyes, his gaze fixed firmly on the ruler. "I want to do it." The ruler was overwhelmed by the sheer force of his spirit. To think a person with the will to save the entire world, shouldering everything on his own, truly existed. He was just like the former Shadow Monarch, Ashborn. He agreed to Sung Jinwoo's request. Sung Jinwoo asked, "What will happen to my soldiers?" The ruler told him, "On the past timeline, any beings that are duplicates of what exists in the past will vanish. Those that are not duplicates will be preserved." Sung Jinwoo smiled brightly. "I'm ready." The ruler summoned the cup of reincarnation. May your courage save your world. And then, a brilliant light burst forth from the Friss's Mary, cup of reincarnation, flashing dazzlingly over the earth, illuminating the entire world. How much courage must it have taken for him, the man who became a world hero, to abandon this noble glory, reactivate the cup of reincarnation, and return to the past to save the world alone? The light shone into every corner of the earth. It shone into the Hunters Association office, the Ajin Guild. The light shone into the rooms of his mother and sister. It shone on Chairman Go Gun-hee, the 7-star hunter Liu Zhigang, Choi Jong-in, Baek Yoon-ho, and his love, Cha Hae-in. The light gradually faded, and Sung Jinwoo awoke. But now in the body of a young boy. His sister was as hasty as ever, and his mother was not yet sick. The sound of food sizzling in a pan, the rhythmic chop of a knife on a cutting board, and his father, whom he hadn't seen in so many years. Tears welled up in his eyes. It felt as though he had just escaped from a long nightmare. This reality was too wonderful. The nightmare was over. Here, he had his little sister, his healthy mother, and his father, who had been missing for years. This was his last chance to save everything. He couldn't let it slip away. He would seize his own future, rewriting history with his own hands. But before charging into battle, he wanted to rest well, to bask in the warmth of his family, in the laughter of his school, to relax and play games with his best friend. He knew the work that awaited him in the skies above. The monarchs were lurking, preparing to open their massive gates. But even if just for a moment, he wanted to enjoy this happiness, to treat it as a reward for himself. He left a note on the table. When I'm done with what I have to do, I'll be back. Then he went to the dimensional gap where the monarchs were hiding, facing millions of enemy soldiers alone. Accompanying him were Grand Marshal Baru and Marshal Igris. They did not overlap with the old timeline, so they still existed. In this vast, dark world of nothingness, they fought alongside Sung Jinwoo, without rest, for 27 years. Then, he met the Monarch of Transfiguration and annihilated him without breaking a sweat. He easily destroyed that detestable old man and wiped out his army. The only enemies left were the Dragon Monarch and his forces. The final battle was approaching. He suddenly thought of his family. Time passed differently in this dimensional gap. 27 years here was only 2 years, on the outside. He couldn't imagine how worried his family must have been. If only he had explained before he left. Just then, Baru approached and said, "Everything is ready." Sung Jinwoo smiled calmly. It's finally time. He had won before, and he wouldn't lose this time either. He stood on high and shouted the command, "Arise." Countless shadows obeyed, appearing in a sky filled with dragons. The dragon monarch sat on his throne, hearing the news that the monarch of transfiguration had been annihilated and that the army of darkness was approaching, yet he felt no fear. In fact, he was thrilled, eager to fight once more and turn the tables. He also deeply admired Sung Jinwoo's courage for daring to use the cup of reincarnation to reverse time. Instead of meeting at the end of eternity, they would now meet in the flesh. But only one monarch could exist here. He rose from his throne and said to Sung Jinwoo, "I am Antares, the monarch of destruction. And you?" Sung Jinwoo replied, "I am Sung Jinwoo, the shadow monarch." The dragon monarch laughed. "Very good. I will remember your name." Then he leaped from his throne, and Sung Jinwoo charged forward to meet him. The two eternal enemies clashed once more, as the armies of shadow and destruction surged forward. The battle between the two monarchs had begun. This was a world without mana, without random gates, without monsters threatening human lives, and with no hunters to protect the people. But one day, a fortune-teller's words threw the entire United States into a panic. The god of death was about to descend upon their land. Normally, such a prophecy wouldn't have caused a ripple, but the person who spoke it was Madame Selner, and that made all the difference. The god of death will lead countless soldiers from his divine temple here. Just as we cannot escape death itself, we cannot escape the clutches of the god of death. Her words carried immense weight because 2 years prior, she had suddenly gained the gift of clairvoyance. She had predicted the death of North Korea's leader and a terrorist plane hijacking and a stock market crash caused by a sharp drop in housing prices, among many other events. As her prophecies came true, she gradually became the center of global attention. So, when someone like that suddenly delivered a message about the world's destruction, people were, of course, terrified. The very day after the prophecy, a colossal gate appeared in the skies over Seoul, engulfing the entire city. Madame Selner's prophecy became the top headline in newspapers all over the world. Crowds gathered beneath the gate, waiting. With a deafening roar, a deep, dark chasm cracked open in the gate. Just as everyone thought the god of death was about to appear, they saw nothing. But what they didn't know was that the god of death had already walked right past them, leaving the crowd alone. But unexpectedly, someone was there to greet him, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, an emissary sent by the rulers. He couldn't believe Sung Jinwoo had actually defeated the army of destruction single-handedly and returned safely. Every step Sung Jinwoo now took carried the weight of millions of soldiers. If he wished it, even challenging the rulers wouldn't be a problem. The emissary told Sung Jinwoo that the rulers had a message for him. They went to an ice cream parlor, where Sung Jinwoo ordered several large cups. He ate his fill, having tasted nothing so delicious during his 27 years in the void. He asked the emissary, "What do the rulers want to say?" The emissary relayed their gratitude and respect for Sung Jinwoo, but added that they wanted to discuss something with him. The rulers were concerned that Sung Jinwoo's immense power would affect the planet they had worked so hard to protect. An Earth devoid of mana could not withstand Sung Jinwoo's power. They wanted to move Sung Jinwoo to a place that could contain his strength. Sung Jinwoo said coldly to the emissary, "No need for all that trouble. You might as well just seal me away." The emissary, not yet sensing his anger, nodded and said, "Of course, that's also an option." Then, he felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura of death radiating from Sung Jinwoo. Sung Jinwoo stared coldly at him. "I'm no longer useful, so now you want to get rid of me because you fear my power?" The terrified emissary quickly tried to explain, taking out his phone. On it was a news report about Madame Selner's prophecy of the god of death's descent. Madame Selner hadn't always been so gifted. After a chance connection with the divine realm, her life had completely changed. This phenomenon first appeared on the planet 2 years ago, right after Sung Jinwoo first turned back time. Even Sung Jinwoo was at a loss for words. He told the emissary to leave for now, saying he needed to think. The emissary bowed respectfully and departed. Sung Jinwoo was caught in a dilemma. As the world's savior, he had stopped the Monarch's invasion, creating a planet free of monsters. But with his destructive power, he didn't belong on this monolith planet. A thought crossed his mind. He had no more value here, no reason left to stay. Just then, a figure flashed past the window. He rushed outside, recognizing the familiar silhouette. And that figure, too, sensed a familiar scent. If there had to be a reason for him to stay here, it was because the people he loved were still here, as were the people who loved him. The people who had once loved him, the person he respected most, those who had fought by his side, the ones who had protected Earth with him, and the girl he loved most. That was his reason to stay. And so the story ends. Perhaps not in a perfect way. Sung Jinwoo had done so much for this planet, yet he received no flowers and no applause. But that was Sung Jinwoo's choice as a monarch, to sacrifice his own honor for a world where no one else would be harmed. This perfectly captures the theme of the story. I leveled up alone and saved the entire world.